Su Qingran. It is no small feat for Yunfang to raise Xiao Jun all on her own. You should not have publicly disgraced her, nor should you have hastily expelled them. Allow me to accompany you to offer her an apology shortly. As the man spoke, he casually opened his suitcase, which was meant for an upcoming business trip, only to find it empty. A sight that struck him with disbelief as he turned to face his wife. Taking a deep breath, Su Qingran met his gaze with a calm demeanor. Xiao Donghua, let us get a divorce. Xiao Donghua, in haste to catch a train and already irked by his wife's lack of packing, felt a wave of agitation wash over him upon hearing her mention divorce. Su Qingran, what on earth are you making a fuss about? Xiao Jun has grown up under our watchful eyes, and now that he is on the verge of starting his own family, can you bear to see them living in such a cramped space? Moreover, with all that furniture, there is simply no room. It has not been easy for Mama and Yunfang to share a room all these years. It is only fitting that we vacate a room for them, and besides, this arrangement is merely temporary. Watching her husband adopt a tone of moral righteousness, Su Qingran couldn't help but feel amused. When she first arrived at the Xiao household, Xiao Donghua had already brought home his childhood friend, Shen Yunfang, along with her child, claiming it was a temporary arrangement, yet that temporary arrangement had stretched into 16 years. Initially, he had said that Shen Yunfang had been driven out by her in-laws and had nowhere to stay, promising that she would leave once she found work. But after she secured stable employment, he had claimed that the communal dormitory was unsuitable for raising a child, saying they would discuss moving once they qualified for a separate accommodation. Su Qingran, unwilling to relent, had personally intervened to secure a single dormitory for Shen Yunfang, only for him to argue that the child was too young and required a fatherly presence for proper development. Now that the child had grown, not only had they not moved out, but they also intended to continue living with the new bride. Over the years, Xiao Donghua had consistently prioritized that mother and child, leaving her to bear all the grievances. If they were unwilling to leave, then she would have to be the one to go. Xiao Donghua, if you wish to keep the larger room, I have no objections. After our divorce, you may arrange things as you please for your family. When my family fell into misfortune, you lent me a hand, and I owe you for that. It is time I repaid you. I have had enough. Let's part amicably. Seeing her unwavering demeanor, a flicker of panic crossed Xiao Donghuo's mind, causing his tone to soften involuntarily. Ran, I know you have endured much hardship over the years. I will find a way to make it up to you. Once my job in the city is settled, I will take you along with me. Hearing the word hardship for the first time from him, Su Qingran couldn't hide the sarcasm that crept onto her lips. So he had always known of her plight. Divorce or not, you must ensure that they move out immediately and promise never to interfere with them again. Xiao Donghua tugged at his hair in frustration. Must you force me into a corner like this? Anticipating his reluctance, Su Qingran merely smiled. Then let us divorce. Xiao Donghua felt a pang of pain from her nonchalant expression. Su Qingran, I know you have always been spoiled, but I did not expect you to lack even a shred of compassion. I grew up alongside Yunfang. Her husband died, saving our mother, and neither her in-laws nor her own family could accept her. Is it wrong for me to care for them? Su Qingran nodded. You are not at fault. The one at fault is me, that I should have known my place and left to allow you both to thrive. Her husband did you a favor. You ought to marry her and acknowledge her son, caring for them honorably to spare them from gossip. Detecting the mockery in her words, an unquenchable anger surged within Xiao Donghua. If it weren't for your inability to bear children, would I have had to raise another man's son for 16 years? Su Qingran clenched her fingers, the words stinging her throat. Xiao Donghua, you have finally spoken the truth. I thought you would hide it forever. Xiao Donghuo's expression darkened as he hastily stuffed a few garments into his bag and strode out the door. Su Qingran stood frozen for a moment, then quickly grabbed the agreement from the table and rushed after him. The empty courtyard was left with only the shadows of trees swaying beneath the moonlight, with no sign of life remaining. Just as Su Qingran was about to turn back into the house, she suddenly heard the voices of Shen Yunfang and her mother-in-law, Zhang Guolan, from the adjacent room. Godmother, it seems Qingran is quarreling with Donghua again. Should I take Xiao Jun and move out? Ignore her. She has brought ruin upon her own family, and yet has the audacity to quarrel with my son? I say, Donghua should never have treated her mental illness while he is away. Let us send her to the asylum first thing in the morning, and you can testify for me. Godmother, isn't that a bit extreme? Dongwa said she isn't insane, she's merely troubled. What if he returns? It doesn't matter. Dongwa is far too busy to concern himself with her. Moreover, he is about to become the deputy factory director in the city. He promised he would bring us all over once he settled in. We will live together then. Rest assured, Dongwa will never be able to father children. I will always regard Xiao Jun as my own grandson. Godmother, do not lose hope. The large hospitals in the city are numerous. They will surely cure Dongwa. By the way, I heard that one can purchase property in the city. Now the new buildings are quite exquisite. It is a pity that Xiao Jun and I have no means otherwise. I would ensure you enjoy a life of luxury in a new apartment. That could be arranged. I heard her parents and siblings received substantial compensation after the family feud. There are tens of thousands. Just because Xiao Jun casually spoke ill of her, her nephew nearly fought someone, resulting in a death. That money will eventually belong to us. Perfect for buying a new apartment. By the way, do not let on that Dongwa cannot have children. Men are sensitive about their pride. I went to great lengths to hide the truth during the examination, fearing she would use it against my son. Understood. I will heed your words, Godmother. Su Qingran trembled uncontrollably upon hearing their conversation. So, they had long conspired to move to the city. So, the one truly unable to bear children was Xiao Dongwa. So, the only bloodline of the Su family had perished to protect her, and this family of murderers awaited to devour the inheritance and purchase a new home. As these thoughts flooded her mind, Su Qingran felt as if she were being dragged into an abyss. The carefully controlled thoughts sprouting wildly like weeds. Clinging to her last shred of reason, she returned to her room, only to find the medicine bottles missing from the drawer. They had deliberately led her over here and then hidden the medication in advance. Such cunning tactics. Closing her eyes, she inhaled deeply a few times, then calmly walked into the kitchen to turn on the gas. Returning to her room, she retrieved her passbook, along with her password, identification, and donation declaration, stuffing them into an envelope before dropping it into the mailbox at the end of the alley. Seeing her exit, the two inside quickly rushed out to find her, only to retreat back inside when they noticed her sudden return. Su Qingran stifled her inner excitement, returning to the kitchen to pour herself a drink with a calm demeanor. In the midst of her task, Xiao Jun suddenly approached from outside. "You crazy woman, why aren't you gone yet? My girlfriend is coming over the day after tomorrow. If you dare to ruin my wedding, I will make you pay." "Hey, did you not hear me speaking? What are you doing sneaking around? Why does it smell so strongly of alcohol in here?" Su Qingran felt a tightening in her chest, but quickly regained her composure. "Xiao Jun, I accidentally broke all the alcohol we just bought. Please don't tell Grandma, all right?" Mom, for the first time in 16 years, Su Qingran found that voice to be melodious. In the past, whenever he called her that, it usually heralded trouble. Watching the two rush over, Su Qingran felt a wave of relief. She reached into her pocket for a matchbox, striking it and tossing it aside. Chapter 2 Rebirth? Aunt won't marry. Wicked woman, you stole my godfather, and now you want to take my mother's job. Qingran, are you all right? Little June is just a child, and doesn't he understand? I apologize on his behalf, Su Qingran. As long as you agree to let Yunfeng have the job, we can go get the certificate tomorrow, and I will gradually compensate you. Su Qingran's head throbbed painfully. Hadn't she perished alongside this mother and son? Why were they still incessantly bickering? Letting go of the job, getting a marriage certificate. What nonsense! Struggling to keep her eyes open, she found herself staring at the family of three standing before her. There was Xiao Dongwa, pursing his lips and observing coldly, Shin Yunfeng, crying like a drenched flower, and little June, sticking out his tongue and making faces. This scene was vividly imprinted in her memory, clearly reminiscent of the moment 16 years ago when she had just arrived at the Xiao family. After her family had been sent away, she had taken up residence in the Xiao household under the guise of a fiancée, while her mother-in-law, Zhang Guilin, had hidden away in the countryside. Citing family matters, thus, they had prolonged the process of holding a ceremony and obtaining the certificate. After she had finally secured a position in the mechanical factory's office, Shin Yunfeng had covertly coveted her position, attempting to barter factory work for her job. When she refused, Shin Yunfeng had incited little June to stuff a toad into her bag, leading to a panic that caused him to collide with the table and injure his head. The pain in her forehead abruptly yanked her back to reality. Instinctively, Su Qingran reached up to touch her forehead. Blood. Could it be that she had truly been reborn? The mere thought that she had yet to obtain a marriage certificate with Xiao Donghua brought her a sense of relief. In her previous life, he had clearly not loved her, yet had stubbornly refused to divorce, sparing her from a plethora of disputes. Xiao Donghua, the office position is one I have earned through my own merit. As a technician at the factory, you should know that many of the machines are imported. Do you really believe that Xin Yufang, who hasn't even completed junior high, can comprehend those foreign languages? Su Qingran, just as she had in her past life, rejected the proposition as expected. The next moment, Shen Yunfang's tears flowed like a burst dam. Donghua, Qingran is right. It's my fault for not having the opportunity to attend school. And I am suffering the consequences of my ignorance. Please do not make it difficult for her. Qingran, no matter what, your ability to secure this position must have been due to the factory director's regard for Donghua. Given that, please don't hold it against him, all right? Xiao Donghua glanced at the indifferent Su Qingran and then at the weeping Shen Yunfang. His tone grew increasingly resolute. Yunfang comes from a family that values sons over daughters, which is why she didn't have the chance to attend junior high. However, she is intelligent and can certainly learn if given time. I can teach her. Su Qingran scoffed. Oh, indeed, she is the smartest. How about this? You teach her all the skills you possess, and then you can trade jobs with her. Xiao Donghua was momentarily taken aback. Seeing this, Shen Yufang quickly tugged at him. Donghua, don't say that. You are about to marry, and it's not worth it to argue over my matter. With that, Shen Yufang pretended to fiercely pull little June. It's all because of you. For being naughty. For not listening. Apologize to your aunt. Shen Yufang raised her hand high and then lightly brought it down, but little June burst into loud wails. She's not my aunt. She bullied my mother. Stole my mother's job. She's a wicked woman. Su Qingran had suffered enough at the hands of this child in her previous life. Now that she had been granted a second chance, she would not indulge him any longer. Yunfang, a gentle slap, teach him a lesson. I know you're reluctant, so let me help. With that, Su Qingran seized a nearby twig and swatted little June's backside several times. As she struck, she lectured, if you don't let him feel a bit of pain now, he'll only face greater losses in society later. He dares to insult and harm others without discernment. If he grows up like this, he might end up behind bars, or worse, dead. Little June cried out in the yard, while Su Qingran chased him down. Shen Yunfang stood frozen for a moment, then quickly rushed to stop her. Donghua, Xiao Donghua, still taken aback, finally reacted and shouted, Su Qingran, what are you doing? He.S. just a child. Before he could finish his sentence, Su Qingran anticipated his next words. You're quarreling with a child, Xiao Donghua. Can you not be so predictable? Are you implying that Shen Yufang merely brushes her lips against my head and my forehead is bruised? Furthermore, my job has absolutely nothing to do with her. Why am I being accused of stealing her position? Such a small child wouldn't dare say such things if it weren't for someone whispering in his ear. Xiao Donghua lowered his gaze, seemingly realizing this truth. Yet, he still chose to defend Shen Yunfang and her son, stating that little June's actions were misguided, motivated by his sympathy for his mother's arduous work. Su Qingran retorted sarcastically. So I should suffer just so you don't have to. You're still young. Unlike her who is burdened with a child, I am young, and I am delicate. A mother is strong for her child. She is even more suited to endure hardship. Shen Yunfang cast a pained glance at her son, who was crying with snot and tears, forcing a smile. Donghua, let Qingran take the office position, the temporary work in my workshop. Though demanding, I will endure for little Jun. Su Qingran was momentarily amused by her audacity. You certainly know how to embellish your own image. If one didn't know better, they might think you bestowed my job upon me. What a shameless charade. Xiao Donghua, recalling her crude words, suddenly remembered his visit to Professor Su and how radiant she had appeared the first time he met her, like a blooming white rose. Her words a gentle breeze. How had she transformed so drastically in such a short time? Qingran, can you not be more magnanimous? It's not easy for them, a mother and son left alone. If it weren't for saving my mother, little June wouldn't have become an orphan. We owe them this. Stop right there. Su Qingran scoffed coldly. Get your facts straight. That essay did owed by the Xiao family. Not mine. Xiao Donghua, if you truly feel guilty, then just marry her. That way, you can wholeheartedly care for the two of them. At this age, a child needs a complete family. Seeing Xiao Donghua's face flush with anger, unable to utter a word, Su Qingran felt a surge of satisfaction that in her past life, her constant forbearance had led to countless resentments. This time, she was determined to confront everything head-on. Meanwhile, Shen Yunfang, upon hearing Su Qingran suggest that Xiao Dongwa marry her. Despite knowing it was said in anger, couldn't he help but feel a flicker of hope. But when she looked up, she saw Xiao Dongwa gazing intently at Su Qingran, his eyes betraying a mix of disappointment and affection. A pang of sorrow struck Shen Yufeng as she heard little June crying, prompting her to angrily approach him again. Cry, cry, cry. Don't you know that a child without a father is looked down upon? How dare you still have the audacity to cry? This time, Xiao Dongwa surprisingly did not rush to intervene. Instead, he took a few steps closer to Su Qingran. Qingran, I know you're speaking out of anger. I have already promised Professor Su that I would marry you, and there is no way I would go back on my word. However, you really need to change your temperament. Su Qingran disdainfully retreated several steps. Change my head. I, your aunt, will not marry. With that, she turned and strode back into the house. Chapter 3 Selling Misery? Who doesn't know how? After closing the door and securing the latch, Su Qingran swiftly dashed to the table, her hands trembling as she opened the mirror resting on it. Looking up, she saw a figure in the mirror with glossy black braids, bright eyes sparkling like shards of light, and skin as smooth and pale as a boiled egg. The marks of 16 years of hardship had indeed vanished without a trace. The calendar on the wall clearly displayed the date, August 31, 1974. Tears streamed down Su Qingran's face. Heaven had truly granted her a chance at rebirth. Moreover, it was before her marriage to Xiao Dongwa, and her family was safe and sound. Her parents and siblings were all highly educated, leaving her and her 6-year-old nephew as the only ones with lesser academic achievements. It was precisely because of this that the two had narrowly escaped calamity. Before their sent down, her father had entrusted her to his most trusted student, Xiao Dongwa, while the nephew had been sent to his mother's family. Although the forest they were sent to still belonged to Ningxing, it was remote and nestled in a valley. Her sister-in-law, who valued cleanliness, had been unable to endure the filthy conditions of the shed and had jumped into the river while washing clothes that winter. After her sister-in-law's departure, her elder brother fell into a state of confusion and was later crushed to death by a falling tree during timbering. Their mother, overwhelmed with grief, fell ill and, due to harsh conditions and lack of medicine, passed away the following year. Only her father managed to survive, enduring until the day when the clouds parted. For those years, her father had been consumed with guilt, believing he had burdened his wife and children. The only things that kept him going were his daughter and grandson. Little did he know, upon returning to the city, that his grandson had been raised into a small delinquent by his in-laws. Ultimately losing his life in a gang fight, his only daughter also led an unhappy life. After her father's return, she proposed to divorce Xiao Dongwa and move back to care for him in his old age. But her father firmly rejected her. In a fit of anger, she lashed out at her father, blaming him for his careless words at school, which had led to the deaths of her mother and siblings and her nephew's tragic fate. She lamented that she could never hold her head high in public, suffering endless disdain. Since then, her father seemed to have transformed into an entirely different person. He tirelessly devoted himself to crafting educational materials, meticulously documenting all his knowledge. Su Qingran once believed that time would inevitably heal all wounds. Little did she know that what awaited her was the devastating news of her father's passing. Leaving her with nothing but a burning bank book. It was at that moment she realized that her father had long been resigned to his fate, merely awaiting the disbursement of compensation, after ensuring she was financially secure. He could hardly contain his eagerness to reunite with family awaiting him in the afterlife. The thought of her loved ones departing one by one in her previous life made Su Qingran yearn to join them. In her last existence, the collapse of her family had left her in a state of disarray, and the fear of the unknown drove her to grasp desperately at the lifeline that was Xiao Dongwa. Xiao Dongwa, indifferent to her background, led her to believe she had found a lifelong support, only for her to later realize, after enduring immense suffering, that those seemingly easy paths were, in truth, laden with hidden costs. Conversely, the arduous route she had once deemed insurmountable could indeed lead to her own triumph if she persevered. There was nothing inherently wrong with going to the countryside, as long as the family remained united. Enduring through these years of hardship, there would surely come a day of breakthrough. After tending to her wounds, Su Qingran lay drowsily on her bed, meticulously planning her departure to the countryside. However, she knew she must remain here for the time being. The grievances from her past life were merely the interest. To settle the score entirely would require much more. Even if she could not resort to violence, creating a bit of discomfort for them before her departure would suffice. Furthermore, Her mother-in-law from her previous life had yet to return. The thought of this stirred her excitement, rendering her unable to sleep. Next door, Shen Yunfang oscillated between sobbing and scolding her child, creating a cacophony. Yet, to Su Qingran's ears, it was a strangely melodious sound. After listening for a while, she finally drifted into a contented slumber. In the dead of night, the sudden wailing of a child broke the silence, followed closely by Shen Yunfang's frantic knocking on Xiao Donghua's door. "Donghua, Xiao Jun has a fever. Don't panic. I will take you both to the hospital immediately." Su Qingran was stirred awake momentarily, only to roll over and continue her slumber. In her previous life, Shen Yunfang had often used Xiao Jun as an excuse to bind Xiao Donghua to her side. Whenever she found herself alone with him, Shen Yunfang always managed to concoct a fitting reason to summon him away. Late-night hospital visits had become a frequent occurrence, until eventually, Xiao Donghua opted to forego returning home, choosing instead to stay by Xiao Jun's side, which finally brought some peace during the nights they expected. The three of them would cause a ruckus throughout the night. The next morning, Su Qingran awoke to the sound of Shen Yunfang's hoarse voice mingling with the murmurs of their neighbors. Glancing at the clock, she realized it was the time when everyone in the compound was stepping out to fetch water and use the restroom. Was Shen Yunfang once again putting on a show of misery before the crowd? Who couldn't feign distress? In her previous life, her own high standards had prevented her from resorting to such tactics. With this thought in mind, Su Qingran swiftly leapt from her bed to tidy herself up. The wound on her forehead had begun to scab, so she applied a generous amount of red medicinal liquid, wrapping it thickly in layers of gauze. If her complexion appeared insufficiently pale, she would simply apply a bit more powder to conceal her rosy lips. After this simple preparation, the reflection in the mirror revealed a visage that could evoke sympathy even from herself. Upon stepping outside, Su Qingran donned her facade. After living under the same roof as Shen Yunfang for 16 years, they had also been at odds for just as long. She was all too familiar with Shen Yunfang's innocent and pitiful expressions and gestures. The current version of her was hardly convincing. Leaning weakly against the doorframe, Su Qingran ventured out, offering a fragile smile to the three of them. "You're back. I heard you leave last night. I wanted to get up, but I felt so dizzy I simply couldn't. Is Xiao Jun all right?" Upon witnessing her seemingly frail and pitiable demeanor, Shen Yunfang was momentarily taken aback, left speechless. The simmering anger within Xiao Donghua melted away as he looked at her with concern. "Is your head all right?" Su Qingran lowered her gaze and shook her head, her reddened eyes brimming with unshed tears. The onlookers, seeing her woeful appearance, couldn't help but gasp, instantly filled with pity. "Comrade Su, what happened to your head?" They had just learned from Shen Yunfang that Xiao Jun had been punished by Su Qingran and had spent the night in the hospital due to a high fever. Everyone was still indignant on behalf of the mother and child, reasoning that boys can be mischievous, and a little prank shouldn't warrant such severe punishment that it led to a midnight hospital visit. However, they had not anticipated the extent of Su Qingran's injuries. Chapter 4. Changing Jobs. Dreaming your spring and autumn. Su Qingran surveyed the expressions of those around her, quickly realizing that Shen Yunfang's words had led them to a misunderstanding that in her previous life, it had been the same. She had indirectly shouldered the blame for Xiao Jun's high fever, with every subsequent illness attributed to that initial incident. This was a burden she not only could not bear, but had to deflect back. "I am fine, really. Yesterday, Comrade Shen and I were discussing a job change that I got a bit overwhelmed and ended up debating with her. Xiao Jun misunderstood and thought I was bullying his mother, which is why. She spoke. Su Qingran subtly pressed her hand to her forehead. "Comrade Shen, you should take your time in educating the child when he makes mistakes. There's no need to resort to hitting or scolding. Look at how frightened he is. What if he develops lasting consequences?" Upon hearing this, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. Discussing a job change, how could a mere office clerk swap places with a factory worker? Xiao Jun truly was quite mischievous. Having stirred up such chaos in just a few days, it was indeed time for some serious discipline. Shen Yunfang's face paled as she attempted to defend herself. But Su Qingran swiftly interrupted her. "Comrade Shen, after thinking it over all night, I've come to a decision. I'll let you have the office job, and I'll take the position in the workshop instead." Shen Yunfang's mouth fell open in shock, her eyes gleaming with elation. "Really? You agree?" Xiao Donghua, appearing weary, looked at her with a hint of relief. "Qingran, you don't necessarily have to go to the workshop. You're capable enough to pursue other opportunities later." With that, his gaze fell on her bandaged forehead, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. His fiancée, he had a kind heart. But having grown up in a privileged environment, it was only natural for her to be somewhat spoiled. He regretted being too hasty yesterday and recognized that he shouldn't have been so harsh in public. Once they were married, he would take the time to guide her gently. With this thought, Xiaodong's gaze softened with more affection and warmth. Su Qingren felt a wave of nausea and promptly averted her gaze. I need to speak with the factory manager about this job change. His approval is essential. It's not solely up to me. After all, Comrade Shen's qualifications are insufficient, but I'll do my best. Surrounded by overwhelming joy, Shen Yunfang believed her ploy had worked, completely oblivious to the underlying implications in Su Qingran's words. Moreover, she had always thought that Su Qingran's acquisition of this job was due to Xiao Dongwei's connections. Further solidifying her belief that the manager would continue to oblige him, Shen Yunfang reveled in her triumph. The neighbors who had gathered felt a twinge of discomfort. It was one thing to lose out to someone educated, but to see a factory worker simply stir up trouble and secure an office position was hard to swallow. The office clerk role was a coveted opportunity they had never dared to dream of. Yet it was being handed over to Shen Yunfang. Su Qingran appeared too naive and soft-hearted. However, considering her circumstances, lacking protection and living under someone else's roof, they felt sympathy for her. With shaking heads, they dispersed. Before the crowd had fully departed, Shen Yunfang, fearing any unforeseen changes, hurried back to her room and returned with a stack of cash. This 100 yuan. This 100 yuan was the compensation promised to her during their discussion about the job change. However, with the onlookers still present, Shen Yunfang was hesitant to clarify. Comrade Su, please accept this money as compensation. Su Qingran smiled faintly, taking the stack of cash. Comrade Shen, I'm feeling much better now, but since you insist on providing medical and nutritional expenses, I'll gladly accept that I'll head to the hospital shortly. Shen Yunfang hesitated, wanting to reclaim the money, but it was too late. Xiao Dongwei interjected. Qingran has already agreed. Consider this money as her medical and nutritional expenses. Make sure to prepare extra eggs for her breakfast. Shen Yunfang had been too preoccupied with the night's turmoil to think about breakfast. Moreover, Su Qingran had been the one cooking for the household all this time. Yet, with Xiao Dongwei having said this, she could only nod in agreement. All right, you both go rest. I'll prepare breakfast and call you when it's ready. Dongwei, I'm counting on you for the job matter. Su Qingran couldn't help but smile at the sight of her excitement, reminiscent of her previous life. Shen Yunfang had similarly tried to manipulate her into switching jobs, yet it had ultimately failed. As the factory manager was not easily swayed, not just anyone could fill that position. If there were indeed connections at play, they stemmed not from Xiao Dongwei, but rather from the goodwill owed to her father, who had previously assisted the machinery factory in resolving significant technical issues. That kind of favor far outweighed the influence of a mere technician. Now, she needed to dangle a glimmer of hope and sweetness before Shen Yunfang. Otherwise, how could she expect to be led around so easily? In the past half-month at the Xiao household, Su Qingren had spent all her savings in an effort to appease them. Hoping for smoother days ahead, a mere 100 yuan was hardly sufficient. Su Qingren returned to her room to change her attire, meticulously tucking away 100 yuan. By the time she was ready to step out, Shen Yunfang had already prepared breakfast. Glancing at the translucent porridge and the steamed buns with pickled vegetables, Su Qingren promptly pocketed all 3 eggs from the plate. Shen Yunfang's eyelids twitched at the sight. Xiao Jun had been burning with fever the previous night, and these eggs, Su Qingren interjected. Comrade Shen, one cannot consume eggs while having a fever. You are failing as a mother, grinding her teeth. Shen Yunfang replied. Dongwei was busy all night yesterday. Just then, Xiao Dongwei rolled up his sleeves and emerged from the room, stating, Qingren has sustained an injury. I shall reserve my eggs for her. With that, he turned to Su Qingran. After breakfast, I will escort you to the hospital. Su Qingran flatly declined. No need. I can go by myself. By the way, I should personally speak to the factory director. If you go, I fear others may gossip. Xiao Dongwei's face brightened with relief. As husband and wife are one, she had finally grasped this principle. Very well, there's no rush. First, attend to your injury today, and visit the factory tomorrow. Otherwise, it would be inappropriate for others to see your wound. Shen Yunfang was anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof, but upon hearing Xiao Dongwei's words, she had no choice but to remain patient. Once outside, Su Qingran headed straight for her sister-in-law's family home to find her nephew, Su Nanxing. In her past life, Nanxing had been entrusted to her sister-in-law's family, and everyone believed it to be the best arrangement. After all, Nanxing's maternal grandparents and uncles had treated him well, and the family's circumstances could accommodate an additional child. Perhaps it was this very reason that the elder sister could leave the world with peace of mind. Later, overwhelmed by the numerous troubles of the Xiao family, her concern for Nanxing merely skimmed the surface. By the time she realized he was getting closer to the wrong crowd, it was too late to salvage the situation. Each encounter ended in discord, and she never anticipated that he would ultimately lose his life to protect himself. Thinking of this, Su Qingran quickened her pace. Chapter 5. Selling work? Have you bumped your head? Following her memories, Su Qingran arrived at the alley where her sister-in-law's family resided. Lifting her gaze, she spotted Su Nanxing squatting at the alley's entrance. He wore a jacket that was half a sleeve too short. His pants patched at the knees, looking dingy and wrinkled. Slumped over with his head down, he occasionally glanced up at the throng of people in the street. Su Qingran's heart tightened at the sight. And she hurried over. Nanxing. Hearing his name, Su Nanxing looked up and sprang to his feet, excitement illuminating his face. Auntie. Once standing, his clothes seemed even more inadequate, yet his expression radiated joy. Su Qingran recalled the scene from the morgue in her past life. Tears streaming down her cheeks. Nanxing, why are you waiting here at the alley? Today is the start of school. Don't you have to report? Su Nanxing pressed his lips together and murmured after a long pause. Grandma said school is useless, that our Su family is made up of scholars. Yet, Auntie, are you hurt? Who bullied you? Only then did Su Qingran remember the bandage on her head. She quickly removed it, assuring him, I'm fine, just a little scrape from yesterday that is already healed. Have you eaten? Su Nanxing looked down, fiddling with the hem of his clothes, silent, but his stomach betrayed him with a loud growl. Su Qingran took his hand and led him to the nearby state-run restaurant. Come on, Auntie will treat you to a meal. The state-run restaurant buzzed with activity in the morning. Su Qingran scanned the room and pointed to an empty spot. Instructing Su Nanxing, you go ahead and secure the seats. I will queue to buy breakfast. Having not visited this place in a while, Su Qingran felt somewhat out of practice as she stood in line to pay for her meal. By the time it was her turn, the most sought-after meat buns had already been snatched away, leaving only fried dough sticks and soybean milk. The soybean milk cost 3 cents a bowl, while the fried dough sticks were 4 cents each. Affordable indeed. However, each fried dough stick required half a ration ticket, and she had very few tickets left. With a sigh, she said, Comrade, I would like 2 bowls of sweet soybean milk and 4 fried dough sticks. After paying, she had to queue again for the soybean milk and fried dough sticks. After finally squeezing her way out of the line, Su Qingran hurried over to Su Nanxing. You must be starving. Eat while it's hot. As she spoke, she pulled out the 3 eggs she had brought from home and began to peel them. Su Nanxing, as if he hadn't eaten for days, devoured his meal ravenously. Su Qingran handed him a peeled egg. Eat slowly. Here, have an egg first. Su Nanxing froze momentarily, took the egg, and bit into it, tears flowing down his cheeks in an instant. Su Qingran was taken aback. What's the matter? Through his sobs, Su Nanxing managed to say, Grandma said eggs are for uncle and brother. This is the first time I've eaten an egg since leaving home. Su Qingran's throat tightened. Didn't your mother give Grandma money and tickets? Su Nanxing shook his head. Grandma took the money and tickets. She even took my clothes, saying I was too mischievous and only allowed me to wear brother's old clothes. Auntie, I don't want to go back to Grandma's house. Please take me away. Will you? Su Qingran took out her handkerchief to wipe his tears away. Nanxing, Auntie plans to go to the countryside. Would you like to come with me? However, the conditions there are tough. Su Nanxing immediately replied, I'm not afraid. As long as Auntie takes me, I'm willing to endure any hardship. Su Qingran nodded with satisfaction. All right then, Auntie has some matters to attend to in the next few days. Once I've sorted them out, I will come to take you away. For now, don't mention this to your grandma. As she spoke, Su Qingran began rummaging through her pockets, handing him the remaining 2 ration tickets. Take this for now. If you get hungry, buy something to eat. Su Nanxing refused. If I take it back, Grandma will just confiscate it. Don't worry, Auntie. We still have 2 meals a day at home. Reluctantly, Su Qingran put the tickets back. Nanxing, endure a few more days. I'll come to find you as soon as I can. After seeing off Nanxing, Su Qingran swiftly set about arranging her plan to go to the countryside. However, her destination was not the youth cadre office, but the home of her high school classmate, Gu Xiaowei. Previously, she had a fairly good relationship with Gu Xiaowei, but a rift had formed between them during the contest for the mechanical factory job. Gu Xiaowei's academic performance was slightly better, while Su Qingran had the edge in language skills. Overall, They were quite comparable. Perhaps due to her father's connections, she had ultimately secured the position. While Gu Xiaoyi's disappointment was understandable, Su Qingran recalled that in her previous life, after Gu Xiaoyi failed to secure a job, she was quickly mobilized by the youth cadre office to go to the countryside, not far from where Su Qingran's parents and siblings had been sent. Lost in thought, Su Qingran found herself standing before Gu's residence. After a separation of 16 years, seeing her old friend again filled Su Qingran with excitement. "Shall we?" Gu Xiaoyi replied coolly. "What brings you here?" Su Qingran forced a smile, feeling somewhat awkward. "Shall we? I heard you were going to the countryside." Upon hearing this, Gu Xiaoyi flared up like a firecracker. "Su Qingran, I know you got into the mechanical factory, but there is no need to come here to gloat. I'm going to the countryside, and it's an honor. What do you care?" Just as the door was about to close, Su Qingran hastily stuck her hand out to stop it. "Is your destination in Shengli Commune, Xianyang Mountain Brigade?" Gu Xiaoyi glared at her. "What's with your curiosity about my affairs?" Confirming the location was correct, Su Qingran let out a sigh of relief and quickly spoke before she could explode again. "I want to swap with you. Are you willing? Get out." "What? You want to swap with me?" Seeing the injury on her head, Gu Xiaoyi assumed she had lost her mind. "You want to leave behind such a good job at the mechanical factory to go to the countryside?" "Exactly. Just let me in." Gu Xiaoyi paused in surprise, then hurriedly opened the door to let her in and guided her inside. Once seated, Gu Xiaoyi eagerly interrogated her. "Is it that man who doesn't he want to marry you?" "I told you before, don't pin your hopes on a man. If a man can be relied upon, a sow can climb a tree. Moreover, he has that mother and child, and there won't be any good days for you in the future." Su Qingran nodded. "You see clearly. I hope it's not too late for me to have regrets now." Gu Xiaoyi was momentarily thrown off balance by her words. "Ahem. How much?" "What? For the job at the mechanical factory. How much are you selling it for? Don't tell me you expect to do this for free." Su Qingran thought for a moment. "For 100. And please help me get some tickets. I have none left." Gu Xiaoyi gaped in disbelief. Not long ago, someone in the alley paid 600 for a job in the mechanical factory's workshop that an office clerk position would cost even more. "Have you lost your mind?" "Don't get worked up. I have conditions that I plan to take my nephew to the countryside with me, but he is still quite young. Could you have your family help me find a way to facilitate this?" Chapter 6. Listing out the expenses. Ningxing is located at the intersection of the northern and southern regions of Huaghua, leaning slightly towards the north. Most of the youth sent to the countryside from the city are dispatched to the northeastern areas. Gu Xiaoyi was able to remain in Ningxing primarily because her family was concerned and had sought connections. Though the Xianyang Mountain Brigade is situated in a valley, it is relatively close to home, making it easier to look after. Upon learning that Su Qingran had conditions, Gu Xiaoyi let out a sigh of relief. "That's manageable. I remember your brother married quite young. How old is our nephew this year?" "I must inform you that I will have my father intervene to cultivate some connections, and we can conveniently inflate our nephew's age by a few years if we cannot reach 16. Surely stating he is 13 or 14 will suffice, will it not?" Gu Xiaoyi, with her forthright temperament, spoke with an exuberance that resembled the explosive chatter of firecrackers. Su Qingran seized a fleeting opportunity to interject. "He is 6. What? My nephew is 6 years old this year." Gu Xiaoyi chuckled awkwardly, finally comprehending why Su Qingran was only willing to accept 400 yuan. "Only 6? That complicates things a bit. But do not fret. I will go to the factory right now and consult my father for a solution." To be candid, the captain of the Xianyang Mountain Brigade is my distant cousin. I have heard that his daughter has been admitted to a high school in the city. She might very well be in town today. Su Qingran nodded. "All right. I will come to see you tomorrow." As she turned to leave, Gu Xiaoyi quickly grasped her arm. By the way, why not simply register him as your younger brother? Taking a younger brother to the countryside makes more sense than bringing a nephew. You know how the rural women love to gossip. Su Qingran paused for a moment before shaking her head. "Forget it. Telling one lie requires countless others to maintain it. Just tell them that only my nephew and I remain at home. So I must take him with me to the countryside." After all, she had never expected to keep the family situation under wraps indefinitely. She would let it last as long as possible. "All right, leave it to me." With that, the two women parted ways. Upon exiting the Gu residence, Su Qingran hurriedly made her way to the hospital. Shen Yufang was quite shrewd. She had taken 100 yuan from her today, claiming it was for hospital expenses. If Su Qingran returned without any medication, who knows what trouble might arise. Most importantly, she was about to head to the countryside. Medical care in the mountain valleys and forestry areas was inconvenient, and she needed to procure more medicines for her family. At the hospital, Su Qingran put on a performance, flattering the doctor into prescribing her a significant quantity of special anti-inflammatory and pain relief medications that were unavailable at local pharmacies. As for common cold medicines, she stocked up on those as well. When she returned home, she found that Xiao Donghua and Xin Yufang had not yet finished work, leaving only Xiao Jun alone in the house. Upon seeing Su Qingran return, he scurried away like a mouse escaping from a cat. Su Qingran paid him no mind, heading directly into her room to begin organizing her belongings. When she had moved in, she brought nearly 1,000 yuan and a considerable amount of tickets as her dowry, along with a large suitcase, 2 comforters, seasonal clothing, and various daily necessities like soap and toilet paper. Initially, she had thought that since she was about to get married, Xiao Donghua, being a man, would not know how to furnish the home, so she took the initiative to procure these items to ensure a smoother life together. With the combined salaries of her and Xiao Donghua, they would not have to worry about finances. Consequently, that 1,000 yuan had quickly been spent entirely. Among her purchases were a new bed, wardrobe, and furniture, as well as 2 wooden boxes, 2 thermoses, 2 enamel basins, enamel tea mugs, blankets, towels, and gifts for Xiao Donghua, including a watch, a fountain pen, and a bicycle. Additionally, she had stocked up on rice, flour, cooking oil, malted milk, canned meat, and wedding sweets for the household. Now, much of her belongings had been appropriated by that mother and son duo, particularly food, which they treated as their own. Furthermore, even the wedding dress she had purchased had been borrowed by Shen Yunfang under the pretense of familiarity, and it had yet to be returned. Su Qingran silently scolded herself for being so meek as she meticulously organized her items. Fortunately, she had the habit of keeping accounts, so now she merely needed to categorize her belongings for a list. The valuable furniture and gifts for Xiao Donghua were non-negotiable. She intended to reclaim them before leaving. The gifts she had given him felt irksome, and she planned to sell them for cash. Anything transportable, such as the thermoses and basins, must be taken with her, as purchasing them in the countryside would be challenging. As for the clothes borrowed by Xin Yufang, she had no intention of wearing them again. They could be written off as a loss, and those items consumed by that mischievous child must be reclaimed as well. While Su Qingran was busy compiling her list, the sounds of Xiao Donghua and Xin Yunfang returning home resonated from outside. Upon hearing their arrival, Xiao Jun, who had been hiding in the house, dashed out in tears. "Mom, you are finally back. I'm starving." Xin Yunfang glanced towards the kitchen and reproached Xiao Donghua. "Qingran left early this morning and has yet to return. What if something happened?" Xiao Jun pouted in displeasure. "That bad woman came back ages ago. She has just been lying around the house, not even cooking." Su Qingran smirked as she finished the last line of her account and stepped out with the ledger and the medication obtained from the hospital. Calling someone a bad woman, that child must be asking for a beating. How can you adults indulge him like this? Xin Yunfang paused, quickly offering an apology. "Qingran, you're back. I'm sorry." Xiao Jun is likely just hungry and speaking without thinking. Xiao Donghua felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, and his expression darkened. "Xiao Jun, if I hear you call her a bad woman again, do not blame uncle for giving you a thrashing. Yunfang, you really need to manage him better." Shen Yunfang's face paled, and she forced a smile. "Donghua, Xiao Jun is still unwell, which is why don't worry, I will discipline him properly from now on." She then turned to Su Qingran with a hopeful expression. "Qingran, what are we having for dinner tonight? Donghua has been at work all day and must be starving." Su Qingran smiled faintly, raising the large bag of medication in her hand. "I just returned from the hospital this afternoon. The doctor said I suffered a significant blow to the forehead and sustained a mild concussion, that I must rest and avoid exertion for a few days. So you will be in charge of cooking." Xin Yufang's smile faltered abruptly, her unwillingness evident as she glanced at Xiao Donghua. "Donghua, I have to work during the day." Xiao Donghua pursed his lips, lifting his gaze to Su Qingran. Noticing the bandage on her smooth, pale forehead, he realized that despite looking better than in the morning, the injury was still quite serious. Feeling a wave of compassion, he said, "Yunfang, it will be tough for you for a few days. I will bring back lunch from the cafeteria. You only need to prepare breakfast and dinner." Shen Yunfang. Chapter 7. No money to repay? Then borrow. Shen Yunfang suppressed her dissatisfaction and rushed out of the kitchen as soon as she entered. "Qingran, didn't you buy any vegetables on your way back today?" Typically, Su Qingran was the one who procured the groceries. So without any purchases, What would Shin Yunfang cook? Su Qingran was about to account for her expenses when she heard Shin Yunfang audaciously mention the lack of groceries. Without hesitation, she opened her ledger. When I arrived half a month ago, I brought 1,000 yuan, and now there is not a single cent left. This morning, the 100 yuan you gave me for medical expenses has been nearly spent after running tests at the hospital. And I will need to continue visiting for treatment. How could I possibly have money left for groceries? Upon hearing that Su Qingran had nearly depleted the 100 yuan, Shin Yufang immediately became agitated. Initially, she had intended for that 100 yuan to serve as the food budget for her and her son, gradually recouping it from Su Qingran. Now that it was all gone, how could that be acceptable? Qingran, it was just a visit to the doctor. How could you possibly spend 100 yuan? Furthermore, it had only been half a month. How could she have spent 1,000 yuan? Before Shin Yufang could finish, Su Qingran handed her the ledger. It clearly detailed each expense. You can see for yourself. Shin Yunfang glanced at the ashen-faced Xiao Donghua and immediately forced a smile. That I've never even completed middle school. How could I understand such complicated accounts? You and Donghua are about to get married, and we will all be one family. There is no need to be so meticulous about these things. Su Qingran had anticipated that Shin Yunfang would try to evade responsibility, but she did not expect to recover everything in one go. Thus, she decided to start with the simplest calculations. Comrade Shun, I noticed you two were busy at work, so I didn't find the opportunity to settle accounts with you. Since we're discussing it today, let us first calculate the expenses for rice, flour, and vegetables for the past half month and split it evenly. The total is 32 yuan, so that makes 8 yuan each for the four of us. Shin Yunfang was left dumbfounded. She had thought Su Qingran was willingly spending money to support their meals. Why was she now insisting on settling accounts? Moreover, as a frontline worker in a workshop, she earned only 23 yuan and 50 cents a month. How could she afford to pay 16 yuan in just half a month? Would she have to starve for the rest of the month? Xiao Donghua was equally astonished. As a senior technician at the machinery factory, he earned 48 yuan a month, which was already considered a high salary. Given her spending habits, how could his salary even support a family? How would they manage after marriage? Qingran, are you mistaken? It's only been half a month. How could you possibly spend that much? Su Qingran scoffed. When I arrived, the kitchen was lacking essentials. Did I not need to purchase them? Did you not see me painstakingly queuing to obtain meat? Did that not end up in your stomach? Xiao Donghua pressed his lips together. I just wanted to remind you that we shouldn't be so extravagant in our future lives, Xiao Donghua. Why didn't you say that when we were eating meat? It seemed like you enjoyed it just as much. Xiao Donghua's expression darkened. That I will pay you back. With that, he turned to retrieve money from his room. Shin Yunfang had initially intended to evade payment, but she was taken aback by how readily Xiao Donghua agreed to give money. Qingran, I didn't eat that much. Besides, Xiao Jun is just a child. How much can he eat? Su Qingran let out a cold scoff and laughed. Shin Yunfang, what is your face made of? How can it be so thick? Are you not aware of how much you consume? With your son looking like a starving ghost, how can you still claim to eat less? Shin Yunfang trembled with anger, biting her lip as she cast a tearful glance at Xiao Donghua, hoping he would speak on her behalf. However, Xiao Donghua was preoccupied, pondering why Su Qingran had suddenly staged such a scene. Did she truly run out of money? Or was she upset because he had not provided her with any household expenses? Or perhaps she was jealous because he had spent the night in the hospital with Xiao Jun? After all, she was not the type to be overly concerned about money. With this thought, Xiao Donghua gradually felt reassured. Here, I've also covered Yunfang and Xiao Jun's share. He had expected Su Qingran to be driven to tears. Yet to his surprise, she received the money with a beaming expression, calmly counting, 24. Just right. Xiao Donghua pursed his lips, his expression darkening. He had spent money on other women, yet she, as his fiancée, showed no restraint. Su Qingran pocketed the 24 yuan, then turned her attention to Shun Yunfang. Comrade Shun, you borrowed several dresses from me before. It's time you return them. I have nothing to wear myself, and besides, I need to meet the factory director tomorrow. I can't go looking too casual. Shin Yunfang opened her mouth to retort, but upon hearing that Su Qingran intended to meet the factory director, she immediately fell silent. It was just a few dresses, after all. Once she secured an office position, she could save up to buy new ones. Fine, I'll return them. Shin Yunfang straightened her back and quickly went to retrieve the 3 borrowed dresses, one with puff sleeves, another floral, and the last a red checkered pattern. All 3 were exquisitely beautiful, but they were too tight at the waist for her, and she had hoped to find an opportunity to alter them before wearing them again. Qingran, I've returned the dresses. Make sure to speak well when you meet the director tomorrow. Su Qingran pretended to sniff the dresses and exclaimed, "Oh, Comrade Shun, do you have body odor? These clothes have a peculiar smell." Shin Yunfang's expression froze. "How is that possible? I've never worn them." Su Qingran wrinkled her nose in distaste. "Perhaps I was mistaken. It's not body odor, but rather the excessive oil in your hair. And no offense, but in this sweltering summer. If you can't even give Xiaojun a bath, at least tidy yourself up a bit. Boiling water costs a few coins." Shin Yunfang was on the verge of tears. "Donghua." Xiao Donghua glanced at Shin Yunfang's greasy hair and silently stepped back a couple of paces. "Ahem, Yunfang. Qingran is simply fastidious. She is not intentionally targeting you. Since you like the dresses, why not just buy them?" Su Qingran nodded vigorously. Finally, the man had acted like a decent human being. It was inconvenient to work in a dress. And even if Shin Yunfang had never worn them, she had no intention of keeping them. I once he asked for much. All 3 dresses were bought from the department store, never worn. You can inquire about the price. I'll give you a discount and make it 30 yuan total. Shin Yunfang shouted in disbelief. 30? Why don't you go rob a bank? Su Qingran retorted coldly. What else would you have me do? When you wanted to take advantage, how did you know to pick the expensive ones? I didn't mean to take advantage. I just wanted to borrow them for a couple of days. Donghua, you know I've always envied the city girls for their beautiful dresses, so that's why. Seeing her look so pitifully at Xiao Donghua, Su Qingran smiled faintly. Xiao Donghua, Comrade Shun is your childhood friend, and her husband is your benefactor. Given how pitiful she looks, why don't you just pay the 30 yuan for her? As soon as she finished speaking, Xiao Donghua looked at her in disbelief. Chapter 8. Could she truly tolerate him spending money on other women? Just moments ago, he had covered Shin Yunfang and her son's living expenses to provoke Su Qingran, intending to gauge her reaction. Who would have thought that not only was she unperturbed, but she also outright suggested that he buy the 3 dresses for Shin Yunfang. Once they were married, wouldn't that money also belong to her? Could she genuinely accept him spending money on other women? Seeing Xiao Donghua's sullen expression and his silence, Shin Yunfang felt a pang of anxiety. "Donghua, I don't want your money just that my salary hasn't been paid yet. And I'm a bit tight on cash. Can you help me out just this once?" Xiao Donghua shot a dubious glance at Shin Yunfang. Since she and her son had moved in, he had already spent quite a bit on them, including their hospital visits. Could she really not spare 30 yuan, or was she deliberately refusing to pay? He didn't mind the 30 yuan. It was about the money, but being forced to do so left an unpleasant taste in his mouth. "Yunfang, I've been a bit tight on cash myself lately. Why don't you check how much you have? And if it's not enough, I'll cover the rest." Shin Yunfang felt as if someone had seized her throat, unable to believe that the man who had always fulfilled her requests would say such a thing over 30 yuan. Fine, I'll give it to you." With a face like thunder, she returned to her room and soon emerged with a biscuit tin. "Here's all my money." Su Qingran ignored her and snatched the tin to count. 1, 2. How come it's exactly 15 yuan? You wouldn't be hiding some money away so that Donghua would have to make up the difference, would you? "I'm not," Shen Yunfang protested. "I really have no money left." "Enough? Su Qingran. I'll cover the rest for her. We're all family now. Do you need to be so calculating?" He had initially planned to hand over half of his salary to her after they got married. Now it seemed he would have to reconsider. Su Qingran completely disregarded him, happily pocketing the 30 yuan. After receiving the money, she suddenly remembered something. "Oh, you two need to hand over your grain and oil coupons to me." "What do you need the coupons for? Is that a question? How else am I supposed to buy these things? Do you plan to starve? And you, Comrade Shun, do you still want this job? If not, just pretend I never said anything. Of course I want it. I've already given you 100 yuan for this job. You're talking nonsense. The 100 yuan was for my medical and nutritional expenses. Do you think 100 yuan can buy a job in the office? You must be dreaming." Su Qingran's voice grew louder, and soon a crowd gathered outside to watch the commotion. Xiao Donghua hurriedly pulled Shin Yunfang aside. "Enough? Qingran is right. That 100 yuan is for her medical and nutritional expenses. The job is a voluntary exchange, not a transaction. Go get the coupons now." Shin Yunfang was worried about angering Su Qingran and jeopardizing her job. Besides, ever since the accident yesterday, Su Qingran had become quite unpredictable, so it was best to secure the job first. Once she switched jobs, money and coupons would no longer be a concern. With that thought, Shin Yunfang turned and went back to find the grain and oil coupons. To her surprise, Su Qingran followed her inside and snatched all the coupons she had been saving. We're family now. There's no point in hiding things. Once outside, Xiao Donghua also brought over his coupons, and Su Qingran accepted them all. Before leaving, she couldn't resist adding, I thought your childhood friend was on your side. But I didn't expect her to be hiding things from you. Oh well, given that she is a single mother, it's only natural to keep a little something for herself. With that, she happily pocketed a bag of cash and coupons and returned indoors. Just before closing the door, she called out to the pale-faced Shen Yunfang, I'm going to lie down for a bit. Call me when the meal is ready. The eggs you boiled this morning were overcooked, so pay attention. Shen Yunfang. Donghua. Look at her. Xiao Donghua felt a pang of discomfort at the thought of Shen Yunfang deliberately manipulating him into covering her expenses. Just do as she says. Go cook. With that, he headed straight back to his room to rest. Su Qingran peeked outside, satisfied as she pulled the curtains shut, delighted to have reclaimed 54 yuan and a substantial amount of coupons. Not too shabby, all things considered. If she pushed them harder, they might start to play tricks. Thankfully, both would receive their salaries in a few days, and she could take another round then. After securing the money and coupons, Su Qingran gathered all the blankets, towels, teacups, soaps, and other items that had yet to be borrowed by the two and locked them away in a wooden box. On the third day after her rebirth, the moment she opened her eyes, Su Qingran was eager to seek out the factory director to discuss transferring her job. After washing up and tidying her hair into braids, she replaced the bandage on her forehead, changed into a crisp outfit of black trousers and a white shirt, and prepared herself quite neatly. Upon stepping outside, she found Shen Yunfang looking at her expectantly. Qingran, why not have breakfast before going to the factory? Su Qingran promptly packed all the eggs from the plate into her bag. No, I plan to go directly to the director's house to speak with him. This way, I won't be overheard discussing it in the office. By the way, what happened to the malted milk and canned meat I bought last time? Bring them out for me. Shen Yunfang was taken aback. Indeed, she had taken quite a few cans of malted milk and meat to her room under the pretense of satisfying Xiao Jun's cravings. However, she hadn't mentioned it yesterday. She had assumed Su Qingran no longer wanted them. Why was she suddenly recalling them today? Qingran, I'm so sorry, but Xiao Jun devoured everything. How about you buy some more to take with you? Su Qingran extended her hand. All right, give me the money, and I'll go buy it. Shen Yunfang forced a smile, reaching out to pull Xiao Jun closer as if to strike him. I'll teach you not to be greedy. How can you casually consume your auntie's belongings? You good for nothing. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Qingran handed over a tree branch, stating, use this to discipline him. At such a tender age, daring to indulge in selfishness. What will become of him when he grows up? If you cannot bring yourself to do it, allow me to assist. As the impending punishment loomed, Xiao Jun felt a sharp sting on his backside and immediately let out a loud wail. This cry summoned Xiao Donghua from his slumber. It was early morning, and he wondered what the commotion was about. Having been enraged the previous night, he had only just managed to fall asleep. And now, rubbing the sleep from his eyes, his gaze fell upon Su Qingran, causing his heart to skip a beat. Although she was dressed simply today, the white shirt accentuated her luminous skin, making her appear exceptionally fresh and refined. Seeing her stirred his emotions, and he remarked, Qingran, once breakfast is finished, I shall accompany you to visit the factory director. Chapter 9. Complaining about the cost? Did you not mind when consuming? Su Qingran cast a dispassionate glance in his direction. No need. The canned meats, milk powder, and wedding treats I previously purchased have all vanished. Your dear childhood companion Shen has informed me that Xiao Jun devoured them all. Either you reimburse her, or I cannot possibly approach others empty-handed to ask for favors. Xiao Donghua had already been harboring grievances about Shen Yunfang's underhanded request for funds the previous day. Now, upon learning that the wedding provisions had also been consumed, his discontent grew. Yunfang, did you not promise to keep these safe for us? How could Xiao Jun finish them all? Shen Yunfang had expected that a mere dismissive comment would suffice to placate Su Qingran, but she was mistaken and the situation escalated. Tea was merely a snack. What child at this age does not crave treats? If only Xiao Jun's father were still around, he would not be eating another's food. Shen Yunfang intended to remind Xiao Donghua of Xiao Jun's father, but instead, it backfired, further irritating him. Not a mere snack. Do you have any idea how much that milk powder and those canned meats cost? Furious, Shen Yunfang trembled as she snatched the branch from Su Qingran's hand. Poised to strike Xiao Jun, sensing the danger, Xiao Jun was unwilling to bear the blame for his mother any longer and shouted, I did not eat that much. Mom only gave me the cookies and milk candies. I did not touch the milk powder or canned meats. With that, he dashed into the house. Moments later, he emerged panting, clutching a net bag containing 2 cans of milk powder and several boxes of canned meat. "You wicked woman! You have wronged me. Apologize at once." As soon as he finished speaking, Shin Yunfang slapped him across the face. "You mischievous child! Where did you hide the food? I searched everywhere, thinking you had devoured it all." "It wasn't me." Slap. Another strike landed on Xiao Jun's other cheek, leaving both sides swollen. Witnessing the child's puffy face, Xiao Dongwa's anger dissipated somewhat. "Qingran, the child is simply being thoughtless. You." Su Qingran ignored him and walked into the house, locking away the remaining items in a wooden box, only taking out 2 cans of milk powder and 2 boxes of canned meat. "Shin Yunfang, the milk candies cost 3 yuan. The cookies, 4. Moreover, the gifts you received are your responsibility. The milk powder costs 8 yuan per can. The 2 boxes of canned meat total 2 yuan and 40 cents. In total, that amounts to 25 yuan and 40 cents. I understand you are reluctant to part with your savings, so you may repay me once you receive your salary. Just remember to gather the money for me. Otherwise, I will take it in cash." Shin Yunfang gasped, collapsing into a chair. "How can it be so expensive? My monthly salary is not even enough to cover this." Su Qingran coldly retorted, "You did not mind the cost when indulging. Only now do you find it excessive. If you cannot part with your money, then refrain from coveting others' possessions. Had Xiao Jun been my child, I would have long ago punished him severely." Xiao Jun, crying, tightly covered his mouth, terrified that Su Qingran might truly follow through with her threats. Xiao Dongwa frowned, initially intending to intervene, but recognizing the validity of Su Qingran's words, he merely stood to the side in silence. Su Qingran still had more to say. "Moreover, do not blame the child for everything. Without the adult's indulgence, children would not dare to act out. A whole bag of candies. Are you not concerned about their teeth rotting away?" Upon hearing this, Xiao Jun could no longer hold his mouth shut and rushed into the house to check himself in the mirror. Xiao Dongwa pursed his lips, feeling a twinge of anger. "Qingran, I will buy more wedding candies. Do calm down." Su Qingran extended her hand towards him, demanding, "Hand over the car keys. I intend to ride." Xiao Dongwa was taken aback. The vehicle she purchased was typically ridden by him, and now, with the keys returned, she would likely not relinquish them again. Though their argument had left his throat parched, he felt a sense of exhilaration. Rising early that day, Su Qingran arrived at the factory director's home just as the family finished breakfast. She presented the items she brought, stating her purpose directly. "Uncle Ma, I wish to relinquish my position at the machinery factory and take my nephew to the countryside to find my parents." Upon hearing this, factory director Ma was instantly enraged. "Oh, you even comprehend what you are saying? Is someone pressuring you to change jobs? Rest assured, I will not permit anyone to take your position." Su Qingran had no doubt about this. After all, in her past life, factory director Ma had resolutely refused and had always protected her. Seeing the director's furious expression brought tears to her eyes. "Uncle Ma, before my father passed, he asked for my opinion, inquiring whether I would prefer to go to the countryside or married at IT that time. Fearing the hardships of rural life, I opted for marriage, believing Xiao Dongwa to be hardworking and loyal. Little did I know the situation in his family would be like this. Oh, you think Xiao Dongwa can coerce me into surrendering my job to Shin Yunfang? What else could he demand in the future? Having only moved in a fortnight ago, I now realize I made the wrong choice and truly wish to avoid further mistakes." Seeing her in such distress, Uncle Ma and his wife felt pained as well. "Xiao Dongwa is utterly despicable. I will confront him." "Uncle Ma, please do not go. A forced fruit is never sweet. Even if you compel him to abandon the idea of me relinquishing my job, there will always be other matters. I have come to a resolution. I truly do not want to marry him." Aunt Ma sighed deeply. "To be honest, I do not support your marriage either, setting aside that mother and son duo. Even Xiao Dongwa's mother is not easy to handle. You are likely to endure much suffering in the future." Uncle Ma also sighed. "In that case, let us not proceed with the marriage. You may come and stay with us. From now on, your aunt and I will be your support. Now that you have secured a formal job, there is no need to go to the countryside. Indeed, your aunt will gradually help you find a suitable match. There are plenty of capable young men in our factory." Overcome by their heartfelt concern, Su Qingran's tears flowed freely. "Uncle, Aunt, my desire to go to the countryside is solely to be closer to my parents, brother, and sister-in-law so I can care for them. But I have heard the conditions at the lumber mill are dire, and I fear they may not endure." She spoke, She revealed her plan to exchange places with Gu Xiaowei. I have resolved that as long as our family can live together safely, there will surely come a day when we can rise above our challenges. Furthermore, I have not yet entered the factory, and there are already numerous rumors circulating. Remaining here will not bring me peace. It is better to change my environment by going to the countryside. Seeing that she had made up her mind, Factory Director Ma knew he could not dissuade her and nodded in agreement. Very well. You may go and take a look. If you have regrets, simply tell me, and I will find a way to bring you back to the city. As for that comrade Gu you mentioned, I recall her. I have no objections to you transferring your position to her. Just ensure you have come to an agreement. Moreover, if the youth point holds back your nephew due to age restrictions, come to me, and I will think of a solution. Having concluded, Factory Director Ma personally drafted a document. Present this to Comrade Gu, and she can report directly to the factory office. Chapter 10. Securing the job and registering for the countryside. Su Qingran took the document and glanced at it, expressing her gratitude. Uncle Ma, there is one more favor I must ask of you. My departure to the countryside will not be immediate. I would like my classmates to begin working only after I have left. To prevent any disturbances, Factory Director Ma readily agreed. Rest assured, I am about to make a business trip to Hu City and will be away for a few days. That if they press you, simply tell them to wait for my return. Excellent. After discussing work matters, Su Qingran turned to Uncle Ma. Warning, I have noticed your health has not been well lately. If you have time, please visit the hospital for a checkup. You must take care of yourself. In her previous life, Factory Director Ma had collapsed from overwork. Though he was promptly hospitalized and saved, he was left with many after effects and ultimately had to leave the position he had worked so hard to attain. Upon hearing this, Aunt Ma grew anxious. Qingran is right. You must have a thorough examination at the hospital. You know I will. After I return from Hu City, I shall go. Is that acceptable? Before departing, Uncle Ma and his wife insisted on giving her an envelope. Your father helped me immensely in the past. I had planned to repay him gradually once you joined the factory. But since you have decided to go to the countryside to care for them, please take this to buy more supplies. Consider it our heartfelt gesture. If you refuse this, I will not permit your departure to the countryside. And from now on, do not speak of knowing us. You must take these items with you. As she left the Ma household, Su Qingran opened the envelope to find it contained 10 large bills, along with some food and fabric coupons. During these times, everyone was struggling, and even the factory director's family could not afford much. Su Qingran, filled with gratitude, carefully stowed away the banknotes and mounted her bicycle to seek out Su Nanxing when they parted yesterday. She had no idea when she would be free today and had not arranged a specific time with Nanxing. To her surprise, upon arriving at the location, she found Su Nanxing still crouched in the same spot as yesterday, eagerly gazing down the street. The sight of his forlorn demeanor inexplicably tugged at Su Qingran's heart, filling her with a sense of bittersweet sorrow and guilt. In the past, when they were at home, Nanxing was the family's little treasure, clever, mischievous, and full of laughter. Now, not only was laughter absent, but the vivacity he once had seemed to have vanished. Su Qingran gripped the bicycle brake, her feet firm on the ground, and waved frantically. Nanxing. Upon hearing her call, Su Nanxing lifted his gaze and sprinted towards her. Annie, where did you get the bicycle? I bought it. Hop on. I'll take you for breakfast. After a bustling morning, the two arrived at the state-run restaurant only to find that the buns were still sold out. However, after accomplishing so much and returning with a good deal of money and tickets, Su Qingran felt elated, finding joy in any food she encountered. Nanxing, I've already arranged everything at the factory. I'll be heading to handle the rural assignment soon, so don't worry. I'll find a way to take you along. Su Nanxing's eyes sparkled with excitement. Auntie, is the place we're going near where Grandpa and Grandma and my parents live? Su Qingran nodded, not denying it. It was indeed close. However, once we arrive there, we must act as if we do not know them for the time being, as it may take a while before I can take you to meet them. Although Su Nanxing did not fully comprehend, he understood the gravity of the situation. Auntie, I will listen to you. After their meal, Su Qingran escorted Su Nanxing back to the alleyway and hurriedly rode off towards the Gu family residence. At that moment, Gu Xiaowei was anxiously awaiting Su Qingran's arrival at home. Alongside her, Gu Xiaowei's parents also remained, knowing that such a significant matter as changing jobs could not be entrusted to two young girls. Upon hearing noises from outside, the three of them promptly stood up and walked out. Dad, Mom, I told you Qingran wouldn't deceive me. Look, she is here. Su Qingran dismounted gracefully, smiling and nodding at the couple. Uncle, Auntie, I went to see the factory director early this morning, which took some time. Hence my tardiness. Hearing that she had met with the factory director, both Gu father and Gu mother visibly tensed with apprehension. Would the mechanical factory agree? Su Qingran immediately nodded. It's all settled. Director Ma remembers Gu Xiaowei and knows she scored just one place below me in the exams. He agreed to let her take my position. The couple was momentarily stunned, then they excitedly ushered her inside. Quick, sit down. Annie will cut some fruit for you. Xiao Su, I've already arranged everything with the Xianjiangshan Brigade. You can take your nephew with you. Also, the youth placement office assured me that as long as the brigade agrees to accept you, they won't hold you back. However, there is one issue. Your nephew's grain allocation cannot be transferred for the time being, so he cannot claim the brigade's grain rations. Su Qingran had not expected to transfer her nephew's grain allocation anyway, and had prepared herself for the worst. If this route proved unfeasible, she would devise another plan. She could not leave Nanxing behind, and no worries. It's wonderful that the Xianjiangshan Brigade has agreed to accept the two of us that as she spoke. Su Qingran produced the note written by the factory director. Jiu father had worked at the mechanical factory for decades and recognized Director Ma's handwriting at a glance. This is fantastic. With Director Ma's note, Xiaowei's job is secure. Gu father, who had been restless all night, was still somewhat dazed at the sight of the note. Hardly believing it, Jiu Xiaowei gently cleared her throat, reminding him, Dad, the money. Gu father snapped back to reality and hurriedly pulled out an envelope from his pocket. Here, 700 yuan, along with some tickets. The Xianjiangshan Brigade is remote, making it difficult to buy supplies. So make sure to take enough with you before you leave. Su Qingran paused. Uncle, I agreed with Xiaowei on 400. Jiu Xiaowei snatched the envelope and stuffed it into her pocket. The extra 300 is for the youth placement fee. Just keep it. Su Qingran chuckled and shook her head. The youth placement office had already begun phasing out the placement fees over the past 2 years. Even if there were any, it was unlikely to be this substantial. As they spoke, Gu mother approached with a plate of sliced apples. Just accept it. Your job is valuable. Selling it to Xiaowei for 400 makes us uneasy. It should be as it is. Besides, Xiaowei has already informed me about your family's situation. There will be many more occasions when you'll need money. Gu father insisted. Exactly. You're young and may not understand the market, nor the difficulties of being broke. We can't take advantage of you. Jiu Xiaowei echoed. Qingran, you have no idea how happy my parents are about me getting this job, but thinking about you enduring hardship in that remote area in my place makes me uneasy. I don't want to feel guilty for a lifetime. Please accept it. Seeing the three of them insisting, Su Qingran relented. Thank you, Uncle, thank you. And I won't stand on ceremony then. Having accepted the money and the note, Su Qingran intended to head to the youth placement office immediately to process her rural assignment paperwork. The three of them had been so focused on work that they hadn't noticed Su Qingran arrived on a bicycle. As she stepped outside, they finally noticed the brand new bicycle parked in the yard. Qingran, is this bicycle yours? Chapter 11 Unexpectedly Acquiring the Spiritual Spring Space. Su Qingran replied affirmatively. I just bought it over 10 days ago. Gu Xiaowei, enviously touching and inspecting it, exclaimed, How wonderful. I've always wanted a bicycle, but I can't seem to get my hands on a ticket. Su Qingran had initially planned to deal with the bicycle in a few days, but seeing Gu Xiaowei's interest, casually offered, If you want it, I can transfer it to you. No ticket needed. Really? Are you selling your bike? Since I'll be going to the countryside, I want to be able to take it with me. The sooner I sell it, the less I'll have to worry about it, and it saves others from thinking about it. Upon hearing that she was selling the bicycle, Gu father and Gu mother excitedly gathered around. This bike is fantastic. It looks as good as new. This 28-inch Phoenix model must be worth at least 150 with a ticket, right? Our home is far from the mechanical factory. If Xiaowei had a bike, she could ride to work. Seeing their eagerness, Su Qingran spoke directly. The new bike is priced at that. Uncle, Auntie, I'm not sure about the second-hand price, so you can decide. Gu mother quickly turned and went into the house. Before long, she returned with a stack of money. A ticket for this bicycle would cost quite a bit in the black market, but we're a bit tight on cash right now. So I can give you 180. If you agree, we'll take it. Though Su Qingran had been friends with Gu Xiaowei for years, it was her first time dealing with her parents. To her delight, both were so straightforward. She readily agreed. All right, here's the key. Gu Xiaowei excitedly took the key, examined it in her hand, then handed it back. I can't ride yet. You'll have to ride and take me. With a hefty sum in her pocket, Su Qingran wobbled along, carrying Gu Xiaowei to the youth placement office, where they smoothly completed the rural assignment procedures. They confirmed the location and departure time. Finally feeling at ease, there's still a week to go. Xiaowei asked for the mechanical factory. Gu Xiaowei confidently replied, I know. I'll report after you head to the countryside. My dad said he has been a long-time employee at the mechanical factory. If that person surnamed Shun dares to cause trouble, they want to get away with it. Su Qingran nodded reassuringly. That's great. Director Ma has assured me too, even if they try to stir up trouble. It won't matter. Ji Xiaowei thought she was worried about the two causing a scene. Why fear them? There's still a week. If it gets too tight, just move in with me for a bit. Su Qingran smiled and shook her head. No, a week will pass quickly. And your home isn't spacious with your brother and sister-in-law around. I want to intrude. All right then, I don't have anything going on these days. Just call out if you need help. Okay. After bidding farewell to Gu Xiaowei, Su Qingran did not hurry back to the Xiao family, but instead waited outside until nightfall as darkness enveloped the sky. Families busied themselves preparing dinner. Amidst the clattering sounds, Su Qingran stealthily returned to the home where she had grown up. She wished to see if anything remained after the house had been ransacked. Most importantly, her father had buried the most crucial research materials in the yard before leaving the family home. However, the hurried burial resulted in those materials turning into a heap of mud many years later. Her father had been heartbroken for several days after returning to the city, regretting the loss. Now, since she had the chance, she was determined to find a way to salvage what she could. With a plastic sheet in hand, Su Qingran crept into the yard from a low spot, her gaze falling upon the utter disarray. Torn books, shredded clothes, and shattered glass and porcelain lay strewn about. A wave of sorrow washed over her. The home she had lived in for 20 years was gone. With no time to grieve, Su Qingran quickly made her way to a pomegranate tree in the corner of the yard, vigorously digging through the soil until she unearthed a wooden box. Upon opening it, she found it contained her father's cherished materials. Carefully laying out the plastic sheet, she meticulously wrapped the documents one by one. Just as she extracted the final document, her hand brushed against a stone at the bottom of the box. The moonlight was dim, making it difficult for Su Qingran to see, yet she felt that the stone was scorched black and riddled with numerous indentations. Unlike any ordinary stone, why would her father keep such a stone alongside such valuable documents? Before she could ponder further, the blood from the cut on her hand, which had oozed while digging, was inexplicably drawn into the stone until it was completely absorbed. Immediately thereafter, a wave of vertigo engulfed Su Qingran, and she found herself tumbling into a radiant expanse. At the entrance of this space stood a larger black stone, from which a gentle stream of water flowed. Venturing further in, she encountered an endless stretch of desolate land, were it not for the soil bearing an uncanny resemblance to that of the real world. She might have believed she had been transported to an alien planet. If this stone possesses the ability to heal wounds, then perhaps this spring water. Tentatively, Su Qingran scooped a handful of water to wash her forehead. Feeling a warm current surge through her as she touched the wound, to her astonishment, the scab that had just formed became remarkably smooth, almost imperceptible. Su Qingran exclaimed, out. In. Gather. After a series of experiments, Su Qingran discovered that this space not only contained the healing spring water, but could also store items. Overjoyed, she hurriedly stored her father's precious documents along with the wooden box into the space. After securing the documents, she began to scour the house. Family photographs, her high school textbooks. These seemingly worthless items were also collected by her. Before departing, Su Qingran gazed at the bountiful pomegranate tree in the yard, recalling the memories of her childhood when her parents had taken her and her brother to plant trees. This was the family's favorite tree. Every mid-autumn festival, the entire family would gather beneath its branches, feasting and admiring the moon that in her previous life. When her father returned to the city, it had become a dead tree. With this thought, Su Qingran resolved to take the pomegranate tree with her. She began to dig, carefully unearthing its roots, but the commotion in the yard soon attracted attention. Someone's entered the courtyard. Quickly, go check. As someone approached the door, Su Qingran, in a moment of despair, clutched the pomegranate tree tightly, exclaiming, In an instant, both she and the tree vanished into the space. Su Qingran hastily leaned the tree against the stone and sprinkled the spring water on its roots. Miraculously, the roots burrowed into the soil, and the trunk stood upright. The pomegranate tree had come to life. Since this soil could nurture trees, it would surely support the cultivation of vegetables and crops as well. She and Nanqing need not worry about food. Once the commotion outside had entirely subsided, Su Qingran swiftly emerged from the space and raced toward the Xiao family, with the space at her disposal. She need not fret about leaving behind the Xiao family's belongings. She could confidently stockpile supplies before her departure. Chapter 12. I must retrieve everything that belongs to me. Su Qingran hummed a little tune as she pushed open the door. Finding Xiao Donghua and Shen Yunfang in a state of chaos, Su Qingran, where have you been? Why are you only back now? Qingran, Xiao Jun is suffering from a terrible toothache. Donghua is preparing to take us to the hospital. But his bicycle was taken by you. Su Qingran, relishing the unfolding drama, quipped, toothache. Surely it's from eating too much candy. Comrade Shun, that milk candy was pilfered by you too. A toothache is well-deserved, so don't blame me. A wave of helplessness washed over Shen Yunfang. How could this be? Qingran, where's the bicycle? Su Qingran had initially thought selling the bicycle was inconvenient, but now felt relieved she had sold it. The bicycle? I lent it to a classmate. What? How could you lend our bicycle to someone else? Su Qingran found it laughable. Have you no shame? That bicycle belongs to me. I can lend it to whomever I please. Besides, my classmate lives far from work. How could you be so stingy? Shen Yunfang, enraged, secretly anticipated Xiao Donghua's reaction that he cherished that bicycle dearly. Surely he would be furious to learn Su Qingran had lent it to someone else. As expected, Xiao Donghua's lips pressed tightly together, his face darkening. Su Qingran, you've spent the whole day out. Were you with that classmate of yours? Is it a male or female classmate? How come I didn't know you had such a close friend? Su Qingran rolled her eyes at him. What business is it of yours? Just because you have childhood friends doesn't mean I can't have close friends. Shen Yunfang interjected with exaggerated concern. Donghua, don't be angry. Qingran is about to marry you. She wouldn't be out with some male classmate at a time like this. Before she could finish, Su Qingran delivered a sharp slap. If you want to be indiscreet with other men, that's your business, but don't smear my name. With that, she struck again. Shen Yunfang screamed, while Xiao Donghua felt an unexpected sense of relief. Su Qingran's agitation clearly indicated her fear of him misunderstanding her. After all, the Su family had strict morals. There was no way Su Qingran would be involved with other men. Enough, stop hitting her. Qingran, I believe in your innocence, but it's inconvenient for us to be without a bicycle. Please go ask your classmate for it back tomorrow. Su Qingran scoffed. Xiao Donghua, I didn't expect you to be so petty. I've already agreed to lend it. How could I ask for it back immediately? Besides, my classmate works far away. What should they do without a bicycle? You live so close to the machinery factory. Can't you be a little magnanimous and manage without it? Xiao Donghua's face reddened. Fine, Su Qingran. I won't ask for your things anymore. I'll buy my own bicycle. Su Qingran extended her hand toward him. All right, since you're so principled, return the watch I bought you. Xiao Donghua glared at her, realization dawning upon him. He coldly removed the watch from his wrist and placed it in her palm. Su Qingran, don't regret this. Once you take the watch, I won't accept it back. Su Qingran smirked and plucked the pen from his shirt pocket. The pen I gifted you. I suppose you no longer value it either. With that, she turned and re-entered the house, leaving Xiao Donghua standing there, bewildered. How had things turned out so differently than he expected? Did she truly encounter some male classmate today? Was she planning to give the watch and pen to him? Yet, who else would willingly endure such pressure to marry her? Surely she was just upset that he hadn't proposed or arranged a wedding yet, deliberately trying to provoke him with this thought. Xiao Donghua inexplicably felt relieved. Indeed, he had delayed too long regarding their marriage. Once his mother returned from the countryside, he would promptly take her to get their marriage certificate, thus sparing her from being upset with him each day. Shen Yunfang clutched her stinging face, tears welling in her eyes, eagerly waiting for Xiao Donghua to glance her way. Yet, he continued to avoid looking at her, prompting her to whimper, Donghua, it's all my fault for causing another argument between you two. I thought that bicycle was a gift for you. Xiao Donghua shook his head. It's fine. She's just helping a friend. Let us walk Xiao Jun to the hospital. It's not far. As the two departed, Su Qingran wasted no time in tidying up her belongings. The 700 yuan from her job, the 180 from the bicycle sale, plus the 100 from Uncle Ma, along with several amounts received from Xiao Donghua and Shen Yunfang. totaled over 1,000 yuan. Keeping this money on her person or at home felt unsafe. She stored it in a wooden box within the space. Additionally, she collected her 2 large wooden boxes and suitcase full of items, as well as the medications she had brought home from the hospital. She also included the watch and pin retrieved from Xiao Donghua. The thermos, basin, towels, soap, and toilet paper, everything she had purchased, was stored away as for the furniture she had added to the house. She could retrieve that before she left. Observing the significantly emptier room, Su Qingran felt elated and turned to the kitchen. She hadn't bought groceries in the past couple of days, so supplies were running low, but there were still 7 or 8 eggs left from her last purchase. Using the spring water, Su Qingran cooked a bowl of noodles and boiled the remaining eggs to store them. Aside from a few eggs she had consumed after her injury, she hadn't eaten any during the previous half-month. So this was a welcome replenishment. Once she completed these tasks, Su Qingran enjoyed a refreshing bath and blissfully drifted into a deep slumber. On the 4th day since her rebirth, Su Qingran awoke, feeling revitalized. After such a deep sleep, she felt invigorated, as if every pore in her body was rejuvenated, and the scar on her forehead had faded to a mere faint mark. Clearly, the effects of the spring water were not to be underestimated. Just as she was about to tidy up, Xiao Donghua, his face ashen, knocked on her door. Su Qingran, come out. Unhurriedly, Su Qingran continued her preparations, locking her room securely before stepping outside. What is all this noise early in the morning? Are we summoning spirits? Su Qingran, I ask you, where are the things from your room? This morning, Yinfang was cooking and found there were no eggs, nor were there any basins, soap, or toilet paper left at home. Shun Yinfang, attempting to be helpful, interjected, Donghua, don't be hasty, we weren't here last night. Perhaps there was a thief in the house. Su Qingran coldly retorted, I ate the eggs, and those items were all bought with my money. I took them back to my room. Xiao Donghua, we aren't married yet. It's best to keep things separate. Xiao Donghua's hands clenched tightly. Su Qingran, you are becoming increasingly unreasonable. You still want to marry? You re out all day. Do you even consider this your home? Xin Yinfang looked on with feigned concern. Yes, after all, you're still living at the Xiao family. Being so clear-cut will only harm your relationship. Chapter 13. Beginning to stockpile supplies, Su Qingran was once again provoked to laughter by Shun Yunfang's duplicitous demeanor, delivering yet another sharp slap. Having consumed the spring water, she noticeably felt stronger. The sound of the slap was even crisper. Xin Yunfang, what qualifications do you have to criticize me? You are able to rely on your husband's generosity to live off the Xiao family without any cost. Yet I cannot reside there? Why not inquire how much Xiao Donghua owed my father previously? If I wish to stay, I shall. It is none of your concern. If you desire my job, then keep your mouth tightly shut. If you provoke my ire, I shall make you rue the day. Shun Yunfang is aware that the factory manager is on a business trip and that work has yet to be established. So she dares not argue with Su Qingran at this critical juncture. She can only cover her face and weep as she retreats to her room, just as Su Qingran is about to leave. Xiao Donghua blocks her path. Qingran, I understand you are upset, but there are certain matters I must clarify with you. My relationship with Yunfang is entirely innocent. Nothing untoward has transpired. Having promised Professor Su that I would marry you, I shall not go back on my word. However, you must also grasp that I will not force Yunfang and her child to leave. Furthermore, we can forego the wedding banquet. Once my mother returns, we shall go to register our marriage, and we can simply enjoy a meal together as a family. Otherwise, I fear it may create a negative impression. Su Qingran smiled faintly at him. You think quite highly of yourself. The crucial question is, when will your mother return? Perhaps you could send a telegram to urge her. If it's any later, I may just depart. Seeing her expression of anticipation, Xiao Donghua mistakenly believes she is eager to register their marriage. And a sense of delight blooms within him. Rest assured, it will be just a couple of days. As soon as my mother returns, we will go to register, Ran. Before Xiao Donghua could finish, Shun Yunfang's voice echoed once more. Donghua, come quickly. Xiao Jun says his stomach hurts. Su Qingran chuckled softly. Go on, they need you again. Xiao Donghua pursed his lips, seemingly displeased at being interrupted. Ran, I'll check on them first. Please wait for me. Su Qingran feigned agreement while her feet moved faster than anyone else's. Expect her to wait? Dream on. Upon stepping outside, Su Qingran encountered a group of neighbors preparing to head to work. Upon seeing her, they jokingly inquired, Your household has been quite lively these past few days. By the way, when do you and Comrade Xiao plan to invite us to celebrate your wedding? Seizing the opportunity presented, Su Qingran could not let it slip away. With a wry smile, she shook her head at the crowd. Please, do not mention it. Xiao Jun has been feeling unwell these past few days, so we haven't had the chance to discuss wedding plans. I would love to invite everyone for a celebration, but Donghua fears it may create a negative atmosphere. And besides, his mother has yet to return from visiting relatives in the countryside. Seeing Su Qingran's sorrowful expression, the crowd could not help but voice their discontent on her behalf. Comrade Su, you are far too kind-hearted. Xiao Jun is a robust child. He is not that fragile, is he? Can you not see he is merely acting up? And your future mother-in-law, too. Why did she wait so long to visit the countryside? Clearly, she is avoiding you. Indeed, what negative impact could there be? Who would have thought that the Xiao family would behave this way? Regarding the Xiao family's matters, we should not delve too deeply. You ought to contemplate this carefully. Su Qingran's eyes reddened. Fighting back tears, she solemnly nodded to the crowd. Thank you, everyone, for your concern. The group, witnessing her distress, inwardly condemned Xiao Donghua and Shen Yunfang once more. Exiting the alley, Su Qingran headed straight for Nanxing. That it was still early in the day, and luck was on their side. When they reached the meat bun stall, there were still plenty left. Su Qingran ordered 10 large meat buns in one breath. Earlier, at the door, she had discreetly retrieved the eggs from her space. They were still steaming hot, just as they had been when placed inside last night. This space not only keeps things warm but also preserves them. It would be a waste not to utilize it. The sister at the stall eyed her suspiciously, while Su Nanxing, surprised, waved his hand, saying he couldn't finish it all. That Su Qingran maintained her composure. The leftovers are for me to take home. Saying this, she pulled out 2 aluminum lunchboxes from her fabric bag. Su Nanxing swallowed hard, holding a meat bun larger than his hand, the aroma tantalizing. Auntie, you eat. Su Qingran smiled and nodded. You should eat as well. The aunt and nephew devoured the meat buns heartily, while Su Qingran recounted her plans for going to the countryside. In 6 days, we will set off. After we finish eating, I will prepare the items needed for the trip. Nanxing, is there anything you want? Su Nanxing shook his head. I don't want anything. It's just that my grandmother has hidden my money and clothes, and I can't get them back. Su Qingran advised, for the next few days, do not say or do anything. Once I have prepared everything for the trip, I will come to fetch you. I will think of a way. If this family treats Nanxing kindly, she might overlook their past transgressions for the sake of her sister-in-law. However, given how they raised Nanxing in his previous life, now even scrutinizing a child's meals and clothing, she must reclaim what her family has provided. After finishing their meal, Su Qingran packed the remaining buns into her fabric bag, conveniently storing them in her space, then headed toward the grain and oil station. Every household receives a fixed allocation of grain and oil each month. Including Zhang Guilin, their family of 5 receives 140 jin of grain and 2.5 jin of soybean oil each month. They come to collect their grain and oil tickets on the 24th. And starting from the 25th, they can queue to buy the next month's supplies. Tickets and money are essential, as is the grain book. All 3 are indispensable. A few days ago, Shen Yunfang had generously taken their grain books, stating in front of Xiao Donghua that she would help collect them, only to secretly return them to her later. Handing over the grain book without providing money and tickets was clearly an attempt to make her the scapegoat. Su Qingran pulled out 3 red grain books from her pocket, the corners of her mouth curling upwards. Since those 2 had folded their grain tickets to settle debts with her, they would no longer have their monthly rations. She might as well play the good person and help them consume it. Comrade, I am here to collect the September rations, a total of 140 jin of coarse and fine grains. The staff member impatiently took her grain book. Why are you only coming now? Where are the money and tickets? Su Qingran, with a smile on her face, handed over the grain tickets and money. I apologize. Family matters delayed me a few days. Seeing her paperwork in order, the staff member said nothing further and began to fill her order. 140 jin, mostly cornmeal and sorghum flour, with the remaining fine grains being white flour and rice. Su Qingran secured the bags tightly, then went to purchase this month's soybean oil. Having collected so many items, Su Qingran exerted considerable effort to carry them back to a nearby alley, where she secretly stored them in her space. Chapter 14. She had no intention of reconciling yet. After purchasing the grain and oil, Su Qingran made her way to the supply and marketing cooperative. The place she was heading to in the countryside was nestled in a valley, making it quite inconvenient to buy supplies in the city, while food and eggs could be arranged for. She needed to stock up on other essentials before her departure, especially since her family of 4 was in need of clothing and food at the forest farm. Upon arriving at the cooperative, she headed directly to the daily necessities counter. With the tickets in hand, she bought thermoses, enamel basins, tea mugs, bowls, chopsticks, and aluminum lunchboxes for future meal preparations. She also purchased gloves and clam oil, knowing that her mother and the others would suffer frostbite during the winter without these items. In the past, her sister-in-law had always treated her well, often bringing her a share whenever there was something new. Her sister-in-law, being particularly fastidious about cleanliness, would undoubtedly struggle in such conditions, so towels, soap, laundry powder, snowflower cream, sanitary napkins, and other essentials were also included in her purchases. After securing the daily necessities, Su Qingran turned to the fabric counter. She had not brought much clothing with her, and with Nanxing growing rapidly, it was even more critical to ensure he had enough to wear. Su Qingran averted her gaze from the colorful ready-made garments and focused on the rows of black, blue, and gray work fabrics. This work fabric was among the cheaper options at the cooperative, priced at only 8 dimes per yard, particularly suitable for making trousers and jackets. In addition to the work fabric, she also needed fine cotton fabric for inner garments. After purchasing the fabric, Su Qingran spent the remaining fabric tickets on socks. She also bought 2 pairs of shoes at 2.5 dimes each, 1 pair for everyone at 1.5 dimes per jean. She purchased 6 jeans of yarn with her tickets, though this was still insufficient to meet the needs of her family. After acquiring these items, Su Qingran finally made her way to the side dish counter. Although malted milk and canned meat were expensive, her family had worked hard to secure the tickets for her, so it would be a waste not to buy them. 4 large white rabbit candies for a dime and 10 fruit candies for a dime. She bought them. She also purchased some white liquor and cigarettes for social favors. By this point, her large bag was overflowing. She first carried the bag out of the cooperative, then found a secluded spot to slip into her space, methodically organizing everything according to her list. Although she had purchased a lot, many items were still lacking, especially cotton for winter clothing. Without cotton, she would not be able to make warm clothing, and her family would suffer from the cold. However, there were still a few days left, and worrying would not help. It was best to fill her stomach first. Exiting the alley, Su Qingran headed straight to the state-run restaurant to order a bowl of beef noodles, and also took away 2 boxes of braised pork. Additionally, she ordered 20 large flatbreads and 20 steamed buns. She needed more lunch boxes, so she could only buy some at a time, returning home to transfer the items into the porcelain basin, tea mugs, and dishes in her space, and then come back for the next meal. As Su Qingran slurped the fragrant beef noodles, Xiao Jun was in the kitchen, hungrily gnawing on a radish, until Xiao Donghua and Shun Yunfang returned. The child could only wail inconsolably. Where had Qingran run off to this time? She neither bought groceries nor prepared meals, and the yard remained in utter disarray. Enough of this. Hadn't I mentioned that I would fetch lunch these past few days? It seems she didn't cook precisely for that reason. Xiao Donghua gazed at the empty and chaotic courtyard, feeling a hollow ache in his heart. Su Qingran, did she still intend to remain at odds? He had clearly articulated his thoughts that morning, even offering her a way out. Why was that not enough for her? Did she require him to cast Shin Yunfang and her child out into the streets before she would be satisfied? Watching the little Jun crying, tears and snot streaming down his face, Xiao Donghua steeled himself. Let us eat. We won't wait for her any longer. Upon seeing his resolve, Shin Yunfang's heart softened. Donghua, are you really not waiting for her to return for dinner? Should I go look for her? Xiao Donghua pressed his lips together. No need to search. She'll come back once she's had her fill of fussing. Su Qingran, the subject of their conversation, felt a twinge of unease and continued to devour a bowl of beef noodles, planning to stock up on supplies. This time, she intended to visit the recycling station. She was uncertain whether there was a school in the countryside she was heading to, but Su Nanxing was already 6 years old and ready for first grade if there were no school. She would have to educate him herself. She needed to prepare elementary school textbooks in advance. Additionally, her father and brother had always read the newspaper for news while at home, now that they were at the lumber yard. That would surely be impossible. Su Qingran was unsure if newspapers could be delivered, but it was prudent to stockpile them nonetheless. Furthermore, once in the countryside, newspapers could also be used for wallpaper. nothing would go to waste. Upon arriving at the recycling station, Su Qingran spent some time gathering elementary school textbooks and selected 2 hefty stacks of the latest newspapers. During her book hunting, she discovered numerous ancient texts and books containing vital information mixed in, all treated as scrap paper. Swiftly, she extracted these books and, to avoid drawing attention, placed some unrelated comic books on top. The elderly man at the gate, unable to read, merely chided her for buying so many. But Su Qingran deftly deflected his concerns with an excuse, and he let her pass. All the books and newspapers were priced uniformly at 2 cents per pound. Once outside the recycling station, Su Qingran hurriedly found an opportunity to stash her items away. The sky was darkening, coinciding with the peak time for workers leaving their jobs to eye in the throng. Su Qingran spotted Aunt Zhang, who had defended her earlier that morning, now sneaking into an unfamiliar alley with a basket on her back. Her hair was tightly wrapped in a scarf, and she kept her head down as she walked. Suddenly, Su Qingran recalled an incident from her previous life before she and Xiao Donghua went to collect their marriage certificate. When something similar had occurred in the courtyard, Aunt Zhang's son was preparing for a blind date, and Aunt Zhang had wanted to buy him a watch to wear. However, when she couldn't obtain a ticket, she resorted to the black market, only to encounter trouble with the authorities. Her poor leg made her slow to flee, leading to her unfortunate capture, which also ruined her son's date. Ever since then, Aunt Zhang had seemed like a different person, rarely venturing outside. With this thought in mind, Su Qingran quickened her pace, calling out, "Aunt Zhang." Aunt Zhang glanced nervously at Su Qingran, forcing a strained smile. "Ah, it's Comrade Su. What brings you here?" Su Qingran had no intention of beating around the bush. "Aunt Zhang, I heard you were looking to buy a watch." Aunt Zhang shushed her, anxiously pulling her a few steps deeper into the alley. "I was just inquiring. It's hard to get tickets these days." Su Qingran directly pulled a watch from her pocket. "Look, Auntie, it's nearly new. I've only worn it a few days. Would you like it?" Aunt Zhang excitedly took it, examining it. "It's a Shanghai brand. Isn't this the one you bought for Comrade Xiao?" Su Qingran nodded, affirming, "Yes, it was meant for him, but since he didn't appreciate it, and I need the money, I thought I might as well sell it. I know you bought it for your son. He works at the machine factory. That if you're worried about it being pre-owned." Before Su Qingran could finish, Aunt Zhang eagerly interjected, "What does that matter? This watch is as good as new. How much are you asking?" Su Qingran paused. "I bought it for 120, so I'll sell it for 120, no tickets required." Chapter 15. The black market continues to stockpile goods. Aunt Zhang was well aware of the watch's value and readily agreed. "Deal. I just happen to have cash on me." Su Qingran happily accepted the money, but suddenly recalled the hero pen. "Aunt Zhang, would you like a hero pen? I've noticed young people like it for blind dates. That I bought it for 12. If you want it, I'll let it go for 10. Having just spent 120. 10 was indeed a small price for Aunt Zhang. Moreover, she had brought 150 with her, intending to try her luck in the black market today. Now, having spent only 130 for 2 items, it was a bargain. Absolutely. With this pen, the blind date will be even more secure. Having swiftly completed the transaction, Su Qingran turned her thoughts to the black market. "Aunt Zhang, I remember there's a black market nearby. Do you know how to get there?" Aunt Zhang paused for a moment, then chuckled softly. "I know where it is. I won't hide it from you. I was planning to go there myself." "But what do you need to go there for?" Su Qingran sighed helplessly. "I want to buy some fabric to make clothes. The few skirts I brought have all been borrowed by Xin Yunfang, and I don't have enough clothes to wear." Mentioning Xin Yunfang made Aunt Zhang furious. "You don't know. While you were out for lunch, they were crying and causing a scene in the yard again. If we buy fabric, we can't let her see it. We have a sewing machine at home. I'll be off tomorrow afternoon, so come over to sew." Su Qingran was overjoyed. "I want to be polite." Then, Aunt Zhang was mainly after the watch, and now that she had it, she was eager to return home and lent her basket to Su Qingran. "Remember, buy what you need and get out quickly. If something feels off, run." Su Qingran nodded in agreement and swiftly traversed the narrow alley, heading straight for the black market. In her previous life, she had never dared to visit the black market, fearing that being discovered would add another charge against her. But now, with her family urgently needing supplies and her upcoming move to the countryside, she could not afford to be overly cautious. Besides, with her space, what was there to fear? Su Qingran wrapped her head in a handkerchief and pretended to be familiar with the surroundings as she walked in. Not long after entering, she spotted a crowd gathered around a stall, eagerly purchasing something. Su Qingran hurried over and, upon closer inspection, discovered it was indeed a valuable find. In an era when each person was rationed only 6 taels of meat per month, someone had brought in a freshly slaughtered wild boar to sell. Although wild boar meat is tougher than domestic pork, it was still meat, and it didn't require a ticket. Su Qingran quickly squeezed her way in, and once the people in front had made their purchases, she pointed to a piece she had been eyeing. "Comrade, I'll take that trotter and that rack of ribs as well." The 2 young men selling the pork, recognizing a significant customer, immediately became enthusiastic. "The trotter is 60 cents per pound, and the ribs are 40 cents per pound. Shall I cut it for you?" Su Qingran nodded but made a request. "That's fine, but could you please skin the trotter for me? And chop the ribs into pieces?" The skin of wild boar meat is coarse and dark, making it unappetizing and difficult to clean. She had no special chopping knife at home, so she thought it best to have it done here. However, the 2 young men hesitated. "Miss, can't you see we're busy? Can you not complicate things for us?" Su Qingran took a step back. "I'll buy it first, and when it's less crowded, I'll bring it back for you to handle. Would that be all right?" The 2 exchanged glances, about to respond, when a deep voice from above interrupted. "What is going on here?" Su Qingran instinctively looked up at the voice. In the dim light, she could only make out a tall silhouette clad in a black shirt, broad-shouldered and narrow-waisted. Then, the voices of the 2 young men sounded aggrieved. "Xiao Gu, this lady wants to buy our trotter and ribs, but insists we skin and chop them for her. Isn't that bullying?" As Su Qingran prepared to explain, the man suddenly turned to look at her. Their eyes met, and Su Qingran gasped in surprise. What a strikingly handsome face. It is often said that a man's worth can be judged by his buzz cut, and this was certainly true. However, why did this man seem so familiar? Unable to recall where she had seen him, she stared at him a moment longer. The man, however, showed no intention of looking away. His deep-set eyes remained fixed on her, a slight smile playing at the corners of his mouth. The 2 young men, who had just been complaining, began to tease. "First, she was interested in our pork. Now she's eyeing our man. But we're not selling him." Su Qingran snapped back to reality, hurriedly rewrapping her headscarf that had been dislodged in the commotion. Ignoring the banter, she said, "No need to chop it. Just weigh it all for me." "How much?" Understanding the mixed nature of the black market, Su Qingran had no desire to become entangled with its denizens. She simply wanted to pay and leave. Just as she handed over the money, the man in the black shirt spoke again. "Help her chop it." The 2 young men visibly paused, then quickly grabbed their knives and began chopping the ribs. Before long, the ribs were cut into small pieces, and the trotter was skinned and cleaned. Su Qingran expressed her gratitude, shouldered her basket, and swiftly departed from the meat stall. Once she was far enough away, she let out a long breath, silently reminding herself to ask less, look less, and inquire less, buy what she needed and leave quickly. After purchasing the meat, Su Qingran stocked up on rice and flour, along with cooking pots and utensils. Both items require industrial coupons, which is why I could not purchase them during the day. The items Su Qingran bought were placed in a bamboo basket and covered with cloth, and she planned to discreetly store them away once she moved further away. As she realized she had gathered enough, Su Qingran hurried to an egg stall and inquired, "Comrade, how much are the eggs?" 6 cents each, came the reply. In the supply and marketing cooperative, they were 5 cents apiece, but that required an egg ticket, so this price was quite reasonable. While selecting eggs, Su Qingran asked, "Comrade, do you sell cotton here?" Almost immediately, a deep voice responded from behind, "I have cotton. How much do you need?" Turning around, she found it was indeed the same man. The egg vendor greeted him with a smile upon his arrival. Su Qingran surmised that this man might be the rumored black market boss. "Well, I was just casually asking for someone else," she replied. "Cotton is $1.20 per pound. Do you want it?" Su Qingran took a deep breath and said, "Comrade, I did not intend to make things difficult for your 2 brothers earlier. This is my first visit, and I am unfamiliar with the local customs. If I have offended in any way, I hope you can forgive me." The man, noticing her anxious demeanor, softened his previously stern features and smiled gently. "Do not misunderstand. We are not bad people. The pork we sell is sourced from the mountains, and the cotton is merely a means to help our fellow villagers supplement their household needs. Cotton is bulky and noticeable, so we usually only bring it once we have confirmed buyers. If you are not at ease, you may dictate the time and place for the transaction." The egg vendor chimed in. "What this comrade says is true. I am selling these eggs on behalf of the villagers who entrusted me with them. We are merely trying to solve everyone's problems while earning a little honest money. Su Qingran pondered for a moment before nodding. Then let's meet here tomorrow at this time. I will take 20 pounds of cotton. No problem. Chapter 16. Salary Day. All collected just as Su Qingran left. The two young men who were selling pork approached. Having finished their own tasks, one grumbled towards the man in the black shirt. Xiao Gu, why have you suddenly become so easygoing today? If we conduct our business with such courtesy, people will surely think we are easy to bully, and they will haggle and impose conditions. How will we ever do business? Exactly, another added. Didn't we agree to sell the cotton at a higher price this time? Why revert to the old price? Gu Xiao cleared his throat. She wants a lot, 20 pounds at once. The sooner we sell, the sooner we can return. The two men exchanged suspicious glances. You wouldn't have taken a liking to that girl, would you? They had grown up together, and it was the first time they had seen Gu Xiao take the initiative to speak with a woman. Gu Xiao shot them a glare. Finish selling and hurry up. Is this a place for chatting? The brothers were left dumbfounded. Xiao Gu didn't deny it. Had he really taken a liking to her? In the darkness, they couldn't even see what she looked like. What could he possibly see in her? Meanwhile, Su Qingran swiftly exited the black market along the same route, and upon confirming that no one was following her, she exhaled a sigh of relief. She hurriedly stored the items she had purchased and made her way to the main street. She had intended to dine at the state-run restaurant, hoping to pack some food for her storage. But in her excitement of shopping, she had lost track of time, and the restaurant had already closed. Reluctantly, she headed back to the Xiao household. Upon entering, she found Xiao Dong was standing rigidly in the courtyard. Su Qingran, do you have any idea what time it is? He said, instinctively raising his hand to check his watch, only to realize it was missing. Oh, your watch is gone. Where have you been? Even if you're causing a ruckus. There should be a limit. Exhausted from the day and feeling famished, Su Qingran had no energy to engage in a verbal sparring match with him. She simply ignored him, walked past him to her door, deftly unlocked it, shut it, and secured the latch. With a thud, Xiao Donghua found himself outside. Having been eavesdropping, Xin Yinfang quickly stepped out and said, Donghua, don't be angry. Let us talk this over calmly. Su Qingran could hear every word clearly from inside. But she had no time to deal with the two of them. Food was her priority. She quickly retrieved a steaming white bun from her storage, opened a box of braised pork, and the fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Xin Yinfang, still speaking outside, could not help but swallow hard. Was that the smell of meat? Little June, with a nose sharper than a dog's, came running over. Mom, I want to eat braised pork too. These past few days we've only had porridge or pickles. I've had enough. Xin Yinfang's expression darkened. They had been eating nothing but meager food at home, while Su Qingran feasted on braised pork. Little June, stop fussing. That braised pork was bought by your aunt. If she doesn't share, there's nothing I can do to her words. Little June plopped down on the ground, wailing, I don't care. I want to eat braised pork. If I can't have any, I want to get up. Xin Yinfang's face showed distress. Donghua, what do you think? Xiao Donghua glanced at little June, who was rolling on the ground, crying, and felt increasingly agitated. Little June, it's not right to cry like that. If you behave well, I'll take you out for meat in a couple of days. He then called into the house. Qingran, open the door. I need to speak with you. Su Qingran chose to ignore the commotion outside, devouring the large bun and the box of braised pork until nothing was left. After quenching her thirst with a cup of spring water, she felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Once satisfied, she finally rose to open the door. Who wants to eat braised pork? Little June immediately stopped crying, hiccuping. I want to eat braised pork. Su Qingran held out the empty food container towards him. What a pity. I finished all the braised pork. If you want some, you'll have to wait for your godfather to buy you some. Little June stared at the empty container and burst into tears, running away. Xin Yinfang immediately tried to chase after him, but Su Qingran stopped her. Hold on. Give me your salary. Xin Yinfang pretended not to understand. What salary? Stop playing dumb. You owe me $25.40. We agreed you'd pay me back when you received your salary. You can't just try to wriggle out of it. Today's salary distribution at the factory is common knowledge. Xin Yinfang realized she couldn't lie her way out of this and reluctantly smiled. I only earn $23.50 a month, and I have to feed little June too. I don't care. Give me your salary. If it's not enough, go borrow some. If you don't pay me back, forget about changing jobs. Xin Yinfang was unwilling to repay, yet had no choice but to do so. With the prospect of changing jobs within her grasp, any last-minute reversal could ruin everything. After all, as long as she and little June lived in this house, they had an obligation to provide for them. They couldn't genuinely let them starve, could they? With this thought, Shen Yunfang begrudgingly handed over her entire salary. Xiao Donghua, once again scowling, filled in the remainder. Su Qingran continued, and I still need the milk powder tickets. The canned meat tickets, the biscuit and candy tickets. Xiao Donghua was growing impatient. Qingran, those tickets aren't so easily obtained. Can we have a few more days to figure something out? Su Qingran raised her hand. Then let us use grain tickets to offset it. Shen Yunfang noticed Xiao Donghua's forehead was bulging with veins, and secretly felt pleased. Fishing out 2 tickets from her pocket, she said, Donghua, it seems Qingran is determined to sever ties with us. I only have these left for now. If it's not enough, I'll return the rest slowly. Xiao Donghua's eyes reflected defeat. Frustrated, he pulled out all his remaining grain tickets from his pocket. This is all I have. Do you really intend to take it all? Su Qingran didn't hesitate, swiftly collecting all the tickets into her possession. Yes, she turned to leave. Shen Yunfang quickly blocked her way. Qingran, why haven't you claimed this month's grain? We're almost out of rice. Su Qingran smiled and extended her hand. Hand it over. Shen Yunfang, instinctively feeling a chill at her outstretched hand, stammered, Su Qingran scoffed coldly. Are you still pretending? Do you think grain can be obtained without money or tickets? If you don't give me money or tickets, where will you get grain? Shen Yunfang awkwardly chuckled. Neither Donghua nor I have a single grain ticket left. I've given you all my salary that we don't have any money or tickets left. Su Qingran responded with a nonchalant. Oh, so you're trying to stick to me? Hoping to mooch off me. Shen Yunfang's smile vanished. Don't say such harsh words. We are all family now, that if you need help, we will certainly assist you. Right, Donghua? Su Qingran smiled as she pulled out their grain rations. Perfect. I see you two have run out of grain tickets this month and have no money on hand. The quotas in this grain book are going to waste if not used. So I've lent your portions to a friend. What? Shen Yunfang exclaimed incredulously, snatching the grain book from her. Su Qingran. On what grounds do you lend my and little June's rations to others? Chapter 17. When it's your turn to contribute, you start to break down. Seeing Shen Yunfang's furious expression, Su Qingran suddenly chuckled. Just a moment ago, she had been insisting they were family and should help each other. What happened? Previously, she had lent her so many things, letting her take advantage for so long, and now it was only using a portion they didn't need for a moment, and it was unacceptable. Was her generosity merely for show? Xiao Donghua looked at the rations that had been crossed out and suddenly felt panicked. Qingran, if you lend out the rations, what will our family eat this month? Moreover, how had she suddenly acquired another friend? Where did she find so many friends to help? Su Qingran shrugged her shoulders and asked, must I inform my friends one by one? Besides, I am merely performing a good deed. After all, without tickets or money, you cannot purchase any food, so why waste it? She added, if you cannot acclimatize to the northwestern winds, you might as well venture into the black market for overpriced grain. Trust me, there is always a way out. With that, Su Qingran stretched lazily, swaggered back into the house, and closed the door, leaving 2 individuals in the yard dumbfounded. Donghua, do not be anxious. You are about to marry soon. I believe Qingran is merely acting out of pique and would not truly stand by and watch us starve to death. Regardless, we cannot let this promising opportunity slip away. Xiao Donghua calmed for a moment. Also convinced that Su Qingran could not be so heartless. They were on the verge of marriage. Even if there was no wedding banquet, she would surely treat the guests to some snacks. It was impossible for her to lend out all the family's ration at such a critical juncture. She must be doing this to provoke him. Perhaps she had already received the grain but had hidden it away in her room, intending to make him anxious before revealing it. These past few days, she had insisted on keeping others out of her house, even locking it up tightly when she went out. Yes, that must be it. Qingran, take a moment to calm down. Once you have cooled off, we can have a proper discussion. The matter of the wedding banquet is not unnegotiable. Go away. On the 5th day of her rebirth, Su Qingran set out early to queue at the state-run restaurant for large meat buns. To avoid arousing Nanqing's suspicion, she discreetly stored the buns in her space before seeking him out. The 2 of them enjoyed breakfast at a nearby park, after which Su Qingran hurriedly took a bus to another supply and marketing cooperative in the west of the city to continue stockpiling supplies. The list of missing items was extensive. She planned to exchange all her remaining tickets for goods, aside from grain tickets. After meticulously purchasing her necessities, she took her clean lunchbox to the state-run restaurant to pack some meals. Once these tasks were complete, her afternoon was relatively free. Remembering Aunt Zhang's invitation, she retrieved the basket she had borrowed yesterday from her space and meticulously placed the fabric scraps she had cut out overnight inside. She also picked a few pomegranates from the pomegranate tree in her space, intending to bring them along to AT this moment. Aunt Zhang was home alone. Upon seeing Su Qingran, she joyfully ushered her inside. "Comrade Su, you have been a tremendous help to me. My son went out early this morning for a blind date, and when he returned at noon, he said the girl was very pleased." Su Qingran smiled and nodded. "It was good to be of assistance, Aunt Zhang. I have come to shamelessly borrow your sewing machine today." As she spoke, she handed over the half-filled bag of pomegranates. Aunt Zhang exclaimed in surprise, "You girl, you shouldn't have brought anything, but I must say, these pomegranates look splendid." With that, she retrieved the sewing machine from under the table. "Feel free to use it in her previous life." Su Qingran had always made her own clothes, often imitating the latest style seen on the streets. Crafting simple trousers and jackets was second nature to her. Watching her skillfully operate the sewing machine, Aunt Zhang couldn't help but shower her with praise. After chatting for a while, the conversation naturally shifted to the black market. Su Qingran, still pondering whether to buy cotton that evening, casually inquired, "Aunt Zhang, have you heard of a group selling wild boar meat in the black market?" Aunt Zhang nodded vigorously. "I have indeed seen them. Everyone who frequents there knows them. There's a tall, handsome young man leading the group, and he's quite a decent fellow." Su Qingran paused momentarily. "A decent fellow?" Aunt Zhang affirmed. "Indeed, the last time I secretly bought a considerable amount of meat and grain, I happened to run into an inspection. I was so frightened that I collapsed, and he carried me away. I even tried to pay him, but he refused." "What are you implying?" Su Qingran shook her head. "Nothing much. I encountered them yesterday while buying meat, and I found them intimidating." Aunt Zhang laughed heartily. "What can you do? Those who do business there are like that. If they aren't fierce, they will be bullied." After a moment, Aunt Zhang hesitated, glancing at Su Qingran. "Little Su, you are young, and with your parents not around, there are things you might not fully comprehend. As the old saying goes, those who are chivalrous often associate with rogues, while ungratefulness is common among the scholarly." Aunt Zhang intended to hint at Xiao Donghua, but suddenly recalled that the Su family was composed of intellectuals, leading to an awkward silence. "Little Su, I didn't mean it that way." Su Qingran smiled and nodded. "Aunt Zhang, I understand your intention. You want to remind me to be cautious. One should know a person's character beyond their appearance." Aunt Zhang nodded earnestly. "Exactly. Little Su, as long as you grasp this principle, you'll be fine. With your parents absent, you must think carefully when faced with situations." Su Qingran gratefully nodded. The two of them worked diligently until evening, finally finishing all the garments they had cut. The remaining task of sewing on buttons would be something Su Qingran planned to take home and do at her leisure. Upon noticing that there were clothes for men and children among the garments, Aunt Zhang assumed they were for Xiao Donghua and Xiao Jun and merely sighed, without further questioning. Soon, Aunt Zhang's husband and son returned from work. Su Qingran quickly tidied her belongings and prepared to leave. "Aunt Zhang, I'm heading back now." As she stepped outside, she unexpectedly bumped into the two men and greeted them with a smile. However, the next moment, she spotted Xiao Dong was standing in the alley, staring intently in her direction. Su Qingran intended to ignore him, but was caught off guard when he seized her arm. Su Qingran, "Did you give the watch and pen to Aunt Zhang's son? Don't you think you can hide it from me? I saw everything at the factory today, and why did you just come out of Zhang's house looking so pleased?" Su Qingran shot him an incredulous glance. "My belongings are mine to manage as I please, and where I go and to whom I smile is none of your business." Xiao Dong was face flushed with anger. Though Su Qingran didn't wish to engage with him, she was concerned about disrupting Aunt Zhang's son's marriage prospects. Thus, she added, "Xiao Donghua, Aunt Zhang's son is currently on a blind date. He needs that watch and pen more than you do. I merely lent them to help Aunt Zhang out. We all live in the same courtyard, and it's a small favor we should extend." A wave of helplessness washed over Xiao Donghua as he lowered his arm. "Qingran, while being helpful is commendable, there should be limits. When do you plan to retrieve the bicycle you lent to your classmate?" Su Qingran smiled knowingly. "We shall see. When the time comes, I will naturally ask for it back." Chapter 18. the wealthy man of the previous life inside the Xiao family courtyard. Shen Yinfang was coaxing the wailing Xiao Jun while glancing outside. Upon seeing Su Qingran return with a bulging bag of items, her eyes lit up, thinking she had bought grain and vegetables. She hurried over to help. Qingran, you've had a long day. Go rest while I prepare dinner. Su Qingran sidestepped her and went straight into her room, soon locking the door behind her as she prepared to head out. Qingran, you didn't buy any grain or vegetables. Are you not eating either? Su Qingran smirked. I am not made of iron. Of course, I need to eat. However, I fear that eating at home will make Xiao Jun cry. So I plan to eat out instead. As she walked out, she murmured to herself, yesterday's braised pork was too fatty. Today, I shall have braised fish instead. Xiao Jun clutched his stomach and wailed, I want to eat braised fish too. Shen Yinfang was at a loss. Donghua, think of something. Otherwise, we might as well break down the door and retrieve the grain. Xiao Donghua frowned disapprovingly. No, Qingran's temperament is such that she responds better to kindness than force. If you were to break it down, it would only exacerbate her anger. Shen Yunfang's eyelids twitched. Clearly, Su Qingran was an unyielding person. If it weren't for work, would she have to endure such humiliation? So what do you suggest? We genuinely have no rice left to cook. Xiao Donghua sighed. I still have some money. Once we finish dinner, I can head to the black market to buy some overpriced grain to tide us over for a few days. An hour later, after consuming a bowl of rice soup, Xiao Donghua staggered toward the black market. Meanwhile, Su Qingran had just wiped the grease from her mouth and exited the state-run restaurant carrying her takeout box. Noticing the time, she followed the same route to the black market. Upon entering, she caught sight of Xiao Donghua wandering about, carrying 2 bags of freshly purchased rice and flour. She quickly tried to avoid him, but was lightly tapped on the shoulder from behind. You re-here. As Su Qingran turned around, she found herself lost in the depths of his eyes. Having learned from her previous encounter, she dared not linger too long. Comrade, where is the cotton? Gu Xiaodao nodded. Follow me. 20 pounds of cotton is quite large, so I hid it over there in the corner. Su Qingran glanced in the direction he pointed and indeed saw 2 large burlap sacks piled in the corner. After successfully verifying the cotton, she was about to pay when the atmosphere in the black market suddenly turned chaotic. Someone's coming. Run. Experiencing such a scene for the first time, Su Qingran was momentarily paralyzed. Just then, the man grasped her arm. Come with me. Regaining her senses, Su Qingran hurriedly stored the cotton in her space and followed him as they sprinted out of the alley, navigating through 2 more narrow lanes before finally stopping in front of a small courtyard. Under the dim glow of the streetlight, the 2 stood facing each other, leaning against the wall, panting heavily. After catching his breath, the man pointed toward the yard behind him and spoke. This is the yard we rented. Let's go in and hide for a moment. Su Qingran instinctively refused, saying, No, after running for so long, they shouldn't be able to find us, right? That cotton. Before she could finish her sentence, hurried footsteps echoed from the alley. And the man exclaimed, I see someone running this way. He swiftly pulled Su Qingran into the yard and quickly shut the door. That I'm not lying to you. That if you're still worried, just stay behind this door. Wait until it's quiet before leaving. Having said that, he retreated into the house. Su Qingran felt a twinge of embarrassment. Someone had saved her, yet she had treated him like a villain. Anyone would feel frustrated in his position. With that thought, she mustered her courage and stepped inside. To her surprise, as soon as she entered, she encountered the man changing his clothes. The room was brightly lit, and his 8-pack abs and defined V-line were illuminated clearly. Su Qingran realized it was too late to escape. The man seemed equally taken aback by her presence. Their eyes met, and after a brief moment of shock, they both turned away. The man hurriedly dressed, buttoning his shirt all the way to the top, before awkwardly turning back to her. Make yourself comfortable, he said, then quickly fetched a bottle of soda, opened it, and handed it to her. Drink some soda. He then began to hurriedly tidy up the somewhat messy room. Feeling out of place, Su Qingran forced a smile and said, Don't trouble yourself. I'll just sit for a moment and then leave. I wanted to discuss how much I should compensate you for that cotton I lost. Although she had retrieved the cotton, she felt guilty about not offering any payment. The man turned to face her calmly, stating, Since you didn't get the cotton, the transaction isn't complete, so I can't accept your money. He then wiped his hands on his clothes and extended his hand. Let us formally introduce ourselves. My name is Gu Xiao, with Xiao meaning carefree. Upon hearing his name, Su Qingran was momentarily stunned. Wasn't he the Gu Shao who had risen from the mountains to become the wealthy tycoon of Ningxing in the future? His name was splashed across newspapers and television in her time, which explained why she found him familiar. Su Qingran couldn't help but admire him. Everyone said Gu Shao was fortunate to have good timing. Yet she hadn't realized he had already been working hard to build his fortune at such an early stage. If only she had been as diligent in her past life, focusing on her career instead of being mired in mundane family affairs. With that thought, she extended her hand respectfully. "Hello, Comrade Gu. My name is Su Qingran," with Qing meaning clear water and Ran with a grass radical. The moment their hands touched, Su Qingran could distinctly feel the calluses in his palm, evidence of hard work. How foolish she had been to think of him as merely a petty thug. Quickly, she pulled out a few bills and placed them on the table. Then stood up. "It's time for me to go. Consider the lost cotton as my share. Please accept this money." Just as she was about to leave, Gu Shao called out, "Wait, your sandal is broken. Let me fix it for you." Looking down, Su Qingran realized her sandal had indeed broken, and her heel was also scraped. Gu Shao rummaged through the room and soon returned with some antiseptic. "Take it off. This will be quick." Su Qingran hesitated. "I can manage it myself." But before she could protest further, he had already taken the sandal from her. He deftly heated the broken part with fire and pressed the melted plastic back together. Just then, the yard door swung open, and 3 young men rushed in, panting. "Brother Shao, when did you come back? We searched everywhere for you. What is going on here?" Su Qingran glanced up and recognized all 3. One was the man who sold her eggs yesterday, and the other 2 sold wild boar meat. Feeling embarrassed, she quickly snatched the sandal from Gu Shao's hands, slipped it on, and stood up, saying hello. "Thank you, Comrade Gu, for rescuing me. That I'll take my leave now." With that, she hurriedly exited the yard. Chapter 19. Nipped in the bud, however, just as she stepped outside, Gu Shao chased after her. "Comrade Su, I have a new cotton quilt here, freshly made and unused. Would you like it?" Su Qingran paused for a moment, then replied eagerly, "Yes." The 2 quilts she had were only enough for her and Nanxing, and others in her family needed quilts as well. The more, the better. Seeing her agree, Gu Shao directly went into the house to fetch the quilt. The 3 young men were left dumbfounded, unable to stop him. That brother Shao out of his mind. Auntie warned him repeatedly that this quilt is saved for his future wife. If she finds out he sold it, what then? Forget it. Anyway, brother Shao doesn't even have a girlfriend right now. Selling it is no big deal. I told you he is definitely interested in that girl. Just wait and see. Gu Shao ignored the 3, pushing his bicycle and carrying the quilt as he walked out. "Comrade Su, your foot is hurt. Let me give you a ride home." Su Qingran looked around, realizing she had lost all sense of direction and lacked the confidence to navigate through the dark, winding alleys. "All right, thank you." They rode until they reached the entrance of the mechanical factory compound, where Su Qingran finally asked him to stop. She then took out some cash and tickets from her pocket. "Comrade Gu, I mean no offense. I truly appreciate your help today and for bringing me back. Please accept this money for a meal." Gu Shao paused for a moment, then smiled. "Who pays for a meal with cash?" Su Qingran understood the implication of his words and sensed that he might have some affection for her. However, she had no romantic thoughts at the moment. Moreover, she would soon be going to the countryside, and there would be no chance of meeting again. It was better to nip any potential developments in the bud. "I'm sorry. I should have taken you to a state-run restaurant, but I'm about to get married, which makes it inconvenient." Her words. Gu Zhao's expression noticeably faltered for a moment. Then he smiled. "Is that so?" Su Qingran nodded. "Comrade Gu, goodbye." With that, she turned and walked briskly into the compound. Just as she took a couple of steps, she looked up to see the disheveled Xiao Dongwu blocking her path. "Where have you been? Who was the man that brought you back earlier?" Ignoring him, Su Qingran continued into the yard. Upon entering, she startled Xin Yunfang, who was hiding by the door. Did you 2 come back together?" Seeing the quilt in Su Qingran's arms, Xin Yunfang assumed it was something Xiao Dongwu had bought in the black market. Immediately, she felt a spark of interest. "Did you buy another quilt? I remember you brought 2 new ones when you came. Can we borrow this one for Xiao Jun to use? It's going to get cold soon." "And he hasn't found a quilt yet?" Su Qingran scoffed and extended her hand. "No problem. I'll sell it to you for $20. Xin Yunfang's face went pale. "I don't have any money on me right now." Su Qingran snorted. "If you don't have money, then why bother with a quilt? Just carry it on your back." With that, she walked straight into her room, holding the quilt. Xin Yunfang seethed with frustration. ready to vent to Xiao Donghua, only to realize he looked equally disheveled. Donghua, what happened? By the way, didn't you go to the black market to buy grain? Where's the grain? Xiao Donghua's expression darkened. Don't mention it, I had just paid when I ran into an inspection. I barely escaped and didn't have time to think about the grain. Hearing this, Su Qingran couldn't help but burst into laughter. Serves you right, Xin Yunfang. Undeterred, shot a glance at Su Qingran's room, eyeing the quilt. Xiao Donghua's gaze hardened. The quilt is hers. Don't even think about it. The moment he recalled the way that man had looked at Su Qingran, unease began to fester within him. That cotton quilt might very well be tied to that man. The wedding could not be delayed any longer. On the 6th day of her rebirth, Su Qingran organized the items she had accumulated over the past 2 days, categorizing them neatly in her space. She had nearly bought everything she needed and wasn't planning to return to the black market. Instead, she intended to find an opportunity to cultivate her space after arriving in the countryside. Seeds and chicks should be easy to procure in the village. Right now, the most pressing matter was to resolve the issues with her sister-in-law's family. After washing up and changing clothes, Su Qingran locked the door and prepared to head out. This time, Xiao Donghua and Xin Yunfang seemed too exhausted from hunger to come looking for trouble. Su Qingran quickly made her way to the usual spot, scanning the area but failing to spot Nanxing. Had she arrived too early? It was fine. She needed to go visit anyway, so she decided to head over to As. Su Qingran entered the alley. She soon heard the sounds of children arguing coming from a yard ahead. Recognizing it as Nanxing's voice, she hurried over. Upon entering, she saw Nanxing pinned to the ground, with 2 of her uncle's children, one sitting on him, controlling him, while the other attempted to steal from his pockets. Nanxing's uncle and aunt stood by, coldly urging, hit him hard, a little thief without parents. Su Qingran's mind buzzed with rage as she rushed forward, shoving the 2 children aside. What do you think you're doing? Upon seeing his aunt, Nanxing burst into tears. Auntie, they took the candy you gave me and said I stole from them. I did not steal, Su Nanxing cried, trembling all over as he shouted to prove his innocence. The feelings of injustice and resentment clenched his fists tightly, yearning to confront those who wronged him. Su Qingran, feeling a pang of sympathy, embraced him, reassuring, "Aunt is here. Everything will be all right. Nanxing, do not be afraid." Just as her words fell, the grandmother, who had remained hidden until now, emerged from the house with a sheepish smile, saying, "Oh, is it my niece, Nanxing? Don't take it to heart. When there are many children together, it is normal for conflicts to arise." Nanxing's aunt was relentless, declaring, "I must say, this child is quite difficult to manage. He never listens, and it's all your Su family's fault for spoiling him." Su Qingran had no intention of conversing civilly. She pointed at the group and shouted, "My sister-in-law is also your biological daughter, your own sister. In the days when our Su family thrived, we often welcomed you with open arms. Now that we have fallen on hard times, you choose to torment your own grandson and nephew. I believe your conscience must have been devoured by a dog. If you are dissatisfied, let us call the neighbors over for a judgment, and we shall see whether it is Nanxing who is disobedient or if your family is the one being overly oppressive." With that, Su Qingran prepared to raise her voice further, but Nanxing's grandfather hurried out of the house, urging her to cease. "Enough. We are all relatives. Can we not discuss this amicably?" Chapter 20. The old woman finally returns upon seeing the elderly patriarch, who had been hiding inside, finally show his face. Su Qingran could not help but scoff coldly. "Discuss amicably, you say? This candy was bought for Nanxing by me, yet your own grandchildren indiscriminately attempt to seize it. Your son and daughter-in-law have accused him of theft. They must first apologize to Nanxing." The old man snorted. "Children squabbling is hardly worthy of such gravity. Your Su family's children are truly precious. If you believe we are raising them poorly, feel free to take him away." The others, hearing this, quickly grew emboldened. "Indeed, if you think we are inadequate, then by all means, take him." They were certain that Su Qingran would be unable to protect herself, let alone take Nanxing with her. Yet, to their astonishment, Su Qingran readily agreed. "Very well. If your Jiang family refuses to care for him, I shall not make it difficult for you. When my sister-in-law sent Nanxing to you, she provided a sum of money along with some tickets. If you choose to feast while denying Nanxing, then return all of his good clothes." At the mention of repayment, the group was taken aback. "What money? Do not speak nonsense. That was my daughter's gift to me, and it has nothing to do with Nanxing." Su Qingran coldly scoffed. "So you refuse to pay? Very well. I shall fetch the Women's Federation to come and mediate. I will go to your factory and create a scene. I will go to your workshop and stir up trouble. I will seek out your factory manager for a resolution. After all, since Nanxing and I have been treated this way, I have nothing to lose. Ever since the Su family fell into misfortune, the Zhang family had been wary of making their association public, fearing the repercussions. They could not allow her to create such a ruckus. The Zhang patriarch, in a fit of rage, stomped his foot. Give it to her. Just give it to her. From now on, let us act as though we have no such relative. Jiang Pozi, seething with indignation, turned to fetch a stack of money and tickets. Su Qingran promptly exclaimed, "This is insufficient. Do not attempt to deceive me. I shall write to inform my sister-in-law of how you have bullied Nanxing and inquire how much she truly gave you. If it is even a penny less, I will go directly to the factory to demand it." Fuming, Jiang Pozi huffed through her nose for a moment before returning with another stack of money and tickets. "Here it all is." Su Qingran snatched it up and stuffed it into her pocket, then pointed at Jiang's grandson. "Strip Nanxing of his clothes. Gather all the other clothes as well." Nanxing's aunt glared furiously. But faced with such shamelessness, she had no choice but to obediently collect the clothes. Seizing the opportunity, Su Nanxing quickly ran inside to retrieve his other belongings. "Are we all set?" "Yes. Let us depart." The aunt and nephew, laden with bags and pockets full of money and tickets, swaggered out of the Jiang residence. Outside, a crowd had gathered to witness the spectacle. Upon seeing the two emerge in such a disheveled state, with tears streaming down Nanxing's face, the onlookers could only shake their heads in dismay. Once outside, Su Qingran first took Nanxing to clean the wounds on his face and change into fresh clothes before heading to breakfast. Contemplating the vastness of the city, yet finding no suitable place for them to go, Su Qingran couldn't help but sigh. "Nanxing, later you will come back to stay at the mechanical factory compound with me. But the Xiao family is also troublesome that I refrained from bringing you there before out of fear that you might be bullied. But do not worry, I will be by your side for the next few days. And soon we shall leave." Understanding, Su Nanxing nodded. "Aunt, do not worry." The pair returned to the mechanical factory compound, where most individuals had already left for work, leaving the alley quite tranquil. Only the Xiao family's courtyard was filled with incessant chatter. From afar, Su Qingran could already hear that familiar voice. "Ah, the old woman has finally returned. She has kept us waiting for so long." In the courtyard, Zhang Guilin was showcasing various local delicacies, pulling them out of her pockets one by one. Much like a magician, "These are all treasures I brought from the countryside. All good things. Look at this millet. How pleasing it is with its golden hue." Xin Yunfang, sycophantically flattering, added, "Indeed, you cannot even buy this in the city." Hearing the commotion outside, the others finally looked up. "Though, the young lady has finally returned. Why did you bring a child with you?" Xiao Donghua approached her with a beaming smile. "Qingran, mother has returned. We shall go to get the marriage certificate tomorrow." "And this is Nanxing." Su Qingran interrupted coolly. "The Zhang family has some matters, so I brought Nanxing to stay for a few days." Upon hearing this, Zhang Guilin jumped up. "That is out of the question. Do you know how costly it is to raise a child? Why should he stay here for free? This is my son's house. Why should you, an unwed bride, bring an outsider to stay?" Su Qingran replied with a mocking smile. "Why not? Your son has received plenty of care from my father in the past. If Xin Yunfang can bring her child to stay, why can't I bring my nephew for a few days?" Xiao Donghua, lowering his gaze, added, "Mother, Qingran is correct. Professor Su has often helped me. It is just for a short stay, and besides, Qingran and I are about to get married, so it will be livelier with more people." With that, Xiao Donghua took Nanxing's belongings toward his room, stating, "Tonight, Nanxing will stay with me." Su Qingran swiftly took the luggage from him. "No need. Nanxing is still young that he can make do in my room tonight." Seeing this, Zhang Guilin let out a shriek. "The bride hasn't even arrived yet, and you're already climbing over the old woman. She looks like a vixen, utterly beguiling my son, making him listen to her every whim. What a useless son he has become." Xin Yunfang hurriedly attempted to mediate. "Aunt, do not be upset. Donghua is not that kind of person." Su Qingran smirked. "Quickly go and appease your mother." With that, she led Su Nanxing back inside. After organizing their belongings, Su Qingran pulled out a mat to lay on the floor, preparing for a night on the ground. However, Su Nanxing immediately took off his shoes and lay down, saying, "Aunt, you sleep on the bed tonight. I will take the floor. It's cooler down here." As the aunt and nephew exchanged words, Jean Guélan's voice erupted from outside. What time is it? Why aren't you out here making lunch? Do you expect me, an old woman, to cook for the entire family? Returning just to be lazy? What family marries a daughter-in-law who isn't diligent? Su Qingran noticed the dirty water from Nanqing's wash basin and, without hesitation, carried it out to toss it outside. Why are you standing at my door? Jean Guélan was drenched with the dirty water. Infuriated, you did that on purpose. Su Qingran shrugged. How could that be? Am I that kind of person? Turning to Shen Yunfang, she added, Comrade Shun, your aunt has been out here berating you for a long time. Don't you have any awareness? Hurry and make lunch. Can't you see? Chapter 21. Sickening you all. Shen Yunfang was left speechless, fearing that she might leverage her work against her. She could only force a smile. Aunt, please change your clothes. Qingran hasn't he done any of this at home. I will handle the cooking. Jean Guélan shot a glance at Shen Yunfang, then at Su Qingran, her teeth grinding in frustration. If you had an ounce of Yunfang's diligence, I wouldn't be stopping you. Su Qingran scoffed. So, you mean to say you disapprove of my marriage to your son? Jean Guélan spat. Absolutely. I won't hide it anymore. I do not approve. What makes you think you are worthy of my son? Donghua? Su Qingran smiled as she extended her hand. All right, pay me off. Once I have the money, I will cancel the engagement immediately, so as not to hinder your son's bright future. What money? Why should I give you money? Why not? Did Xiao Donghua not tell you why he wishes to marry me? He does so to repay the kindness shown to our Su family. If you oppose our marriage, then you ought to compensate for that kindness. Mentioning money left Jean Guélan at a loss for words, and she hurried back to her room. I will change clothes. I refuse to discuss this. You cannot marry without my consent. With Jean Guélan's return, the Xiao family's dire situation was temporarily alleviated. Xiao Donghua and his colleagues borrowed tickets and returned from the cafeteria with 2 meat dishes at noon. Finally, there was a semblance of richness at the Xiao family dining table. Su Qingran was unwilling to miss the opportunity to disturb them, so as soon as the meal was ready, she seated herself and Su Nanqing at the table. Come on, Nanqing, eat more meat, and don't forget the eggs. Jean Guélan was so furious that her hands trembled, nearly causing her to drop her chopsticks. You two may be absent from work, but you sure are quick to eat. I didn't cook eggs for you. As she spoke, Jean Guélan placed the boiled eggs in front of Xiao Donghua, and Xiao Jun Donghua has been working hard. He needs to replenish his strength, and Xiao Jun, having suffered since childhood, should eat more eggs to grow taller. And Yunfang, raising a child alone is no easy feat. I remember when I was the one raising Donghua. Before she could finish, Su Qingran slammed her chopsticks onto the table with a heavy sigh. Every family has its struggles. That I recall how my father, feeling sorry for the undernourished students from the countryside, would secretly bring the eggs my mother cooked for him to school and share them with the students. Donghua, have you ever tasted the eggs saved by my father? Xiao Donghua's expression froze, and he reached for the egg in front of him, placing it before Su Nanqing. Let the child eat. I don't need it. Seeing this, Shen Yunfang hurriedly offered her egg to Xiao Donghua. It's fine. Mine is for Donghua. Before she could finish, Su Qingran swiftly snatched the egg. Enough? It's just an egg. If you keep passing it around, no one will eat it, right? I will take it. What was supposed to be a rare family reunion dinner ended with everyone but Su Qingran and Su Nanqing feeling frustrated. After the meal, Su Qingran wiped her mouth and directly took Su Nanqing out. Jean Guélan was so angry, she couldn't swallow a bite of bun, nearly choking in the process. Shen Yunfang rushed to show her goodwill. Xiao Donghua, noticing the situation, quickly chased after them. Qingran, my mother may speak harshly, but she's just struggling to accept things. Come back later with something for her, and say a few kind words. Don't let this affect our marriage certificate tomorrow. Su Qingran chuckled. Just wait. In the evening, Su Qingran returned with Su Nanqing, precisely at mealtime. However, she seemed to have anticipated that there would be little to eat at home. So she had taken Su Nanqing to the state-run restaurant for a meal earlier. Upon entering, she found the table filled with leftovers from lunch. Well, I thought you wouldn't be back, so I didn't cook for you. Shen Yunfang defended herself. Xiao Donghua looked at Su Qingran, who returned empty-handed. With disappointment, remaining silent, Su Qingran smirked. No worries. We had pork dumplings at the state-run restaurant and are completely stuffed. Disappointed by the absence of expected gifts and now excluded from the dumplings. Jean Guélan found herself choking on a bowl of coarse grain porridge. That night, as Su Qingran was drifting into a slumber, she suddenly heard the window quietly creaking open, followed by something being placed inside. A jolt ran through her, and she immediately thought of the toad that Xiao Jun loved to catch. This child must think that with Zhang Guilin back, he would have the upper hand. Seems he has gotten a bit too cheeky. Su Qingran, fearful of the creature, was relieved when Nanxing swiftly captured it. "Aunt, don't worry. I'll throw it out." In the early morning, before dawn had broken, Zhang Guilin's terrified scream echoed throughout the courtyard. "Who put a toad in my bed?" Su Qingran stretched and glanced in surprise at the still sleeping Nanxing. She then stepped outside. "Isn't this the toad Xiao Jun caught? How did it end up in your room?" This child really. He only got scolded a couple of times last night, and now he holds a grudge. Xin Yunfang's face turned pale as she quickly explained, "It's impossible for Xiao Jun to have done that." Su Qingran scoffed. "Why is it impossible? Who in the courtyard doesn't he know that Xiao Jun loves to catch toads? Just a few days ago, he stuffed one in my bag, and I nearly bumped my head against the wall in fright." "You've already forgotten?" Zhang Guilin, still shaken, pointed at the bleary-eyed Xiao Jun, stuttering, "Hurry, get the toad out of my bed." Xiao Jun, still bewildered, skillfully caught the toad. Upon seeing this, Zhang Guilin began to suspect. "Xiao Jun, was it really you?" Xiao Jun, confused, glanced at his mother and quickly shook his head. "No, it wasn't me. It must have been that Su kid." Su Qingran, unfazed, replied, "Yesterday, Nanxing and I didn't leave the house, and he's new here. How could he have caught a toad?" Xiao Jun, it's one thing to not repent for your misdeeds, but now you're blaming others. You're beyond saving. Xiao Donghua's expression grew increasingly grave. "Xiao Jun, apologize to your grandmother." Xin Yunfang attempted to intervene, but was cut off coldly. "Yunfang, don't coddle him. This is not the first time. Qingran is right. If we don't discipline this child properly, it will be disastrous." With all eyes on him, Xiao Jun, frightened, burst into tears. "I just wanted to stand up for Grandma, to teach that bad woman and that kid a lesson. I didn't know how the toad ended up in Grandma's room. I was just..." Before he could finish, Xin Yunfang slapped Xiao Jun across the face. "What's wrong with you? Hurry and apologize to your grandmother." After the blow, Xiao Jun's face softened Zhang Guilin's anger a bit. "All right, the child doesn't understand. You can teach him gently, just don't hit him." Though Zhang Guilin said nothing, she silently forgot about making the egg custard she had promised Xiao Jun during breakfast. Once the farce was over, Su Qingran returned to her room to wake Su Nanxing. "Stop pretending. I know you're awake." Su Nanxing sat up awkwardly, rubbing his eyes. "Aunt, are you angry with me? I was just upset that he bullied you. He's the one who caused that injury on your head, right?" Su Qingran sighed. "Nanxing, I appreciate your intentions, but you can't do such things in the future. Some wrongs can be righted by me. But I don't want you to repeat the mistakes of the past." Concerned she might be upset, Su Nanxing hurriedly replied, "I understand, and don't be angry. I won't act recklessly again." Chapter 22. Provocation followed by slaps on the 7th day of her rebirth. The atmosphere in the Xiao household had turned particularly strange due to the morning's events, losing all semblance of the previous day's warmth. Su Qingran understood that based on her knowledge of Xiao Jun, this incident would not simply fade away. With both Xin Yunfang and Xiao Donghua away during the day, she took the opportunity to disappear with Nanxing, leaving space for the grandmother and grandson to bond. The duo spent most of the day wandering the streets, and in the afternoon, they ran into Gu Xiaowei, who was also aimlessly strolling. The three of them decided to catch a movie, returning home only by evening. As Su Qingran and her nephew re-entered the Xiao residence, they could hear a commotion erupting from the courtyard. It turned out that Xiao Donghua and Xin Yunfang had just returned from work. And predictably, Xiao Jun was ill again. "Mother, how did you take care of him during the day? Why does Xiao Jun look so unwell?" "I don't know. He seemed fine earlier. How could he suddenly fall ill?" "Donghua, don't panic. Xiao Jun hasn't fully recovered from his last illness. He probably got scared this morning and is relapsing. Let us take him to the hospital." Su Qingran entered the courtyard with eager steps. "Oh, Xiao Jun is sick again. Last time, he scared me with that toad, and he ended up in the hospital that night. Now he is playing pranks with a toad in his grandmother's bed. Could he be faking it? I heard your loud voices outside. His grandmother only scolded him a little, all for his own good. She has been working hard to help take care of him. And now you're blaming her? Anyone would think the old lady was abusing the child at home." Xin Yunfang's face turned pale. "Aunt, I didn't mean it that way. She only wanted Zhang Guilin to feel a bit of guilt towards Xiao Jun." Who would have thought Su Qingran would return at that moment? Upon hearing this, Zhang Guilin suddenly understood. She had felt something was off earlier but couldn't quite place it. All she had done was scold Xiao Jun a few times and had only punished him by not allowing him to eat eggs for the day. And now he was complaining. Xiao Jun was robust. How could he be so delicate? What child hasn't he been spanked before? Su Qingran added fuel to the fire. Exactly. Moreover, Dongwu works so hard. If you two are unhappy, you rush to the hospital, wasting money and keeping Dongwu up at night. What if he loses his job due to exhaustion? Upon hearing this, Zhang Guilin's expression darkened. Dongwu, is what she said true? Xiao Dongwu had intended to defend Xin Yunfang and her son, but seeing Su Qingran's support for him, felt touched and unconsciously sided with her. Yes, we've been a few times that it's common for young children to fall ill. It doesn't cost much. Su Qingran continued to stoke the flames. Dongwu, I know you're kind-hearted, but you can't deceive your elders. In the half month since I arrived, you've spent more than a month's salary on Shun and her son. How can you continue living like this? Hearing this, Xin Yunfang felt both angry and frightened, fearing that Zhang Guilin would harbor discontent against her. Xiao Jun, infuriated, rushed forward to push Su Qingran. You wicked woman. Uncle's money is our money. Who are you to stop him from spending it on us? Zhang Guilin, having spent the entire day alone caring for the child, was already dissatisfied with Xiao Jun. In the present moment, witnessing him brazenly proclaim his intent to squander his own son's money incensed her, prompting an immediate glare directed at Xiao Dongwu. You, come with me, she commanded. Mother, I must first take Xiao Jun to the hospital. I will explain everything upon my return to what hospital. Are we so affluent that money is of no concern? It is quite normal for a child to suffer from the occasional headache. A bit of warm water will suffice. Xin Yunfang attempted to elucidate, yet Zhang Guilin offered no opportunity for discourse, promptly shutting the door behind her. Su Qingran, having accomplished her goals, chose to leave the battleground to the others, allowing them to engage in their disputes in her previous life. Zhang Guilin had cast herself as the villain who snatched her son away, conspiring alongside Xin Yunfang against her. Would the two truly coexist harmoniously as they had in the past once she departed? Just as Su Qingran closed the door, the air outside was filled with Zhang Guilin's heart-wrenching cries, and Xiao Dongwu's weary, hoarse voice, followed closely by Xin Yunfang's desperate pleas. Time slipped by, and at last, the cacophony outside ceased, only to be replaced by a vigorous knocking on her door. Anticipating such an outcome, Su Qingran had locked Su Nanqing inside and ventured out alone. Upon exiting, she found Zhang Guilin's hand raised high, poised to strike. Quick as a flash, Su Qingran retaliated, delivering a slap that sent Zhang Guilin staggering backward until she fell to the ground. You startled me. What is the meaning of this? Zhang Guilin exclaimed, her face aflame with pain, yet her foremost concern remained the money. You little wretch, I have heard you lend out this month's allowance. You even took the money and tickets from Dongwu. Hand them over. With vengeance on her mind, Su Qingran seized the opportunity, mounting her adversary, grasping her collar with one hand while the other struck her face with ferocity. Let us see you speak such foulness again. Dream on if you think you can reclaim anything from me. The noise attracted Xiao Dongwu, who emerged in shock. What is happening here? Seizing the moment, Su Qingran fell to the ground, exclaiming, Your mother came at me to strike. Spouting filth. Must I not defend myself? Acknowledging his own culpability, Xiao Dongwu quickly pulled her to her feet. Mother, what are you doing? Did I not tell you that money is not hers? It is my debt. Xiao Dongwu, you have truly fallen under this vixen's spell. Which of your eyes saw me strike anyone? I tell you, if you do not punish her today, I shall sever our mother-son bond. At the height of dinner hour, the courtyard buzzed with life. Drawn by the commotion from the Xiao household, neighbors gathered, bowls in hand, eager to witness the spectacle. Before Zhang Guilin could regain her composure, Su Nanqing dashed out, embracing Su Qingran. Aunt, are you all right? Did they hurt you? Su Qingran, feeling wronged, wept in his embrace. I have spent all the money I brought. I truly have none left. If you press me further, I cannot produce any. Zhang Guilin, dazed from the slap, gradually regained her senses, only to discover the onlookers whispering about her desire to starve them. That I did not strike her. She assaulted me, and that money belongs to my son. Observing her aggressive demeanor, the crowd dismissed her claims. That is this your idea of bullying? Must one die before it counts? Indeed, I returned from work only to hear your household in uproar. Comrade Su was merely trying to assist you. And you retaliate. I've never seen a mother-in-law behave this way. Zhang Guilan's head buzzed with anger as she struggled to grab a broom, intent on driving the onlookers away. Get out. Go somewhere cooler. You a nuisance even at dinner. Slamming the door shut, she pointed furiously at Su Qingran. Unless you return my money and provisions, do not expect to eat a single grain from the Xiao family. Su Qingran dusted herself off, rising with a smirk that if I shan't eat, then so be it. Chapter 23. A deceptive feast in the hospital. Su Qingran had never intended to dine with the Xiao family. Her only concern was not missing the unfolding drama, which is why she hurried back instead of eating out. Consequently, while the Xiao family sat in the courtyard, grumbling over their watery porridge and cornbread, she and Su Nanxing savored meat buns and delightful malted milk in their room. Exhausted from a day of shopping, Su Qingran consumed a single bun before hastily preparing for bed, following suit. Su Nanxing finished his cup of malted milk, stashed the remaining 2 buns in a lunchbox, dashed out to use the restroom, then returned to lock the door and lie down. On the 8th day of her rebirth, Su Qingran awoke, stretching luxuriously, calling out to Nanxing, "Let us go. Time for breakfast." Su Nanxing stood to retrieve the lunchbox, recalling that 2 buns remained from the previous night. "You did not finish them?" Su Qingran inquired. Astonished, "Dai tea was so hot last night. The buns cannot be eaten after sitting out all night." As she casually opened the lunchbox, she was taken aback to find the buns mysteriously vanished. Su Nanxing grew frantic. "It must have been Xiao Jun who stole them. Last night, when I went to the restroom before bed, I saw him lurking about sneakily." Seeing him on the verge of tears, Su Qingran quickly soothed him. "Do not fret. We shall go out and enjoy some shrimp-filled wontons." After tidying up, they stepped outside, and the Xiao family had reverted to their previous amiable demeanor. Xin Yanfang placed 2 buns on a plate and offered them to Zhang Guilan. "Aunt, these are the buns Xiao Jun bought with his pocket money this morning. Please try them. Yesterday's incident was indeed Xiao Jun's fault, and he promised to behave and listen to you from now on." Zhang Guilan beamed at the sight of the plump, white buns. "Dough. It's nothing. Children are meant to be taught patiently." She then handed a bun to Xiao Jun, who had been yearning for one all night. Just as he was about to take a bite, he spotted Su Qingran and Su Nanxing exiting, causing him to lower his head in guilt. Xin Yanfang instinctively averted her gaze, fearing their notice. However, Su Qingran had no intention of exposing them. Instead, she simply led Su Nanxing out. Xiao Donghua, noticing their departure, hurried after them. "Qingran, where are you going? Do not forget, today is the day we obtain our marriage certificate." Su Qingran smirked derisively. "Obtain a certificate? Did your mother agree?" Xiao Donghua nodded earnestly. After much persuasion last night, she finally agreed. "Ran, please do not make a scene. Finish your meal and return early. I am waiting to go with you." Su Qingran cast him a meaningful glance before taking Su Nanxing by the hand and leaving. After breakfast, they hurried back to the Xiao household, not for any other reason than to witness the unfolding drama. The late summer heat in Ningxing was stifling, surpassing even the warmth of summer. With ice pops in hand, Su Qingran and Su Nanxing strolled leisurely towards the courtyard, where the sounds of commotion from the Xiao family greeted them from afar. "Oh dear, I cannot endure this any longer. I feel faint. Donghua, come quickly. Xiao Jun is sweating profusely from pain. What could possibly afflict a mere child? I, an old crone, am near collapse. Donghua, help me up. I still need to use the restroom." Joining in the chaos, Su Qingran quipped, "Xiao Donghua, did you not say we would be leaving?" Dressed in a pristine white shirt for the occasion, Xiao Donghua now bore the brunt of Zhang Guilan's ire. "Qingran, wait for me. Let me finish here first." Su Qingran recoiled, pinching her nose. "Has someone defiled the courtyard?" Xiao Jun, wailing, accused. "It's this wicked woman. She poisoned the buns, causing my stomachache." At this revelation, everyone fell silent. Su Qingran raised an eyebrow. Perplexed. "Poison? I saw you all eating the buns right before I left. When did I poison them?" Xiao Donghua furrowed his brow in irritation. "Xiao Jun, cease your nonsense. Your aunt never touched the buns." Xiao Jun, undeterred, insisted. "It was her. She gave me those buns." Su Qingran scoffed. "When you ate them, you claimed they were a gift for your grandmother. What proof do you have against me?" Xin Yanfang, having suffered considerably due to Su Qingran in the past, was wary of retribution and quickly intervened. "These buns were indeed purchased by Xiao Jun. He only speaks out of pain Do not provoke him further. Su Qingran clicked her tongue, though I know not where Xiao Jun procured those buns. The vendor must be at fault. You ought to seek compensation from him swiftly. Delay could mean he denies responsibility. Zhang Guilin perked up at the mention of compensation. Indeed, Xiao Jun, come, we shall find the seller. Su Qingran added fuel to the fire. You both are in such agony. Surely you can demand a hefty sum. But Xiao Jun, be careful not to misidentify the place, should you accuse the wrong person. They might report you for causing a scene. Xiao Jun, terrified, retreated that I found the buns. I did not buy them. I do not want to see the police. Su Qingran feigned alarm. Child, such audacity. You cannot simply pick up buns from the street. What if they were laced with rat poison to catch stray dogs? Zhang Guilin, finally managing to rise with the aid of the table, immediately fainted at the thought. The courtyard erupted into chaos. Xiao Donghua, panting, carried Zhang Guilin to the hospital, where they remained for much of the day. Only by evening did he return, head hanging low. Shen Yunfang rushed over, concern etched on her face. Donghua, is Aunt all right? The situation is distressing. I wish to visit the hospital, yet I am reluctant to leave Xiao Jun alone at home, as he has been uncomfortable all afternoon. Xiao Donghua glanced at Shen Yunfang and her child. Then at the two nieces in the yard, enjoying pomegranates and the cool breeze. With a resigned sigh, he noted that after undergoing gastric lavage and receiving 2 bottles of 4 fluids, the patient was now stable. Albeit having not eaten anything, the doctor advised preparing some congee to send over to as he spoke. Xiao Donghua instinctively turned his gaze towards Su Qingran, hoping to seize this opportunity to mend the rift between her and her mother. However, Su Qingran promptly redirected the opportunity to Shen Yunfang, exclaiming that her son nearly poisoned someone, and urged her to cook some congee as a gesture of goodwill. Shen Yunfang shot her a resentful glare, but smiled at Xiao Donghua, saying, "You've worked hard all day. I'll make some millet congee tonight to keep watch. Aunt has been unwell since she vomited this morning, so I'll bring her some clean clothes to freshen up." Xiao Donghua's expression softened slightly, and he nodded appreciatively. "Thank you, Yunfang." Chapter 24. Am I the kind of person who steals someone else's partner? Su Qingran, disinterested and lingering, stood to return to her room, but was called back by Xiao Donghua. "Qingran, wait a moment. I have something to discuss with you that I have nothing to discuss with you." "Qingran, today's incident was an accident. I didn't intentionally delay our marriage registration as soon as mother is discharged. We will go. Furthermore, she will likely remain in the hospital for observation for the next few days. When you aren't working, please take the time to care for her. This is a chance to resolve your misunderstandings." Su Qingran raised an eyebrow. "Misunderstanding? Your mother warned me on her first day back that I am unworthy of you and disapproved of my marrying into the family. She has scolded and struck me. Do you think there is any misunderstanding left between us?" Xiao Donghua shook his head. "She is sharp-tongued yet soft-hearted. Her intentions are not malicious," recalling the misdeeds of Zhang Guilin in her past life. Su Qingran felt a surge of anger. How could someone like that be considered kind-hearted? "Xiao Donghua, your mother claimed she had no pressing matters in the countryside. She merely wished to assert her authority and intimidate me. She said you never intended to marry me, but agreed only out of respect for your teacher." Xiao Donghua's expression shifted. "That's impossible," Su Qingran smirked. "She also said Shen Yunfang is not temporarily staying here. You have promised to keep her here for life." Fearing I would cause a scene if I knew the truth, Xiao Donghua was utterly taken aback. This was information only he and his mother knew. He had thought his mother was understanding about their registration, only to find she had confided this to Su Qingran. What did this mean? Seeing that he believed her, Su Qingran couldn't help but inwardly smirk. Those words were precisely what Zhang Guilin had said in her previous life, perfectly crafted to sow discord. Even if Xiao Donghua chose to inquire, Zhang Guilin would find it difficult to refute, as it was all true. Moreover, Shen Yunfang told me she deliberately made Xiao Jun feign illness to clarify your intentions and prompt me to retreat. Hence, she always finds excuses to call you away whenever we are alone. Xiao Donghua's face was filled with disbelief. Su Qingran entered his room and shut the door behind her. "If you don't believe me, we can conduct an experiment." Within a minute, Shen Yunfang's voice indeed rang out from outside the door. "Donghua, Xiao Jun seems to be in pain again. Could you come and check on him?" Su Qingran smiled and shrugged. "What do you think?" Xiao Donghua's complexion turned dark as he called out the window. "I am busy right now. You check on him first, and I will come shortly." Shen Yunfang expressed her disappointment with a soft "oh." Before long, A piercing scream echoed from the kitchen. Xiao Donghua instinctively rushed out. Yinfang, what happened? Xin Yinfang, her eyes red, looked up. It's nothing. I just accidentally burned myself. How could you be so careless? Quickly rinse it with water. After speaking, Xiao Donghua seemed to realize something and hurriedly turned to Su Qingran. Qingran. Su Qingran regarded him calmly. The seeds of discord had already been sown, and her objective achieved. What happened next was no longer her concern. Nanxing, let us go eat out. On the other side. In the black market of Ningxing, Gu Xiao finished selling the last batch of mountain goods, and a few brothers decided it was time to return. The recent heat made it difficult to preserve meat. Selling it cheaply was preferable, and they could return after the autumn harvest. Exactly, the autumn harvest is approaching. If we don't leave now, we won't be able to hide it from the captain. Xiao Gu, you're not still thinking about that girl, are you? She hasn't come by in days. She is obviously not interested. Gu Xiao bent down to pack his things, suddenly looking up and throwing a stone at the three. Who says I'm still thinking about her? She already has a partner. Once we return, no one is allowed to mention it. The trio laughed and teased. Just a partner. It's not like you're getting married. Gu Xiao scoffed. What nonsense. Am I the type to steal someone else's partner? Let us head to the state-run restaurant for dinner. We return to the team first thing tomorrow. As they bantered, Gu Xiao led the way. But upon reaching the state-run restaurant, he spotted Su Qingran sitting by the window with a child, enjoying a meal. Xiao Gu, isn't that the woman from the other day? Don't point. Get in line. Su Qingran looked up just in time to meet Gu Xiao's gaze. Unable to avoid him, she smiled and nodded. Comrade Gu, what a coincidence. Gu Xiao hesitated for a moment, then approached her. You left too much money last time. Here it is. Consider it a wedding gift. By the way, when is your wedding? Su Qingran blinked and replied with 2 words, the day after tomorrow. Congratulations. Thank you. Once he departed, a guilty Su Qingran hurriedly left the state-run restaurant with Nanxing. Aunt, you lied. We are going to the countryside the day after tomorrow. Su Qingran chuckled. Nanxing is right. Lying is wrong. Aunt won't dare do it again on the 9th day since her rebirth, perhaps because she was to go to the countryside tomorrow. Su Qingran felt exceptionally cheerful today. Last night, she had taken the opportunity to gather some pomegranates from the space, intending to deliver them to Director Ma before she left. These pomegranates, irrigated with spring water, though not as potent as drinking the spring water directly, could still fortify the body, potentially benefiting Uncle Ma's health. After visiting the Ma family, Su Qingran went to bid farewell to the Gu family. Gu Xiaohui insisted on treating the two at the state-run restaurant, and the three enjoyed a delightful meal together. However, the Xiao family was not as cheerful at noon. Xiao Donghua and Xin Yunfang hurried home after work. Upon entering, they found a starving Xiao Jun rummaging through the kitchen for food. Seeing the cold stove and unprepared meals, Xin Yunfang was furious. This Qingran is utterly inconsiderate. Even if she doesn't care for Aunt in the hospital, she couldn't even help with preparing a meal. Aunt is alone in the hospital and surely starving. Xiao Donghua felt discontent, but, recalling the events of the previous night, he too felt a sense of guilt. Enough. Quickly prepare some food. I need to take it to the hospital. Though Xin Yunfang was dissatisfied, she obediently cooked noodles for Xiao Donghua to take to the hospital. Zhang Guilin had been alone in the hospital for most of the day and was already starving. The elderly lady in the adjacent bed had been relishing soups and dumplings, making Zhang Guilin's hunger unbearable. When her son finally arrived with food, she opened the container to find only plain noodles. Furious, she slammed the lunchbox onto the table. Yesterday, I had to eat congee. Today you bring me this? I have nothing in my stomach. Is this how the Su family treats their daughter-in-law? Chapter 25. She left Xiao Donghua. Having no bicycle, carried the lunchbox under the scorching sun for a long time, drenched in sweat. He even had a chance to eat himself. Yet upon entering, he was met with a barrage of scolding from his mother. Losing his temper, he retorted, Su Qingran is not your daughter-in-law yet. This meal isn't her doing, and you know very well why she hasn't cooked for you. Zhang Guilin stared at her son in disbelief. What do you mean you know? Didn't I agree to your marriage registration? Xiao Donghua sighed. Yes, yesterday you agreed to our registration, and then you fell ill and were hospitalized. What a coincidence. Zhang Guilin had never faced such disrespect from her son and threw the lunchbox to the ground. Xiao Donghua. What do you mean? You dare to suspect your mother of feigning illness. Zhang Guilin had always relied on her son as her source of pride. Hearing such words now felt like a knife to her heart. Without a moment's hesitation, she clutched her chest and began wailing. Heavens, what sin have I committed? I raised you single-handedly, and now I am met with disdain. What kind of enchantment has that vixen cast on you? She hasn't even entered the door, and you're already protecting her like this? I'll say it plainly. It's either her or me. Xiao Donghua let out a long sigh and knelt down to clean up the mess. Zhang Guilan's uproar lasted the entire afternoon. Xiao Donghua endured his anger, running errands to buy food and tending to her, eventually soothing her mood, when Xiao Donghua returned home from the hospital. Intending to discuss marriage with Su Qingran, he found that her room was already shrouded in darkness. Thus he had to abandon his plans. Throughout the night, he pondered over the matter repeatedly, scarcely managing to close his eyes. With the break of dawn, he rapped on Su Qingran's door. Qingran, I am going to pick up my mother from the hospital shortly. She is getting older and her health is poor, that I hope you can be a little accommodating towards her. When she returns, please apologize to her, and then we can go to register our marriage today. I promise to make it up to you gradually. Su Qingran curled her lips slightly. What about Xin Yunfang and her son? Xiao Donghua, feeling guilty, averted his gaze. Xiao Jun is still too young, and Yunfang cannot be allocated housing from her job. You will have to endure this for a little while longer, receiving a response reminiscent of her previous life. Su Qingran was not surprised. She merely waved her hand dismissively. Go on, before your mother starts making a fuss again. Seeing her calm demeanor, Xiao Donghua mistakenly believed she had acquiesced to his proposal, his face betraying his excitement. Ran, wait for me to return. With that, he strode out the door. Once Xiao Donghua had departed, Xin Yunfang, who had been hiding behind the door, emerged. Qingran, I truly feel for you that I had intended to move out. But Donghua would not agree. Once I secure your job, I will persuade him further. By the way, could you tidy up the house? I want tea of time before work, or else your aunt will be furious to find the house in disarray upon her return. Seeing her smug expression, Su Qingran swiftly slapped her. Xin Yunfang was momentarily stunned. You, with a cold laugh, Su Qingran retorted, I don't want the trash you're offering. Enjoy this fortune at your leisure. Xin Yunfang assumed this was merely a moment of emotional venting from Su Qingran, and with her job situation unresolved, she could only endure it. I'll be back by noon, so please prepare more food. With that, she hurried away. Once the coast was clear, Su Qingran wasted no time in packing for her trip to the countryside. She had already planned that many items needed to be visible, and her luggage had to be sufficiently large. However, what lay within would be entirely at her discretion. Once everything was gathered, Su Qingran instructed Su Nanxing to guard their belongings in the yard while she returned to her room to store the bed, wooden boxes, and furniture into her space. She would leave not a single trace of what she had brought. Su Nanxing obediently watched over the items in the yard, and upon seeing Xiao Jun playing marbles under a tree, she approached him, reflecting that this might be her last opportunity to return. Xiao Jun, my aunt and I are going on a long journey, but don't be too happy. We will come back. I know you want to call Xiao Donghua daddy, but I want to allow that if he agrees, your mother will marry him, and my aunt and I will never return. Xiao Jun's eyes twinkled with understanding. Got it. Just as Su Qingran finished packing, Gu Xiaowei arrived on her bicycle to take them to the station. So much stuff. I should have brought my parents to help. No need. It's not heavy. We shouldn't delay your uncle and aunt from work. Let us go. As they exited, Su Qingran ran into Aunt Zhang, who had borrowed her sewing machine. Little Su, where are you off to? Aunt Zhang. I am taking my nephew away. Please take care. Su Qingran did not explain her departure, but her frail figure shouldering the heavy burden led Aunt Zhang to piece together the entire situation. This Xiao family, under the guise of repaying kindness, has brought a girl into their midst, only to have one member bully her, forcing such a good girl to leave. It's truly inhumane. I must properly publicize this in the compound. The trio made their way to the bus station, successfully loading their luggage onto the bus and finding their seats. Before parting, Gu Xiaowei reminded them once more. Remember, the bus can only stop at Shengli Commune. Other educated youth will be heading there today, and once everyone is gathered, the commune will arrange a tractor to take you to the foot of the mountain. The remaining journey will be handled by the brigade. After saying this, Gu Xiaowei could not hold back her tears. That I in such a remote place. I should have been the one going today. Seeing her cry, Su Qingran quickly patted her shoulder. All right, I have noted everything. Don't worry. I want to lose it. That I will write to you once I arrived. Gu Xiaowei wiped her tears and nodded. Take care of yourselves. That if you encounter any difficulties, Seek out the brigade leader. Yes, you should hurry to the factory, Su Qingran replied. Please tell Uncle Ma that I have left. As the bus pulled away, Su Qingran felt an inexplicable sense of relief. She was finally leaving a place that had troubled her for a lifetime. Soon, she would reunite with her family whom she had missed for so many years. Meanwhile, after Shen Yunfang arrived at work, she inquired as usual about the factory manager's return. Upon receiving confirmation, she was overjoyed and endured a torturous morning in the workshop. The moment she clocked out, she dashed towards the Shao residence. Qingran, the factory manager is back. Never had Shen Yunfang wished to see Su Qingran more fervently, yet upon entry, she found only her son Xiao Jun playing in the yard. Where's your aunt? That bad woman has left. Left? Where did she go? Did she mention when she would return? I don't know. She took a lot of things with her that I was afraid she would hit me. So I didn't dare to ask. The sudden chill gripped Shen Yunfang's heart as she recalled the look in Su Qingran's eyes when she left in the morning. She hurried to Su Qingran's room, only to find the door ajar. Pushing it open, she discovered the room was completely bare, devoid of even a mat. Su Qingran, Chapter 26. Do you still have the face to come asking for work? On the other side, Xiao Donghua had gone to the hospital early in the morning, first accompanying Zhang Guilin for her pre-discharge examination and smoothly completing the discharge formalities. Only then did he lead her slowly back home. Along the way, Xiao Donghua exhibited immense patience, soothing Zhang Guilin. Mother, aside from being a bit spoiled and having a fiery temper, Qingran has no other faults. Once we are married, she will surely be dutiful to you. Zhang Guilin harbored discontent but was unwilling to completely sever her maternal bond, so she reluctantly agreed for the time being. She can marry into our family, but I must make it clear that both of your salaries must be handed over to me for safekeeping. And the dowry she wishes to take back must also be entirely turned over to me. Furthermore, her nephew must be sent away quickly. Our family cannot raise another person's child for free. Seeing his mother finally relent, Xiao Donghua nodded eagerly. Rest assured, once we obtain the marriage certificate, I will discuss it with her. Thinking of Su Qingran waiting for him at home, Xiao Donghua quickened his pace. Mother, let us hurry. Ran must be getting anxious. Humph, let her wait. We must not indulge this woman. If we spoil her, you will be the one to suffer. What is so precious about a worn-out pair of pants? Xiao Donghua verbally acquiesced, yet his steps quickened nonetheless. Upon finally reaching his doorstep, he was taken aback to find a crowd gathered outside, pointing and whispering about the situation inside. Zhang Guilin grasped Xiao Donghua's arm. Look, it's probably that good wife of yours causing trouble again. Day after day, she seems intent on disgracing our family. Xiao Donghua felt a knot tighten in his chest and quickly pushed past his mother. Striding into the house, Yunfang, where's Qingran? Shen Yunfang snapped back to reality and stood up hurriedly. Donghua, you're back. The factory manager returned today, and I was just about to take Qingran to meet him. But when I got back, she was gone. Do you think she deliberately didn't want to give the job to me? At that moment, Xiao Donghua could not process anything else. His mind was solely occupied with the thought of Su Qingran's absence. He rushed into her room and was met with an eerily empty space where her belongings had once been. Zhang Guilin cried out in despair. Where are all the things in the house? It's like we've been robbed. How could a person leave and take everything with them? Throughout the morning, Aunt Zhang had already spread the news of the Shao family's disgrace far and wide. The onlookers couldn't help but tease. Oh, returning your things. Those belong to Miss Su. Shouldn't she take them with her when she leaves? Exactly. They bullied the girl away, and now they are still coveting her belongings. How shameless. Zhang Guilin was furious, hopping up and down. Yet Xiao Donghua had no desire to argue. His only thought was to find Su Qingran and understand her intentions, even if she no longer wished to work there. Was it truly necessary to hastily move into the dormitory? Did she genuinely not want to marry him? He dashed down to the dormitory, calling for her for quite some time, but to no avail. In desperation, he ran to the factory manager's office, only to be met with a closed door. Factory manager Ma had just finished lunch at home, relishing the pomegranates Su Qingran had sent. You wouldn't believe it. These pomegranates that girl bought are delightful. After eating, I feel invigorated. How can you say that? Your hospital checkup this morning startled me. Thankfully, Miss Su gave you timely reminders. Otherwise, who knows when your illness would have flared up? You mustn't stay up late and neglect your health in the future. I understand, but the factory is busy today, I need to go now. All right, go ahead, but don't let those two take advantage of you. Rest assured, I'll keep it in mind. Director Ma arrived at the office and soon discovered Xiao Dongwu despondently crouched at the entrance. Xiao Gong, what brings you here at this midday hour? Upon hearing the voice, Xiao Dongwu hurriedly stood up. Director Ma, did Su Qingran come by this morning to report? At this moment, Shen Yunfang approached anxiously, saying, Director Ma, Su Qingran has indeed agreed to transfer her work to me. This work? Director Ma let out a cold scoff. So it appears you are after her position. Su Qingran did come to see me. She has relinquished her originally secured job and is no longer at our machinery factory. Relinquished? Shen Yunfang's expression changed in alarm. That's impossible. She clearly promised to transfer the work to me. Director Ma's patience was wearing thin. Transfer? Do you think my office is a marketplace where anyone can come and go as they please? Do you even have a high school diploma or speak a foreign language? What gives you the confidence that you can handle this job? Even if she doesn't want it, it is not for you to take. Shen Yunfang's face turned pale as she desperately looked to Xiao Dongwu for support, only to find him lost in thought. Dongwu, you know about this. Before Xiao Dongwu could respond, Director Ma turned the spotlight on him. Xiao Dongwu, do you really think being a university student gives you the right to act recklessly? Am I the factory director? Or are you? Xiao Dongwu pressed his lips together, lowering his gaze. Where could Su Qingran possibly be? Shen Yunfang, unwilling to accept that the opportunity she had endured so long for was slipping away, implored, Director Ma, though I may lack qualifications, I am willing to work hard and endure any hardship. I beg you to give me a chance to prove myself. The position is vacant now, is it not? Director Ma scoffed dismissively. What nonsense. Even if the position were vacant, it is not for you. To be frank, I have already offered this position to the comrade who ranked second in the exam. Do not even think about it. Just then, Gu Xiaowei, who had just returned from the cafeteria, chimed in. Oh, is that not Xiao Gong? You just scared off your fiancée and now you bring another woman to claim her job. Truly a loyal heart. Director Ma has made it clear. Su's position is no longer hers, and since I am the second place, it certainly does not belong to you. Do you think you have any say in the factory's affairs? Director Ma slammed the table in agreement. If you feel incapable of handling the work in your workshop, then you might as well leave. Shen Yunfang, publicly chastised, felt humiliated and hurriedly fled in tears. Xiao Dongwu, filled with regret, sought to inquire about Su Qingran's whereabouts, only to be met with Gu Xiaowei's retort. Xiao Dongwu, Su has already left Ningqing. Before she departed, she entrusted me with a message for you. Your engagement is hereby nullified, and you shall no longer be connected to each other. Upon hearing this, Xiao Dongwu felt as though all his strength had been drained from him, collapsing onto the ground. She really left? Previously, Su Qingran had mentioned not marrying him, and he had assumed she was merely sulking. Now, reflecting on her expression from this morning, Xiao Dongwu began to realize something was amiss. He had merely suggested that Shen Yunfang and Xiao Jun stay temporarily, yet she had resolutely chosen to leave. Ultimately, it seemed she could not tolerate Shen Yunfang and Xiao Jun's presence. Chapter 27. I will surely bring her back. Xiao Dongwu returned home in a daze, hearing Zhang Guilin sobbing hoarsely over the belongings that had been taken away. Feeling irritable, he exclaimed, Mother, I've already told you. The things Su Qingran took were hers if it weren't for your deliberate obstruction in preventing us from getting married. Could she have left? Zhang Guilin, having cried on an empty stomach for so long, suddenly exploded with anger upon hearing her son's words. What did you say? Are you blaming me for driving her away? Those legs are on her body. What does that have to do with me? Mother, that's not what I meant. Xiao Dongwu ran his fingers through his hair in frustration. What if something happens to her with the child alone? I cannot face Professor Su. Shen Yunfang, still immersed in the sorrow of losing her office job, was aware that the position was now unattainable. However, without Su Qingran as an obstacle, she was determined to hold on to Xiao Dongwu. Dongwu, she truly left on her own accord. It has nothing to do with you. The teacher will understand. Shen Yunfang's tone was gentle, yet to Xiao Dongwu, it sounded profoundly grating. If it weren't for you, Su Qingran would not have left. Yunfang, did you say something to Qingran after I left this morning? Shen Yunfang's eyes widened in disbelief. Dongwu, are you accusing me? I said nothing. She even slapped me. If you truly said nothing, would she have slapped you? Before Shen Yunfang could further explain, Xiao Jun piped up, Dad, that bad woman left just fine. She doesn't want to marry you, but my mom does. We'll be a family from now on. Xiao Donghua's back stiffened as he looked at Xiao Jun in disbelief. What did you call me? Dad. I've wanted to call you that for a long time. My mom is much better than that bad woman. You should marry her. Shun Yunfang's face turned pale as she stammered. Donghua. That is not what I meant. Xiao Donghua glared at the onlookers outside, furious, and yanked Xiao Jun, giving him a few light smacks on the backside. Tell me, did you say this to your aunt as well? Did you drive her away? Xiao Jun burst into tears, exclaiming, I didn't tea. What's wrong with my mom compared to her? I want to allow her to come back. Shun Yunfang felt utterly humiliated, unable to bear the public disgrace any longer. Donghua, why are you taking your anger out on a child? Xiao Donghua let out a cold laugh, looking up at Shin Yunfang. I treated you both well, yet this is how you repay me. Shin Yunfang, I only have brotherly feelings for you. I will never marry you. I will find Su Qingran, and we will clear this up face to face. Moreover, I will find a way to get you a new place. When Qingran returns, you both can move out. With that, Xiao Donghua strode out, leaving Zhang Guilin and Shun Yunfang seething in place, filled with bitterness. Su Qingran, if you have the ability, never come back. As Xiao Donghua scoured the world for Su Qingran, she had already arrived at Shengli Commune, enduring a bumpy journey with Su Nanqing. Upon disembarking, the young educated youths quickly surrounded the commune square, teeming with life and exuberance as they eagerly sought their comrades from the same brigade. Su Qingran led Nanqing away from the crowd, finding a less crowded corner to sit down. The previous ride had been as cramped as a sardine can, hot and stifling throughout the journey. This was Su Nanqing's first long-distance ride. He was understandably unaccustomed, but remained silent the entire way. Observing his pale complexion, Su Qingran hurriedly handed him her water bottle. Drink a few sips. Su Nanqing obediently accepted the bottle, tilting his head back to gulp down several mouthfuls. Andy, this water is so sweet. You should drink some too. After quenching their thirst, Su Nanqing perked up like a wilted plant revived with water. Su Qingran sighed in relief, rummaging through her bag for 2 pieces of peach crisp. Let us have a little snack. We don't know when we'll reach our destination. The square was bustling, with no one noticing the corner where the aunt and nephew Saturday. After they filled their bellies and rested for a while, the number of educated youths dwindled. The affluent brigades had come in tractors to collect their people. Only a handful remained in the square, those who had no one to pick them up. This meant that the brigades they were headed to were so impoverished that they could not even afford a tractor. The commune leaders procured a tractor to transport the remaining youths, taking them and their luggage to their respective homes. Su Qingran and Su Nanqing climbed aboard the tractor, and the bumpy ride continued. The Xianjianshan brigade was the most remote. They waited until all the other youths had been delivered before the tractor finally set off for their destination, to eye in the truck bed. Apart from Su Qingran and Su Nanqing, there were 2 other young men and a woman, evidently also headed to Xianjianshan. However, their earlier enthusiasm had faded, and they all looked as droopy as wilted vegetables when the tractor came to a halt. The 3 of them looked around in confusion. We haven't seen a single house. Have we arrived? The driver, a comrade from the commune, chuckled. Not yet. To get to the Xianjianshan brigade, we still need to traverse a mountain path. The tractor cannot go any further. Please wait here. Your ride will be along shortly. Upon hearing this, the 3 refused to disembark. That one do. The other educated youths were delivered right to the brigade entrance. You can't just leave us halfway. The driver, exhausted from a long day and overwhelmed by their noise, had no desire to engage in further discussion. Well, who told you to be assigned here? Su Qingran, having been warned by the Gu family, was mentally prepared and led Su Nanqing to step off the tractor to begin unloading their luggage. The other 2 young men hesitated, realizing there was indeed no road ahead. Perhaps we should get off too. The young woman shot Su Qingran an angry glare, huffing and puffing as she disembarked, seemingly blaming her for not insisting. Once their belongings were unloaded, the driver swiftly revved the tractor and sped away. The 4 of them stared at each other in the swirling dust. Ahem. Hello, comrade. I am Chun Weigua. This is Su Jiao, and this is Sun Hao. The 3 of us are classmates from the neighboring Xiaoqing. Su Qingran nodded gently, introducing herself. I am Su Qingran, and this is my nephew, Su Nanqing. Upon hearing that she had come to the countryside with her nephew, a flicker of astonishment passed through the eyes of the 3 individuals present. However, this moment of surprise was quickly overshadowed by the grim reality surrounding them. The Xianjianshan brigade was indeed remote. Even a tractor could not reach this place. No wonder the expressions of those who heard we were assigned here had been so peculiar. In this desolate wilderness, where could the person sent to fetch us be? Surely they haven't forgotten us. Just as complaints began to form, a sudden, melodious ringing of bells echoed from the mountains. Su Nanqing excitedly tiptoed, exclaiming, "Aunt, look, it's an ox cart." Once the ox cart arrived, the driver promptly assisted in loading their luggage onto the vehicle and then gestured for the children to board. Instructing the others to follow the cart, Su Jiao, displeased with the driver's arrangements, muttered, "There's clearly enough room. Why can't we all sit?" The driver, with a sympathetic tone, replied, "Do you wish to exhaust my ox?" Just then, the sound of bicycle bells rang out from the front, and the three were filled with hope. Could it be that someone was indeed coming to fetch them? As Su Qingran settled Nanqing onto the ox cart and looked up, she was struck dumb, as if hit by a bolt of lightning. Chapter 28. Awkwardness. Gu Xiaoxiao is from here. Su Qingran seized the opportunity to impart a lesson to Nanqing, emphasizing that one should never gamble with lies. She had thought that after arriving in the countryside, she would be free from the people and events she encountered in Ningqing. Little did she know that Gu Xiaoxiao was actually from this place. How embarrassing! When Gu Xiaoxiao caught sight of her for the first time, he was so startled that he missed the pedal of his bicycle. Wasn't she supposed to be getting married today? How did she end up here? Once he regained his composure, it dawned on him that he had been deceived. The whole pretense of a fiancé and marriage was merely a ruse. How foolish he had felt for being heartbroken over it. Now, realizing he was merely unwanted, the sting was even greater. Aside from Gu Xiaoxiao, the three brothers behind him were equally taken aback, exchanging glances, unsure of whether to greet or die in this standoff. Su Jiao, spotting a potential savior, rushed towards Gu Xiaoxiao, asking, "Comrade, you're here to pick us up, right? Perfect, there are 4 bicycles, one for each of us." With that, she attempted to take a seat on the back of Gu Xiaoxiao's bike. However, he deftly maneuvered away, saying, "Uncle, please take our luggage. Let them ride in the ox cart." Su Jiao cast a glance at the filthy ox cart, trying to persuade him, "With so much luggage, it's not convenient to carry on bicycles. We should take the bicycles." Ignoring her, Gu Xiaoxiao began to handle the luggage himself. The other 3 brothers followed suit, quickly stowing their belongings in their respective bikes. Once everyone was settled, the driver called out, "All aboard." With the ox cart moving off, Gu Xiaoxiao and the others resumed pedaling their bicycles, leisurely following behind. As they distanced themselves, the 3 brothers, having held back their questions for so long, finally voiced their thoughts. "Xiao Gu, that girl pretended not to recognize us. Not just pretending. She even dares to play us for fools, saying something about getting married today. How outrageous." Gu Xiaoxiao shot a glance at the people on the ox cart and scoffed. "How foolish. Do you really expect her to reveal to others about our connections in the black market, or to divulge our business dealings there?" The trio pouted in response, declaring, "If she pretends not to know us, then we shall do the same." Su Qingran sensed the scrutinizing gazes behind her, feeling increasingly uneasy, and instead focused on the scenery with Nanqing. This was Nanqing's first ride on an ox cart, and he was quite thrilled. Though the pace was slow and bumpy, at least they weren't cooped up in a vehicle. Furthermore, the picturesque mountainous scenery and fresh air gradually eased their tension. After traversing a hill, the group finally arrived at the Xianjiangshan brigade nestled in the valley. Under the setting sun, the brigade leader was waiting at the village entrance with several villagers. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the leader eagerly relayed the prepared announcements. "The current accommodations for the educated youth are insufficient. We must wait for the autumn harvest before expanding. For now, you will temporarily stay with a few local families. Don't bother unloading your luggage. We'll carry it over for you." He continued, "Our brigade is poor. For the time being, each of you will receive 10 jin of cornmeal, 10 jin of wheat bran, and 10 jin of sorghum. If this is insufficient, we'll address it after the harvest." With that, the villagers hurried home to prepare dinner, and upon hearing the brigade leader's instructions, they quickly led the newcomers along. The brigade leader then turned to Su Qingran, saying, "Su Jing, it's inconvenient for you to manage with the child. You can stay at my home for the time being." That Su Qingran recognized him as Gu Xiaoxiao's distant uncle, who had arranged for her and Nanqing to stay in his home out of consideration. Gratefully, she nodded. "Thank you for your kindness." As the words left her lips, the brigade leader shot a glance at Gu Xiaoxiao, scolding, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and move Su Jing's luggage home." Gu Xiaoxiao had just returned home yesterday and had no idea the educated youth were coming to stay, let alone that it would be her. The shock was palpable. Su Qing and had not anticipated that the brigade leader was Gu Xiaoxiao's father, leaving her feeling quite flustered about where to place her hands. Nanqing, too, felt a bit anxious and grasped her hand tightly, saying, "Aunt." Taking a deep breath, Su Qingran lifted Nanqing's hand and followed the brigade leader toward his home, from the village entrance to the center. The path was lined with adobe and thatched houses, with the better off using stone for their walls. Thus, when Su Qingran arrived at the Gu residence and beheld the 3 large tiled roof houses, she found it somewhat surreal. Before she could step inside, a woman in her 40s emerged from the kitchen with a spatula in hand, exclaiming, "You're finally back. Quickly, bring Su Jing inside to rest. Dinner will be ready shortly." The brigade leader chuckled and pointed to a room on the west side, saying, "Su Jing, this room was originally occupied by my daughter, but she has gone to the city for high school and doesn't return often. You can temporarily stay in her room. This child will stay with my son in the east room. How does that sound?" Su Qingran had no objections, but she worried about whether Gu Xiaoxiao would agree and if Nanqing would adapt. Little did she know, both Gu Xiaoxiao and Nanqing nodded in unison. "Sounds good." As they spoke, Gu Xiaoxiao had already unloaded all the luggage from his bicycle and moved it into the west room. "Su Jing, is there anything else you need help with?" Su Qingran, not wanting to impose further, quickly waved her hands in gratitude. "No, thank you." Once he left, she hurriedly began to organize her belongings. Before she had finished, Gu Xiaoxiao's voice called from the doorway, "Su Jing, come out for dinner." Upon hearing his voice, Su Qingran felt a shiver run down her spine and promptly replied as she stepped outside. During dinner, the brigade leader and Aunt Gu warmly introduced the family situation. The Gu household consisted solely of Gu Xiaoxiao and Gu Xiaolei. The elders and other rooms had been divided, now residing in the old house behind. After introducing the Gu family, they began to explain the brigade and the educated youth point as circumstances. "Our conditions are quite poor. Before you arrived, Xiaolei's father repeatedly reminded me that we will certainly assist wherever we can. So please do not hesitate to voice any difficulties you encounter. If you find the educated youth point inconvenient, you are welcome to stay here permanently." Su Qingran hurriedly expressed her gratitude, although the thought of living here permanently felt utterly implausible. "Brigade leader, Aunt Gu, your allowing us to stay temporarily is already a tremendous help. I heard the educated youth point will be expanded. Would it be possible for me to build 2 separate rooms later?" After speaking, Su Qingran quickly added, "I will cover the costs for the construction." The brigade leader hesitated for a moment, but then nodded. "That's fine. It's indeed inconvenient for such a small child to sleep in a large dormitory with the male educated youths. Once the autumn harvest is over, I will have Gu Xiaoxiao take you to see how we can build it." Upon hearing his agreement, Su Qingran expressed her gratitude once more. That evening, she gathered the items she intended to use. Before her arrival, she had not anticipated staying in someone else's home and had originally planned to bring 2 packs of cigarettes as gifts for the brigade leader. However, given the current circumstances, those items seemed insufficient. Thinking this over, Su Qingran decided to add 2 bottles of liquor to her offerings, intending to present them to the brigade leader at that moment. As she approached the door of the main house, she suddenly overheard Aunt Gu's voice from inside. "You little rascal! What happened to the cotton quilt I asked you to fluff? Did you eat it instead? Are you trying to avoid the arranged marriage again? I tell you, it won't work. You will have to face it after the autumn harvest." Su Qingran hesitated, contemplating turning back, but it was too late. Su Jing, what is this? Chapter 29. Just arrived and already to work. Reluctantly, Su Qingran steeled herself and entered. "Aunt Gu, brigade leader, this is what I brought from the city. I apologize for the inconvenience, but Nanqing and I will be staying here for a while." Aunt Gu looked on in surprise, stating, "The accommodations for educated youth are arranged by the brigade. There is no need for you to feel embarrassed. Moreover, why did you bring such valuable items? Quickly, put them away. Aunt, these items are specifically for you. I won't have any use for them if I take them back." After some back and forth, Su Qingran finally managed to leave the items behind. Having successfully delivered her gifts, she quickly headed toward the west room. In the main house, the brigade leader happily picked up the cigarettes and liquor from the table, inspecting them under the light. This child, Su Jing, truly understands the situation and knows how to handle matters. No wonder Xiaolei's family values her so highly. Over the years, we've had countless educated youths come and go, and it's always us providing for them. This is the first time someone brought something back. However, Aunt Gu appeared somewhat troubled, pondering. While her character seems commendable, and her demeanor is quite pleasant, Will she truly be capable of working in the fields with those slender arms and legs? The captain let out a sigh. Recognizing the dilemma, it was not just her, but the three others today seemed equally overwhelmed. Perhaps they would simply take it step by step. Over the years, he had witnessed countless young intellectuals crying and clamoring to return home upon their arrival in the countryside. And he had long grown accustomed to such scenes. He held no expectations that they would achieve any remarkable feats. As long as they did not cause trouble, that would suffice. As for Su Qingran, she appeared more delicate and refined than the other young female intellectuals. If it proved too challenging, he would find alternative arrangements for her tasks. The couple exchanged idle banter. After a prolonged silence, Gu Xiao suddenly interjected, "I doubt that. If you don't believe me, just wait and see." Startled, the couple exclaimed, "What are you still doing here? Hurry and take the child to be Gu Xiao sighed quietly, realizing that while he was responsible for the child, he would not be receiving any gifts. Despite his grievances, he obediently rose and moved to the door of the west room. Su Nanxing. It's time for bed. Su Qingran stood up to escort Nanxing to the door and quickly grabbed a packet of milk candies from the table to hand to him. Gu Xiao raised an eyebrow, surprised that she would give the child milk candies at night. Su Qingran suppressed a smile, saying, "These are for you. You've worked hard lately, Comrade Gu. Just bear with it a little longer. And once the house is built, we will move out." Gu Xiao accepted the milk candies and nodded silently, understanding. As he enjoyed the milk candies Su Qingran had given him, he found his anger dissipating. He turned and offered one to Su Nanxing, hoping to gather some information. "Why did you and your aunt suddenly decide to come to the countryside?" Su Nanxing firmly closed his lips and shook his head. "I've brushed my teeth. I can't eat candy." Gu Xiao reached for another handful, asking if he found it insufficient. Su Nanxing proudly pouted, "My aunt bought me a lot, even more than what she gave you." With that, he tumbled onto the bed, lying down on the inside. "I'm tired." Gu Xiao shook his head in amusement. This child was as clever as his aunt, and it seemed he would not extract any information from him. Just as he was about to lie down and sleep, Su Nanxing suddenly sat up. "Uncle, you forgot to brush your teeth." Gu Xiao, perhaps it was because he had finally left the nightmare that was the Xiao family. Or perhaps it was because he felt a step closer to his family. That night, Su Qingran did not struggle with the unfamiliar bed and slept soundly. As dawn broke, the sounds of waking and washing began to fill the air. Today marked the first day of the autumn harvest, coincidentally coinciding with the arrival of these young intellectuals in the countryside. Regardless of whether they were newcomers, everyone was expected to go to work together. Su Qingran stretched lazily, quickly changed into long trousers and a long shirt, and braided her hair neatly. As she stepped outside with a basin, she nearly collided with the sleepily yawning Gu Xiao, who was also heading to the yard to wash up. Su Qingran nodded slightly at him and hurried towards the kitchen. "Aunt Gu, I'm here to help you." Aunt Gu smiled and waved her hand. "As long as Nanxing helps me with the fire, that's enough. You should wash up quickly. We need to eat well before heading to work." Su Qingran glanced down and noticed that Nanxing had adapted quite quickly. Upon waking, he had immediately rushed over to help Aunt Gu with the fire, and he had done a commendable job. She felt reassured and went to fetch water to wash up. After breakfast, the entire family was set to work for the autumn harvest. Concerned about leaving Nanxing home alone, she decided to take him along. As they reached the village entrance, they found that many villagers had already arrived early. Today marked the first day of harvesting, and several new young intellectuals were making their debut in front of everyone. It seemed that curiosity had drawn them to the scene so early. Upon Su Qingran's arrival, the gazes of the village women turned towards her in unison. "Oh, where did our team find such a handsome young intellectual? And she brought a child with her," they whispered. "I heard that this Su intellectual has a special family situation, bringing her nephew along. She is even related to the captain. That makes sense. No wonder the captain takes such good care of her. This Su intellectual looks so delicate. She clearly won't be able to do farm work. You think she'll use the captain's connection to slack off and take advantage of the work points?" Hard to say, but her attire does suggest she is prepared to work. Unlike those other newcomers they spoke, their attention shifted to the other three new arrivals, who were hurriedly approaching. The three had never seen such a spectacle in the city. Thinking that being sent to work immediately upon arrival was a joke, they were shocked to find themselves genuinely participating in the harvest today. Not only were they unprepared physically, but mentally as well. Su Jiao complained to the two male intellectuals beside her, casting furtive glances at Su Qingran. Seeing her calm demeanor only made her pale face appear even more ashen. How's your section? The room I was assigned isn't even a room. It's more like a pigsty, and I couldn't sleep a wink all night. Don't mention it. I tossed and turned all night too. I suppose only Sue Intellectual has better conditions. Don't say that. She's related to the captain. We can't compare. Having consumed the spring water, Su Qingran's hearing had improved considerably, though she had no intention of engaging with their idle gossip. She had prepared herself mentally before arriving. However, she was acutely aware that living in the captain's house meant she could not afford to bring shame upon him. Once everyone had gathered, the captain formally introduced the 4 new intellectuals to the crowd and emphasized the importance of unity and mutual assistance. He then commenced the day's main event, the mobilization for the harvest. The Xianjiangshan brigade comprised just over 200 people, and due to its distance from neighboring villages, each production team constituted an entire brigade. Unlike other brigades with larger populations and multiple production teams, entering the village required traversing mountains, making it impossible for tractors to reach. They relied solely on traditional human and animal power, along with the simplest farming tools for cultivation. After paying the public grain and deducting the basic rations for the members and seeds, there was hardly anything left. In years of poor rainfall, it was common to rely on relief grain. Each time the captain returned from the commune, he came back dejected and humiliated. Thus, before each harvest, he felt particularly anxious and excited. The commune leaders had warned that if they failed to perform well again, their brigade would be merged with another. Comrades, let us roll up our sleeves and work hard. Chapter 30. The day work began in earnest in stark contrast to the captain's impassioned speech. The expressions on the faces of the crowd were somewhat subdued, as if they had heard it countless times before. Except for the newcomers, everyone was aware that following the captain's address, it was time to head to the fields. As soon as the captain finished speaking, people began to grab their tools and walk towards the fields. The 4 new intellectuals were all first-timers in the rice paddies. The captain offered them a few simple instructions before allowing them to manage on their own. While the others were still in a daze, Su Qingran had already taken up her sickle and entered the field. One could not learn to work the land merely by watching. One had to truly get their hands dirty. Initially, it was indeed a bit challenging, but after a while, Su Qingran gradually grasped the technique. The sickle needed to be close to the base of the rice stalks, and the cut had to be swift and precise. Otherwise, if the stalk was not severed in one stroke, it would result in the awkward pulling and tugging that characterized the efforts of the 3 other newcomers, who, unbeknownst to them, were struggling as if they were sawing wood. While Su Qingran cut the rice, Su Nanqing busily collected the scattered grains behind her. Thus, although Su Qingran's row was not the fastest, it was the cleanest. After 2 hours of continuous cutting, as the sun rose higher, Su Qingran attempted to stand, but found her back refusing to cooperate. Turning to look, she noticed that Su Nanqing was also drenched in sweat. Surveying her surroundings, she realized she was not the slowest, especially with the 3 newcomers lagging behind us. So, she decided to take a break and led Nanqing to the ridge for some shade. Seeing Nanqing's sunburned face made Su Qingran's heart ache, and she wiped the sweat with a towel. You can take a break. Just sit here in the shade and wait for your aunt. Su Nanqing refused. I'm not afraid of getting tired. Aunt, are you tired? Su Qingran smiled and shook her head. Not tired. With tears welling in his eyes, Su Nanqing exclaimed, Aunt, you're lying. You've never done such heavy work at home. Aunt, what kind of work did my grandparents and parents do? Was it this exhausting? Su Qingran nearly shed tears at his words, hastily raising her hand to wipe her eyes. Aunt doesn't he know yet, but once the harvest is over, I'll find an opportunity to visit and let you know. Not far away, Gu Xiao happened to catch sight of this scene. Soon after, Aunt Gu approached her. Su Intellectual, if you find it difficult to cut the rice. Before she could finish, she had already seen the section of the rice field that Su Qingran was responsible for. Did you cut all of this? Su Qingran smiled and nodded. Yes, it's my first time, so I'm still not very skilled. Aunt Gu clicked her tongue, glancing at the other 3 newcomer sections, and praised. That's quite good. Don't rush. If you're tired, take a break. I'll bring lunch over once it's ready. Su Qingran nodded. Aunt, let Nanqing return with you. It's much easier for him to help with the fire at home than to run around under the scorching sun. As the 2 departed, Su Qingran took a few more sips of the spring water and strode back into the rice field with her sickle at the ready. Su Jiao and the other 3 newcomers were just about to come over for a break when they saw her returning to the field and had no choice but to return to work. This Su Intellectual is too dedicated. She makes us look like useless slackers. Yeah, if we all fail to keep up, people can say it's just how newcomers are. But now, enough talk. Let us just focus on working. Gu Xiao watched her back for a moment before silently picking up his sickle and entering the field. The other brothers who had hoped to slack off also had to brace themselves and continue working. The captain, who had come to supervise from time to time, felt quite pleased. The new intellectuals were quite proactive, and even the local rascals had shown noticeable improvement. It appears that his mobilization this time has indeed borne fruit. At noon, everyone gathered under the shade of the trees along the field paths, feasting on simple flatbreads accompanied by pickled vegetables. Those with better means even brought along bowls of mung bean soup. Aunt Gu not only prepared the mung bean soup, but also added sugar to it. Su Qingran, exhausted and lacking an appetite, stopped after drinking a large bowl of soup, noticing her reluctance to eat anything else. Aunt Gu quietly took away Gu Zhao's bowl of mung bean soup and insisted, "Come, have another bowl. We will be busy for the entire afternoon soon." Su Nanxing, feeling deeply concerned, urged, "Aunt, please eat a bit more." Unable to refuse such earnestness, Su Qingran steeled herself and drank another bowl of mung bean soup. Ji Yuxiao watched her painfully finish 2 bowls of soup, silently pouring himself a glass of cold water. Seeing Su Qingran with her soup, the 3 girls sitting nearby, Su Jiao and the others, were on the verge of tears. "We can't sleep well or live comfortably, and after working all morning, we only get this? I want to go home." Not long after lunch, the team leader came to urge everyone to return to the fields to harvest rice. It was understandable for him to be so insistent. The weather in the mountains was unpredictable, and it was a rare sunny day today. They had to seize the good weather to quickly harvest the rice. Following that, they still needed to thresh and dry the grains. With each step dependent on the whims of the weather. If it were to rain during the autumn harvest, it would not only be troublesome but could also significantly reduce the yield. Therefore, they must work diligently while the weather was favorable. Otherwise, how could they call it a rush harvest? As soon as Su Qingran stood up, Aunt Gu hurriedly pulled out 2 straw hats from the basket. "Little Su, your face is already sunburned, and you too, Nanxing, come and wear these hats. Don't be picky. They are just old ones from home. In less than a day, Su Nanxing had already bonded well with Aunt Gu, and she cheerfully accepted the hat, saying, "Thank you, Grandma." Su Qingran also smiled as she donned her hat. It was quite large, completely covering her petite face. However, considering how scorching the sun was, any shade was better than none. So there was no room for complaints. Su Qingran put her gloves back on, tucked a towel into her shirt collar, and energetically returned to the fields. Her thoughts were straightforward. Finish the work early to find an opportunity to inquire about her family's whereabouts. As long as she did not bring shame to the team leader or Aunt Gu, that would suffice. Little did she know that her determination spurred everyone else, and they too joined the fray with equal fervor. Some of the village aunties joked, who would have thought that this delicate Su Jiqing would work so hard. Others took the opportunity to inquire about Nanxing's situation. Is this child really her nephew? Why would such a young girl bring a child to the countryside? Aunt Gu was hesitant to speak up, contemplating how to respond. Ji Yuxiao, however, kicked the ground a few times, sending dust flying. "Aunties, don't you see those educated youths are already working in the fields? Do you still have time to chat here? It won't look good when the work points are compared with those city girls later." A few aunties coughed as the dust choked them. "This little rascal, he has been so eager for half a day, and now he is lecturing us. Let us go. Let us get to work." They toiled until evening. As dusk approached, the whistle signaling the end of work finally sounded. The team leader, surveying the day's accomplishments, couldn't help but smile broadly. Even the 3 new educated youths who had scattered rice stalks all over the ground received only mild rebuke. Chapter 31. Making dumplings and steaming buns. Su Qingran earned 8 work points and received considerable praise. Yet, she could not muster a smile. As soon as she stopped, her entire body ached, and she could barely lift her right arm, with several blisters forming on her hands. Upon entering the house, she collapsed onto the floor from exhaustion. Feeling too dirty to lie on the bed, Nanxing, who had just brought in tea, saw her and rushed over in tears. "Aunt, what happened to you?" Hearing the commotion, Aunt Gu rushed in from the kitchen, exclaiming, "Oh my, what is wrong with little Su?" Su Qingran quickly sat up, waving her hands towards Gu Xiao and Aunt Gu. "I'm fine. I'm just too tired. I want to lie down for a bit." Aunt Gu sighed in relief. "You silly girl. Why would you lie on the floor to rest?" Su Qingran sheepishly smiled. "I was afraid I'd dirty the bed." Ji Yuxiao couldn't help but click his tongue. They say city girls are clean, but this is a new level of cleanliness. Aunt Gu shot him a glare. "Go chop your firewood. Little Su, lie down for a while and don't mind him." After this incident, Su Qingran felt too embarrassed to lie back down on the floor. Aunt Gu had to work the next day, And she also needed to prepare meals. Jiu Xiao had to chop wood and fetch water after returning from work. While the team leader had even more responsibilities. Even Nanxing knew to help with the fire, and Su Qingran felt too guilty to keep taking advantage of them. Once the others left, she quickly washed her face with the spring water and took 2 bags of rice and flour from her large bag into the kitchen. "Aunt, you've worked hard all day. Let me cook dinner tonight. This is some rice and flour I brought from the city, since you said we'd be eating together for a while. I'll leave this food for you to keep." Aunt Gu was taken aback by the 2 bags in Su Qingran's hands. "My goodness, how did you bring so much over? Such fine flour is too extravagant. You should save it for the children." Su Nanxing protested. "I want to eat alone. Let us eat together." Aunt Gu adored Su Nanxing and immediately laughed heartily. "All right, Nanxing, go check in the chicken coop for any eggs. I'll cook them for you." Jiu Xiao chimed in. "And don't forget the meat I brought back from town yesterday. It'll spoil if we don't eat it soon." Aunt Gu quickly retrieved it from the cellar and sniffed. "It's still good, still good. Since everyone is worn out today, I'll stew it all." Just the thought of Aunt Gu's stewing skills made Gu Zhao's scalp tingle. Could they not try a different recipe? Aunt Gu grabbed a kitchen knife and headed outside, but Su Qingran quickly laughed and stopped her. "Aunt, that's a huge piece of meat. Let us cut off the fatty bits to render some oil. And in the morning, we can use the leftover fat to make buns, while the lean meat can be used for dumplings tonight." While it was a festive occasion, Aunt Gu didn't dare suggest dumplings. However, she reconsidered. After all, it all had to be eaten, so what difference did it make? It was just that it would waste a lot of flour. Seeing her agree, Su Qingran swiftly scooped a large ladle of flour onto the counter. Worried it wouldn't be enough, and scooped another ladle. Aunt Gu trembled. "That's enough. That's enough?" Before long, the sound of chopping meat resonated in the kitchen. Su Qingran eagerly volunteered to prepare the dumpling filling. First adding salt and soy sauce to the meat mixture, then mixing in water infused with scallions, ginger, and Sichuan pepper in small amounts. After blending in the chopped scallions, she drizzled in a bit of hot oil to release the fragrance. Aunt Gu was rolling out dumpling skins nearby, watching in amazement. In previous years, they would simply chop up pork, cabbage, and scallions for dumplings with a few seasonings. But who knew there were so many intricacies to preparing the filling? Once Su Qingran completed the filling, she wrapped 2 dumplings and boiled them. "Aunt, try this and see if the flavor is all right." Aunt Gu, with her hands covered in flour, couldn't resist biting into the plump dumpling Su Qingran offered. This is too delicious. It's really flavorful." Just moments ago, they were speaking about how city folks had so many rules about making dumplings, but now, it turned out the dumplings were truly exceptional. When the team leader returned from the threshing yard and entered the house, he was greeted by the sight of his wife carrying dumplings inside. He thought he must be dreaming. "What day is it today? How come there are dumplings made with white flour?" Aunt Gu, brimming with joy, replied while walking, "Of course it's a good day. Little Sue brought the flour, and your son bought the meat yesterday. Hurry and wash your hands. It's time for dumplings." The team leader, famished, sat down and eagerly tasted a dumpling. Su Qingran nervously glanced at everyone. "Does it taste all right?" Su Nanxing, ever eager to flatter, assured, "There's no way my aunt's reputation will suffer." Gu Xiao silently gave a thumbs up, sincerely declaring, "Not inferior to the state-run restaurant." The team leader, delighted, took out the white liquor given by Su Qingran, and after a long day, dumplings and liquor felt like a celebration. After dinner, Su Qingran rose to wash the dishes, but Aunt Gu quickly stopped her. "Let me do it. I noticed some of the blisters on your hands have burst. You shouldn't touch water." Su Qingran felt a bit embarrassed. Aunt Gu had washed the dishes in the morning and afternoon, and the evening dishes weren't too many. As they pushed each other, Gu Xiao had silently stood up and carried the bowl toward the kitchen. The team leader and Aunt Gu exchanged astonished glances. This lazy fellow was actually washing the dishes voluntarily. In fact, not only did he wash the dishes, but he also surprisingly prepared a large pot of hot water for the 2 ladies and Nanxing. That evening, Su Qingran added the spring water to the hot water for a soothing bath. Although the diluted spring water's effects weren't as pronounced, after soaking, the burning sensation on her skin indeed dissipated. And the aches in her back and waist were greatly relieved, with the red blisters on her hands also subsiding considerably. The next morning, Su Qingran awoke to the delightful aroma of rendered pork fat. Upon entering the kitchen, Aunt Gu had already prepared the dough for steaming buns and cut it into pieces. The cabbage and vermicelli to be used for the bun filling were also washed and chopped finely. When she saw Su Qingran, Aunt Gu quickly beckoned, "Little Su, We're just waiting for you to prepare the filling. Is there anything we're missing? Su Qingran was still savoring the dumplings from last night. These days of autumn harvest were exhausting, and it was only right to indulge in something nice. Moreover, she had noticed that both Su Jiqing and Nanqing had been eating well in the city. Although they claimed not to be picky, she didn't want them to go hungry. Once things settled down, she would think of a way to send her son back to the city to exchange for some more flour. With a smile, Su Qingran rolled up her sleeves to prepare the filling, and soon, they had filled the counter with plump buns. Just as the food was placed in the steamer, the sudden voices of several new young intellectuals echoed from outside. Is the team leader at home? No sooner had the words been spoken than the team leader emerged from the room. A look of bewilderment etched upon his face. He had assumed that these three individuals would be too exhausted to rise. Yet here they were, up so early. Is there something you need? Chapter 32, Unyielding. I shall not cease until you relent. Su Jiao turned to glance at Sun Hao beside her, then at Chen Weiguo. Noticing their trepidation, she took the initiative to speak. Team leader, the three of us have come to discuss the possibility of switching tasks. Indeed, harvesting rice is exceedingly strenuous. Our hands are all blistered. It is not that we lack the desire to work diligently. It is simply that we cannot manage this task. The team leader furrowed his brow and glanced towards the kitchen. Su, like you, is also a city dweller, and it is her first time harvesting rice. Yet, she managed to earn 8 work points yesterday. She too has blisters on her hands and returned home, so exhausted that she collapsed on the ground, but she was still able to cook afterward. I have not heard her claim she cannot do it. The three exchanged glances, their faces gradually flushing with embarrassment. Su Jiao, feeling indignant, cast an eye toward the kitchen, where Su Qingran was merrily chatting with Aunt Gil. Tears unexpectedly welled up in her eyes. Sun Hao and Chen Weiguo, sensing her distress, quickly interjected, Team leader, if it's really not feasible, then perhaps you could allow Su to switch tasks, while we can manage to endure a bit longer. Their early morning visit, filled with tears, was beginning to vex the team leader, who feared it might disrupt the day's autumn harvest. Thinking the worst, he worried that if the young lady truly could not bear it and decided to leave, the situation would become even more troublesome. Very well, you three shall go to the foot of the back mountain to gather corn. Turning to the kitchen, he called out, Little Su, you should go as well. The foot of the back mountain was a necessary route to the forest farm, which Su Qingran eagerly welcomed. Sure, I will follow the team leader's instructions. Su Jiao, relieved, shot another resentful glance at the kitchen. It was she who had fought for this opportunity. Why should Su Qingran benefit alongside her? However, little did she know that while gathering corn appeared less laborious, it was not without its own challenges. The tall, dense corn stalks, with their yellowing leaves covered in fine prickles, would leave one's face and arms stinging painfully if one ventured too close. Not long into the task, Su Jiao began to complain anew. Turning her head, she noticed Su Qingran wrapped up tightly, with no skin exposed. In just this short time, she had adapted, with one hand grasping a corn stalk and the other clutching an ear of corn. She swiftly twisted her wrist, and the ear came off with ease. She then stepped on it, effortlessly laying the stalk down behind her. Chen Weiguo, taken aback, suggested, Let us learn from Su. We should lay down the harvested ones first to avoid creating a mess and prevent ourselves from getting pricked. Sun Hao chimed in, Su Jiao, you should also lower your sleeves to cover up. Otherwise, you'll be in pain tonight. Su Jiao huffed in indignation. How is it that you all are siding with her? If I hadn't gone to cry and make a fuss this morning, would the team leader have allowed us to come gather corn? Chen Weiguo and Sun Hao were momentarily silenced. Yet neither wished to provoke her further. That is not our intention. We merely wish for your comfort. Enough of this chatter. Let us get back to work. We cannot afford to earn so few work points today. The morning passed in a flurry of noise. At 18 noon, Nanqing made a special trip to bring her lunch. Alongside mung bean soup, there were 2 plump steamed buns. Nanqing also produced a boiled egg from her pocket. This was cooked by Grandma for you. Aunt Su Qingran was deeply moved. Aunt will not eat it. Let Nanqing have it instead. When you finish, Aunt will buy more eggs. Ultimately, neither aunt nor niece would concede, and they shared the boiled egg together. Su Jiao, observing from the side, felt her eyelids twitch. When she had visited the team leader's home in the morning, she had detected the enticing aroma of meat wafting through the yard. To her dismay, they were enjoying such a feast, white flour meat buns, eggs, and mung bean soup, while she was left with only a cornmeal bun. Su Qingran turned with a smile and remarked, since Su Jiao yearns for white flour, why didn't you bring some with you when you came to the countryside? Was it too heavy to carry? Su Jiao was momentarily at a loss for words. with the grain supply so scarce in the city. Her family would never have permitted her to bring any. Additionally, everyone claimed that food in the countryside was abundant. Who knew it was all coarse grains and mixed cereals? Chen Weiguo and Sun Hao understood now that Su Qingran had brought her own white flour. There was nothing more to be said. Let us eat quickly. Afterward, we can rest a bit before returning to work. In the afternoon, a group of children from the village came to gather firewood at the foot of the mountain. As they passed by the cornfield, Nanxing was eager to join in. Aunt, we are running low on firewood at home. May I go gather some with them? Su Qingran hesitated, but seeing that they were not venturing far, she nodded in agreement. Just do not wander too far. Gather for a bit, and then return to do not go up the mountain. Nanxing nodded enthusiastically. Aunt, can I share my candy with others? Su Qingran smiled. Of course, you may do as you wish. Delighted, Nanxing dashed off. Moments later, she returned with a small bundle of dry branches. Aunt, I shared my candy with them, and they were so happy. They said they would include me next time they gather firewood. And I'll go get more. Seeing Nanxing so joyful warmed Su Qingran's heart. She had expected the child to adapt to the countryside so much better than she herself had. Once Nanxing left, Su Jiao resumed her snide remarks. Adults can network, and children can too. They all know how to use connections for special treatment. Who knows what circumstances she has at home? Being the only one to come to the countryside with a child, Su Qingran had tolerated Su Jiao all day. From the moment they had begun working in the fields, she had been making snide comments and veiled insults. Her mouth never ceasing. It was one thing to insult her, but now even Nanxing and her family had been dragged into her ridicule. Did she truly think herself so formidable? Su Qingran had refrained from causing trouble for the team leader. But the bullying had reached its limit. Unable to endure any longer, she decided it was time to respond. Just as Su Jiao was about to speak, Su Qingran swiftly grabbed a corn cob and hurled it at her. Su Jiao cried out in pain, shock written across her face as she turned to shout, You, Su, are you throwing things at me? At that moment, Su Qingran lunged forward, gripping Su Jiao's braid and yanking it fiercely, sweeping her leg and sending her crashing to the ground. A scream erupted as Su Qingran mounted her. Smack. One slap landed on Su Jiao's left cheek. Smack. Another on the right. What are you doing to me? I'm doing this just for you. You think you can disrespect me? I will not stop until you submit. Will you submit? Will you submit? The group of men arriving to gather corn, led by Gu Xiao, stood in utter disbelief. Brother Xiao, how is this Su Qingran so fierce? It's terrifying. Gu Xiao, regaining his composure, replied with pride, From now on, do not provoke her. Sun Hao and Chen Weiguo were equally startled. Witnessing Su Jiao being dragged and beaten without the slightest chance of retaliation, coming to their senses, they rushed to separate Su Qingran. It's just a playful scuffle among the ladies. What are you men getting involved for? Before long, the team leader, alerted by the commotion, rushed over with a throng of people behind him. Su Qingran, hearing the approaching footsteps, loosened her grip, but Su Jiao was still pinned beneath her, with eyes aflame and face swollen. She was consumed by rage, unwilling to let go of her advantageous position. Just as she raised her hand to strike, the team leader's voice boomed from behind. Stop. Someone restrain them. As soon as he spoke, Sun Hao and Chen Weiguo hurried to pull Su Jiao back. Su Jiao wailed, Don't hold me back. I want to kill her. Amidst the chaos, Gu Xiao seized a handful of dirt from the ground and smeared it across Su Qingran's face, carelessly tousling her hair. By the time the crowd arrived, the two young intellectuals had already been separated, with Su Qingran's hair now resembling a bird's nest, her head bowed in silence. Su Jiao continued to sob, unable to catch her breath. As soon as she saw the team leader, she immediately began to complain. Team leader, look at her. She hit me. It hurts. The team leader, overwhelmed by the noise, felt his head spin, unable to decipher the situation. Sun Hao, noticing Su Jiao's bleeding lip, quickly chimed in. Team leader, we were just gathering corn when out of nowhere, Su Qingran charged at Su Jiao and threw her to the ground. Look, her mouth is all bruised. The team leader inhaled sharply. Su Qingran, did you truly strike her? Su Qingran lifted her head and replied, It is true, I was the first to act, but Sun Jiao is not being truthful. The three of them know perfectly well why I acted. Since this morning in the fields, Su Jiao has been harassing me, her words dripping with sarcasm. I endured it, fearing it would disrupt our work. But when she continued to insult me, I could no longer restrain myself. The team leader glanced at the pile of corn Su Qingran had gathered, his expression softening. What she says is not entirely unfounded. No matter how great the matter, it must not interfere with the autumn harvest. He had sensed from the moment the three had arrived that they were not to be trifled with. Especially concerning Su Jiao, she had already agreed to let her switch to a different task, yet she stormed off in a fit of anger. It seems she must be harboring a reservoir of frustration with no outlet. Alas, Su Jiqing is merely bearing the brunt of it for him. Sun Jiqing, is what Su Jiqing said true? Just look at how few corn cobs you have harvested. Have you spent the whole day gossiping about others? Sun Hao, feeling a pang of shame, lowered his head. Captain, we were just chatting casually. At this moment, Gu Xiao desperately gestured to his father, and seeing he was unresponsive, he took the initiative to speak up. We four came to lift corn, and we all witnessed it. The captain's eyelids twitched slightly. Then tell me what USAW. Gu Xiao cleared his throat. It was mutual fighting. Gu Xiao's companions chimed in enthusiastically, confirming it was indeed a mutual brawl. After all, you all saw it. Su Jiqing had even pinned Su Jiqing down. Su Jiao, feeling wronged, cried out, I didn't hit her at all. Gu Xiao clicked his tongue. Clearly, you were outmatched. With the testimonies of witnesses, the captain began to piece together the events. All four of you share responsibility for today's incident. Each of you shall be fined 5 work points. If that is insufficient, the deficit will be deducted from tomorrow's earnings. Do you accept this? Su Qingran readily agreed. I set a poor example for everyone, so I accept the punishment. Sun Hao and Shen Weigua, recognizing their own culpability, regretted not stopping Su Jiao from her incessant chatter behind the scenes. We accept. Su Jiao, so furious she could barely stand, had no choice but to acquiesce. In truth, they had hardly earned 5 work points today. It felt like a day wasted, and tomorrow would bring deductions. The crux of the matter was that her face hurt so badly she could hardly speak, seeing that everyone had admitted their fault. The captain waved his hand to dismiss them. All right, there are still so many corn cobs to carry back. Let us not linger here. Hurry up and finish your work. As the crowd dispersed, Su Nanqing finally managed to squeeze through. Aunt, are you all right? Your face. Su Qingran, feeling a bit shy, wiped her face and thanked Gu Xiao. Thank you for earlier. It was not only his testimony that proved instrumental, but also the look he had crafted for her that surely helped immensely. Otherwise, this incident could not have been brushed aside so easily. Gu Xiao smirked proudly. It's all valuable experience I've accumulated over the past 20 years. It's better to feign than to fight. With so many eyes upon him, he had to save face for his father. After all, Su Qingran had become an overnight sensation. Just 3 days into her rural life, she had already managed to leave one female intellectual with a swollen face. Not only were the new intellectuals terrified, but even the village women were taken aback. They all remarked on how she looked so delicate, yet fought so fiercely, as if her life depended on it. Su Jiqing had merely spoken out of turn a few times, and had ended up with a face like a pig. Who would dare to gossip about her behind her back now? Feeling the weight of everyone's gaze upon her, Su Qingran felt a bit embarrassed. Meanwhile, Gu Zhao's group of brothers were buzzing with excitement, eagerly surrounding her for tips. Su Jiqing, you fight with quite the finesse. Where did you learn that? Su Qingran smirked. It's all in the movies. The others were keen to continue their inquiries about which movie. Gu Xiao cleared his throat. If we keep chatting, it'll get dark. Thus, they reluctantly dispersed to attend to their tasks. Su Qingran, remembering her intent to purchase eggs, quickly called out to the big brother who sold eggs on the black market. Ahem, the egg seller. The man awkwardly turned around. Su Jiqing, I'm Gu Sihai. Su Qingran chuckled awkwardly and nodded. Comrade Gu, I'd like to buy some eggs. Do you have any left? Gu Sihai looked surprised. You bought quite a few last time. Those were for gifts. Gu Sihai glanced at Gu Xiao and chuckled awkwardly. There are plenty of eggs. Just ask Brother Xiao to help you get some. With that, he dashed away. Su Qingran turned her attention back to Gu Xiao, who asked before she could speak, how many do you want? Su Qingran paused for a moment. 20 or 30 should suffice. Gu Xiao moved swiftly. Before dinner was prepared, he returned with a basket covered with grass. Aunt Gu assumed he was spending frivolously and was about to scold him. Gu Xiao quickly explained. Su Jiqing asked me to exchange for these. Su Qingran stepped out briskly. Aunt, these eggs are indeed for me. Nanqing is young and needs nutrition. He can't just eat your eggs every day. Aunt Gu looked at the basket brimming with eggs and couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for her. But upon seeing the obedient Nanqing stoking the fire, she quickly reassured herself. Indeed, we cannot let the children go without. Chapter 34. Think before you strike. Su Qingran turned to head back inside to fetch the money. Upon her return, She could faintly hear Gu Shao and Aunt Gu discussing her heroic deeds in the kitchen. Feeling embarrassed, Su Qingren cleared her throat. "Aunt, how about we stir-fry some eggs for dinner?" The captain remained preoccupied until dark before returning. Su Qingren felt a twinge of guilt and glanced up, relieved to find his expression calm. "Captain, I apologize for the trouble I caused today." The captain tasted the eggs and took a sip of white liquor, grimacing at the spiciness. "That you're still young. Impulsiveness is natural." Su Qingren tugged at her lips. "It wasn't he entirely impulsive. I had thought it through before I struck." Ji Yuxiao nearly choked, coughing violently. Aunt Gu laughed heartily. "I was worried that little Su would be bullied with a child by her side, but now it seems she can work, cook, and fight. That's all one needs in the countryside." Su Nanqing beamed with pride. "My aunt is amazing." Su Qingren smiled helplessly. "Just don't follow your aunt's example." "Did you get along well with your friends today?" Su Nanqing nodded vigorously, pointing to a pile of branches in the courtyard. "I collected all those. I'll go again tomorrow." That night, Su Nanqing stealthily crept over before bed to report back to Su Qingren. "Aunt, I found out that the road to the forest farm is just over the back mountain. You just need to cross over." Su Qingren was startled. "You didn't tell anyone, did you?" Su Nanqing patted his chest. "Don't worry. I'm clever. I just casually asked what was in the mountains, and they ended up revealing everything." Su Qingren nodded appreciatively. "Don't ask anymore, and don't go up the mountain. I'll take advantage of my free time to scout the area, and once I find a good route, I'll look for an opportunity to go. This matter must not be known to anyone." Su Nanqing nodded earnestly. "Aunt, rest easy." Ever since she had turned Su Jiao's face into a pig's head, the trio had been much quieter these past few days. Even when they were out in the fields picking corn, they kept their distance from Su Qingren, avoiding her path. During the lunch break, they went out of their way to rest away from her. Seizing this golden opportunity, Su Qingren was determined not to let it slip by. Each morning, she finished her work early, and during the others' lunch breaks, she would stealthily venture up the mountain to scout the path. The back mountain wasn't particularly high, but it was densely forested and overgrown with wild grass, with only a narrow, winding path made by foot traffic leading upward. Su Qingren glanced around to ensure no one was watching before quickly climbing along the path. Just as she was focused on the trail, a familiar voice rang from above. "Su Jiqing, come to climb the mountain?" Su Qingren looked up, involuntarily twitching her lips. "Oh, I came to enjoy the scenery during the lunch break." Ji Yuxiao smiled tightly, choosing not to expose her. "I know the best views. Let me take you there." Before Su Qingren could refuse, Gu Shao had already begun to ascend. Su Qingren hesitated for a moment before reluctantly following closely behind him. With his guidance, they quickly took a shortcut to the mountain top. "How does the view here look?" Upon reaching the summit, Su Qingren gazed around in awe. "It's beautiful." However, what she was most eager to see was still the forest farm on the other side of the mountain. Yet, with Gu Shao present, she didn't want to appear too overly interested. "Comrade Gu, what brings you to the mountain in the middle of the day?" "I'm here to catch a couple of wild chickens to improve the meals." "Oh, then you go ahead. Can you manage alone?" "It's fine. I remember the way down. I'll head back shortly." Ji Yuxiao nodded and turned to walk into the forest, yet he didn't venture too far. As soon as he left, Su Qingren immediately peered down towards the base of the mountain. She saw a row of wooden houses nestled in a broad valley, with a few low straw huts scattered at the foot of the mountain. In her previous life, her father had mentioned that their residence was not in the center of the forest farm but was a designated area close to the hillside. It seemed those few straw huts were indeed the ones. Confirming the location, Su Qingren began searching for a way down the mountain. Unfortunately, time was against her, and partway down, she had to turn back. Thankfully, she had a rough idea of the route, and she could seek another opportunity to return. Having scouted the path, Su Qingren hurriedly made her way back down. Just as she had reached the top, she spotted Gu Shao comfortably seated at the spot where they had parted, holding two brightly feathered wild chickens. "You back?" Su Qingren's eyelids twitched. "Why are you still here?" Gu Shao clicked his tongue. "The mountain is dangerous. I kindly waited for your return, and you're complaining about it." With that, he began leading her back down the mountain. Seeing he had no intention of probing further, Su Qingren breathed a sigh of relief and followed him down. They didn't part ways until they reached the foot of the mountain, where the familiar cornfield greeted them. With Gu Shao bringing back the wild chickens, the Gu family's dinner was set to be significantly improved. Aunt Gu prepared a bowl of sun-dried mushrooms, plucked a handful of chili peppers from the vegetable garden, and peeled 2 potatoes. Su Qingren eagerly volunteered to take charge of the cooking. Having never tasted wild mountain chicken, she feared it might possess an unusual flavor. so she discreetly added a few drops of spring water. Little did she know, the resulting stir-fry was overwhelmingly fragrant. After braising a pot of chicken, Inkgu kneaded the dough and flattened about 10 cornmeal pancakes, adhering them around the edge of the pot. The autumn chilies were spicier than those of summer, causing everyone to sweat profusely and their lips to blush slightly, yet they all exclaimed in delight. Even Su Nanqing, while calling out that it was spicy, devoured the food with gusto. Inkgu poured him a bowl of plain water for dipping, exclaiming, "It's my fault. I didn't expect the chilies would be this hot." Su Nanqing dipped his food a couple of times, but found it insufficient. What initially seemed spicy no longer fazed him, but as he spoke, he continued to grab another piece of chicken to eat. Su Qingran, aware that this boy had an insatiable fondness for spice in his past life, momentarily forgot he was merely a child. She hurriedly poured him a cup of cool boiled water, secretly adding a few drops of spring water. After the meal, everyone felt somewhat unsatisfied that in the following days, Gu Xiao would frequently seize moments of respite to venture into the mountains, capturing wild chickens and rabbits. Consequently, Su Qingran refrained from going up the mountain during the day, fearing another encounter with him might raise suspicions. After several days of hurried harvesting, the collective's rice and corn finally arrived at the threshing ground. Henceforth, Su Qingran no longer needed to work in the fields, but instead remained at the threshing ground with the other educated youth and the ants, helping to shell the sun-dried corn. With the workload easing, Su Qingran began seeking opportunities to visit her family. Chapter 35. Reunion with family. That evening, the Gu family, having enjoyed a rare moment of leisure, tidied up early and extinguished the lamp. Su Qingran sat quietly in the dark for a while, waiting for everyone to fall asleep before stealthily pushing the door open and stepping outside. The moon hung bright in the sparse starry sky, and the once bustling village lay in serene stillness. Even the dogs ceased their barking. Only the crickets hiding in the grass serenaded softly. Quietly, Su Qingran slipped away from the Gu household, swiftly making her way toward the back mountain under the moonlight. At the foot of the mountain, the shadows of the trees swayed with the wind, and the dark, towering grass seemed ominous. Su Qingran nervously swallowed, her heart racing with fear. Yet, the thought of soon reuniting with her family filled her with courage, and she resolutely continued her ascent. However, after taking just a few steps, a beam of flashlight suddenly swept toward her, startling her. She hurriedly quickened her pace and ran a few steps ahead, but the light continued to pursue her. Resolute, she decided to dash into the woods, intending to slip into her space for concealment. Just as she lifted her foot, Gu Zhao's voice rang out beside her, "Come here quickly." Before she could react, he had already pulled her into a nearby thicket. "Shoo, don't say a word," he cautioned, gesturing for her to silence her flashlight. They waited in the darkness as the beam of light drew nearer, sweeping around until it finally left, having found nothing amiss. "Who is that?" Su Qingran inquired. "The night watchman at the threshing ground." "What are you doing out here alone in the dead of night?" "I'll say I have a condition that causes me to wander at night. Would you believe that?" Gu Xiao let out a light scoff. "What do you think?" Su Qingran had no choice but to shift the topic. "Aren't you also out here at this hour?" She distinctly remembered seeing him return to his room earlier without hearing any signs of him leaving. So when did you come out? Gu Xiao snorted lightly. "I'm here to set traps. Otherwise, how would there be so many wild chickens and rabbits these past few days? Let us go." "Okay," Su Qingran replied, turning to head back. But before she could, he grabbed her. "Are you daft? The logging area is this way." Su Qingran was indeed momentarily stunned. How did Gu Xiao know where she intended to go? Before she could ponder further, he spoke first. "Why leave the comfort of the city to come out here to the countryside? Is it for me? How flattering. Doesn't that mean it's true? Everyone else is resting, wishing to avoid movement. Yet you're running up the mountain in broad daylight. The place you want to go is undoubtedly the logging area, right? The road there is treacherous. I'll take you." Su Qingran was taken aback by how quickly he guessed her intentions, leaving her momentarily unsure of how to respond. She simply followed him over the mountain, slowly making their way toward the logging area. At night, the forest echoed with strange animal calls. Su Qingran was unsure whether to feel frightened or relieved. She had indeed underestimated the mountain paths at night. The route she remembered clearly during the day seemed utterly transformed after dark. With Gu Xiao leading the way, the journey proved relatively smooth. As they approached the thatched cottage at the foot of the mountain, Su Qingran turned to glance at him. "I can manage the rest of the way alone. I've memorized the return route. You can go about your business. Thank you for bringing me here." Gu Xiao, he glanced at the nearby grass hut, nodded silently. "Be careful." Once he departed, Su Qingran tiptoed toward the thatched huts as she drew near. She realized that the so-called huts hardly qualified as houses. They were merely drafty shanties. Unsure of which one her family occupied, she quietly made her way around to the back, hoping to catch a glimpse of their movements. Just as she rounded the corner, she heard a familiar voice emanating from the farthest hut. Cough, 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 Mom. Jinhua just went out to pick some perilla in the dark. I've made it into a broth. You should get up and drink a bowl. Su Qingren's heart tightened. It was her sister-in-law, Jiang Ailing's voice. Moments later, her elder brother Su Jinhua chimed in. Oh no, Mom's forehead seems a bit warm. Su Qingren suppressed the urge to leap with joy, quickly darting to the hut's entrance and carefully lifting the grass curtain. Mom. As she spoke, the occupants turned to look at her. Her sister-in-law was taken aback. Spilling the medicinal soup from her hands. I said, little sister, Ran, what are you doing here? Before Su Qingren could respond, her brother swiftly pulled her inside, examining her closely under the dim oil lamp. It's really Ran. Their mother, Lin Yuzhen, struggled to sit up from the messy bedding. Is it really you, Ran? What brings you here? With tears welling up, Su Qingren threw her arms around her mother. Mom, I've missed you so much. After a moment of embrace, she realized she hadn't seen her father. Brother, where's Dad? Su Jinhua lowered his head in silence. He was called to the logging area for a discussion this evening. He should be back soon. I'll go check. Just then, the grass curtain was pulled aside from outside. Jinhua, how is your mother's condition? The voice trailed off, and the figure froze, coming to his senses. He quickly removed his glasses to wipe them and put them back on. Ran. Su Qingren stood up and walked towards her father step by step, choking back her sobs as she fell into his embrace. Dad, it's me. Struggling to hold back her tears, she found it impossible to stop the flow as her family began to weep alongside her. Only when they all burst into tears did she suddenly remember the urgent matters she needed to address. Realizing she couldn't delay any longer, she swiftly exited the hut, soon returning with a large bundle in tow. Her father and brother stared in astonishment, but none dared to raise a commotion. Carefully lifting the bundle into the hut while tightly closing all the grass curtains, staring at the sizable bundle on the ground, all four were momentarily speechless. Ran, how did you carry this? Su Qingren quickly unwrapped the bundle. Pulling out a pouch filled with herbs. Sister-in-law, you know the most about medicine. Can you see what can be used here? We need to bring down Mom's fever. Seeing the abundance of medicine she had brought, the family was elated. They no longer needed to worry about their mother's illness. As her sister-in-law searched for the fever-reducing medicine, Su Qingren discreetly added a few drops of spring water to the tea jar, mixing it with the medicine before administering it to her mother. After the medicine was taken, Su Qingren retrieved clothes, socks, and sneakers she had prepared for everyone. She had intentionally patched the old clothes with several stitches. Additionally, she brought a pouch of pomegranates, 2 boxes of dumplings, over 20 steamed buns, 2 cans of malted milk, and a bag of brown sugar, along with a basin, tea jar, towels, and toilet paper. All these items had been gathered from her space before her departure, and they were all necessities for the family at present. Dad, Mom, brother, sister-in-law, these dumplings are still warm. You should eat them quickly while they're hot. I'll share the rest with you slowly. Having been apart for just over a month, all four looked considerably thinner than before. Besides their weight loss, their complexions were increasingly pallid. Upon catching sight of the delicious dumplings, they couldn't help but swallow hard. However, after just one bite, they all instinctively paused. Ran, how on earth did you manage to come here? Chapter 36. A heartfelt weeping Su Qingren had no choice but to explain first. Dad, Mom, I've gone to the countryside, to the Xiangyang Mountain Brigade over there. Upon hearing this, Su Jingshan immediately set down the food container in agitation. What nonsense is this? Didn't they arrange everything in the city? Why did you go back to the countryside? Haven't you gotten married? Su Qingren playfully shoved the container back into his hands. Dad, don't rush. Let me explain everything slowly. Thus, she began to recount the events that had unfolded since their separation, carefully selecting her words to avoid alarming her mother, who was already unwell. She refrained from mentioning the troubles with the Xiao family and Nanqing's matters for the time being. Nevertheless, even this much caused Lin Yuzhen to become visibly distressed. Unable to speak, seeing her mother in such a state, Su Qingren quickly comforted her. Mom, don't be upset. I feel incredibly grateful for the decision I made. Truly. Lin Yuzhen shook her head and said, What nonsense are you talking about, child? Life in the mountains is not as easy as you think. Can you manage the farm work? Su Qingren smiled and extended her hand, replying, Don't look down on me. On my first day of work, I earned 8 work points, and the team leader praised my abilities in front of everyone. The villagers have been particularly kind to me. Lin Yuzhen grasped her daughter's hand, gently caressing the thin calluses on her fingers. Just over a month ago, she was still a girl who had never touched a drop of water. What could have happened to transform her into such a capable person? Su Jingshan was the first to accept it, saying, "My daughter Su Qingran is indeed remarkable. Since you believe that you are mismatched with Xiao Donghua, then go to the countryside." Su Qingran nodded repeatedly, helping her mother take a sip of spring water, then began to encourage a few others to eat dumplings. While they were eating, she stood up to survey her surroundings. The dim oil lamp in the shed barely illuminated a small space. Upon closer inspection, it could hardly be considered a room. It was merely divided into 2 sections by a straw curtain, so small that one could hardly turn around. The bed was made of dry grass, with only a thin mattress atop it. Near the door lay a small pot and a few bowls, and apart from that, there was almost nothing else. Seeing his daughter scrutinizing the room, Su Jingshan quickly explained, "There is a canteen in the forest farm. We usually eat there. The entrance is just for boiling some hot water." Su Qingran nodded, holding back her tears. "Even if we eat at the canteen, there will surely be differences in treatment. Otherwise, how could I have lost so much weight? Dad, please don't be stingy with the things I brought. I will bring more next time." Su Jingshan shook his head in refusal, saying, "No need. The mountain roads are difficult to traverse at night, and you, my child, are too reckless. Try not to come over again." Lin Yuzhen also expressed her concern. "It's already good enough that you're not starving in the countryside. Don't bring food here anymore." Su Qingran forced a light-hearted smile, saying, "You all underestimate me. I earn more work points than I can eat, and I still have the money and tickets I brought with me. Don't worry. I won't neglect myself." Seeing that their daughter hadn't lost weight and seemed even more spirited than before, the 4 of them gradually felt reassured. "Jinhua, you should quickly take Ranran back. Make sure no one sees her." Su Qingran knew she couldn't stay any longer, so after a few more reminders, she quietly left the straw shed. Upon returning to the spot where she had parted with Gu Shao, Su Qingran looked around but didn't see him. She assumed he was busy going down the mountain. On her way back, she kept looking for an opportunity to discuss Nanqing with her elder brother. Unexpectedly, he took the initiative to ask, "Ranran, did you really tell your sister-in-law that Nanqing is doing well? Is that true, or were you just saying it to avoid worrying her?" Su Qingran cleared her throat and replied, "Brother, actually Nanqing came down to the countryside with me." As soon as the words left her mouth, Su Jinhua became agitated, exclaiming, "How could you bring him to the countryside? You've just turned 20. You're still a child yourself. Why are you making such big decisions? Breaking off the engagement, coming to the countryside, and bringing Nanqing along. Didn't you think to write home and discuss it first? You've only been here a few days and can't yet grasp how difficult life will be in the countryside. It's hard enough for you alone. How will you manage with a child? What will others say about you?" Su Qingran had been holding back her emotions while in the straw shed. Now, in this secluded place, hearing her brother say this, she could no longer suppress her tears and cried out, "Do you think I wanted to bring Nanqing here? Do you know how your sister-in-law's parents and my brother-in-law treat Nanqing? Of course, I know life is tough in the countryside. If Xiaodong were truly a suitable match, would I have broken off the engagement and come here to suffer?" Seeing her sister so heartbroken, Su Jinhua panicked. "I thought you were just acting on impulse, being headstrong as before." I didn't realize. As he spoke, Su Jinhua suddenly choked up, tears streaming down his face. His sister, who had once been a naive girl, never hiding her feelings, had transformed in just over a month into someone so mature, deceiving everyone in the straw shed. "Ranran, tell me the truth. What exactly happened?" Su Qingran dared not mention the events of their previous lives, instead recounting her experiences with the Xiao family and Nanqing's treatment in the Jiang family in detail. Su Jinhua, however, sensed a deep-seated grievance reminiscent of years past. "Ranran, I'm sorry. I apologize for being harsh with you earlier. It was my mistake. I didn't expect that Xiao Dongwu was such a scoundrel, colluding with outsiders to bully you and that Jiang family." Su Qingran poured out all her grievances from their previous lives. By the time she finished crying, her tears had dried, yet her brother's shoulder was soaked. The heaviness in her chest suddenly felt alleviated. "Brother, I just held it in for too long. Crying has made me feel much better. Don't worry. I'm raising Nanqing well. When the opportunity arises, I'll bring you to meet him. As for the matter with my sister-in-law's family, I can't say much. You'll have to decide how to discuss it with her. Su Jinhua nodded repeatedly, assuring her, "Don't worry, I will talk to your sister-in-law about it. As for Nanqing, I truly feel sorry for you. Su Qingren wiped her tears and said with a smile, all right, let us not be overly polite with each other. I'll take care of Nanxing, and you make sure to look after our parents. But remember, Nanxing is not my responsibility. I can only help take care of him for now. You and your sister-in-law need to stay strong and hang in there. When you return to the city, I'll pack up and hand the child over to you. Hearing the mention of returning to the city, Su Jinhua couldn't hide his bitterness but still nodded solemnly. Ran, don't worry. I will take good care of our parents, and no matter how difficult it gets, your sister-in-law and I will persevere for you and Nanxing that we will live well. The siblings cried together, reigniting their hope for life, and continued on their path. After they left, Gu Xiao quietly emerged from the woods nearby. Chapter 37. Insomnia. Just now, he had been worried and waited at the foot of the mountain, hoping to return with her. Later, seeing her enter the mountains with someone else, he hurriedly hid. He planned to wait until she left before coming out, but unexpectedly, she suddenly burst into tears while walking. A person who was usually so strong seemed to shatter when crying. Ji Yuxiao felt her tears were like a summer flood that had broken its dam, though he could only watch from a distance. His heart was already flooded with emotion. He couldn't hear the content of their conversation but vaguely caught the words breaking off the engagement. Suddenly, everything became clear in his heart. Su Qingren walked alongside her brother, chatting until they reached the foot of the mountain, where she finally stopped. You can drop me off here. I know the rest of the way well. You should head back early. Sister-in-law and mom must be worried. Su Jinhua nodded, saying, about what I just told you, convey it to Nanxing. Boys shouldn't be so delicate. Let him help you with the work, and take care of yourself. Don't wear yourself out. All right, don't worry. Nanxing is more sensible than you think. After seeing her brother off, Su Qingren stood still for a moment to calm her emotions. Once she had composed herself, she set off down the mountain. That night, Su Qingren tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Adding to the fact that she had cried excessively the night before, her eyelids were slightly swollen even after washing her face with spring water that morning. As soon as she stepped out the door, Gu Xiao stared at her strangely for several moments. If you're feeling unwell, just take a day off. I'm fine. Ji Yuanti, hearing the commotion, looked over in surprise. Little Su, have those three educated youth bullied you again? Su Qingren awkwardly waved her hand, saying, no, I just drank too much water before bed last night. Su Nanxing, looking tense, pulled her into the house before she could leave. Auntie, was last night not smooth? Su Qingren smiled and shook her head, saying, don't think too much. It went very well. The food and clothing were all delivered, and everyone is doing well. When the time is right, I'll take you to meet them. Auntie is just too happy. Su Nanxing sighed in relief, saying, that's good. Su Qingren wanted to discuss the situation with Nanxing further, but she heard Gu Ani questioning Gu Xiao from outside the door. What's with those dark circles? Did you stay up all night doing something illegal? Gu Xiao replied with a tone of helplessness. What illegal business? I just didn't sleep well. Ji Yuani was skeptical, saying, you, not sleeping well? I bet you sneaked out to meet those rascals of yours, didn't you? Playing cards all night? Gu Xiao sighed dramatically. I swear, it's an injustice. Su Nanxing ran out, saying, Grandma, last night I got up to go to the bathroom and saw Uncle lying in bed with his eyes open. He couldn't sleep, but didn't go out. With Nanxing as a witness, Gu Ani stopped questioning, merely eyeing him suspiciously. This kid falls asleep as soon as he touches the bed. How could he not sleep? Su Qingren couldn't help but glance at him, noticing the dark circles under his eyes. Could it be that he, like her, was suffering from insomnia? Once the crops were harvested, the daytime work location shifted to the threshing ground. With so many people around, Su Qingren hadn't found a chance to discuss the previous night's events with Gu Xiao. It wasn't until night fell, and both the team leader and Guani had gone to bed, that Su Qingren peered through the window and saw him just returning from a bath. She hurried outside to call out to him, Comrade Gu, I have something to discuss with you. Ji Yuxiaoying could vaguely surmise what she wished to articulate. Thus he took the initiative to speak. Rest assured, I shall not divulge the events from last night. Su Qingren nodded appreciatively. Thank you. And there is another matter. Pray, go on. I believe the autumn harvest will soon conclude. Last time, the captain mentioned that once the harvest was over, I should consult you regarding the construction of a house. When would it be convenient for you? This, Gu Xiaoying had not anticipated. Are you in such a hurry? Su Qingren nodded. You should have guessed my family's circumstances. If Nanxing and I move out sooner, it would minimize any potential repercussions for your family should our situation be discovered later. The captain and Aunt Gu have been quite considerate towards Nanxing and me. And the villagers mistakenly believe we are related. If I were to explain, they might not believe me. We ought to clarify this together when the opportunity arises. Yu Xiaoying shook his head disapprovingly. There is no misunderstanding to speak of. You are overthinking it. Su Qingren gazed at him in confusion, unable to comprehend the meaning behind his words. Yu Xiaoying smiled. What I mean is, do not be overly anxious. My mother has made it clear to others that you are merely my cousin's classmate. However, the villagers do not discern such distinctions. They simply know there is a connection. Moreover, concerning your family's affairs, do not dwell too much on it. Even if others eventually learn of it, their curiosity will wane, and who will truly concern themselves with your family's matters? Besides, you have done nothing wrong. Su Qingren lowered her eyes, finding his words somewhat difficult to digest. In circumstances like hers, it is only natural to wish to avoid suspicion. Why did it seem to him that it was not a matter of great consequence? Observing her bewilderment, Gu Xiaoying patiently elaborated, the villagers here are not privy to the intrigues of urban life, nor do they possess such cunning. Even if you were to tell them, they would likely not comprehend or retain the information. What concerns them more is whether they can fill their stomachs or save enough to enjoy a few more meals. The affairs of others are merely a source of fleeting amusement. Su Qingren could only nod in a mixture of amusement and exasperation. Thank you for your reassurance. Nevertheless, the house must eventually be built. Do let me know when you are available. Yu Xiaoying nodded in acquiescence. Understood. Once the grain is dried in a few days, we shall take it to the commune for the grain tax. Let us attend to that first. Very well. After returning from the forest farm, Su Qingren felt considerably more at ease. For the next few days, she focused on shelling corn at the threshing ground. The brigade lacked specialized tools for corn shelling, so everyone brought their own screwdrivers or awls from home, creating grooves in the corn cobs before twisting them off by hand. After a prolonged period of twisting, several of the new educated youths developed blisters on their palms, gazing at the towering piles of corn. They felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Amid their sorrow, Su Jiao stealthily cast a glance at Su Qingren, pondering how her delicate skin would surely be covered in blisters from such labor. However, upon looking up, she found Su Qingren wearing gloves, performing the task with ease and expertise. Su Jiao glared at her in frustration and silently resumed her work. The labor was too harsh on the hands. She had already written home twice urging her family to send gloves, yet there had been no response. Just then, a clear sound of a bicycle bell echoed from the direction of the village entrance. Chapter 38. A letter from the city. Xiangyang Mountain Brigade rarely saw outsiders, with the postman being an exception. Dressed in a green uniform and pedaling a 2/8 bicycle, he had 2 bulging green bags strapped to the back, filled with parcels and letters. The children, seeing him, rushed forward in excitement. However, the villagers in the mountains seldom received packages or letters, with the majority still with the educated youths. Sure enough, upon hearing the familiar sound of the bell, a group of educated youths rose to investigate. Su Jiao, eager for her package from home, hurried the fastest. Finally, my parcel has arrived. For some time, she had been harboring a sense of competition, seeking any opportunity to outshine Su Qingren. Unfortunately, she found herself unable to match Su Qingren in work or in brawls, but at least she had a well-rounded family. As for Su Qingren, she was alone in the countryside with her nephew, presumably with all her family members deceased. With this thought, Su Jiao rushed to the postman, tugging at her 2 braided pigtails. Comrade, do you have a parcel for me? I'm Su Jiao. Su Jiao, it seems there is a letter for you. Su Jiao's eyes widened. That cannot be. Please check again. The postman flipped through the items, confirming, there is indeed nothing for you. Only 2 parcels have arrived. With that, he paid her no further mind, beginning to hand out the parcels one by one. Chun Weigua, your parcel. Su Qingren. Your parcel. Su Qingren had just approached the village entrance with Su Nanxing when she heard her name being called from afar, momentarily taken aback. Who would send her a parcel? Few knew her address in the countryside. Upon retrieving it, she discovered it was from Uncle Ma and Aunt Ma. Along with the parcel, Gu Xiaowei had also sent her a letter. Su Jiao glared at Su Qingren, who was holding the parcel and letter, stomping her feet in frustration. Su Qingren glanced at her, but Su Jiao dashed away with the letter in hand. Quite perceptive, Su Qingren thought to herself as she made her way home with the parcel. Passing the threshing ground, several aunts curiously inquired if the items were from her family. Su Qingren, aware of their curiosity, realized that the more ambiguous she was, the more they would probe, so she smiled and explained. No, the parcel is from my uncle and aunt, and the letter is from a high school classmate. Your uncle and aunt are truly kind. They sent you so much right after you arrived in the countryside. High school classmate? Didn't Aunt Gu mention before that you were a classmate of someone? Su Qingren nodded with a smile. Gu Xiaowei, She is a distant relative of the brigade captain, and we were high school classmates. The crowd nodded in understanding, their curiosity shifting to other educated youths who had received parcels or letters. Su Qingran chuckled helplessly. Indeed, the aunt's curiosity, as Gu Xiaoying had remarked, could not sustain for long. Previously, when she had a conflict with Su Jiao, it had been the talk of the village, but now, so little time had passed, and no one mentioned it anymore. Upon returning home with the parcel and letter, Su Qingran opened it to find it contained malted milk and canned goods sent by Uncle Ma and Aunt Ma. The letter stated that Uncle Ma had gone for a checkup at the hospital on the day she left. And thankfully, he was treated in time and was now on medication. Concerned that she might struggle to adjust in the countryside, they sent her some supplies. After unpacking, Su Qingran opened Gu Xiaoyi's letter. As soon as she opened it, she was greeted by Gu Xiaoyi's exuberant exclamations, filled with familiar sentiments. The letter recounted the day she and Nanxing arrived in the countryside, detailing how Xiao Donghua and Shen Yunfeng went to the factory to confront Director Ma, who scolded them mercilessly. It also mentioned that Xiao Donghua refused to accept her departure, believing she had merely moved to the mechanical factory dormitory. Each day after work, he would wait at the dormitory entrance. When he didn't find her, he scoured the workshop, then began searching the city for her. Unable to locate her, he would wait at the intersection where Gu Xiaoyi left work, demanding her address. Fed up, Gu Xiaoyi enlisted her father and brother to confront him, giving him a good beating in an alley. Director Ma also had a word with him, warning that if he continued to be so careless at work and made mistakes, he would be dismissed. Only then did Xiao Donghua finally cease his antics. Su Qingran read the letter filled with familiar faces and events. It felt as though a long time had passed. Life in the mountains was busy yet fulfilling, as if she were completely cut off from the outside world. Since arriving here, she had seldom thought of her past life. Ji Xiaoying, having heard from Nanxing that Su Qingran had returned home with letters and parcels, worried she might feel distressed and cry as she had previously. He hurried back, wandering around the courtyard for a while until he heard her open the door. Quick as a flash, Gu Xiaoying grabbed a teacup, calling out, "Su Zheng, are you home? Everything all right?" Su Qingran, bewildered, replied, "I'm fine. Why are you back?" "I came back for a drink." Su Qingran acknowledged with an O, then turned to retrieve a pair of protective gloves, presenting them to him. "Here, this is for you." Ji Xiaoying was momentarily taken aback. "For me?" "Yes. I owe you my gratitude for guiding me in the mountains last time, and during this period, I've been fortunate to share meals with you and Nanxing. I ought to show my appreciation." Previously, she had refrained from taking too many items from her storage space, fearing exposure. Now, with a parcel in hand and having unpacked it alone, she had the final say on its contents. While Gu Xiaoying was still in a daze, Su Qingran had already returned to the threshing ground with a few picture books. The agricultural work had been so hectic these past few days that she hadn't had the chance to teach Nanxing. However, while at home, Nanxing had already acquired some foundational knowledge and could recognize a fair number of simple characters, rather than allowing him to spend his days frolicking with the village children. It was more beneficial for them to look at picture books together. With newfound interest, he would ask her about any unfamiliar words, thus learning more rapidly. Once Su Nanxing received the picture books from his aunt, a group of children preparing to search for bird nests gathered around him, eager to listen. The children of similar ages had yet to start school, so they all urged Nanxing to read to them. After a while, several aunts who were shucking corn also became interested and called over a few children. "Come sit here and read. We want to hear what stories are being told." Seeing the aunts leaning in to listen, Su Qingran couldn't help but smile. It was a welcome change. For the past few days, she had grown weary of listening to the aunts discussing whose chickens laid how many eggs. A little variety was indeed refreshing. As the mountain of corn cobs transformed into golden grains, as the freshly harvested rice was laid out to dry, it crackled delightfully when bitten. The long-awaited day for the brigade to deliver grain had finally arrived. On the eve of departure, the brigade leader gathered all the members at the threshing ground, meticulously selecting the driest and plumpest grains of rice and corn to be bagged and weighed. The entire process was conducted with great care, fearful that inferior grains might be included, which would result in their return from the commune. Once the best grains were chosen, the lesser quality ones were set aside for future distribution. The members of the brigade bustled about, their faces radiating the joy of a bountiful harvest. Yet, Su Qingran felt a pang of sorrow. After laboring tirelessly for half a year, enduring the elements each day, they had only managed to collect such a meager amount of grain. Lacking quality seeds and fertilizers, they could only rely on their bare hands. Inching forward with their efforts, Sometimes, it was not a matter of insufficient diligence, but rather the innate disadvantage of their circumstances. Chapter 39. Going to the town to deliver grain the following morning. Just as the sky began to lighten, the village became livelied. Su Qingran, awakened by the commotion, was momentarily confused. Wasn't today's grain delivery meant only for the strong laborers? How could the others, who had finally managed to take a day off, rise so early? Upon opening the door, Aunt Gu waved at her, urging, "Xiao Su, come along to the town for a bit of fun." Before she could decline, Su Nanqing looked at her with eager anticipation. "Aunt, all my friends are going today, and I heard the educated youth will be there too." Aunt Gu smiled in agreement, saying, "Indeed, most of the young folks are going. It's perfect. You can take Nanqing along for a stroll." Su Qingran nodded. It was a good opportunity to buy some things in town and retrieve a few items from her space. She also planned to send the letters she had written to Uncle Ma and Gu Xiaowei. Resolute in her decision, Su Qingran returned to her room to change into a fresh outfit, a light pink shirt and dark blue trousers. Although she still wore long pants and sleeves, the attire was markedly more vibrant than her work clothes. Aunt Gu, seeing her, showered her with compliments. "Xiao Su, your fair skin looks lovely in this color. At your age, you should wear brighter clothes." Afterward, she sent Nanqing to wake Gu Xiaoxiao to get ready. Gu Xiaoxiao emerged from his room, still half asleep, and was momentarily stunned at the door. Aunt Gu quickly beckoned him. "What are you dawdling for? Hurry and wash up for breakfast. We need to head to the commune to deliver grain soon." She added, "Your father has a lot on his plate today, so I'll leave Nanqing and Xiao Su in your care. Be cautious on the mountain roads." Gu Xiaoxiao snapped back to reality, hurriedly splashing water on his face. "Got it." Just as Aunt Gu placed breakfast on the table, the brigade leader burst in, exclaiming that they needed to set off immediately or they would miss the opportunity, as there would be a queue at the commune. Aunt Gu grew anxious. "What about breakfast? It's all ready." The brigade leader swiftly grabbed a bag from the house and waved at Gu Xiaoxiao. "Come with me to load the truck. We'll eat on the way." As the two departed, Aunt Gu rushed to pack the pancakes for breakfast. Su Qingran quickly returned to her room, grabbing a cloth bag and filling her water bottle. By the time they reached the village entrance, a stream of trucks laden with grain was already departing. Excited by the rare outing, Su Nanqing eagerly scanned the crowd and soon spotted Gu Xiaoxiao at the back of the line. Rushing over, "Uncle, hurry up." At that moment, Gu Xiaoxiao was being teased by his three close friends. "Xiao Gu, you usually don't wear gloves while cutting thorns. Why the sudden formality with a white glove today?" One joked. "Yeah." Another chimed in, "You're making us look rough." Gu Xiaoxiao shot them a glare, saying, "Enough chatter. I'm only wearing gloves to prevent slipping and sending you all tumbling down the mountain. Now hurry up and move ahead." The friends chuckled and moved to the front. The route to the commune was one Su Qingran and Su Nanqing had traversed not long ago, albeit by tractor and ox cart. Now they were to walk. The uphill path was arduous, but those accompanying them, both educated youth and women with children, voluntarily helped push the carts. The lively atmosphere made the labor feel less tiresome. And occasionally, a chorus would break out among the throng. As they set off, the surroundings were still shrouded in mist, and a light coat felt slightly chilly. Halfway up the mountain, the sun emerged, illuminating the path. And the bright sunlight soon became blinding. Su Nanqing, once excited, was now drenched in sweat. Su Qingran felt like crying. Had she known, she would have preferred to sleep in as originally planned. Just then, Gu Xiaoxiao suddenly stopped, turned around, and told Nanqing to hop onto the cart. As soon as he spoke, Su Nanqing scrambled up, exclaiming, "Thank you, uncle." He was genuinely grateful, clearly worn out. Su Qingran, smiling, handed him a pancake and opened her water bottle, saying, "Eat if you're hungry, drink if you're thirsty." After that, she pushed the cart with renewed vigor. Fortunately, not long after, the remaining path was nearly all downhill. Gu Xiaoxiao glanced back at her, asking, "Do you want to sit?" Su Qingran quickly waved her hands. "No, thank you." The sight of the steep mountain path was daunting enough. Sitting on the cart would be even more terrifying. She tightly grasped Nanqing, fearful that the cart might slip. In reality, those who had grown up in these mountainous regions navigated the trails with ease, their skills in cart pulling second to none. Soon, the long line reached the flat ground at the foot of the mountain. Although a considerable distance from the commune remained, the treacherous mountain path was behind them, and the brigade leader breathed a sigh of relief. "Let us take a 10-minute break," he announced. "Everyone, drink some water. And those who skipped breakfast should nibble on some dry rations. We'll make a concerted effort to reach the grain depot without further breaks." Su Nanqing, Noticing Gu Xiaoxiao's sweat-soaked shirt, kindly offered his towel and water bottle. Gu Xiaoxiao gulped down a mouthful, laughing. Did you sneak some sugar in here? It's so sweet. Su Qingran quickly pulled out 2 pancakes, handing them to Su Nanqing. Take these to the brigade leader. Grandpa has tea had breakfast. Su Nanqing scampered off, clutching the pancakes. Su Qing and then handed 2 more to Gu Xiaoxiao. Here is your breakfast. As the 10 minutes elapsed, the front of the line began to stir again. Those accustomed to mountainous paths moved swiftly on level ground. Upon reaching the entrance of the grain depot, they realized it was only just 9 o'clock. Before anyone could relax, the brigade leader called for everyone to queue up in the backyard. Once inside the courtyard, it was bustling with people, all the brigade's vehicles parked together. There was no need to keep so many people, as space was limited. Once the vehicles were organized, the village women began gathering their children, preparing to explore, while the young men and women, along with the educated youth, eagerly made their way to the town. This was Su Qingran's first experience participating in such a collective activity, and she lacked experience. Turning to Gu Xiaoxiao, she asked, I'm planning to take Nanqing out for a bit, but I'm unsure when we need to return. Gu Xiaoxiao hesitated for a moment. Since it's your first time in town and you're unfamiliar with the area, plus you have a child with you, what if you get lost? Wait a moment, I'll go with you. Before Su Qingran could refuse, he dashed over to the brigade leader. The brigade leader, understanding that Gu Xiaoxiao couldn't sit still, waved him off, saying, just return early. Chapter 40. Where it works, it works. Where it doesn't, just do it. As the 3 stepped out of the grain depot, they were soon followed by someone calling out, Xiaoge, wait for us. Su Qingran turned to see the trio who had previously accompanied Gu Xiaoxiao in the black market trade. The one selling eggs was Gua Sihai, while the other 2, who sold pork, were still nameless to her. Although she had seen them in the village a few times, they had never formally introduced themselves. Gu Xiaoxiao took the initiative to introduce them, saying, this is Zhang Bing, and this is Zhao Jun. He then looked at the 3 with a hint of disdain. Why are you all sneaking out too? Zhang Bing grinned. The brigade leader found us bothersome and kicked us out. Do you find us bothersome too? Gu Xiaoxiao smirked and started walking toward the town. The 5 of them formed a lively group as they strolled down the street. The town consisted of a single street with a post office, a supply and marketing cooperative, and a state-run restaurant. There was too much to explore otherwise. Su Qingran dropped her letters for Uncle Ma and Gu Xiaowei into the mailbox and followed the others toward the supply and marketing cooperative. Today, the cooperative was teeming with people, as several brigades delivering grain had surrounded the counters. Su Qingran observed from a distance and noted that the selection was rather limited, prompting her to reconsider her plans. Gu Xiaoxiao pushed through the crowd, guiding Su Qingran and Nanqing to the edge, saying, you 2 wait here. He then squeezed his way to the front. Before long, he returned with a staff member in tow. What would you like to buy? Su Qingran looked up in surprise, realizing that this was a familiar acquaintance of Gu Xiaoxiao's at the cooperative. She pointed out a few necessary items. Gu Xiaoxiao glanced at what she had chosen and gestured toward the shelf of snacks, also grabbed 2 boxes of biscuits, 2 bags of sugar, and a bit of cake. After making the purchases, he handed them directly to Nanqing, saying, eat on the way back. Gua Sihai and the others laughed from behind, teasing, Xiaogu, I want some candy too. Gu Xiaoxiao tossed 3 pieces of fruit candy to them, saying, only 1 each. If you want more, buy it yourself. Hearing the commotion, several educated youth from the Yangshan brigade turned to look. They arrived the earliest, yet after quite some time of jostling, they still had not made it to the counter. Noticing that Gu Xiao and his companions had already purchased their items in large and small bundles, they began to feel tempted. Comrade Gu, could you assist us in making a purchase? Comrade Gu, I wish to buy a pair of gloves. Gu Xiao twitched his lips, retorting, if you want gloves, go find a salesperson. I am not a vendor. If everyone acted like me and cut in line, would the supply and marketing cooperative still be operational? The educated youth's expression shifted slightly, and they turned to silently queue again. Upon exiting, Gu Xiao retained Zhang Bing and Zhao Jun, while he alone took Gu Sihai with him. After a while, the 2 returned carrying 2 pieces of pork. Zhang Bing and Zhao Jun looked on in confusion. Cough. Isn't that what we're supposed to be doing? Why are we buying pork from others? Gu Sihai chuckled as he helped stow the items into a bamboo basket. This pork is far more fragrant than wild boar meat. Brother Xiao said that Su Jiqing wants to build a house and has invited us for dinner tomorrow. We should go help her figure out how to construct it. Su Qingran shot a surprised glance at Gu Xiao, immediately grasping the situation. These 4 individuals not only engaged in black market dealings but also possessed skills in construction. Truly, one should not judge by appearances. Indeed, I intend to seize this opportunity to expedite the construction of the house. Just as she spoke, several educated youths from the commune began to emerge from the supply and marketing cooperative. Upon seeing Gu Xiao, they appeared somewhat uneasy, yet they refrained from mentioning the earlier incident. A familiar veteran-educated youth glanced at Su Qingran. Su Jiqing, we are preparing to head to the state-run restaurant. It's rare for everyone to be gathered today, and we thought it would be a good occasion for a gathering to discuss the expansion of the educated youth point. Would you care to join us? Su Qingran had little interaction with these veteran-educated youths and was not particularly inclined to go. However, considering that she would soon be relocating back to the educated youth point, some matters indeed warranted prior discussion. She turned her gaze towards Gu Xiao and the others. How about we all go together? We will need to eat lunch anyway. We can always sit apart if necessary. The veteran-educated youth nodded in agreement. Yes, why not all join us? Gu Sihai and the other three seemed to have significant reservations about these veteran-educated youths. Never mind, since you all mentioned it is a gathering for the educated youths. We shall refrain from joining. Ji Xiao also nodded. The team leader has instructed us to return early. Should we wait until our turn comes and find no one there? It wouldn't do. We'll head back first. You all return promptly after your meal. Su Qin and acknowledged with a nod. As the group was about to set off towards the state-run restaurant, the veteran-educated youths began introducing themselves. Su Jiqing. My name is Xie Zi Yuan. I was among the first to arrive in our group. If you ever need assistance, feel free to seek me out. Su Jiqing regarded this proactive, elder-looking educated youth with a sense of approval. Soon after, others introduced themselves in turn. I am He Chi Feng. It has been a long time since our educated youth point has been this lively. We have been eagerly anticipating your return. I am Lu Qin. We welcome you back soon. But do remember that living at our educated youth point means adhering to our rules. Incidents of violence or rudeness must not occur again. By the way, Su Jiqing. Are you quite familiar with Gu Xiao? Ahem. I am Hu Huiying. Lu Qin speaks plainly, so do not take offense. However, those individuals are notorious troublemakers in our village. It would be wise for you to maintain some distance from them. Su Jiao immediately chimed in, pulling Shenwei Guo and Sun Hao to agree. I believe the seniors have made valid points. Violence is indeed unacceptable. We should remain united as educated youths. Su Jiqing, in front of everyone here today. You ought to apologize to Su Jiqing for the previous incident. Let us consider it settled. Su Qin enforced a smile, feeling quite full before even entering the state-run restaurant. What was this gathering about? It seemed more like a public critique session aimed at her. She would not allow anyone to dictate her actions. Oh no, the team leader's rations are still with me. It is almost mealtime. I must hurry and deliver them, or they will be anxious. I shall just buy a few meat buns and leave. I will not join you for the meal today. With that, Su Qiran strode into the state-run restaurant, directly queuing to purchase 20 meat buns. To the astonishment of the new and veteran-educated youths, she exited the state-run restaurant with purpose. What does this mean? Look at her attitude. How can we coexist in the future? I want to make it clear, once we move into the new house, I absolutely refuse to share a room with her. Following the same route, Su Qingran found the grain management station. Upon entering the backyard, she spotted the team leader and the team accountant sitting together, gnawing on dry buns. Su Qingran quickly approached, presenting the meat buns. Team leader, I returned late. Please enjoy these meat buns while they are still warm. The team leader, having waited in line anxiously, felt parched and weary. Just as he was chewing on the dry bun, he suddenly beheld the steaming meat buns before him and could not help but swallow hard. Before he could utter a word of refusal, the buns were already in his hands, and soon thereafter, into his mouth. The team accountant beside him was also forcefully handed 2 buns, after providing the buns. Su Qingran glanced around, wondering where Gu Xiao and the others had gone. Just then, a tall figure emerged from the water room at the corner. It turned out he had gone to fetch water. Upon seeing the two return, Gu Xiao promptly strode over. What brings you back? Su Qingran tugged at the corner of her mouth. Suddenly recalling that Aunt Gu's rations were still with her. Gu Xiao quietly shifted his gaze to the large meat bun in his father's hand. Weren't you here to deliver rations? How did it turn into meat buns? Su Qingran hurriedly unwrapped the oil paper encasing the meat bun. You should eat quickly too. As she spoke, Gu Sihai and the others caught a whiff of the aroma. Su Jiqing, weren't you supposed to be having a meal together? Why did you return? Oh, meat buns. Did Su Jiqing buy these for us? Su Qingran smiled and nodded. Let us all eat together. The meat buns were substantial. But aside from her and Nanxing, the remaining 6 had appetites that outmatched one another. In the end, amidst a flurry of pushing and shoving, all 20 buns were devoured. The team leader awkwardly wiped his mouth. wishing to pay Su Qingran from his pocket, only to discover he had no money with him. Gu Xiao, did you bring any money? Just as Gu Xiao was about to take out his money, Su Qingran swiftly stopped him. No need. These meat buns are my treat. In a couple of days, we shall be building the house, and I will surely require everyone's assistance. Her words fell. The line before the Shenyang Mountain team finally began to move. It's our turn. Quickly. Push the cart forward. The group hurriedly complied, assisting in pushing the team's cart to the scale. Before weighing, the personnel responsible for inspecting the grain randomly opened a few bags, examined the rice within, and even tasted a grain before clapping their hands to signal, ready for weighing. Once all the grain brought along was weighed, the team leader and the team accountant double-checked to confirm it matched their previous calculations, allowing them to finally relax. However, the grain management station staff were displeased. Once again, it's you, Shenyang Mountain team. Every time you come to deliver public grain, you are spot on with the weight, neither more nor less. What about your collective purchase grain? Does your team not possess even a pound to contribute? Look at how much collective purchase grain the other teams have brought. The team leader scratched his head, sighing, we can't even spare the collective purchase grain. After delivering the public grain, what little we have left is barely enough to distribute. Our own members are struggling to eat. The team accountant chimed in. Comrade, collective purchase grain not only supports the country, but can also be exchanged for money. If we had any, we would gladly provide it. We simply have no surplus. Indeed, you are aware of our situation at Shenyang Mountain. In the past 2 years, while other teams have gradually received fertilizer, we have not received a single grain. The mention of fertilizer silenced the staff. You need not report this to me. It is a decision made by the commune leaders. With that, he cast a glance towards the courtyard. Gu Xiao quickly tugged at the team leader. Father, the leaders have arrived. Upon seeing Gu Daidai, the commune leader's face fell, wishing he could vanish on the spot. Unfortunately, there were too many people in the courtyard for him to escape. Director Gu, about that fertilizer issue we discussed last time. Old Gu, the fertilizer is still nowhere in sight. You will have to wait until spring at the earliest. When it arrives, I will inform you. Director Gu, this year we are assured to receive it, aren't we? We have never been allotted any before. The commune leader shook his head helplessly. Old Gu, you know there are so many teams under the Shengli commune. If we were to allocate to each one, there wouldn't be enough to go around. Imported fertilizer is extremely costly, and presently we can only prioritize those teams with better conditions for trial use. I will do my utmost to advocate for you. This was the first time Su Qingran witnessed the team leader so humbly pleading for assistance and could not help but inquire of Gu Xiao beside her. Is the team leader asking the leaders for fertilizer? Gu Zayed nodded, affirming that the commune's allocation of chemical fertilizers each year was indeed limited, and the distribution to each production team was even more constrained. With our team being small in number, we often found ourselves at the back of the queue. Su Qingran silently nodded in agreement that in this era, chemical fertilizers were undoubtedly the most sought-after commodity across various communes, primarily due to technological constraints that left us reliant on imports from neighboring countries. Not only were the prices exorbitant, but the quantities were also scarce. It was not just chemical fertilizers that had become rare. Even the bags used for urea had become a precious resource, repurposed into clothing. The vitality of crops hinged on fertilizers. Without them, the grain yield of Zhangjiangshan team would undoubtedly suffer, exacerbating an already dire situation in a vicious cycle. The commune leaders, eager for achievements, naturally sought to allocate valuable resources where they would yield the most significant results. The more prosperous teams, with larger populations, flatter terrain, and access to tractors, were better positioned to utilize the fertilizers effectively. This was understandable, yet alas, life in the mountains was exceedingly challenging. Watching the team leader approach, his head hung low, Su Qingran felt at a loss for words to offer comfort. She could only think positively. Team leader. There is still some time until spring. Let's wait a bit longer. Gu Zayed chimed in, suggesting, if necessary, I can make a few more trips to stake out the place. The moment we catch a whiff of fertilizer, we'll rush to the commune to claim our share. The team leader suddenly broke into laughter, teasing, you rascal, what are you saying? Are you a dog? Able to sniff out the scent? Nevertheless, his expression softened considerably. All right, the grain distribution task is complete. Tomorrow we'll be distributing food, so everyone should hurry home. On the way back, the once heavy carts transformed into light vehicles. The villagers eagerly piled their purchases from the town onto the carts. Yet even so, the vehicles still felt quite light. After a while, the children, fatigued from the journey, took to resting on the carts. Gu Zayed and his three brothers lingered at the back. After traversing a stretch of mountain path, Gu Zayed abruptly halted the cart. Su Jiqing, you should hop on. Don't worry, I'm skilled at handling the cart. With her legs feeling heavy and weary, Su Qingren hesitated, but, seeing no one looking back, she sheepishly climbed aboard. I'll just sit for a bit. I'll get off once I've rested. Upon seeing her finally relent, Gu Zayed brightened, pushing the cart forward with renewed vigor. All set. Chapter 42. Distributing grain. Seeing this, Guo Hai and his companions chuckled. With 3 of us and 2 carts, why don't we take turns pushing? At least we can rest a bit. With that, they truly began to rotate, laughing all the while. The 3 carts moved forward in a jovial manner until they caught the attention of some of the other young intellectuals in the middle of the line. They waited by the roadside until the carts approached before speaking up. Comrades Zhang and Zhao, could you allow our female intellectuals to ride on your carts? Yes, they really can't walk any longer. And the carts in front are all full. Yours are the only ones with space. Zhang Bing and Zhao Jun exchanged glances and nodded silently. All right, no problem. We can spare a cart for you. It's just right that your male intellectuals push them. However, one of them queried, what's this? Some of you have been in the countryside for years and still don't know how to push a cart. Fine, we'll take one of your carts. Thank you. As soon as the words were spoken, the 3 female intellectuals rushed to board the cart. Let us take turns pushing, 2 by 2. With that, the male intellectuals began to push the carts forward. Guo Hai, Zhang Bing, and Zhao Jun clustered around one cart, closely following behind. Gu Zayed brought up the rear. As they continued, they reached a downhill slope. Su Qingren wanted to get off, but was stopped. Stay seated. It's fine. Just then, the leading intellectuals suddenly screamed in alarm. Help. Su Qingren looked up to see several male intellectuals frantically chasing after an out-of-control cart, which had already started its wild descent down the mountain path. The female intellectuals aboard were pale with fear, their spirits shaken. With a loud thud, the cart finally collided with a rock and came to a halt. The 3 female intellectuals burst into tears. Scrambling to disembark, the team leader at the front was equally startled, reproaching the male intellectuals before turning his ire on Guo Hai and his companions. Who let you lend the cart to them? Do you not know what those boys are capable of? This mountain path is no place for them to push a cart. What if someone gets hurt? Guo Hai and the others felt wronged. They insisted on borrowing the cart from us. We didn't expect them to be so clumsy. They couldn't even manage a cart. Besides, the slope isn't steep. Even if they fell, it wouldn't matter. See, no one got hurt. The team leader shot them a glare, then turned to Gu Zayed, feeling that he too was implicated in today's incident. Gu Zayed, feeling guilty, cleared his throat. Father, you're right in your criticism. If they come begging us in the future, we won't lend them anything. The team leader had no rebuttal, proceeding to admonish the few intellectuals before walking away with his hands behind his back. Zhang Bing and Zhao Jun chuckled as they helped right the overturned cart, lamenting, look at what a mess this cart is in. Su Jiqing, do you still want to ride? Otherwise, shall we push you? The 3 female intellectuals' expressions shifted at the sight of the cart, as if they had seen a ghost. They hurriedly scurried away. The 2 new intellectuals, Sun Hao and Qin Weiguo, were equally frightened and quickly followed suit. Su Jiao, wait for us. Su Qingren observed the scene, finally grasping what had transpired. You intentionally borrowed the cart. Gu Zayed coughed awkwardly. I've never liked them, but we wouldn't dare lend it if we were on a treacherous cliff. Guo Hai and the others echoed, exactly. Nanxing just told us they were teaming up to give you a scare, teaching them a lesson. Isn't lost. Su Qingren was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to express her gratitude. The team leader had mentioned that they would be distributing grain the next day, so she suggested, why don't you all come for dinner tomorrow night? The 3 had long been weary of Gu Zayed's boasting and, upon hearing her invitation, cheered with delight. That evening, Su Qingren seized an opportunity to corner Gu Zayed. Earlier in town, he had purchased numerous snacks for Nanxing and brought back a substantial amount of pork. She guessed he wouldn't disclose the cost, so she prepared a sum to offer him. Gu Zayed refused, insisting it was unnecessary, stating, the snacks were for the children, and besides, you treated everyone to meat buns at noon. Su Qingren directly pressed the money into his hands, declaring, a deal is a deal, treating for the house is only right. Gu Zayed glanced at the sum, finding it excessive. Su Qingren paused before suggesting, how about this? If you have time tomorrow, could you catch a mountain chicken or a wild rabbit? I fear there won't be enough food to treat everyone. Gu Zayed nodded, a smile gracing his lips. Leave it to me. Seeing his handsome face light up with such joy made Su Qingran feel overwhelmed, prompting her to quickly retreat to her house. Gu Zayed, feeling a bit guilty, touched his nose, pondering if his smile was truly so intimidating. The following day marked the grain distribution day for Xianjiangshan team. As the old saying goes, children look forward to the new year, while adults eagerly await grain distribution. The amount of grain allocated directly determined the quality of life for the year ahead. For adults, this was indeed 100 times more joyous than New Year celebrations. Early in the morning, all the villagers gathered at the threshing ground, their eyes fixated on the team leader and the team accountant poring over the ledgers. They were secretly speculating on how much grain would be distributed this time. Su Qingran, however, was not in a hurry. Having recently arrived, she didn't expect much grain. To her surprise, each of the 4 new intellectuals received a bag of corn and a bag of rice. Su Jiao and her companions were ecstatic. Some villagers, boasting of their higher work points, were smugly pleased, but in the end, they received the same amount of grain, didn't they? As the laughter of the villagers echoed around. The older intellectuals felt a bit embarrassed, as if they too were sharing in the humiliation. The team leader twitched his mouth, stating, "What are you all thinking? The records here are crystal clear. You'll receive grain proportional to your work points, and the remainder is considered a loan to you, which will be deducted from your future points. We want to give you more grain just to watch you starve." Su Jiao and her friends, shamed by the laughter of the crowd, couldn't lift their heads. The team leader waved his hand, declaring, "All right, everyone should get back to their tasks. This afternoon, a few intellectuals will accompany me back to the commune for a meeting to discuss the expansion plans." This was Su Qingran's first visit to the commune. She had initially imagined it to be a mysterious organization, distinctly different from the rest of the village. However, upon entering, she found it to be an ordinary farmer's courtyard. There were 3 south-facing earthen houses. The eastern room housed the male intellectuals, the western room the female intellectuals, and the central hall served as the dining area. Within the fenced yard, there was a kitchen on the west side and a grass shed on the east, filled with collected firewood. Over the years, the commune had seen a revolving door of individuals, never exceeding 6 at any time. Perhaps due to poverty, those who had the means sought ways to retire early, join the army, or marry off. Now, only 2 men and 2 women remained. Chapter 43, Building Houses and Hosting Dinners. Once everyone had gathered, the team leader spoke. The team plans to dismantle the eastern grass shed and build a larger house specifically for the female intellectuals. While the newly vacated space will accommodate the 2 new male intellectuals, this idea had been considered by the team leader for quite some time, as it was the most economical and practical solution. Moreover, the 3 female educated youths resided in the new house, which was both convenient and secure, allowing for a slight separation from their male counterparts. The 4 male educated youths expressed no objections. However, Lu Qin, one of the female educated youths, muttered in dissatisfaction, questioning why the 4 males could occupy 2 rooms while they were expected to squeeze into one. Although the new house was indeed appealing, she was reluctant to share a room with a troublemaker. "Captain, I shall speak candidly. Su, the educated youth, has a propensity for violence, and we cannot risk sharing a room with her." Previously, Su Jiao had merely grumbled a few words at her and ended up battered. She acknowledged her own loose tongue, which was a trait shared among the educated youths, but she could not restrain herself. Observing this, Hu Huiying quickly intervened, urging her to refrain from speaking further. Turning to the captain, she continued, "In truth, we are not lacking in unity. It's just that Su is accompanied by a child. If she were to move in, what would happen to the child? Is it expected to squeeze in with us as well?" Su Jiao, cradling her face, shifted to the side, asserting that regardless of age, a boy was still a boy, and sharing a room was inappropriate. "I too disagree." Sun Hao and Chun Weigua immediately echoed her sentiments, stating that none of them had experience caring for children, and if they shared a room, they would not be able to attend to any nighttime incidents. Veteran educated youth Xie Ziyuan and He Qifeng exchanged glances. "If it comes to that, perhaps the child could stay with us?" The collective voices of the educated youths came to an end. The captain surveyed the group before slowly responding, "There is no need. Su will have her own house built." Upon hearing this, the educated youths were left in stunned silence. "Captain, are you suggesting that a separate room be constructed for Su?" The captain, visibly displeased, pursed his lips and turned to Gu Shao. "Did you not settle this matter earlier?" Gu Shao nodded, gesturing towards a vacant plot of land to the west. "That area is still unoccupied. While small, it is more than sufficient for 2 southern-facing rooms." The captain peered at the site from a distance before nodding in agreement that it is adjacent to the educated use quarters, but not within the same courtyard. Quite suitable, as it avoids the noise of shared living. A few educated youths immediately voiced their discontent. Having initially heard that the captain intended to build a room for Sue, they felt an imbalance in fairness to their shock. The plan now included 2 rooms. As they murmured among themselves, the captain cleared his throat, asking, "What are you all thinking? Your rooms are funded by the brigade, while Sue's house will be built at her own expense. Is that not a different matter?" Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. The captain reasoned that if Sue were to share a house, the brigade would need to construct at least 2 rooms, incurring significant costs and potential conflicts. Now that Sue intended to build her own house, it seemed reasonable to waive the small plot fee. Yet she would have to cover the costs of materials and labor. Gu Xiao, can you estimate the expenses? Gu Xiao pondered briefly before responding leisurely. I estimate that 2 rooms will cost at least 100 yuan. At his words, the captain's eyes widened in disbelief. 100 yuan for 2 earthen rooms. This lad truly dares to ask for such a sum. Why not just rob me instead? Gu Xiao cleared his throat lightly and exchanged a glance with his father. 100 yuan is not excessive. Sue has just arrived and possesses no building materials. Every component, earth bricks, timber, straw, labor, requires expenditure. The captain immediately grasped his intent, nodding as he acknowledged Gu Xiao's reasoning. You all consider whether you also wish to build separately. If you do, the brigade will save on expansions for you. Indeed, the youth's naivety surfaced as they were genuinely taken aback by Gu Xiao's quoted price. The group exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Insane. Spending 100 yuan to build a house is extravagant. Well, it's already a considerable concession to allow her to have her own space. That's good enough. Captain, I have no objections. That I too have no objections. But the house must prioritize the educated use quarters. The captain waved his hand dismissively. I will arrange for workers to build your house. Sue will hire her own workers with her funds. Upon returning from the educated use quarters, Su Qingran began organizing a dinner party. Aunt Gu, having heard about her house construction plans, was delighted and accompanied her to the vegetable garden. With autumn approaching, many vegetables in the yard were nearing the end of their season. Pick whatever you need. She encouraged. Su Qingran expressed her gratitude, harvested a bunch of scallions, and gathered a few eggplants. Back in the kitchen, she placed the previously purchased pork belly into cold water, bringing it to a boil and skimming off the foam. She cut the meat into evenly sized chunks, sautéed it to render the fat, then caramelized it with rock sugar to achieve a rich color. Scallions, ginger, garlic, star anise, cinnamon, and soy sauce were all essential ingredients. Aunt Gu watched, her heart racing, as it was the first time she had witnessed someone braising meat in such a manner. Just as the braised pork was simmering, Gu Xiao returned with a mountain chicken and a wild rabbit in hand. I was worried it would be too late, so I gathered these, he said, preparing to process them. Su Qingran was about to steam rice when she caught sight of the game in his hands. Nodding in delight, this is plenty. Gu Xiao, drawn by the enticing aromas wafting from the kitchen, worked swiftly. Aunt Gu discreetly retrieved a few sweet potatoes from her own patch, reasoning that they wouldn't need that much rice. Mixing the rice with a few sweet potato slices would suffice. Su Qingran, understanding her aunt's intentions, obediently accepted the sweet potatoes, peeling and slicing them to lay on top. After Gu Xiao finished preparing the rabbit and mountain chicken, he helped wash and chop them into smaller pieces. Su Qingran moved the braised pork onto the earthen stove to simmer gently, freeing up the iron pot to start frying the other dishes: spicy chicken, stir-fried rabbit, minced meat, eggplant, and sweet and sour potato strips. Finally, she beat a few eggs, mixing them with chopped scallions to create a vibrant dish of golden scallion eggs. Long before dinner time, the villagers were already enchanted by the mouth-watering aromas wafting from the Gu household. Everyone knew that Sue, the educated youth, had purchased meat during her trip to the town yesterday. Today, they heard she was hosting a gathering to celebrate her house construction, but no one anticipated the delightful fragrances emanating from her kitchen. Had they known, they would have eagerly inquired if she needed any assistance with her house. Gu Sihai and 2 others entered the Gu courtyard, captivated by the fragrant allure, even before sitting down. Their mouths watered uncontrollably. What delectable dishes is Su Qingran preparing? The aroma is enticing from afar. Su Qingran, noticing everyone had arrived, hurriedly began serving dishes from the kitchen. The others were momentarily taken aback but quickly washed their hands to assist. Once the table was filled with an array of dishes, Su Qingran returned to her room to fetch a bottle of white wine. "Captain, it's rare to have a few leisurely days after finishing the grain tax. Let us enjoy a drink tonight." The captain hesitated, contemplating whether to share his own wine with these rascals. To his surprise, Su Qingran had procured a new bottle herself. He nodded with a smile. "Very well, let them have a taste." Chapter 44. Ingeniously procuring food. This was the first time the group had ever drunk in front of the captain, and they were filled with excitement. However, at that moment, their greatest temptation remained the sumptuous dishes laid out before them. As soon as the captain lifted his chopsticks, the others eagerly followed suit. The braised pork was tender and succulent, glistening with a rich sheen, melting effortlessly in their mouths. The stir-fried rabbit was delightfully spicy, the meat tender and infused with the warmth of the pot. The spicy chicken, previously enjoyed, was already well known for its delectable flavor. Du Sihai, Zhang Bing, and Xiao Jun were all savoring Su Qingran's cooking for the first time. They were unable to contain their delight, frequently expressing their admiration with sounds of approval. Ji Xiao wrapped his chopsticks against the table in front of them, admonishing, "Eat more slowly. Have you no shame? You're acting like you haven't eaten in centuries." Aunt Gu shot him an amused glare, replying, "You're so fussy. Just eat." With that, she picked up a piece of eggplant, initially thinking it was a vegetarian dish, only to find it bursting with a savory meat-flavored dough. How delightful. But it's a pity it's so rice-consuming. Aunt Gu glanced at the table brimming with food, once again reaching for the only purely vegetarian dish, the potato strips. To her surprise, the potato strips were tangy and spicy, a far cry from the bland boiled potatoes she usually made. After indulging ravenously for a while, the three began to feel slightly embarrassed and gradually slowed their pace. "Let us raise a toast to the captain." The captain savored the braised pork in his mouth, reflecting on how he had squandered a lifetime of meat. Seeing the glasses raised by the group, he promptly lifted his own. "Today's feast owes much to Su Qingran. She has sacrificed greatly to prepare such a bounty of dishes and drinks for us. You must ensure her house is built properly." The trio nodded repeatedly, assuring, "Rest assured, Captain, we'll follow Gu Zhao's lead, and there won't be any mishaps." Satisfied with their commitment, the captain turned his attention to Gu Zhao. "And do not recklessly accept Su's money. I'll handle the timber. You all can figure out the rest." Ji Xiao, for once serious, replied, "I was merely trying to intimidate those educated youths. I've already discussed the situation with them. There's no shortage of mud and straw. We can handle the earth bricks and straw ourselves without any expenses that I ask for labor costs. Providing 2 meals a day will suffice." Su Qingran looked at him in shock, exclaiming, "That one do. Meals are one thing, payment is another. Constructing a house is, after all, a significant undertaking." The trio quickly agreed, "That's right. Just providing meals is sufficient. If the grain runs low, we'll bring our own." Before arriving, they had harbored some hesitation, but after this meal, they all resolutely raised their hands and feet in agreement. The captain waved dismissively at Su Qingran. "You might as well not insist. Just listen to them. After all, these three have always been a handful in the autumn. Their families worry about them running amok. Now that they have work to do in the village, they're fortunate to earn a meal." Su Qingran awkwardly twitched her lips. Without a moment's hesitation, it was evident that these 4 individuals were taking advantage of the agricultural off-season to venture into the city and earn money through the black market. The captain's misunderstanding of them was indeed profound. Now that they were adamantly refusing to discuss finances, it would be prudent to wait until the construction was complete before broaching the subject again. If all else failed, perhaps purchasing some items as gifts would suffice. "Very well, feel free to tell me what you wish to eat," she declared. After extending her hospitality, the next morning, the 4 men busied themselves immediately. With the autumn harvest just concluded and the sweet potatoes not yet ready to be unearthed, the brigade enjoyed a rare few days of leisure, seizing the opportunity of the fine weather. Gu Zhao and his companions resolved to expedite the extraction of the earth bricks. The process of extracting these bricks demanded a seamless execution. Autumn weather is notoriously fickle. Once the wind picks up, no one can predict when the skies may change. If rain were to fall while they were drying the bricks, their efforts would be rendered futile. Hence, the 4 toiled from dawn until dusk, completing the extraction of all necessary bricks within 2 days. While the bricks were drying, the neighboring youth cadre point had yet to commence any work. The brigade members understood the rationale behind this delay, but as it was not their personal concern, they found it difficult to muster enthusiasm. Moreover, Having just finished the harvest, everyone was weary and eager to rest for a couple of days, although constructing the youth cadre point would yield work points. It was ultimately an internal matter of the brigade, and thus they were reluctant to expend their energy, especially for a meager return, seeing that the neighboring bricks had already been extracted and were beginning to dry. Several new and old youth cadre members grew anxious and collectively approached the captain to explain the situation. The captain had been preoccupied with timber matters these past few days, but upon learning of the situation, he personally visited the homes of several members and reprimanded them sternly. Only the following day did they finally commence work, while Gu Xiao and his companions were busy with the brick extraction. Su Qing'an and Nan Xing lent a hand with various minor tasks at the construction site, though their contributions were limited. Presently, her foremost task was to procure food. After all, these 4 men were engaged in labor-intensive work and had substantial appetites. It was imperative that they were well fed. A few days prior, Su Qing'an had received a bag of rice and a bag of corn. She took half of each and scattered them in her space. Preparing to cultivate a small crop, the remainder she discreetly exchanged with others in the village for rice flour and eggs. The villagers were aware of her urgent need for food, and as the youth cadre members were not accustomed to milling rice or flour, such exchanges were not uncommon. Consequently, no one thought much of it. Furthermore, Su Qing'an was not one to haggle over small matters, leading everyone to willingly trade with her. These transactions were conducted discreetly, away from prying eyes. So even Aunt Gu was unaware of how much Su Qing'an had bartered. She only knew that Su Qing'an consistently brought home rice, flour, and eggs. The excess was naturally assumed to have been acquired from her city supplies. Given that everyone was contributing to the construction and provisioning of meals, neither the captain nor Aunt Gu felt inclined to raise any objections, turning a blind eye to the situation. After all, who could blame those 4 young men for their hearty appetites? Observing that the captain and Aunt Gu had tacitly accepted the arrangement, Su Qing'an boldly began to consume the rice and flour she had previously acquired from the grain station and black market. After several days of observation, she discovered that the growth rate of the crops in her space was significantly faster than those outside. Corn, which typically took about 4 months from planting to harvest, only required 4 days within her space. The same was true for rice. This meant that a single day in her space equated to a month outside. Moreover, once the seeds were sown, no further attention was necessary. Harvesting was a bit laborious, but with her current daytime schedule primarily occupied with cooking, she had little else to tend to. Concerned that she might lack vegetables for her meals, Aunt Gu had early on entrusted her with the oversight of the vegetable garden, allowing her to cultivate whatever she needed. Aunt Gu even provided her with a considerable amount of potatoes and sweet potatoes. Su Qing'an gladly accepted the offer and extended an invitation to Aunt Gu and the captain to join her for meals. Recently, the captain had been tirelessly assisting her with timber matters, so it was only fitting that she reciprocated with a few meals. Chapter 45. Rainy Night Brick Rescue with potatoes and sweet potatoes at her disposal. Su Qing'an began planting anew in her space. She cut the potatoes into chunks for planting, and within 3 to 4 days, she could harvest a bounty of small tubers. The sweet potatoes took a bit longer, requiring 6 days. In addition, Su Qing'an cultivated peanuts, sunflower seeds, and soybeans. When she had first arrived to cook, she had saved the leftover kitchen scraps, including chili seeds and tomato seeds, which sprouted effortlessly once tossed into the soil of her space. Herbs like cilantro, scallions, and garlic only needed their roots buried to flourish. However, with autumn's arrival, many summer vegetables had become scarce, so she focused on winter crops such as radishes, cabbages, and spinach whenever she found a moment. She would also sprout some mung beans. As for meat, there were no places in the village to purchase it, but Gu Xiao occasionally ventured into the mountains to procure some game, even if meat couldn't be served at every meal. Su Qing'an's culinary skills could transform simple ingredients into delightful dishes. On busy afternoons, when time was short for stir-frying, she would roll out wide noodles, combine them with blanched bean sprouts, sprinkle some scallions, cilantro, and minced garlic, and finish with a spoonful of chili powder, dousing it all with hot oil. The sizzle would release an enticing aroma. When Su Qing'an delivered meals, the workers at the neighboring youth cadre point could smell the deliciousness from afar, stirring envy within them. The labor felt even less enjoyable in contrast. Several village women had discreetly entrusted Gu Xiao to sell their eggs, initially believing that after the harvest, he would head to the city. Little did they know, Gu Xiao and his companions were preoccupied with building houses in the village. and it seemed they wouldn't be departing anytime soon. As the eggs remained unsold, the women grew increasingly anxious. Upon learning that Su Qingren was exchanging for eggs, they each quietly approached her. Naturally, Su Qingren welcomed the offer of such a valuable item. As she accumulated more eggs, she couldn't reveal them all openly. So she stored a portion within her space to her surprise. These women had been saving their eggs, unwilling to consume them since before the harvest. Recently, the warm weather had caused some eggs to begin hatching. Fresh eggs could be preserved in her space, but these eggs, kept in the warmth of her space, had begun to crack open, revealing a flurry of fluffy chicks running around. Su Qingran was initially taken aback, but quickly regained her composure. She had previously contemplated obtaining some chicks to raise. This was the perfect opportunity. She gathered some branches to create a makeshift enclosure for the chicks and began cutting some rice stalks for them to peck at. After several busy days, the extracted earth bricks had gradually dried. During this drying period, the four men diligently compacted the foundation and drove in stakes, ensuring that no tasks were neglected. The time to begin constructing the walls was fast approaching. One evening, as Su Qingran was busy harvesting crops, picking vegetables, and tending to the chicks in her space, she worked up a sweat. Just as she finished washing up and prepared for bed, she suddenly noticed the wind picking up outside. Remembering the bricks that had just dried, she hurriedly donned her shoes and a jacket before stepping outside. The chill of the night air sent a shiver down her spine. As she glanced towards the darkened east room, she recalled that Gu Xiao had seemingly stepped out again. Adjusting her jacket, she took her flashlight and headed towards the construction site. Along the way, she pondered whether she could use her space to assist with stacking the bricks and what materials would best protect them from the elements. Before reaching the site, she spotted a beam of light flickering in the distance. The illumination was dim, but she could make out a tall figure moving back and forth between the light and shadows. Busily stacking the dried bricks against the wall. Su Qingren paused, initially thinking Gu Xiao had gone back down the mountain, only to realize it was him here. His quiet laboring was a stark contrast to his demeanor during the day. Su Qingren felt a gentle stir in her heart and quickly approached, setting down her flashlight. Gu Xiao was startled by her arrival. "What are you doing here?" he asked. Su Qingren replied candidly, "I heard the wind pick up and worried it might rain tonight. So I came to check." With that, she rolled up her sleeves, ready to help move the bricks. Gu Xiao quickly pulled her back, saying, "It's too heavy for you. Just hold the light for me." Su Qingren blinked, slightly offended. "What do you take me for?" she retorted, easily lifting a brick and striding towards the wall. "Is it really that simple?" Gu Xiao was momentarily taken aback, but nodded vigorously. Exactly as the wind grew stronger, their movements quickened. Time slipped by unnoticed, and soon all the bricks were neatly stacked in 2 rows. Gu Xiao retrieved a plastic sheet he had prepared earlier and carefully covered the bricks. He then added a thick layer of straw and corn stalks on top. "Don't worry," he reassured her. "Unless it's a torrential downpour, these bricks will be fine. The autumn rains in the mountains aren't that severe." After finishing this task, both of them were too exhausted to stand upright and simply sat on the ground to catch their breath. Once they had recovered, they inadvertently glanced at the neighboring youth cadre point, which was enveloped in darkness, utterly silent, with not even the sound of snoring to be heard. They turned their gazes back, realizing neither had any intention of playing the role of Good Samaritan. They exchanged a knowing smile. Just then, a light drizzle began to fall, the raindrops like pinpricks, accompanied by the autumn breeze. "Oh, you think it's too late for them to come now? I think the timing is just right. Let them have the experience of a rainy night brick rescue," Gu Xiao replied, rising to his feet. Pulling a straw hat from somewhere, he placed it atop her head. "You should head back quickly. If you run into my father, make sure he doesn't come. I'll stay here and keep watch." Su Qingren nodded and swiftly made her way back towards Gu's home. Once she was out of sight, Gu Xiao approached the door of the 2 male youth cadre members and knocked vigorously. "It's raining. Get up and save the bricks. Are you still sleeping? How can you possibly sleep so soundly?" The 4 older youth cadre members were roused from their slumber by the banging, and upon hearing the words "it's raining," they were instantly drenched in cold sweat, hastily throwing on their clothes in the darkness. "It's raining? Hurry, hurry, let's go move the bricks." As the 4 individuals settled into their respective states, Gu Xiao swiftly exclaimed, "I shall go call for assistance," and dashed off with great urgency. He traversed 3 locations, summoning 3 new young intellectuals to join in their efforts to "It is raining. Hurry and salvage the earth blocks for your new house." The 3 new young intellectuals, though lacking in experience, understood the importance of the task at hand and dared not dawdle. They hastened through the downpour to the designated meeting point. I shall illuminate your path with this flashlight, so you may carry the blocks more easily. Move swiftly. If you linger, these earth blocks will become waterlogged and unusable. Earlier that day, the team leader had admonished them to safeguard the blocks. Look at the strong winds. They have not even budged. It seems they have entirely relegated the construction of the young intellectual point to the brigade. Several young intellectuals, drenched in rain, hurriedly carried the heavy earth blocks towards the main room. As they glanced back at Gu Xia, who was illuminating their path from the corridor, an unsettling feeling lingered, though nothing appeared amiss. Meanwhile, Su Qingran rushed back to the Gu residence, her hat clutched tightly against her head, just as the brigade leader was preparing to step out. She swiftly intercepted him, saying, "Brigade leader, do not go. Gu Xia has already gone to summon people to salvage the earth blocks." The brigade leader was taken aback that Gu Xia has already left. Su Qingran nodded affirmatively. Indeed, he has been gone for quite some time. He instructed me to return and inform you. Chapter 46. Gathering mushrooms on the mountain on this rainy night. A chill pervaded the air, yet the brigade leader felt an inexplicable warmth in his heart. His son was evidently concerned about his well-being, eager to share the burden. Now that Su, the young intellectual, had returned, her earth blocks were surely safe, with only a few blocks remaining at the young intellectual point. He resolved to let the youth handle the matter. Having come to this conclusion, the brigade leader returned to his quarters to rest. Su Qingran dried herself with a towel and changed into a clean outfit. Remembering how diligently Gu Xia had worked for her, she rose to head to the kitchen. She prepared a large pot of ginger soup, adding a few drops of spring water. Following that, she boiled a substantial pot of hot water and settled by the stove, awaiting his return. Fortunately, it was not long before he returned, enveloped in a chill from the rain. "You are still awake." Su Qingran promptly offered him the warm ginger soup, urging, "Drink this to dispel the cold." Gu Xia, having strained his voice from calling, accepted the ginger soup and drank heartily. The soup was pleasantly spicy, providing comfort and soothing his throat. After finishing the ginger soup, he reached for a bun covered by a white cloth on the table. Intending to take a bite, Su Qingran was startled. "Are you hungry?" Gu Xia turned to her, nodding pitifully. "Yes, I am starving." Su Qingran smiled softly. "Perfect. I have hot water prepared. You should take a shower and change into dry clothes while I cook you a bowl of noodles." In the kitchen, Su Qingran retrieved the noodles she had previously rolled out and boiled a generous bowl, adding a few slices of green vegetables and 2 poached eggs. Finally, she scooped a spoonful of spicy potato cubes left over from dinner and added it to the mix. Just as she finished, Gu Xia emerged from the bathroom, his hair still damp. Su Qingran placed the noodles on the table. "The noodles are ready. You can eat them, and I will head back to rest." Gu Xia watched her retreating figure, feeling a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped that after their shared efforts that evening, their camaraderie would deepen. Yet, he quickly reassured himself. As Su Nanqing had read in the Journey to the West comic, even Tang Sung had to endure numerous trials to obtain the scriptures. What was his experience in comparison? He promptly transformed his melancholy into appetite, devouring the entire bowl of hot noodle soup. The previous night's rain had not been too heavy, and under Gu Xia's guidance, 7 young intellectuals collaborated to salvage the earth blocks. They managed to transfer all of them into the main room, just before they could be ruined by the water. However, when the brigade leader visited the site the next morning, he discovered that while the blocks had not been damaged by rain, they were nonetheless rendered unusable. The blocks in the yard of the young intellectual point had not fully dried, and many had been carelessly tossed into the room, chipping the edges in the process. The brigade leader felt a pang of regret. The villagers responsible for the salvage operation also bore discontented expressions. "Yesterday, before leaving, I advised them that the sky seemed ominous and urged them to cover the blocks before sleeping." He lamented. The construction of the houses was undertaken by the brigade, yet ultimately, they were meant for the young intellectuals to inhabit. They could not afford to be negligent. The young intellectuals stood sheepishly, their faces flushed with embarrassment. The eldest among them, Xiaovan, stepped forward, admitting, "It was my oversight. Last night, I saw stars and believed it would not rain." With one person taking responsibility, the others felt compelled to lower their heads. However, the villagers who had assisted in salvaging the blocks were unwilling to accept blame, asserting that they had damaged the blocks and should rectify the situation themselves. Otherwise, the house could not be completed. Indeed, they should be held accountable. Otherwise, they might as well be treated as children who have yet to be weaned. This sentiment struck a chord with the brigade leader. Comparing people can lead to disappointment. Comparing goods can lead to disposal. This time, the young intellectuals had not performed admirably. They were not expected to be like Su Qingran, who had to manage every detail while also preparing meals. How could they not even keep an eye on the earth blocks? Why had the blocks next door remained untouched? With this thought, the brigade leader nodded decisively. Xie Qingran, you and your peers should promptly devise a way to rectify the situation regarding the blocks. If you truly do not understand, do not hesitate to ask for guidance. Just as Xie Ziyuan nodded in agreement, Sun Hao and Chun Weiguo stepped forward. Brigade leader, last night, we braved the rain to salvage the blocks. While we may not have contributed significantly, we certainly endured hardships. Comrades Su Jiao and Lu Qin have caught colds and are running fevers. The brigade leader shot them an annoyed glance. If they are ill, then you others who are healthy should not waste time. Besides, you have 4 male colleagues, while the neighboring group also has 4 males. They salvaged more blocks than you in 2 days. The 2 male young intellectuals, chastised, could only nod in agreement. Clearly, the construction at the young intellectual point could not proceed in the immediate future. Unbeknownst to Su Qingran, the commotion at the young intellectual point had unfolded after a restless night. She slept soundly until 9 o'clock. Aunt Gu, perceiving her exhaustion, tiptoed around the house, ensuring no one disturbed her. It was not until the brigade leader returned from the young intellectual point, concerned about the 2 female intellectuals who had fallen ill, that she began to worry. Did Xiaosu catch a chill? Could she also be running a fever? Su Nanqing, alarmed, hurried to knock on her door. Hearing the commotion outside, Su Qingran stretched and got out of bed to open the door. Upon opening it, she found everyone waiting outside. Xiaosu, you haven't caught a cold, have you? Su Qingran smiled awkwardly. I'm fine. I simply stayed up too late last night and accidentally overslept. Aunt Gu sighed in relief. That's good. It's still raining outside, and since we cannot continue construction today, you should rest a bit longer. However, further sleep was out of the question. Once she finished her morning routine, she realized there was indeed nothing to occupy her time. She could only take out Nanqing's clothes to mend and teach him some new study material. Yet, accustomed to a busy routine, Su Qingran found her mind wandering to her family on the other side of the mountain. Since their last parting, she wondered how her elder brother had conveyed the news to their parents and sister-in-law. She also pondered whether her mother's health had fully restored. Gu Xia noticed her distracted demeanor and casually remarked, "Today, everyone seems quite idle. Many people likely ventured up the mountain." Aunt Gu, not fully grasping the context, instinctively interjected, "You should refrain from joining the commotion. The mountain roads are treacherous in the rain, and it is not worth risking your safety for a piece of meat. We shall wait until the rain subsides." Her words effectively quelled Su Qingran's emerging desire to go. Suddenly, Aunt Gu's excitement surged. It has been ages since we gathered mushrooms on the mountain. They should be sprouting by tomorrow. Many others shared Aunt Gu's sentiments. The following morning, the skies indeed cleared. Numerous individuals from the brigade made plans to head into the mountains with their baskets to gather mushrooms. Su Qingran, finding herself idle at home, gladly accepted Aunt Gu's invitation. Su Nanqing, eager to join, exclaimed, "Aunt, I want to go with you. I have never gathered mushrooms before." Su Qingran, concerned about the treacherous mountain paths, was about to coax him to stay and play at home when Gu Xia emerged, also carrying a bamboo basket. "Take Nanqing along. I shall accompany you both." Aunt Gu looked at him in surprise. "This lad has never joined us on mushroom gathering trips before. Is the sun rising from the west today?" Chapter 47. The reunion with brother and sister-in-law. After the rain had ceased, the mist in the mountains gradually lifted. The ground, covered in fallen leaves and dry grass, was not particularly slippery, however, for the aunt and nephew on their first mushroom gathering expedition. It remained a considerable challenge. Initially, they followed the main group leisurely up the small path. Soon, delighted exclamations echoed from ahead. Su Qingran and Su Nanqing used sticks to gently push aside the fallen leaves at their feet. Discovering numerous mushrooms, they were unfamiliar with the varieties. Aunt Gu began to identify them, saying, "This is a chicken oil mushroom. It's quite fresh." As they stumbled into a patch of mushrooms, the excitement took over, and they decided to collect as many as they could, regardless of identification, planning to sort them out later. In addition to mushrooms, they also found wood ear mushrooms and wild shiitake. The aunt and nephew felt as though they had fallen into a treasure trove, eagerly gathering their finds. "Aunt, look, there are so many over here. Slow down, don't run off. I will be right there." Just then, Gu Xia suddenly crouched beside Su Qingran and whispered, "Su Qingran, it seems someone is watching you from the mountain." Su Qingran's heart raced. Her first instinct was that someone from home had come. Steadying herself, she scanned her surroundings, noticing everyone was preoccupied with foraging for mushrooms. She casually turned her gaze toward the mountain. Though the distance blurred their faces, Su Qingran immediately recognized the silhouettes of her elder brother and sister-in-law. Her heart raced as she slowly approached Su Nanqing. Nanqing, look over there. There's more up ahead. Let us go that way where there are fewer people. Su Nanqing, without a second thought, happily followed his aunt a few steps up. Nanqing, do you see how big this mushroom is in Annie's hand? At the sound of her voice, Su Nanqing looked up, his mouth agape in surprise. Wow, that's huge. There were too many people in the mountains, and Su Qingran dared not take risks. She could only devise this method to allow her brother and sister-in-law to glance at Nanqing a bit longer. Unbeknownst to Su Nanqing, his mind was filled with thoughts of gathering mushrooms, darting about like a little hamster, hopping and skipping through the woods. Suddenly, Gu Shao called out from the forest, I just found a few chestnut trees. Come quickly and help me gather chestnuts. He gestured to Nanqing. Nanqing, come on. I'll pull you over. Nanqing, filled with excitement, hurriedly ran forward. Uncle, I've never picked chestnuts before. Su Qingran quickly interjected, you all go ahead. I'll be right there. Aunt Gu assumed she needed to take care of something and nodded. Just call if you need anything. Soon, everyone followed Gu Shao to the side to gather chestnuts, leaving the once lively forest deserted. Su Qingran glanced around and swiftly made her way up the mountain. Her brother and sister-in-law noticed her movement and hurried to meet her, the three of them instinctively gathering behind a large tree. As soon as they met, Su Qingran eagerly asked, Has mother recovered? Su Jinhua nodded. The medicine you brought was incredibly helpful. Her fever subsided that very night, and she was much better the next day. Qingran, I spoke with your sister-in-law about Nanqing. She has been worried and restless. I thought that with the rain stopping today, perhaps you all would come up the mountain, so I came to try my luck. I didn't expect to actually find you. As he spoke, sister-in-law Jiang Ailing's eyes began to redden. Little sister, I didn't anticipate you would bring Nanqing to the countryside. You've endured hardships. Su Qingran sighed with relief. Sister-in-law, I'm just glad you don't blame me for taking the initiative. Jiang Ailing grasped her hand. What are you saying? Your brother has told me all about our family matters. I am grateful you don't mind Nanqing being a burden. We're thankful enough as it is. Rest assured, your brother and I will take good care of Mom and Dad. Su Qingran nodded, quickly setting down her basket and handing them a few eggs she had just exchanged with the villagers. These are from earlier. I haven't had the chance to take them home yet. Please take them back to cook. Jiang Ailing refused, but then pulled out a package from her pocket and handed it to her. This is what your brother secretly gathered in the forest. I've shelled them for you. Take them back to share with Nanqing. Su Qingran readily accepted and offered the eggs again. Don't be modest. If you don't eat them, Mom and Dad will want some too. Nanqing gets to eat eggs every day. He can't miss out on anything. Time was pressing, and they didn't dare linger too long. They quickly exchanged urgent words. The water level in the river has dropped in the past few days, making it difficult to transport many logs. The lumberyard is rather idle now. We can finally catch our breath, so you don't need to worry. I understand that I've been busy building a house these days. I plan to live separately with Nanqing. I can't leave right away, but once the house is finished, I'll come by. Hearing her mention the house, her brother and sister-in-law looked on in astonishment. However, they had no time to delve into details and quickly offered a few reminders before departing. Once they had left, Su Qingran stepped out from behind the tree, scanned the surroundings for anyone else, and felt free to find Su Nanqing. Upon seeing her brother and sister-in-law, Su Qingran's mood visibly lifted. Mother was well again. Knowing Nanqing was here, her sister-in-law would certainly not feel the despair she had in her previous life. When Su Qingran arrived, everyone was busy picking chestnuts, and Aunt Gu, thinking she had returned from taking care of something, urged her to join in. Be careful not to prick yourself after a trip to the mountains. Su Qingran's menu had expanded significantly. Chestnut chicken, chicken stewed with mushrooms, scrambled eggs with mushrooms, and stir-fried eggs with wood-ear mushrooms. With good food, the four of them worked even harder, while a few young people at the Knowledge Youth Station busied themselves chopping grass and preparing mud bricks. Su Qingran's house had begun to take shape. After finishing the walls, they mixed yellow clay with wheat straw to create a paste, which was evenly spread over the walls, both aesthetically pleasing and rain-resistant. Once the walls dried, they would quickly move to the roof beams, thatching the top with grass. With the main structure of the house completed, only the doors, windows, and stove remained. Su Qingran also began planning a trip to the city for a major purchase. One room would serve as a bedroom, while the other would be a kitchen and dining area. The bedroom would be larger, and a curtain could easily divide the space. Other furniture could wait. But they needed to secure 2 beds immediately. Moreover, pots for cooking, a dining table, and stools were also urgent necessities. Ningxing did not have the custom of sleeping on Kong beds, relying instead on a small stove for warmth in winter. If possible, Su Qingran also wished to buy a metal stove to boil water and make soup. As she calculated, the list of items grew overwhelming. There was so much to purchase that even a large sum of money would quickly dwindle. On this trip to the city, she had to find a way to sell some of the goods grown in her space to exchange for cash. Upon hearing that she intended to go to the city to procure supplies, the team leader and Aunt Gu were filled with anxiety. The city was too far. It would be impossible to go and return in one day, and it would be better to buy from the commune. Indeed, the furniture is manageable. Many people in our brigade can craft beds and tables. It's quite simple. The mountain folk were self-sufficient and rarely bought goods from outside. Even if they couldn't make something, they would just go to the commune town for a purchase. However, Su Qing'an had visited the commune before and found the variety of goods lacking. Moreover, she needed to sell her items, and naturally, the city had a greater demand, which she was more familiar with. Just as she pondered how to convince the two of them, Gu Xiao suddenly spoke up. I happen to want to go to the city to check on Xiaolei. I am not sure how she is adapting to her new school that I might as well take Su Xingqing with me. At the mention of their daughter, both of them softened immediately. Yes, they had been so busy recently that they hadn't had the chance to visit the city and see how their daughter was doing. Su Qiren quickly chimed in. I haven't seen Xiaolei yet. It's perfect for me to go along and take a look. I know the city well, so you can rest easy. Upon hearing this, the team leader and Aunt Gu suddenly remembered. Indeed, Su Xingqing was from the city. No one knew it better than her, so there was nothing to worry about. All right, just be careful on the road. Nanqing will stay with me for the next few days, and I'll keep a close watch on him. With the plan for the city settled, Gu Xiao stood up and headed out. Su Qingren knew he was preparing supplies and took the opportunity to start organizing what she intended to sell. Currently, food was not lacking in the city, but meat and eggs were always in high demand. In her space, she had plenty of live chickens and eggs, which would be her focus for this trip. Potatoes, sweet potatoes, cabbages, and radishes were also piled high. She would assess the situation before selling them. As for peanuts and sunflower seeds, they were rarely eaten outside of festivals, so there was no rush to sell them before the new year. The corn and rice in her space had yet to be threshed, so she would have to wait a bit longer. After preparing her goods, Su Qingran sought out the team leader to discuss the furniture-making plans. Although her space contained beds and cabinets, transporting them from the city to the mountains would be a hassle. It would be better to temporarily store them in her space, where she could occasionally go in to rest. She would figure out how to bring the 2 wooden boxes out for use later. The next morning, before dawn, the village remained silent. Su Qingran quietly followed Gu Xiao out of the village. Upon reaching the village entrance, she wondered why she hadn't seen Gu Sihai and the others. Gu Xiao, somewhat nervously pedaling his bicycle, explained, they left overnight. Su Qingran thought for a moment. With their belongings, they would need to leave early to avoid being discovered in the city and refrain from asking further questions. Although they had shared a roof for many days and had lost the initial awkwardness, it was still somewhat embarrassing to ride his bike for the first time, especially with the darkness surrounding them. Su Qingren straightened her posture and turned on her flashlight to illuminate the path. As they traveled, the sky gradually brightened, and the atmosphere between them relaxed. Gu Xiao's cycling became smoother and faster. Traveling the mountain roads in the dark was less daunting, but once the sun rose, it felt entirely different, especially downhill. The bicycle raced like a wild horse, hurtling down. Su Qingran's heart raced as she clung tightly to his jacket. Slow down. Gu Xiao's tone was light and cheerful. Don't be afraid. I've ridden this road countless times. If you're scared, just hold on tight. And don't keep staring at the ground. Look at the scenery ahead and relax. Taking a deep breath, Su Qingran shifted her gaze to the distance. In doing so, she realized how beautiful the mountains looked in the morning. The mist hung delicately, filtering the morning light, which felt soothing rather than harsh. The gentle breeze rustled the golden leaves, and an indescribable fragrance filled the air. She realized that not only had she never taken the time to appreciate the scenery in this life, but even in her past life, she had never truly savored it. More importantly, once she relaxed, she found herself no longer afraid of the slopes at the mountain's foot. Before long, Gu Xiao brought her to the bus station in town. The next bus had not yet arrived, so they decided to grab breakfast first. Su Qingran was venturing into the city from the mountains for the first time, unfamiliar with her surroundings and reliant on his guidance. Once breakfast was finished, an empty car indeed arrived. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Xiaoxiao stood up, urging, "Let us go," having experienced the discomfort of a crowded bus previously. Su Qingren understood the significance of securing a good seat. Quick-witted, Gu Xiaoxiao chose a window seat, and after she settled in, he disembarked to load the bicycle. As soon as he left, several individuals began eyeing her seat with greedy intent. Su Qingren smiled politely, explaining repeatedly that someone was occupying it and would return shortly to load the bike. Those with a semblance of modesty moved on to seek other seats. However, a scruffy young man insisted on occupying the spot. "Miss, you can't reserve a seat for someone who isn't here." Su Qingren glanced back at the vacant seats behind her. It was evident that he was intent on sitting there for ulterior motives. As she contemplated how to counter his claim, the young man was suddenly yanked from behind. "Which seat do you intend to take?" The man struggled and retaliated, but upon recognizing his assailant, his face turned ashen. "It's a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding," he stammered, hastily fleeing the scene. Su Qingren shifted to make room, and Gu Xiaoxiao naturally took the outer seat. "Oh, you know that person? I've seen him. He's a rogue." The car jolted along the bumpy road towards Ningcheng. As soon as they arrived, Su Qingren sought an excuse to part ways. "I need to meet a few old friends first. Once I'm done, I'll find you at the black market." Gu Xiaoxiao was taken aback but acquiesced. "Weren't you supposed to accompany me to meet Xiaolei? How about this? Once you finish, wait for me at the courtyard we rented. We'll pick up Xiaolei for dinner." He then produced a set of keys and handed them to her. Su Qingren nodded. "Until we meet again." Gu Xiaoxiao, somewhat anxious, inquired, "Are you sure you don't need me to accompany you?" Su Qingren smiled and shook her head. "No need. Rest assured. I know this place well. I won't get lost." Gu Xiaoxiao silently nodded. "Then be careful." With that, he went to unload the bicycle. As Su Qingren turned to exit, she unexpectedly bumped into a familiar face, Xiao Donghua. There he stood at the ticket window, gesturing and inquiring with the staff inside. A chill ran down Su Qingren's spine. Could he still be searching for her whereabouts? When had he become so persistent? Just then, as if he had eyes in the back of his head, he suddenly turned around. Not wishing to engage further and waste time, Su Qingren lowered her head and hurried outside. Xiao Donghua paused momentarily, but as soon as he regained his senses, he sprinted after her. Qingren. Just as he was about to catch up, Gu Xiaoxiao's vehicle halted beside her. "Get in." Su Qingren swiftly climbed aboard, and the car sped away. Xiao Donghua, having finally located her, was unwilling to relent and chased after them, shouting her name. "Qingren, wait. I have something to say to you." Chapter 49. A frenzied exchange. Gu Xiaoxiao drove Su Qingren swiftly through the bustling streets. Only when the sounds of pursuit faded into silence did he slow down. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, "Su Jiqing, was that man your former fiancé?" Su Qingren affirmed, "Yes, due to certain circumstances, I called off the engagement and moved to the countryside. I never anticipated encountering him here. Thank you for your assistance earlier." Gu Xiaoxiao breathed a secret sigh of relief. He seemed quite unwilling to let go. "Is there any misunderstanding between you two? Could there be a possibility for reconciliation?" Without a moment's thought, Su Qingren replied, "There is no misunderstanding, nor will there ever be. Even if someone were to threaten her with a knife, she would never again be entangled with Xiao Donghua." Receiving her definitive response, Gu Xiaoxiao swiftly stood and pedaled the bicycle with vigor. Su Qingren, startled by his sudden movement, urged, "Stop. I need to get off here. I have friends living nearby." Gu Xiaoxiao halted the bike. "Once you're done, make your way over. I'll be waiting at the courtyard." "Understood." After disembarking, Su Qingren hurried toward the textile factory compound. The mechanical factory ranked first in profitability in Ningcheng, with the textile factory coming in second. While she could not approach the mechanical factory, the textile factory was perfect. The courtyard was tranquil at this hour, as the younger workers had already left for work, leaving only a few retired laborers playing chess and some elderly women returning from the market. Su Qingren walked down the alley until she found a secluded corner, then swiftly slipped into her hidden space. When she emerged, she was clad in a drab outfit, sporting a straw hat, and her bulging backpack was covered with a piece of burlap. Spotting an elderly woman carrying a basket of vegetables, she quickly approached her. "Excuse me, madam, may I inquire about a family named Lung in this courtyard?" The surname Lung was quite rare. The woman immediately shook her head. "No, I've lived here for many years and haven't seen anyone by that name." Su Qingren stamped her foot in frustration. "Strange. My mother said my cousin married into this courtyard, and I've been searching for ages. Could it be a mistake?" As she spoke, Su Qingren set her backpack down. "I've carried this all the way. I'm exhausted. I just hope the eggs aren't broken. She began to unpack the eggs from her burlap cover. The woman, preparing to leave, caught sight of the eggs and her eyes lit up. Su Chirin blinked. Does your home reside far? Could you fetch me a drink? I've walked from the countryside since dawn and am parched. The woman cautiously scrutinized her, but seeing her frail appearance and the heavy load she bore, she quickly lowered her guard. All right, my home is just across the way. Follow me. Upon entering the courtyard, the woman glanced outside cautiously before swiftly shutting the door. Sit down. I'll get you some water. As she spoke, she fetched a clean bowl and poured a glass of water for Su Qingran. Drink up, dear. Su Qingran took a small sip, then broached the subject. I need to head back to the countryside soon. It's just that this load is cumbersome. Would you be interested in buying some? She opened her backpack to reveal over 20 eggs. The woman's eyes widened as she exclaimed, Did you bring all these from the countryside? What happened to this inn? Why is it so still? Su Qingran remained calm. The road was too noisy earlier, and I was afraid someone would notice. So I had to end its life. Feel it. It's still warm. The remainder of her goods consisted of homegrown potatoes, sweet potatoes, radishes, and cabbages. The woman seemed intrigued. What are your prices? Su Qingran replied, Eggs are 6 cents each. Hens $3 apiece. The vegetables are 8 cents per pound. These are the prices my mother advised me to set before I left. If I can't find any buyers, I cannot lower them. The woman pondered for a moment. The price of the eggs was reasonable, matching the black market, and while the hen was a bit pricey, it was indeed a rare find. However, the price of the vegetables seemed a tad excessive. Su Qingran knew it was high, but considering the quality of her produce from the hidden space, selling them too cheaply would be pointless. Look at these cabbages and radishes. They're so fresh. You won't find better quality outside. How about this? If you take the eggs and the hen, I'll give you one of each vegetable for free. After a moment's hesitation, the woman resolved, All right, my daughter is in confinement. I'll take all the eggs and the hen. Su Qingran happily accepted the payment and included one of each vegetable as promised. The woman, in her excitement, accidentally dropped a radish, which split open upon hitting the ground, juice splattering everywhere. She bent down to pick it up, exclaiming, This radish is truly fresh. After a moment of deliberation, she seemed to make a significant decision. Fine. I see you've carried this all the way from the countryside. I'll buy everything else from you. Su Qingran smiled widely, promptly extracting the remaining vegetables from her bag. Once outside, she took a few steps and switched to another alley, repeating the same strategy. Nowadays, people were generally cautious, even hiding while drinking chicken soup for fear of their neighbors discovering anything amiss. They certainly wouldn't boast about their purchases. With prior experience under her belt, Su Qingran grew more adept. For those who lacked cash, she proposed bartering with tickets, as she was also in need of them. Especially industrial tickets for buying a cast-iron pot, which she had yet to gather. Though industrial tickets were scarce, people were willing to part with one or two to some families, not planning to purchase large items immediately. Were more than happy to exchange their surplus industrial tickets upon hearing her generous offer. By the end of her rounds in the courtyard, Su Qingran had managed to collect 8 industrial tickets. Subsequently, she ventured to the nearby shoe factory compound, continuing her successful routine. After exiting the shoe factory, she was utterly exhausted, her voice hoarse. She decided to change her appearance and visited a state-run restaurant, where she enjoyed a meal and packed some leftovers. Having satisfied her hunger, Su Qingran contemplated calling Gu Xiaohui to inform her of her whereabouts. Upon hearing her voice, Gu Xiaohui was nearly beside herself with excitement. However, she immediately considered the unsettling possibility of Xiao Dongwu's sudden appearance. With a hurried whisper, she inquired, How could you make a phone call? Where are you? Su Qingran briefly recounted her trip to the city and suggested they meet when convenient. Gu Xiaohui was overjoyed, exclaiming, I have so much to discuss with you. How about this? Come to our house tonight, and we can squeeze in together. Bring Gu Xiao and Gu Xiaolei along for dinner. My parents would be thrilled to know they're coming. Su Qingran considered it favorable and agreed, saying she would ask them when she saw them. Chapter 50. What kind of spell has that young man cast on you? After concluding her call with Gu Xiaohui, Su Qingran resumed her quest for earning money. This time, she ventured to the staff quarters of a hospital and a school. After a thorough exploration, she found that more than half of her stock had already sold. Initially, she intended to take a detour to the railway compound, but upon realizing the time was late, she decided against it. With her earnings in hand, Su Qingran headed straight to the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase a large iron pot. She also acquired some canned goods and peach crisps, planning to bring them to the Gu family that evening. Once outside, Su Qingran discreetly retrieved 2 wooden boxes from her space and took out the small steel pot. Along with bowls and chopsticks she had previously stored. Subsequently, she found a tricycle and loaded everything to head to Gu Xiao's courtyard. Just as she pulled out her keys, the courtyard door swung open. "Are you home? What is all this?" Gu Xiao was taken aback by the pile of items on the ground. Su Qiren smiled, exhausted from a long day, but pleased to have gathered these things. Gu Xiao assumed she had sought help from friends to acquire industrial tickets, so he didn't think much of it. He had intended to ask someone to buy an iron pot, but was surprised that she had already done so. Feeling a twinge of disappointment, everything ready. After catching her breath inside, Su Qingran suddenly remembered, "Oh, I haven't bought a stove yet and I wonder if you have a way to get an iron stove." Gu Xiao smirked. "I can manage that. I'll take care of it tonight." Su Qingran expressed her gratitude and relayed Gu Xiao's message. Gu Xiao nodded in agreement, suggesting they fetch Xiaolei together to buy some more items. He felt it was necessary to properly thank his uncle's family. Without their assistance, Su Qingran would not have had the opportunity to stay with them. After resting for a while in the courtyard, they decided it was time to go to the school to find Gu Xiaolei. The high school had both boarding and day students. As they reached the school entrance, a throng of students was just exiting. Gu Xiao approached the doorman to ask for assistance in calling out to Gu Xiaolei, but was met with resistance, as he was mistaken for someone trying to confront a female student. Su Qingran quickly interjected, "Sir, we're here to find my sister. Her name is Gu Xiaolei, a student in class 12, dormitory 105. Could you please help us call her?" The doorman scrutinized Su Qingran before nodding. He then beckoned to a student. "Hey, I remember you are in class 12. Go to dormitory 105 and call for Gu Xiaolei, telling her brother and sister-in-law are here to see her." Gu Xiao, feeling dejected, had stepped back, but upon hearing the doorman's announcement, his annoyance dissipated. Su Qingran blushed red at being called sister-in-law. She had initially hoped to establish rapport with the doorman to get Gu Xiaolei's attention. But he had misunderstood, and his voice was quite loud. Gu Xiaolei soon arrived, running straight to Gu Xiao. "Brother, when did you find a sister-in-law?" Gu Xiao cleared his throat and discreetly pulled her aside. "Warning, don't shout that out. It was a misunderstanding. This is Su Qingran, the educated youth living with us." The flicker of disappointment crossed Gu Xiaolei's eyes. Such a beautiful girl, wasn't he his sister-in-law after all? "Su Qingran, you must be my cousin Gu Xiao's good friend, right?" Su Qingran, suppressing her embarrassment, nodded with a smile. "Yes, that's correct. The cooperative will close soon, so let us hurry over. Su Qingran had already procured the items for the Gu family. But feeling somewhat guilty for having stayed in Gu Xiaolei's room for an extended period, she seized the opportunity while Gu Xiao was shopping to pull her aside near the clothing counter. "Xiaolei, you're not dressed warmly enough. Let me buy you a jacket to keep you warm tonight. I've been staying in your room, so consider this a token of gratitude." Gu Xiaolei hesitated to accept, but eventually succumbed to Su Qingran's persuasion. Before long, she was happily wearing the jacket Su Qingran had chosen. "Sister Qingran, your taste is impeccable. However, this jacket is too expensive. My brother will scold me." Glancing at Gu Xiao nearby, Su Qingran smiled softly. "He won't mind. It's just a piece of clothing." With that, she paid for both the jacket and the fabric tickets. As Gu Xiao finished his shopping and turned around, he spotted Gu Xiaolei glowing in her new attire. And a pang of envy hit him. She has clothes to wear. You don't need to buy her new ones. He still had to take care of the kids at night and had no new clothes for himself. Gu Xiaolei made a face at him. "Sister Qingran insisted on buying it for me. Su Qingran couldn't help but laugh at the sibling banter. "Let us go. Xiaohui and uncle are probably waiting anxiously." At the Gu household, after Gu Xiaohui finished work, she immediately sought out her father to inform him of Su Qingran's visit that evening. Gu father urged her to hurry back home, instructing her to ask her mother to prepare extra dishes while he went to buy ingredients. "I'll be back shortly." Before dark, the family busied themselves with preparations, washing vegetables, stewing meat. Recently, Gu Xiaohui had been excelling at her job in the factory office, earning praise from Director Ma numerous times. Gu father was also benefiting from her success. Thanks to Su Qingran and the help from the countryside Gu family, they were treating the impending visit of the three with genuine warmth. Expending all their meat tickets and even bringing home a fish. Just as they were busy, a knock echoed from outside. Gu Xiaohui dashed out first, exclaiming, "You finally made it. Hurry, dinner will be ready soon." Gu father quickly joined her. "Why did you bring all those things with you?" Gu Xiao chuckled as he placed the items down in the room, sitting down to chat with Gu father. Gu Xiaohui, unable to contain her excitement, eagerly dragged the two into her small room for a lively conversation. However, with her cousin Gu Xiaolei present, many casual topics were off limits, and they had to restrain their chatter until after dinner. Gu Xiaolei had finished her homework for the day, so Gu Xiao hurriedly took her back. Before leaving, he arranged with Su Qingren to return to the village together the next afternoon. Glancing back 3 times as he departed, Ji Yuxiaowei observed with growing suspicion. Could it be? Su Qingren was perplexed by her expression. What could it be? About Gu Xiao? Look how that boy is smitten by you. You too, Haven T. Su Qingren quickly interrupted. Don't say such things. There's nothing between us. Ji Yuxiaowei regarded her with skepticism, then swiftly pulled her into her room. By the way, I'm dying to know. Did you run into Xiao Dongwu at the bus station this morning? With a resigned nod, Su Qingren recounted the morning's events. Ji Yuxiaowei couldn't help but click her tongue. No wonder. That lunatic came looking for me this afternoon, insisting he saw you at the bus station and asking if I had seen you today. And how did you respond? Of course, I denied it. That man acts all sentimental at the machinery factory. It makes me sick. An ominous feeling surged within Su Qingren. He doesn't know where you live, does he? Chapter 51. I've decided to give you a beating. So brace yourself. Hearing Su Qingren's words, Gu Xiaowei hesitated. I've never told him. He shouldn't have tracked us down, right? As they spoke, a sudden knock echoed from outside. Ji Yuxiaowei jumped, standing up in alarm. Don T, come out. I'll check. With that, she quickly dashed outside. Upon opening the door, she found Xiao Dongwu standing there. Xiao Dongwu, are you insane? What are you doing at my house? Has Qingren come to find you? How many times must I tell you? No, I don't believe you. She's in the city with nowhere to go. She is close to you and would definitely come looking for you. Either you call her out, or I'll wait right here. Xiao Dongwu, if you don't leave, I'll call for help. Go ahead. I want to leave until I see her. You, from a distance. Su Qingren overheard their entire exchange. If she allowed Xiao Dongwu to continue causing a scene at this hour, it would reflect poorly on the Gu family. That it was already embarrassing enough for her to be staying with them. And she didn't want to further impose. With that thought, Su Qingren stepped outside. Xiao Dongwu, let us talk, but not here. Ji Yuxiaowei urgently grabbed her arm. What are you doing? Don't engage with him. Su Qingren gently patted her hand, reassuring her, don't worry. He wouldn't dare do anything to me. You head back inside. With that, she walked towards the alley's entrance. Xiao Dongwu paused for a moment, then grinned widely and hurried after her. Qingren, I knew you would eventually come looking for me. Su Qingren halted, swiftly turned, and firmly grasped his wrist, twisting it upward. Ow, that hurts, with a glint of coldness in her eyes. Su Qingren declared, Xiao Dongwu, I agreed to talk, but I'm not here to listen to your nonsense. Speak plainly, and after that, do not attempt to bother me again. Xiao Dongwu withdrew his reddened hand, looking at her with a face full of grievance. Qingren, I cannot comprehend why you wish to leave. Furthermore, I shall never agree to the annulment of our engagement. I have never contemplated not marrying you. This decision was made by your father, and you alone cannot dictate it. Su Qingren raised her eyes to him coldly, replying, the annulment does not require your consent. I have already written to my father, and he has agreed to our separation. Therefore, do not invoke my father in this matter. Xiao Dongwu assumed she would not dare to inform her family about the annulment. To his surprise, she had already done so. Professor Su must be confused. How could he allow her to act recklessly? Qingren, I understand that you were provoked by Shen Yufeng and Xiao Jun, which is why you felt compelled to leave. I promise you, when you return, I shall immediately send them away. Su Qingren smirked derisively, suddenly curious. You would truly send them away? What? No longer planning to repay your debts of gratitude? At the mention of gratitude, Xiao Dongwu hesitated, merely pursing his lips and stating, gratitude is one thing, but I do not wish for them to interfere with our lifelong commitment. However, currently, housing is tight. I have searched for over a month without success. But rest assured, I am still seeking solutions. If all else fails, I shall leave this house for my mother to stay with them, and we can apply for a dormitory in your name, thus avoiding conflict and allowing us to enjoy our life together. Unable to suppress her laughter, Su Qingren retorted, Xiao Dongwu, if ignorance were a crime, you would be second only to the greatest fool. Unfortunately, I have no interest in you now. The mere sight of you disgusts me. Xiao Dongwu's expression darkened immediately. Qingren, how can you say such things? I consider all of this for the sake of both of us. Su Qingren, disinterested in further debate, insisted, Xiao Dongwu, hear me clearly. We shall never be together in this lifetime. That if you continue to pester me, do not blame me for resorting to underhanded tactics. Your technical profession is indeed somewhat complicated, but securing a temporary worker is rather simple. Xiao Dongwu looked at her in disbelief. Are you not threatening me? Su Qingren narrowed her eyes. Indeed, I stand by my words. Xiao Donghua, in agony, ran his hands through his hair. But I genuinely care for you. I sincerely wish to marry you. Su Qingren spat in disdain, yet I do not care for you. Persist in your pursuit, and I will make things difficult for your entire family. After delivering her warning, Su Qingren turned to leave. Xiao Donghua stared at her retreating figure, dazed for quite some time. After searching so long, he finally found her, only for it to end up like this? He was unwilling to let go so easily. Summoning his courage, he prepared to approach her once more. However, just as he lifted his foot, someone seized him by the collar from behind. No amount of struggling would help. Who are you? What do you want? I am your ancestor, but I cannot stand to see you harassing that young lady. So I have decided to teach you a lesson. Try not to scream. Xiao Donghua was utterly confused. And before he could grasp the situation, he was dragged into a dark corner. Subsequently, a flurry of punches began to rain down. Each blow landed painfully, prompting him to scream. Hearing his cries, the assailant suddenly paused, then inexplicably stuffed something into his mouth to silence him. Don't shout. It will be over soon. Bang, bang, bang. All right. That's enough. You can leave now. Remember, keep your distance from that young lady, or I will strike you every time I see you. Xiao Donghua was both furious and anxious, his entire body aching to the point where he could not utter a word. He eventually lost consciousness. When he awoke again, the alley was already deserted. Struggling to rise, he fought through the excruciating pain, making his way home step by step. Upon his return, Zhang Guilin and Shun Yunfang rushed toward him. You have driven us to the brink of madness. Where have you been? We searched the factory for you, but couldn't find you. Donghua, your face. What happened to you? Who hit you? Zhang Guilin quickly pulled him into the house. And under the light, upon closer inspection, she nearly fainted. Who on earth did this to my son? Have you reported it to the police? Aunt, let us hurry and report it. Xiao Donghua, barely able to catch his breath, replied, No, it's pointless. No one saw it. Reporting it would only bring more shame. Zhang Guilin, both angry and anxious, sat in the courtyard, crying and cursing. Shen Yufeng hurriedly fetched a basin of warm water and a towel. Donghua, let me help you clean up first, and then I will apply some medicine. Xiao Donghua closed his eyes numbly, nodding slightly. However, when Shen Yunfeng approached, he suddenly opened his eyes. Yunfeng, I finally saw Qingren today, but she refuses to come back. What should I do? Shen Yunfeng's hand trembled as she wrung out the towel. No way. After all that commotion, she still won to return. Xiao Donghua shut his eyes in pain. Please help me. Accompany me to explain things to her. Shen Yunfeng gritted her teeth, wishing to run to Su Qingren immediately. She wanted to ask her why. Having left, she still refused to return. Yet, the idea of begging her to come back seemed impossible. Donghua, you are severely injured. Just rest in bed for a couple of days. Tomorrow morning, I will go find her and explain everything in person. All right. Chapter 52. You can't even keep a man last night. Su Qingren and Gu Xiaowei chatted under the covers until late into the night. They occasionally pricked their ears to listen for any sounds outside, ensuring that Xiao Donghua would not return before they finally felt safe enough to sleep. In the morning, Gu Xiaowei struggled to open her eyes from fatigue. Su Qingren, eager to visit Uncle Ma, rose early to wash up. Noticing that her daughter was reluctant to eat before leaving, Mother Gu hurriedly brought out some items she had prepared. Qingren, Annie doesn't have much to send with you, but these 2 pieces of cloth are from Xiaowi's brother's factory. But don't disdain them. Take them back to make something. Su Qingren could not refuse. And seeing a good amount of scrap cloth in the room, she proactively suggested, Aunt, if you insist on giving me something, please send me these scraps. But the scraps could not be made into clothing. They would be perfect for patching together a curtain. Seeing her insistence on only taking the scraps, Mother Gu relented. We have plenty of these at home. Take them all. Just let me know if you need anything else. After bidding farewell to the Gu family, Su Qingren seized an opportunity to store all the scraps in her space. Then she took out a basket of eggs and 2 old hens from her space and headed straight for Uncle Ma's house. She specifically arrived before Uncle Ma left, wishing to see his condition for herself. When Uncle Ma and Aunt Ma saw her sudden visit, they were momentarily taken aback. Qingren, why are you here all of a sudden? Su Qingren smiled and recounted her experiences of building a house in the countryside and buying goods in the city. From now on, please refrain from sending me anything from the countryside. After the autumn harvest, I have plenty of grain for Nanjing and me. Seeing her in better spirits than before, the couple sighed in relief. Noticing the large basket she brought, they assumed it contained vegetables from the countryside. only to discover it held 2 hens and a basket of eggs. Where did you get all this? Su Qingran smiled mysteriously that I traded for these. You can rest assured about eating them that I was merely worried about Uncle Maya's health. So I came to check on you. They then discussed the matters of seeking medical treatment and medication. Thanks to your reminder, we were able to go. By the way, have you seen your family? Su Qingran nodded, recounting the situation of the others in her family. Uncle Ma and Aunt Ma, who had initially disagreed with Su Qingran going to the countryside, finally understood after hearing her words. It seems you were right to go. As long as the family is safe and sound, that is what matters most. After finishing breakfast and saying all they needed to, Su Qingran was eager to leave. Aunt Ma, having procured a small steel pot and 2 sets of new bowls and chopsticks, insisted she take them. Industrial tickets are hard to come by now. You will certainly lack necessities when moving. This is just a small token from us. Su Qingran had no choice but to accept. Leaving Uncle Ma's house, she planned to head straight to the family quarters behind the train station, hoping to make a little more profit before leaving. However, just as she exited the alley, she sensed someone stealthily following her. Su Qingran quickened her pace, swiftly darting into an alley and hiding around the corner. Only then did she see that the person was Shen Yunfang. Upon noticing Su Qingran's sudden disappearance, Shen Yunfang anxiously began to search around. Su Qingran seized the opportunity to tap her from behind. Looking for me? Startled, Shen Yunfang stumbled and fell to the ground. Where did you come from? Su Qingran smiled, finding it amusing. It seems you've done plenty of mischief if you're so jumpy even in broad daylight. Shen Yunfang glared at her, quickly getting up and brushing off the dust from her backside. Qingran, if you have decided to leave, why come back? Su Qingran crossed her arms, looking at her as if she were foolish. My legs are my own. I can come and go as I please. What business is it of yours? Shen Yunfang, biting her lip in frustration, retorted, you had someone beat Xiao Donghua to the point that he can't even get out of bed today. There is no chance for you two anymore. Su Qingran paused for a moment, then clapped her hands in delight. Xiao Donghua was beaten. Truly, heaven has eyes. Do you know who did it? I would love to send them a banner of gratitude. Shen Yunfang was left speechless. If it wasn't Su Qingran who did it, did that mean there was still a possibility for them, regardless of whether or not it was your doing? The Xiao family has already lost its place for you. Your former room has been claimed by me, and your aunt will no longer accept your return. You might as well abandon all hope. Su Qingran was eager to earn money and had no desire to continue quarreling with her. Stepping forward, she warned, do not impose your sordid thoughts upon me. I shall never set foot in the Xiao family again in my lifetime. You, a worthless being, have taken so long to deal with Xiao Donghua, yet he continues to seek me out. Instead of wasting words here with me, why not think of a way to secure Xiao Donghua? With your pretense, surely you can manage a single man, can't you? Keep an eye on him, and do not come looking for me again. Otherwise, the next misfortune will befall you and your son. Leave. Shen Yunfang was left in a daze from the tirade, unable to discern whether she was being scolded or assisted. With all sincerity, she had exhausted every means during this time, yet Xiao Donghua had offered her not a single opportunity. Rest assured, I will marry Xiao Donghua sooner or later. Stop boasting and show some real skill. After saying this, Su Qingran strode out of the alley, heading directly to the family compound of the train station. Thanks to Shen Yunfang's delay, she had only managed to sell 5 hens, 60 eggs, and a basket of vegetables that morning. With noon approaching, she dared not tarry any longer and made her way straight to Gu Shaojiao's residence. Along the way, Su Qingran pondered who might have been so kind as to harm Xiao Donghua. Could it truly have been a mere coincidence? Upon meeting Gu Shaojiao and noticing the injury on his fist, she immediately understood that Su Jiqing, you have finally returned. Brother Xiaojiao was so anxious that he was about to head out looking for you. Su Qingran cast an apologetic glance at Gu Shaojiao. I'm sorry, I visited my uncle and aunt this morning, which took some time. Gu Shaojiao nodded. It's fine, let's eat first. We'll catch the train after a good meal. Seizing the rare opportunity to enter the city, Su Qingran thought to deliver gifts to the 4 of them, lest she keep worrying about it upon returning. While wandering the supply and marketing cooperative yesterday, she had not found anything particularly satisfying. The pens were surely not to their liking. They seemed to have no particular fondness for tobacco and alcohol either. Clothing felt somewhat inappropriate as a gift. After much deliberation, she decided that each of them should receive a pair of sneakers. Fortunately, there were still a few industrial tickets left from yesterday's collection. However, she was uncertain of their shoe sizes. Thus, after exiting the state-run hotel, she called upon Gu Shaojiao to accompany her to the supply and marketing cooperative. What size shoes do you wear? Chapter 53. Strategizing for side businesses. From the moment Gu Shaojiao sensed her intention to visit the cooperative. He had a premonition that she intended to buy him something. Upon hearing her inquire about shoe sizes, a grin spread from ear to ear. Size 43. Why do you ask? What about the other three? What? Gu Sihai, Zhang Bing, Zhao Jun. Do you know their shoe sizes? After emerging from the cooperative carrying 4 pairs of sneakers, Gu Xiaojiao could no longer maintain his smile. Meanwhile, Gu Sihai and the others were grinning ear to ear. Sister Ran, you bought us all sneakers. How embarrassing. Exactly. We agreed not to accept payment, yet look at these. Hey, these sneakers are actually quite decent. Su Qingren smiled and nodded. It's nothing. You've all worked hard during this time. I've procured quite a few items, and I need your help to carry them back. It's all small stuff. After completing their purchases, they wasted no time loading the items they had bought along with Su Qingran's into the vehicle and made their way to the bus station. The bumpy ride brought them to Shengli Commune. Upon disembarking, Gu Xiaojiao instructed the others to keep an eye on the goods while he dashed to the commune office to inquire further about the fertilizer situation. Unfortunately, he returned empty-handed and frustrated. Upon returning to the countryside, Su Qingren dedicated herself to preparing for the move. She had already acquired everything she could possibly need, while the new house was still drying out. The team leader personally sought out skilled workers to start building the furniture. The mountains were abundant with trees. During the slack farming season, the team leader would return to the city to gather workers to fell some, drying them to be stored in the team's warehouse. Whenever someone needed wood, they could come to him for a couple of pieces, at prices significantly lower than those found outside. Over the years, no household in the team had ever ventured to the mountains to buy furniture. Simple bed frames, tables, and benches were common DIY projects. The few workers the team leader had recruited were among the most skilled in the village. Unfamiliar with the team's customs, Su Qingran sought the team leader's advice on how much payment would be appropriate. The team leader simply waved his hand, saying no payment was necessary. In the past, people would offer a bit of grain or treat him to a meal instead. After some thought, Su Qingran decided to bring out a few packs of cigarettes for the team leader to distribute. The villagers were overjoyed to receive the cigarettes, and their work became even more meticulous. However, the team leader had been feeling somewhat downcast these days. Aunt Gu mentioned that he had been losing sleep over the fertilizer situation. Su Qingran felt a pang of sympathy upon hearing this. Before coming to the countryside, she had envisioned building 2 small rooms for herself and Nanjung, relying on the space to live without worry. She intended to minimize interactions with the villagers and lead a low-key life. Yet, fate had intervened, leading her to reside in the team leader's home, where she had received considerable assistance from everyone. After spending time with the villagers, Su Qingran could not help but begin to see herself as part of the team. Upon careful reflection, Su Qingran resolved to find an opportunity to encourage the team leader. Team leader, I never expected our team to possess such excellent carpentry skills. The chairs produced are no less impressive than those sold in the city. Upon hearing this, the team leader's face lit up with pride. Indeed, our team has always relied on the mountains. We are never short of timber. Most of us have learned some carpentry skills in our lifetime. If you ask me, you should not have spent money to buy those 2 wooden boxes. They merely look nice, but it's such a waste of money. We can make them ourselves. Su Qingren blinked. Team leader, when I last went to the city to buy wooden boxes, I heard that our mountainous forest farm has been unable to transport a surplus of wood due to low river levels. Furniture supplies in the city are also quite tight. What do you think about our team taking advantage of the farming off-season to produce some furniture to sell in the city? The team leader, startled, nearly fell from his chair. Xiao Su, please do not speak carelessly. If the commune finds out, we could be in serious trouble. That would be a grave offense. Su Qingren hurriedly explained, I do not mean to sell secretly. I believe we can establish a furniture processing factory in the name of the collective, reporting to the commune leadership before selling it to the city. The team leader's expression softened, but he still found it difficult to accept. Is that feasible? We have never done anything like that before. Just then, Gu Xiaoji entered the room. Dad, I think it can work. Isn't the richest team in our commune thriving because they opened a breeding farm? Otherwise, how could they afford so many tractors? That is true, but the commune leaders have stated that production teams must prioritize grain cultivation, Gu Xiaojiao continued. Besides, their team has surplus grain every year. So the commune leaders do not have much to say. Our team's situation, I fear, is different. Su Qingran had anticipated this hesitation and promptly stood up to fetch a newspaper. Team leader, look here. This newspaper states that struggling production teams should be encouraged to develop side industries, engaging in comprehensive management to offset deficiencies in agricultural production. I believe our team, being nestled in the mountains and unable to access fertilizer, is more suited to this policy than anyone. Upon hearing this, the team leader's eyes brightened, and he eagerly took the newspaper from Su Qingran's hands, reading aloud: agriculture, forestry, animal husbandry, side industries, and fishery. 5 industries running in parallel to increase income. Look, there are even successful experiences shared by advanced teams, including planting, breeding, weaving, and brick kilns. So many side industries. Initially, Gu Xiaojiao had merely echoed her sentiment, but the idea began to excite him that if fertilizer was unattainable, they could focus their efforts elsewhere. Once their team achieved success, would they not earn the commune leader's respect? Dad, I think it can work. Our team's warehouse still has a batch of wood, right? Let us test the waters by making some small furniture to transport. Meanwhile, we can also fell some trees from the mountains that if it truly succeeds, we can expand the operation. After all, this wood belongs to our team, and the skills are ours as well. There are no additional expenses. Let's give it a try. The team leader's enthusiasm was ignited by their words, and he began pacing the yard excitedly. Great. Tomorrow, I will speak to the commune leaders. Gu Xiaojiao promptly moved to push the cart. What are we waiting for? I'll take you there right now. We should have enough time. You rascal. I haven't even figured out what to say. Just think it over on the way. I'll help you brainstorm. Su Qingran smiled and reminded. Team leader, remember, you are going to ask for fertilizer if the leaders refuse. That's the perfect time to bring up the side industry. After saying this, she handed the newspaper to the team leader. He nodded repeatedly, acknowledging, Xiao Jiqing is right. We are going to ask for fertilizer that we must take our time introducing the side industry. Chapter 54, Small Furniture Processing. Gu Xiaojiao and the team leader set off in the afternoon. As darkness fell, their figures had yet to reappear. Originally calm, Aunt Gu began to feel anxious. It wasn't that she worried the commune leaders would refuse. Rather, she feared that the two might let their tempers flare and argue, or that they might struggle to navigate the mountain roads in the dark. Seeing her concern, Su Qingran took a flashlight and accompanied her to wait at the village entrance, beneath the great locust tree at the village entrance. I stood for a moment when suddenly, Su Nanqing leapt up beside me, exclaiming, I see the light. Su Qingran quickly raised her flashlight to shine ahead. Aunt, they have truly returned. As the two approached, Aunt Gu hastily stepped forward, her concern palpable. Why have you only just come back? Did the leaders agree? What was the outcome of your discussions? The captain glanced at his wife, deliberately prolonging the suspense. We are famished. Let us hurry home for a meal. With that, the group hurriedly made their way home. Upon arrival, Aunt Gu rushed into the kitchen to reheat the dishes, while Su Qingran assisted in serving the porridge and steamed buns. The captain was indeed starving, and he gulped down half a bowl of porridge in one go. This journey had not been easy. Aunt Gu's expression turned anxious upon hearing this, and she sighed. If it truly proves to be unfeasible, then let it be. We were merely striving for something that was uncertain from the start. We have managed to get by all these years. After all, the captain cast a glance at his wife, then abruptly placed his bowl down with a thud. My dear, we have succeeded. Both Aunt Gu and Su Qing were overwhelmed with joy. Is it true? Did the leaders agree? Gu Xiaoxiao smiled softly. Indeed, at first, the leaders were hesitant, but they eventually succumbed to our persistent persuasion. The captain nodded with a grin. That's right, but they cautioned us not to speak of it publicly just yet. We must first achieve some results. On the way back, I resolved to gather everyone tomorrow and hastily produce an initial batch. He turned to Su Jiqing. This idea originated from you. What do you propose we do next? Su Qingran pondered for a moment before replying. Captain, our immediate priority is to produce the samples, and then we must seek avenues for selling them. Gu Xiaoxiao agreed. I share the same sentiment. Although the commune leaders have consented, the matter of sales is something we must figure out ourselves. The supply and marketing cooperative in town barely sells a few pieces of furniture throughout the year. We must venture into the city to find a market. The captain furrowed his brow slightly. But we don't know anyone selling furniture in the city. Will it truly work? Perhaps I should seek the leader's advice again tomorrow. Gu Xiaoxiao was somewhat opposed. We cannot rely entirely on the leaders. Our commune has no precedents. The paths we tread must be forged through our own exploration. Those selling furniture in the city are either department stores or supply cooperatives. Since we are just starting out and dealing with small furniture, we should primarily engage with the supply cooperatives. I will make the rounds. Su Qingran nodded in agreement. I think along the same lines. Over the past few days, I observed our brigade's craftsmanship, producing simple chairs, Benches and basin racks should pose no challenge. These are items every household can use, and the supply cooperative will not have trouble selling them. However, we must ensure our workmanship is meticulous, polished, and refined, as this will attract a steady stream of orders. As she spoke, Su Qingran fetched paper and pen, promptly jotting down her thoughts and marking areas for improvement. The captain regarded her, then looked at Gu Xiaoxiao, and suddenly burst into laughter. Just moments ago, his mind had been a chaotic jumble, overwhelmed by countless thoughts. Now, as he listened to their exchange, everything became remarkably clear. The following morning, the captain, nearly sleepless with excitement, quickly summoned everyone. Once all were gathered, he eagerly announced the brigade's plan to establish a side business in small furniture processing. Initially, the crowd appeared dazed, but as they absorbed the news, excitement began to swell. What a splendid idea! Our brigade is abundant in wood and carpenters. Why had we not thought of this sooner? Yet doubts lingered. But we have only ever made furniture for our own use. Can we truly sell our craftsmanship? We won't know until we try. The captain raised a hand to quell the chatter. Let's set aside other discussions for now. Today we must focus on producing samples. I will assign the tasks. Recognizing the significance of the samples, the captain selected 5 of the most skilled carpenters to collaborate. Jiu Xiaoxiao and 4 others were tasked with taking the samples into the city to seek markets. The remaining young men would head into the mountains to fell more timber for future use. For Su Qingran, the captain specifically designated her for quality control, overseeing all furniture produced. Everyone would initially receive 10 work points for the day, while the others would accompany the captain to continue sowing winter wheat. After all, the furniture venture was merely an experiment. We could not allow it to interfere with farming. The villagers had no objections to the captain's plan, and it turned out that nearly every household had someone participating. Even the 2 male educated youth from the commune were assigned to help fell trees. However, Su Jiao and 2 other new educated youths were unwilling. Sowing winter wheat requires plowing and fertilizing. It's dirty, tiring, and smelly work. From dawn till dusk, earning 6 work points is already a stretch. Why should others receive 10 points just for participating? The captain's expression darkened. So, are you 3 capable of felling trees or skilled in carpentry? Su Jiao pouted and glanced at Su Qingran. We can't do anything else. But why is the quality control work automatically assigned to Su Jiqing? The captain, amused yet exasperated, replied, Why not? This furniture processing initiative was conceived by Su Jiqing. Without her, there would be no venture. Moreover, she possesses insightful ideas about furniture design and has sketched many plans for me. Though I may not fully grasp them, I know she is more than capable of executing this task. And do not fret, everyone. This is merely a trial run that if we find success, more will join in. As his words settled, the villagers erupted in applause. Su Jiao took a few steps back, finally silenced. Once the tasks were assigned, the captain urged everyone to commence work on the samples, from dawn until dusk. They tirelessly adjusted and crafted the prototypes. Su Qingran was fully engaged, collaborating closely with the carpenters to refine their work. Initially, they were skeptical of her suggestions, given she was merely a 20-year-old girl with no prior carpentry experience. Yet, under her steadfast guidance, the improved samples soon surpassed their earlier efforts in both elegance and quality. Chapter 55. The move. The next day, before dawn, Gu Xiaoxiao and 3 others hastily loaded the furniture samples onto bicycles and sped towards the city. Typically, their trips to the city were for selling wild goods. This was their first venture into business. Without the need for stealth, the experience felt somewhat foreign. Filled with ambition, they set off, while the remaining villagers remained somewhat anxious. Captain, should we continue making furniture today, or wait for their return? Yes, what if we can't sell it? Wouldn't that be a waste of effort? The captain felt a twinge of anxiety himself, but resolutely declared. Continue. Let us keep working. They are likely trying to persuade the supply cooperative to help sell our goods. We want to know the outcome immediately. We must focus on our tasks, even if it doesn't work out. We can always keep the furniture for ourselves. With the captain's assurance, the others redoubled their efforts. They had anticipated that Gu Xiaoxiao and the team would not return until the following day. To their surprise, the 4 returned in the dark. Aunt Gu, seeing them cold and hungry, quickly got up to prepare a meal. Su Qingran, who had been awake, also rushed to assist. After each had a bowl of hot noodle soup, the chill began to dissipate from their faces. What happened? Why are you back so late? Gu Xiaoxiao set down his bowl and smiled at the others. Su Jiqing was right. The city is indeed in desperate need of such small furniture. As soon as we presented our samples, inquiries about pricing followed, and the supply cooperative accepted all the samples. Really? The captain could hardly believe it. Did you sell them all? Of course, Gu Xiaoxiao replied, pulling out a piece of paper from his pocket. This is the order form from the supply cooperative, detailing the quantities and prices that I have already registered it with the commune leaders. The captain, filled with excitement, took the order, his hands trembling slightly. Benches, 100 units at 1 yuan each. Basin racks, 50 units at 1.5 yuan each. Chairs, 50 units at 3 yuan each. Wooden boxes, 20 units at 5 yuan each. Total, for 125 yuan. The captain gasped, nearly shouting, "This is indeed an order form." "And wooden boxes too?" Gu Xiaoxiao smiled. "They inquired if we could produce them, and I thought it would be no problem, so I committed to 20 GUC high," and the others began to boast. They even asked if we could make tables, suggesting that bundled sets of tables and chairs would sell better. "It's just unfortunate that we can't transport larger items." "Exactly, uncle. Although we only secured this small batch. They mention this is merely the first ordered. If it sells well, the next order will be larger." The captain nodded vigorously. "This is significant. For 100 plus yuan, how much grain would we need to trade for that?" He began to count on his fingers, and as he calculated, tears welled in his eyes. The rice purchasing price at the commune's grain station was 9.5 yuan for 100 jin. 425 yuan equated to over 4,000 jin of rice, an astonishing yield from 10 acres of land. This side business had potential. The following day, news of Gu Xiaoxiao and the others securing work from the supply cooperative left the entire village buzzing with excitement. The villagers worked with renewed fervor and enthusiasm. While everyone was busy rushing to complete the first batch of orders, Su Qingran seized a moment to relocate her home. During this period, her 2 small rooms had nearly dried out. Upon learning of her move, the other 3 educated youth joined in the excitement, planning to return to the youth point on the same day. However, the new houses at the youth point were constructed late and were not yet completely dry. On the day of the move, Gu Xiaoxiao gathered Gu Sihai and the others to lend a helping hand. Su Qingran's belongings filled 3 carts to the brim. Among them were the bedding and luggage she had brought during her first stint in the countryside, as well as the wooden boxes, large iron pot, and more that she had purchased during her last trip to the city. Additionally, the brigade had provided her with 2 beds and a complete set of tables and chairs. The 3 fully loaded carts made their way from the brigade leader's home to the youth point next door, drawing envious glances from the villagers along the route. Many followed to join the merriment, with some even mistakenly believing that the brigade leader was marrying off a daughter. Su Qing and had certainly acquired a plethora of good items. A crowd gathered in front of Su Qingran's door to witness the spectacle. Su Jiao and her 2 companions gradually arrived at the youth point carrying their bundles. Upon seeing the lively scene next door, Su Jiao's nose crinkled in irritation. Su Qingran was far too preoccupied to notice her. Moving was a joyous occasion, and although no feast was held, offering some snacks was certainly in order. Thus, she decided to set the table outside and brought out several plates of seeds, candies, and pastries, warmly inviting everyone. The villagers exchanged glances, surprised by Su Qingran's generosity in sharing such delightful treats. "We just came to take a look and join the fun. We can't possibly eat your food. Please, put it away." Seeing that no one was willing to accept her offerings, Su Qingran took the initiative to distribute them. "Don't be shy. I heard from Aunt Gu that everyone usually treats others when moving into a new house. I'm merely following local customs." Unable to refuse her warm hospitality, the crowd reluctantly accepted the snacks, though they still felt a tinge of embarrassment. Just recently, Su Qingran had helped them find a lucrative side job, and now she was willing to share such delicious treats, which made everyone genuinely appreciate her character. The lively gathering at her door gradually dispersed. Once the crowd left, Su Qingran began to tirelessly arrange her new home. Just as she was busy, a group of children suddenly rushed in from the village. Some held a couple of eggs, while others brought a bowl of pickled vegetables or soybeans. There were also those with water ladles, dustpans, and brooms. Though these were all homemade, seemingly worthless items, they deeply touched Su Qingran. However, the moment she accepted the water ladle, she suddenly realized a pressing issue. She seemed to lack a water tank. While she was momentarily stunned, Gu Xiaoxiao and the others returned, pushing a cart that contained a water tank. "Here's a spare water tank from the brigade. You can borrow it for now. Sister Ran, we just cleaned it for you, and we'll fill it with water shortly." "Sister Ran, is there anything else you need in the house? We can help with that too." Inspired by their generosity, Several children volunteered to help gather firewood. Su Qingran felt a mix of emotions in her heart and gratefully accepted their goodwill. Next door, Su Jiao and two other female educated youth also moved into their new home. The two girls, feeling a bit embarrassed, said nothing, but they were somewhat displeased. They believed that Su Jiao was being a bit hasty. The unseasoned house exuded a chill, making them uncomfortable after a while. The four male educated youth, however, were quite cheerful and assisted in tidying up the house. After finishing, they gathered to hold a meeting to discuss the allocation of tasks at the youth point. Essentially, the arrangement would remain as it had been before. Male educated youth would be responsible for chopping wood and fetching water, while the female educated youth would handle cooking and cleaning. Each person would manage their own hygiene and laundry. After dividing the tasks, someone in the crowd suddenly suggested, "Should we ask Sister Sue if she would be willing to join us for cooking?" The group exchanged glances. They had already witnessed Su Qingran's culinary skills when they were building the houses. If they could indeed cook together, the meals at the youth point would surely improve significantly. However, given that she had purchased her own pot and set up a stove, would she agree? Seeing the silence among them, Lu Qin stood up. "I'll go ask." With only 3 female educated youth, they indeed felt disadvantaged during task allocation. If they could have one more person cooking, it would ease their burden considerably. Lu Qin mustered her courage and approached next door, but just as she was about to speak, she was captivated by an enticing aroma wafting from the kitchen. Peering in, she saw Su Qingran at the stove making egg pancakes. The golden pancakes, sprinkled with a few green onions, emitted a mouth-watering scent. Su Qingran glanced up and asked, "Lu Jiao, is there something you need?" Lu Qin swallowed hard and replied, They sent me to ask if you would be willing to join us for cooking at the youth point." Su Qingran deftly lifted the pancakes from the pan and placed them on a cutting board, slicing them into 4 equal pieces before stacking them on a plate that already held several layers of pancakes. "Nanqing, tell your friends to wash their hands and come eat pancakes." Su Nanqing joyfully dashed outside. Only then did Su Qingran smile warmly and say, "I appreciate your kindness, but it's best to decline that my nephew is still growing, and with our limited food supply, I wouldn't want to take advantage of you." Lu Qin cast a glance at the white flour on her cutting board, and her face flushed with embarrassment. Without waiting to respond, she hurriedly departed. What was she thinking, coming to find trouble, saying there's not enough food, while serving white flour and eggs to that bunch of wild kids from the village? Clearly, she was just brushing me off. It seemed that, in addition to continuing to eat simple fare at the youth point, she would have to endure the torment of Su Qingran's delightful cooking smells. After a long day of labor, Su Qingran finally finished arranging her new home. As night fell, she closed the door and happily began to explore her space. Both beds were neatly made, with freshly washed sheets and blankets that had just been aired out. The curtains, crafted from colorful scraps given by Gu Xiaowei, added warmth and charm to the room. Beside each bed was a wooden box for storing clothes. The kitchen was also meticulously organized, with essentials like rice, flour, oil, eggs, and vegetables prominently displayed. Su Qingran had discreetly retrieved several items from her storage space. Although her new home was not yet fully furnished, it was undeniably hers, freeing her from reliance on others. She could gradually procure more items over time. That night, Su Nanqing rolled happily on the bed, but after a while, she fell silent. Su Qingran, curious, asked, "What's wrong? Is the bed uncomfortable?" Su Nanqing hummed in response, "It's comfortable, but I've been sleeping with Uncle Xiao for so long that I'm not used to sleeping alone. I wonder if Uncle misses me." Su Qingran chuckled softly. "Go to bed early. Tomorrow you can ask him. In truth, Gu Xiao also felt a bit disoriented. He tossed and turned in bed for a long time without falling asleep. He considered going out for a stroll but worried about being seen and the gossip that might ensue. After pondering for a while, he couldn't find a suitable excuse and sighed deeply. A few days later, the first batch of orders from the supply and marketing cooperative was finally completed to ensure quality and quantity. The village had selected 10 skilled carpenters from the brigade to assist, dividing the work according to their skill levels. Su Qingran was equally diligent, meticulously inspecting each piece of furniture as it was completed. If any issues arose, she resolutely sent them back for rework. Moreover, Su Qingran designed a pattern inspired by the sun and mountains, intending it to serve as the emblem for the Xianyang Mountain Brigade. After consulting with the brigade leader and the others, they unanimously agreed that it was an excellent idea. By engraving this design on the furniture, it would not only be distinctive but also easily recognizable. Over time, Everyone would naturally come to associate these pieces with the Shenyang Mountain Brigade. Once all the goods were prepared, the brigade leader decided to personally lead the team down the mountain for delivery. Firstly, he wanted to speak directly with the commune to ensure that their brigade was seen as organized. Secondly, he intended to borrow a tractor from the commune to transport the goods to the city. As for the mountainous road to the commune, it would have to be traversed by the brigade's laborers using carts, just as they had done when delivering grain. The grand procession wound its way from the village entrance up the mountain, creating quite a spectacle. This day was spent in anxious anticipation for everyone. However, Su Qingren remained relatively calm. During these days, whenever she had a moment, she would retreat to her room to knit sweaters. In the mountains, when the temperature dropped, she needed to hurry and finish the sweaters for the logging team. Otherwise, her parents' health would be at risk. To focus on knitting, she had neglected the cultivation in her storage space. Relying solely on its natural growth. As dusk approached, the sounds of jubilant cheers suddenly erupted outside. Su Qingren stood up and peered out, and from the commotion, she could tell that the delivery had gone exceptionally well. Nanxing, go see what's happening and report back to me. Andy, aren't you going? No. I must finish this last sweater today. If all goes well tonight, I would like to make another trip to the logging team. Su Nanxing agreed and dashed out. After a considerable time, she returned, clutching a piece of meat. Auntie, this is from Uncle Xiao Xiao. He said it was for you. Su Qingren paused for a moment, realizing she hadn't seen Gu Xiao Xiao in days. When had she asked him to bring meat? Nevertheless, she quickly stood up, took out money and tickets, and handed them to Su Nanxing. Go give him the money, and don't forget to say thank you. By the way, what did the brigade leader say just now? The brigade leader said today went very smoothly, and when they return, they should give the money to the brigade accountant, who was in tears. He also mentioned that they received new orders and encouraged everyone to work hard, promising dumplings with flour and meat for the new year. Su Qingren could not help but laugh at the vivid recounting by Su Nanxing. Quickly go and bring the money. Annie is going to stew the meat now, and we shall have potato stew for dinner. All right. Su Nanxing swiftly took the money and dashed off to the Gu family. Gu Xiao had already paced the courtyard several times, craning his neck to glance outside repeatedly. Upon finally spotting Nanxing, he hastened over. Did you give the meat to your aunt? I did. What did she say? She told me to give the money to you. Did she say anything else? She also mentioned that we will have potato stew for dinner. Jiu Xiao, in a huff, took the money from her. What has your aunt been busy with these past few days? He felt as though he hadn't seen her for ages. Su Nanxing blinked her eyes. Auntie has been busy knitting me a sweater. Uncle. If there's nothing else, I will head back now. Jiu Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. Knitting a sweater? Nanxing is so small. How many sweaters can she wear? Is she planning to send them to the logging site? Chapter 57. A return to the logging site. In the kitchen, Su Qingren placed all the meat brought by Gu Xiao into the pan, sought it before transferring it into a small steel pot to simmer slowly over low heat. Taking advantage of this opportunity, she retrieved a piece of pig trotter meat she had stored in her space. She cut a large chunk and minced it, mixing it with scallions, ginger, and seasonings. Then, she wrapped the mixture in dough, rolling it into patties and frying them to a golden brown, intending to bring them home to change the flavors for her family. Since meat patties do not keep well, the remaining minced meat was combined with shredded radish to make buns, which she also planned to take along. As Su Nanxing helped stoke the fire, she inhaled the fragrant aroma. Auntie, are you going tonight? Su Qingren replied with a nod. Yes, I will go once you are asleep. I will lock the door from the outside, so do not be afraid. That evening, the aunt and niece dined on white rice with potato stew. The neighboring educated youth, hearing the sounds of chopping and stewing, almost drooled with envy. If only we had not offended her back then, we could have all stayed at the educated youth point and shared meals together. With this thought, they involuntarily cast a resentful glance at Su Jiao. Su Jiao, chewing on a coarse steamed bun, felt quite discontented. Where does she get so much money to buy meat? Could it be from selling furniture? Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Xie Yuan. Su Jiao, it's fine to eat whatever you like, but you shouldn't speak carelessly. Everyone saw that the meat was brought by Su's friend who went to the city. He Qingfeng chimed in. Exactly, it's quite normal for us to help each other bring things back whenever someone goes to the city, especially since it's inconvenient for our brigade. Su Jiao pouted, casting an annoyed glance at the two. Just because you went up the mountain to log and earned 10 work points, you're helping her defend herself? However, Xie Yuan and He Qingfeng were both veterans at the educated youth point, and she did not dare to retort. All right, next time let us also have someone help bring back some meat for stew. Sun Hao and Qin Wei quickly agreed. I think that's a good idea. Next time, let us stew meat and make dumplings. After dinner, Su Qingran began to tidy up the items she needed to take to the mountain to It until Su Nanxing fell asleep, and the neighboring educated youth point quieted down that she finally got up to prepare to leave. Su Qingran quietly locked the door and swiftly made her way toward the foot of the mountain. On the other side, Gu Shao had been waiting at the foot of the mountain, his patience wearing thin, and he wondered if he had miscalculated the time. Just as he was about to head back to the educated youth point, he suddenly heard a familiar sound of footsteps approaching. Gu Shao quickly stood up, pretending to prepare to head into the woods. Su, what a coincidence! Su Qingran had actually spotted him from quite a distance, but chose not to expose her awareness. Are you heading into the woods? Yes. Are you going to the logging site to deliver something? Su Qingran nodded and stepped into the woods. Gu Shao quickly followed. I'll accompany you. It's on my way. On the way, Gu Shao elaborated on the details of the furniture delivery to the city. You missed quite an exciting scene. When the goods were only halfway unloaded, many people had already lined up to buy. Our items are sturdy and beautiful, and priced affordably, so everyone is eager to purchase them. Moreover, the commune leaders didn't expect us to successfully close this deal. They were so pleased that they directly lent us a tractor to deliver the goods to the city. After he finished speaking, Su Qingran inquired about the quantity for the second order. Upon learning that the supply and marketing cooperative had increased the order to distribute throughout the city, her spirits lifted. The brigade leader must be very pleased. He is indeed happy, but he is also worried that our brigade has a limited supply of trees, while we have enough for our own use. We will run out if this continues. Su Qingran pondered for a moment. Why not let the brigade leader inquire at the logging site? They currently have a backlog of wood that they cannot transport. Perhaps they can sell us some. Gu Shao smirked. I was thinking the same thing. While you're at the logging site, could you find out the specific situation there? If you can't find out, it's all right. Su Qingran felt no reservations and readily agreed. Since it was for official business, Gu Shao had a reason to escort her all the way to the foot of the logging site. I'll wait for you here. There's no rush. Su Qingran nodded and quickly headed toward her family's grass shed, at the foot of the mountain. It was pitch dark. Su Qingran turned off her flashlight and felt her way to the grass shed. Transferring the prepared items from her space into her backpack, she also grabbed a quilt and gently knocked on the door. The door opened promptly, and Su Qingran hurried inside. The dim light of an oil lamp flickered on immediately. Ran, what brings you here? Su Qingran set down the bamboo basket on her back and anxiously assessed her family of four. Mom, how is your health? I'm well, all better now. Su Qingran quickly put down the quilt and pulled out 4 steaming meat patties, urging them to eat while they were hot. She then took out all the buns, saying, you can savor the buns at your leisure, just heat them up when you eat. Next, she produced eggs, potatoes, and sweet potatoes from the basket. The eggs are raw. You can roast the potatoes and sweet potatoes over the fire. The family was taken aback. Why did you bring so much? Do you have enough money? Su Qingran smiled and nodded. Yes, many of these things were bartered for, costing very little. I'm also planning to grow vegetables and raise chickens, so we'll have enough to eat. The 4 of them gathered around, enjoying the meat patties. Feeling their previously numb taste buds awakened. So delicious. By the way, I forgot to ask you last time, how did you suddenly learn to cook? Su Qingran smiled. I have a natural talent for it. After moving to the countryside, I learned a few things from the ants. After distributing the food, Su Qingran took out 4 sweaters that I've been busy lately, so I only managed to knit 2 for Dad and Big Brother. Mom and sister-in-law can wear my old sweaters for now. I'll bring you new ones next time. Dad loves reading the newspaper, so I brought some over, seeing their daughter-sister carrying so many things through the night. Their hearts were filled with indescribable emotion and sorrow. Ran, your brother said you built a house in the village. Su Qingran confirmed with a nod and recounted the details of her house construction. Thanks to the brigade leader's family and the villagers, they didn't charge me for building the house or making furniture. Everyone helped out. Her father, Su Jingshan, spoke with gratitude. Everyone is so kind to you. You should also help them more often and get along well with them. Su Qingran nodded and then spoke about her efforts in helping the brigade with their sideline business. Her brother, Su Jinhua, quickly brought over paper and a pen. The information you're looking for is something I know. I'll write down some commonly used wood types and prices for you, so you'll have a better idea. By the way, the logging site will soon start repairing the road to transport the timber. If you want it, come early to discuss it. Chapter 58. Do not lose your sense of honor in being human. Su Qingran received the list, her heart still tinged with hesitation. Initially, She had only intended to help alleviate the brigade's difficulties, but it seemed she was getting deeper involved. Su Jingshan appeared to sense his daughter's caution and couldn't help but encourage her. Ran, helping the brigade with sideline work is a good thing. Our Su family only seeks to act with integrity. In these extraordinary times, it's wise to protect oneself, but one must not lose their sense of honor. As long as you believe it's right, pursue it boldly without regrets, he added. I have already announced in the newspaper that I've severed ties with you. Our affairs will not implicate you. So you need not worry. Su Qingran felt a lump in her throat. She understood her father's principles in her past life. No matter how hard or challenging it was, he never complained about the unfairness of fate. Even before his passing, he left behind a wealth of invaluable knowledge for society. This sense of righteousness she felt she could never match or achieve. Yet, as his daughter, she had been influenced by him. To some extent, rest assured, Dad, whether or not you sever ties with me, I will always be your daughter, and I will not bring shame to our Su family. All right, you've stayed long enough. Hurry back now. Let your brother see you off. As they prepared to part, her mother, Lin Yushan, felt her eyes welling up and instinctively grasped her daughter's hand. Take care of yourself, eat well, and do not stay up late knitting sweaters. If it's too much, just bring the yarn over, and we'll knit ourselves. Mom, with so many eyes watching at the logging site, how can we knit in such a dark room? Don't worry. I know what I'm doing. Although Su Qingran insisted on not being accompanied, her elder brother still escorted her all the way to the mountain summit. Elder brother, you should return now. I'm quite familiar with the remaining path. I can make it back on my own. Su Jinhua nodded. Then take your time. As soon as her elder brother departed, Su Qingran glanced towards the woods, pondering where Gu Xiaozong could be hiding. Suddenly, she spotted a figure emerging from the thicket. Having already guessed it was him, she felt no fear. However, a thought struck her. When her elder brother escorted her down the mountain last time, were you lurking in the woods? Following us? Gu Xiaozong, feeling guilty, rubbed his nose. I didn't intend to. I was far away and didn't overhear your conversation. But what? You were crying so loudly that it was hard not to hear it. Su Qingran cleared her throat and handed him a note. Take a look at this first. Tomorrow morning, I will come to your house, and we can discuss the matter of purchasing wood together. All right, with you there. My father will surely listen. The next morning, after having breakfast, Su Qingran set off to the captain's house with Su Nanxing. Upon arriving at the door, they overheard Aunt Gu urging Gu Xiaozong to go on a blind date while she ate. Tell me, after I went through all the trouble to arrange this, why won't you agree to just meet them in town? I won't go. It's too far. The town far. I see you rush into the city without a second thought every time. Mother, I truly have no time. The furniture processing in the brigade is just getting started. Besides, I'm only 24. Why the rush? 24 is still young. Isn't Dog Dan in the village about your age? Their children are already running around. That doesn't mean I should settle for anyone. Then tell me, what kind of person are you looking for? I want someone cultured and intelligent. What? Cough. I mean, our brigade is currently too poor. Who would want to marry into this? It would be better to wait until our side business flourishes and then help you find an outstanding daughter-in-law. Aunt Gu spoke for the entire morning, her throat growing hoarse, seeing his attitude. She realized this meeting would undoubtedly end in failure. Suit yourself. I won't care if you remain single for life. Standing at the door, Su Qingran and Su Nanxing exchanged glances, and after a moment's hesitation, they steeled themselves to enter. Upon seeing them, Aunt Gu's expression brightened. Little Su has arrived. I was just saying I hadn't seen you recently. Come sit down. Have you eaten? Have some more. Su Qingran quickly stopped her. Aunt, we both have eaten before coming. Yesterday, when the captain returned, I was busy cooking and couldn't come over, so I wanted to ask about the situation. The captain was just about to seek her out to discuss yesterday's trip to the city when he noticed she had come herself. He hurriedly recounted what had transpired the previous day. Su Qingran nodded and smiled in agreement from time to time. With Nanxing and Gu Xiaozong sharing their accounts as well, she had heard the story 3 times in total. Yet, what could she do? Seeing the captain so excited, she felt it would be impolite to interrupt. Once he finished, she exhaled deeply. Captain, if we consider the current order situation, our brigade's timber will soon be depleted. The trees cut from the mountain still need to be dried. It won't be quick, and eventually, we will run out, so we need to plan ahead. The captain was struck by her words. Little Su, you understand this well. My greatest concern right now is indeed this issue. Su Qingran paused for a moment before continuing. Captain, do you remember what I mentioned last time? The timber yard next door is currently overstocked. Perhaps you could negotiate with them. The captain's eyes brightened, but a flicker of hesitation passed over his face. The timber from that yard is supplied to the large state-owned furniture processing factory in the city. Would they even consider our little order? Just as he finished speaking, Gu Xiaozong plopped down beside him. Father, how will we know if we don't try? If you feel embarrassed, I'll go for you. The captain shot him a glare. Can you handle it alone? Fine, I'll go with you. They're a large establishment. If they look down on us, it's to be expected. I'd rather avoid you getting into a scuffle with them. Little Su, how much do you think we should purchase? Su Qingran contemplated for a moment. Let us stock up as much as we can. Captain, you mentioned that if we buy too little, they won't agree. And the timber yard will soon be repairing the road. Once the road is open next spring, it will be even harder to secure a good price. The captain immediately called over the brigade accountant. Currently, they had earned a total of 425 yuan. Even if they sent all of it, it likely wouldn't even be enough for a glance from them. Gu Xiaozong tapped the table. If it doesn't work, we can buy on credit. Once we make money, we can pay them back at the end of the year. After all, they're anxious to move the timber out when the road opens next year. They definitely won't consider us. Regardless, this timber will eventually be turned into furniture and sold for money. The captain lowered his head, pondering for a moment, then slammed his hand on the table. Stock up. We'll all head over together. I'll put my old face on the line to get that timber on credit. All right, I'll borrow a vehicle from Sea and we'll ride there together. Su Qingran had been quietly listening when she suddenly raised her head. Is there a road from our brigade to the timber yard? Gu Xiaozong snapped back to attention and quickly explained. Well, the nearest route involves climbing over the back mountain, but there is also a small path that goes around, albeit it is a bit winding. Upon hearing this, Su Qingran jumped up excitedly. If there is a path, why didn't you say so earlier? Chapter 59. To become rich, first build a road. Seeing her so jubilant, both father and son were somewhat puzzled. Su Qingran felt she might have been overly enthusiastic and sat down with a smile. Captain, the timber yard is planning to build a road. I know. Didn't you both just mention it? Do you think the road will pass through our area? The captain waved his hand dismissively. That would be too good to be true. If they build a road, it will likely go directly from the timber yard outwards, not through our brigade. That Su Qingran thought for a moment and agreed. The timber yard and Shenyang Mountain Brigade were situated between Ningqing and Shengli Commune. If they were to pass through Shenyang Mountain Brigade, they would have to construct quite a bit of mountain road, and it would be further to the city, making it unnecessary to take such a detour. Captain, since they won't come to us, can we go to them? If there is a small path from our brigade to the timber yard, we could make that small path into a proper road, making it much more convenient to enter the city in the future. As soon as she finished speaking, Gu Xiaozong also jumped up from his seat. For a long time, he had been suggesting the idea of building a road to his father. Unfortunately, the brigade was too impoverished, and the commune had no funds to help them. Over time, the idea had been shelved. Previously, everyone dreamed of building a large road between the commune and the brigade, envisioning a day when tractors could drive into the brigade. However, they had all overlooked that there was more than one route into the city. Now that the higher-ups intended to construct a road for the timber yard, all they needed to do was to connect their own entrance to the timber yard. Gu Xiaozong felt as though his long-held dream was finally about to come true. See, this is why it's wise to marry someone intelligent. Father, let us go. We need to head to the commune right now. No matter what, we have to invite the leaders to come with us to the timber yard to discuss purchasing wood and road construction. The captain finally felt a surge of excitement. All right, let us go now. If they could indeed build a proper road, they would eventually be able to take ox carts directly into the city to deliver goods, saving a considerable amount of time on the journey. Gu Xiaozong exclaimed, Father, you truly don't dare to dream. Once we have a proper road, who still thinks about ox carts? When our brigade has money, we must get a tractor. As father and son spoke, they hurried to ride their bikes towards the commune. Aunt Gu rushed out after them. Are you two coming back for lunch? What about lunch? The captain thought for a moment. Yes. We'll be back in the afternoon. You can kill a chicken and have someone catch 2 fish from the river. Prepare whatever is good. I'll try to invite the commune leaders to come for lunch. With that, the father and son rode off towards the village entrance. Watching their hurried figures, Aunt Gu felt a twinge of anxiety. In this desolate place, can we really invite the commune leaders over so easily? Besides, I have no idea what they like to eat. Seeing her nervousness, Su Qingran volunteered to stay and help. Aunt Gu finally sighed in relief. With you here, I feel more confident that I'll go prepare the chicken. Su Qingran quickly sought out Gu Sihai and the others. Everyone was thrilled to hear that the captain was going to the commune to invite the leaders to discuss building the road. As if it were the new year, they all eagerly offered to help catch fish and rabbits in the temporary workshop for furniture processing. Everyone began to energetically clean up, awaiting the leader's visit for inspection. As noon approached, in the Gu household's kitchen, the chicken was already stewing, and the rabbit was braising. The fish they caught had been turned into soup. Aunt Gu generously steamed a batch of white buns and brought out all the eggs she had saved. Little Sue, do you think those two can really invite the leaders back? If they can't, all this delicious food will have been for nothing. I felt so bad killing this hen. It just laid eggs not long ago. Su Qingran smiled and replied, our brigade has just established the furniture processing. Logically, the leaders should come to take a look. That I believe they will. As her words fell, a clear sound of bells echoed from afar. Su Qingran quickly pulled Aunt Gu outside to look. Look, aren't they coming? Everyone, eager about the commune leader's visit, rushed out upon hearing the commotion. Before long, the villagers gathered at the entrance of the Gu family home. The captain of the brigade wore a broad grin that stretched from ear to ear, but as he dismounted, his legs buckled, nearly causing him to fall. Director Gu, look, everyone has been eagerly anticipating your arrival. Have I spoken incorrectly? No sooner had he spoken than thunderous applause erupted from the crowd. Although Director Gu had visited the countryside on numerous occasions, he had never before witnessed such fervent enthusiasm from the populace. A warm sensation filled his heart. Upon entering the courtyard, Aunt Gu and Su Qingran busied themselves with preparing dishes and pouring drinks. As he surveyed the bountiful spread before him, a flicker of surprise crossed Director Gu's eyes. You folks certainly have outdone yourselves. The captain chuckled knowingly that we have been preparing for this feast for several days. This chicken is the only hen that lays eggs in the household. The fish was caught by everyone who rose early to fish in the river. And the rabbit was caught in traps set last night. These eggs were gathered over several days. As for the flour, we exchanged for it during our last trip to the commune. Our brigade is still quite impoverished. Director Gu felt a twinge of guilt at the captain's words. You make me feel hesitant to even lift my chopsticks. The captain smiled warmly. Director, I meant no offense. I simply wish to convey our heartfelt gratitude. Without your wise decisions, our brigade would not have had the opportunity to engage in furniture making as a sideline, and we would have been doomed to a life of subsisting on meager rations in this remote valley. Director Gu recognized the flattery for what it was, yet he felt an inexplicable comfort in it. However, eyeing the sumptuous dishes before him, he could not shake a sense of caution. Old Gu, we have known each other for many years. Yet this is the first time you have invited me to dine. If there were no ulterior motive, I would find it hard to believe. Pray, be frank with me. What is the purpose of this invitation? Otherwise, I may have to decline this meal. The captain, beaming, placed a chicken leg in front of him and poured him a glass of wine. Director Gu, have a bite of the meat and a sip of wine first. I will slowly explain everything to you. Rest assured, it is all good news. Upon returning, he had noticed Su Jiqing's presence and surmised that she was the one who prepared this feast. Once Director Gu tasted even a morsel, he would not be able to refuse this meal. Indeed, after listening to the captain, he took a bite of the chicken and sipped the wine. I have eaten and drunk. Now you, before he could finish. He could not resist devouring the chicken leg. Old Gu, I see the dishes are about to cool. Shall we converse while we eat? The captain, with his eyes narrowed in delight, urged, let us eat first. Let us eat first. Mindful that they had important matters to attend to in the afternoon, the captain refrained from urging Director Gu to drink more. Once the meal was nearly finished, he gradually steered the conversation towards the topic of purchasing lumber from the forest farm. Without hesitation, Director Gu thumped his chest and declared, what an excellent matter. The forest farm has been struggling to transport lumber, and your proximity to them allows you to assist in using it. Is that not a good thing? What? On credit? No problem. After all, you cannot escape. You can repay them once the furniture is sold. The captain nodded with a smile and then broached the topic of road repairs. This time, Director Gu's expression turned serious. Road repairs? What kind of repairs? The captain quickly laid out the prepared talking points. After hearing them, Director Gu let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, you are not asking me to repair the mountain road. As for the road to the forest farm, Old Gu, it is not that I refuse to agree, but our commune genuinely lacks the funds for road repairs. This year, no brigade has been allocated funds for road construction. If we were to repair yours alone, others would surely voice their grievances. Director Gu, we do not need the commune to fund it. We will find a way to cover the costs ourselves. And the labor? We will provide that too. We just need your assistance in coordinating with the forest farm, as we are benefiting from their resources. Director Gu set down his chopsticks and pondered for a moment before nodding. Very well. I will accompany you to the forest farm shortly to finalize these matters. Seeing the leader's agreement, the captain could hardly contain his excitement. There is no time to waste. Let us go now. It would be helpful for you to advise us on the best way to repair the road along the way. Though Director Gu was still savoring his meal, he understood the urgency of the task at hand and stood up without further ado. Soon after, the three of them called upon the brigade's accountant, and together they rode toward the forest farm. By evening, the four returned, their spirits high, indicating that the matters had been successfully resolved. The captain invited Director Gu to stay for dinner. But after a moment's hesitation, he declined. No, it will be dark soon, and the mountain roads are treacherous. Perhaps next time. I will surely return. By the way, regarding that proposal about the sideline work by the educated youth, and the suggestion about buying lumber for road repairs, please bring them to the commune for me to meet. The captain nodded cheerfully. Certainly, I will introduce you to them next time. Though he agreed, he was reluctant to take Su Jiqing to the commune to meet the leaders. Their brigade had finally acquired such a capable and intelligent educated youth. What if the commune snatched her away or assigned her to another brigade? Who would he complain to then? Once Director Gu departed, the captain felt utterly liberated. Clearing his somewhat hoarse throat, he gathered everyone together. After building up the emotion, he found himself choked with tears before he could even begin to speak. Accountant Luo, why don't you share the news with everyone? The brigade accountant was also too choked up to speak. Let Gu Xiaoshan do it. Gu Xiaoshan, however, remained composed. Two pieces of news. First, the forest farm has agreed to extend us a batch of lumber on credit. Tomorrow, everyone should come with carts to help fetch the goods. Second, our brigade is going to repair the road. Every household must contribute labor. All able-bodied individuals should participate. Once the road is completed, we will be able to take advantage of the forest farm and travel directly into town, no longer needing to traverse the mountains. As his words fell, the crowd fell silent, registering the weight of the announcement. Noticing the serious expressions of the captain and the accountant, who were still moving their lips, they finally realized the truth of the matter. Suddenly, cheers and applause erupted, echoing through every corner of the village. The captain cast a grateful glance at Su Qingran and addressed the crowd. These fortunate developments are largely thanks to the efforts of Su Jiqing. Do not be fooled by her youth. Since she arrived in our Xiangyang Mountain Brigade, she has consistently been the first to work in the fields and has always considered the collective's welfare. Everyone should learn from her. With this, the crowd erupted into applause for Su Qingran. Su Jiqing, if you have any requests, feel free to bring them to us. We will do our utmost to fulfill them. Under the gaze of so many expectant eyes, Su Qiren felt a bit out of her depth but quickly adjusted. As a member of the Xiangyang Mountain Brigade, it is my duty to contribute. However, since the captain has spoken, I do have a small request. There is no private land behind my house, and I would like to cultivate a small vegetable garden beside it. Originally, the educated youth were provided with a vegetable garden. But after noticing its disarray during her previous visit, she realized it would lead to complications if shared. It would be better to establish a separate plot. Although the space was sufficient for her and Nanxing, having a designated area for vegetables would facilitate access later on. The captain was momentarily taken aback, expecting a more substantial request. Oh, is that all? Very well. Our brigade is not like other places with so many restrictions. Simply find a spot in front of your house and plant. Aunt Gu readily added, I will go help you tomorrow morning. Other village women also chimed in, offering their assistance. That evening, the captain intended to invite her and Nanxing over for dinner. However, Su Qingran firmly refused, so he sent Gu Xiaoshan over with 2 fish instead. Since moving, it was the first time Gu Xiaoshan had visited, and with a legitimate reason, he felt an overwhelming sense of excitement. When asked along the way, he proudly replied that he was sent by the captain to express gratitude to Su Jiqing. Upon arriving at her doorstep, he found Su Qingran preparing dinner, having indulged in a greasy meal at the Gu family during lunch. She aimed for something lighter that evening. She mixed cornmeal with white flour to knead into dough, planning to make cornmeal pancakes, and simmered a pot of millet porridge. She also intended to slice some pickled vegetables she had made a few days prior. As she busied herself, Gu Xiaoshan's voice rang out from above. Is this what you're having for dinner? Su Qingran looked up, surprised, sensing a misunderstanding in his gaze. Yet, she didn't wish to draw attention to her situation. Eating meat every day in the village could attract envy. Occasionally having a lighter meal might serve as a cover, especially in front of the other educated youth. She seized the opportunity to respond. If I don't eat this, I can have meat every day? Gu Xiaoshan smiled gently. then handed her the 2 fish. Without further ado, he rolled up his sleeves, grabbed a water bucket, and headed outside. Your water tank is empty. Let me fetch some water for you. Knowing she could not dissuade him, Su Qingran let him go. Before long, he returned with 2 full buckets of water. When asked along the way, he openly declared, "My father sent me to invite Su Jiqing for dinner. She refused, so I'm helping out a bit to express gratitude." The villagers nodded in agreement, acknowledging the difficulty of a single mother raising a child. "Next time, I'll come help chop wood," one offered. Jiu Shaoshan pressed his lips together. "That won't be necessary." After filling the water, he went outside to chop all the firewood. Su Qingran watched quietly from the window, swiftly frying the marinated fish until golden brown on both sides. Once the fish was stewed, she tore the cornmeal dough into small pieces and flattened them into pancakes, lining them around the iron pot. After a while, the enticing aroma of corn cakes mingled with the savory scent of braised fish wafted through the air. In a swift motion, a handful of cilantro and garlic leaves was tossed in, and the heat was increased to reduce the sauce. Jiu Shao, drawn by the delightful fragrance, quietly approached the window to inquire about the contents of the pot. Su Qingran casually lifted the lid, and the initially subtle aroma burst forth in all directions. Braised fish with pancakes. Jiu Shao cleared his throat, admitting, "I haven't had this before." Su Qingran stifled a laugh as she cast him a sidelong glance, calling for Nanxing to wash her hands for dinner. Chapter 61. Cultivating the vegetable garden. Upon hearing this, Gu Shao promptly entered the house, quickly washed his hands, and assisted in fetching bowls and chopsticks. Once seated at the table, he couldn't help but survey his surroundings. To his surprise, in just a few days, the room had been transformed by her efforts. While he couldn't pinpoint exactly what had changed, a sense of warmth permeated every corner. However, his attention soon shifted back to the dining table. The braised fish was rich in flavor, the corn cakes gleamed a golden yellow, and even the millet porridge tasted more fragrant than that at home. Is this what they call the delicious food from someone else's home? Noticing a plate of sliced radishes and ginger on the table, he couldn't resist taking a piece. Pickled radish can be this refreshingly crisp? What is this called? He asked. It's called pickled vegetables. Is it tasty? Very much so. I'll bring some back for Captain Gu and Aunt Gu to try later. Is that really appropriate? Let us do this, once I haul back the wood. I'll make time to catch a wild chicken, and you and Nanxing can enjoy a change of flavor. Su Nanxing, with fish grease glistening on his lips, brightened at the mention of chicken. Thank you, Uncle Shao. Su Qingran, who had yet to speak, merely observed. After the meal, Gu Shao happily returned with the pickled vegetables that Su Qingran had given him. Upon entering, he found his parents still at the dinner table. Seeing him return, they both set down their chopsticks. We asked you to deliver the fish, but where have you been? Returning so late. We didn't save you any food. Jiu Shao chuckled as he placed a bowl of pickled vegetables on the table. I've already eaten. This is pickled vegetables from Su Jiqing. You should try them. They go wonderfully with porridge. The couple exchanged glances. Did you go to Su Jiqing's for a meal and brought something back? Gu Shao hurried to explain. Well, after delivering the fish, I intended to return, but I noticed her water jar was empty and she had no firewood, so I helped chop some wood and fetch water. I thought, given the immense help she provided us, it would be only right to lend a hand. I didn't expect them to insist I stay for dinner. The couple nodded, not pursuing the matter further. You certainly have a thick skin. They were merely being polite, and you actually stayed. You must have been tempted by the delicious food, not wanting to come home to leftovers, and put on a show for me. Gu Shao. But the following day, the men of the village set off in a grand procession to the timber yard to haul wood, from those in their 50s to young boys in their teens. Anyone capable of lending a hand eagerly joined in, making the scene more lively than when delivering grain to the commune. Once most of the men had left, Enku gathered several other women to assist Su Qing and in clearing land for the vegetable garden. The children who typically played with Nanxing also joined in the excitement. The self-allocated land determined by the village head lay on the western side of the house, covering roughly 2 mu. Once everyone arrived, Aunt Gu took charge, directing the clearing of weeds while the children busied themselves collecting stones and twigs. Once the ground was cleared, several began digging with shovels and rakes. Clearing land is laborious work, and Su Qingran felt this acutely. Usually, she didn't clear land in the space, she simply planted. However, the women worked meticulously, turning the soil deeply and breaking it finely. In less than half a day, the garden was neatly organized. Grateful, Su Qingran wanted to invite everyone for lunch, but no one accepted. Will return after lunch and bring you some vegetable seeds and seedlings. You should lay down some straw. It's getting chilly at night. The village women were adept at vegetable gardening. Having already sown the winter crops early, Su Qingran was indeed a bit late to start planting. Nonetheless, no one thought much of it. Considering she only had 2 people, and a little would suffice. The neighboring youth station had planted early, but their crops were sparse, with more weeds than leaves. After a lively discussion about what to plant, they washed their hands and returned home to prepare lunch. Feeling somewhat guilty, Su Qingran noticed the children hadn't tea left yet and decided to prepare some food for them, at least as a token of appreciation. But what could she offer to so many children? While pondering, her eyes suddenly fell upon several hawthorn trees at the foot of the mountain, still bearing bright red fruit, and she smiled as she called the children over. "Do you like eating candied hawthorn?" The children exchanged puzzled glances, seemingly unfamiliar with the term. Among them, some had never ventured beyond the mountains, while others had only visited town once or twice, mainly during the grain delivery season when it was too hot for candied hawthorn to be sold. Su Nanqing explained, "They sell it in the city during the New Year, bright red fruit strung together, coated in a layer of sugar, crunchy like winter ice. One bite, and it crumbles, so sweet." Hearing this, the children couldn't help but swallow hard. Though they didn't fully grasp what it was, just the mention of sugar made it clear that it must be delicious. Noticing the eager looks from the children, Su Qingran pointed to the hawthorn trees at the foot of the mountain. "You go pick the red fruits first. We'll make candied hawthorn once you gather them." The children were utterly bewildered. Can the hawthorn from the mountains really be used to make candied hawthorn? If it were that good, wouldn't it have been picked long ago? Su Nanqing believed his aunt's words wholeheartedly, and, with a small bamboo basket slung over his back, headed toward the hawthorn trees. Followed closely by the other children, while the children picked the fruit, Su Qingran donned gloves and began preparing the bamboo skewers. Once the skewers were ready, she soaked them in water. With so many children, it was long before they returned with a small basket of hawthorn. Su Qingran selected some plump fruits, washed them, pitted them, and skewered them before letting them dry. Next, she began to cook the syrup. When the children saw her pour a bag of white sugar into the pot, their eyes widened in alarm. They had only ever seen white sugar during the New Year when their families would buy a little. Seizing opportunities when no one was home, they had snuck some, and the memory of that sweet taste lingered. With so much sugar being poured into the pot, they worried that if it turned out poorly, it would all be wasted. Under the scrutiny of so many curious eyes, Su Qingran felt a sudden surge of pressure. If she failed, wouldn't that be quite embarrassing? Thus, she focused intently on the syrup. Gently stirring with chopsticks, the children repeatedly suppressed their questions, waiting in anxious anticipation. Finally, as the bubbles became dense and fine, and the color shifted from white to light yellow, one child could no longer contain himself. "Is it ready?" Su Qingran smiled, dipping a chopstick into the syrup and quickly placing it into cold water, where it promptly solidified into a transparent, icy form. Relieved, she began coating the skewers of hawthorn with syrup, ensuring that each skewer received only a thin layer of syrup. Once all the candied hawthorn was prepared, she arranged them neatly on the countertop to cool by the time the last skewer was finished. The pot was completely empty, yet the children continued to gaze longingly at the pot. Su Qingran paused for a moment, realizing they must be hoping to lick the pot clean. Chapter 62. Candied hawthorn. Su Qingran cleared her throat. "Would anyone like some water?" The children eagerly nodded in agreement. Su Qingran poured the remaining hot water into the pot, transforming it into sweet syrup in an instant. The children delightedly each took a bowl, happily sipping the sweetened water. Initially feeling a bit shy, Su Qingran noticed that the children didn't mind at all, and she relaxed. After finishing the pot washing water, the candied hawthorn was finally ready. Su Qingran gently lifted a skewer, producing a crisp sound as it separated from the countertop. The children carefully grasped the candied hawthorn, unable to contain their excitement as they took the first bite. Instantly, sweetness burst in their mouths, followed by the tartness of the ripe hawthorn. The delightful blend of sweet and sour flavors made the children squint with happiness, just as they were reveling in the moment. The familiar calls of adults returning for dinner echoed from outside. The children rushed outside, proudly holding their candied hawthorn. "Mother, look what we have." The aunts, seeing the children clutching bright red skewers, assumed that Su Jiqing had brought them some treats. They quickly gathered around. "Didn't we say you weren't allowed to take things from Su Jiqing? Why are you eating them now?" "This is candied hawthorn." The children brushed off the adults' reprimands, eagerly offering the skewers to their parents. "Mother, you must try one. They are delicious, made by Su Jiqing. Su Qingran followed behind, smiling as she explained to everyone, The children picked these fruits. My uncle sent me a bag of white sugar a while back that I hadn't used. So I thought I'd make some candied hawthorn for the children to enjoy. Several aunts and women knew that Su Qingran was repaying the favor for their help in clearing the land earlier. Though they pretended to scold her, their hearts were warmed. Children in the countryside rarely had the chance to enjoy sweets throughout the year, let alone something as rare as white sugar. The last time Su Jiqing received a package was ages ago. The fact that she hadn't touched it until now suggested she usually saved it. Little did they expect her to be so generous as to share it with the children. Su Jiqing, didn't you mention wanting to raise chickens last time? Coincidentally, not long ago, our hen began to brood. Soon, I shall bring over 2 chicks for you to nurture slowly. Yes, at that time, you can construct a chicken coop right at the entrance. And you shall no longer worry about a lack of eggs in the future. Meanwhile, at the youth commune, today, 4 young men have ventured out to gather wood, leaving only 3 young women behind. Although the trio has kept themselves busy throughout the morning, they cannot help but glance over occasionally, particularly Su Jiao, who seems to be constantly observing the happenings on this side, watching the candy hawthorn in the children's hands. She cannot help but salivate. What a bother, inviting so many children to enjoy candy hawthorn, yet not a word about inviting us to sample it. She longs to taste the sweet treat herself. And the thought alone makes her mouth water. Hu Huiying and Lu Qin exchange glances. Although their impression of Su Qingran has not been particularly favorable due to matters in town, they never imagined they would crave her candy hawthorn. Nevertheless, a twinge of discomfort lingers in their hearts that in the past, when they received something delicious, they would hide it away to savor it slowly. Su Qingran's behavior makes them feel rather petty. However, having been at the Cheyang Mountain Brigade for quite some time, they have never experienced such kindness from the villagers. Even when they wish to obtain seedlings for planting, they must offer something in exchange. This realization heightens their discontent. At that moment, a commotion suddenly erupts from the direction of the village entrance. Everyone turns to look, faces lighting up with joy as they exclaim, "The wood gatherers have returned." With that, they hastily rush forward to catch a glimpse. The children with the candy hawthorn particularly eager. Su Qingran quickly calls out, "Slow down, everyone. Don't run. Be careful not to poke yourselves with the sticks." After saying this, she swiftly closes the door and heads over with Nanqing to take a look. The children heed her words, halting their rush, yet they still manage to be the first to reach the front of the line. "Dad, are you tired? Want a piece of candy hawthorn? Brother, try this. Su Jiqing made it for us. It's so delicious." The children have been munching for quite some time, but they have only nibbled on 1 or 2 pieces. Earlier, Su Qingran thought the treat might not be palatable, but now she realizes it is intended for sharing with their families at home. The adults who gathered wood are still trying to ascertain the situation when the children shove a piece of candy hawthorn into their mouths, compelling them to take a bite. So sweet. Those without children watch on, their appetites stirred. After this little episode, everyone's focus shifts to the wood that has been brought back. You must admit, the wood from this forest is truly exceptional. Far superior to our own. The brigade leader is also pleased, urging everyone to return home for a meal first, and to come back to unload the wood afterward as the crowd disperses. Su Qingran prepares to call Su Nanqing to return for lunch. Lifting her gaze, she finds that the child is already nowhere in sight. To her surprise, he has somehow procured a candy hawthorn and is excitedly offering it to Gu Xia, before joyfully returning. After the vegetable garden has been turned over and sun-dried for a day, Su Qingran gradually sows the seeds that need to be planted and sets the seedlings in place. She also collaborates with Nanqing to construct a makeshift chicken coop. However, taking advantage of his inattention, she discreetly swaps the chicks for the newly hatched ones from her space, ensuring a higher survival rate, with the home well managed and all the wood from the forest brought back. The next task is to prepare for road construction. As one of the initiators, Gu Xia has his share of responsibilities, which are no fewer than those of the brigade leader. Yet, before officially starting the road work, he finds time to venture into the mountains to retrieve the wild chickens he promised Su Qingran. He waits until most people have settled in for the night before quietly delivering them. However, Su Qingran is still awake. Having been busy building houses and knitting sweaters, the land in her space has been left to its own devices. Finally, with a few leisurely days, she takes the opportunity to tidy up the space before bed. Gathering in all that needs to be collected, just as she is engrossed in her task, she suddenly hears footsteps from outside. Peering through the window, she sees him and hurriedly opens the door. What began as a playful banter that day has unexpectedly materialized. Su Qingran insists on accepting only 1 chicken, turning back to hand him a large bowl of pickled vegetables. One is sufficient for me. You should take the rest back. Jiu Xia wishes to say more, but fears waking Nanqing. He is also concerned about being seen by others from the youth commune. So he leaves behind one wild chicken and departs in haste. For days now, the family has not indulged in meat. Gazing at the wild chicken on the ground, Su Qingran's first thought is how to make this one chicken yield the effect of two. In her space, chickens take only 4 or 5 days to grow from hatchlings to adulthood, yet carelessly taking one out to stew is not an easy task to cover up. Seizing this opportunity, she decides to take one from her space. After cleaning it, she chops it up to mix with the wild chicken. She cuts it into small pieces, making it difficult to discern how many wings and drumsticks there are. The chicken from her space will be used for soup, while the wild chicken will be stir-fried. As Su Nanqing helps to tend the fire, his mouth waters in anticipation. Andy, is the chicken soup ready? It smells so good. It's making my stomach rumble. Su Qingran smiles as she lifts the pot lid, picking out a tender piece of meat to blow on before offering it to him. Here, open wide. Su Nanqing eagerly takes a bite. The chicken is stewed to perfection, the meat falling effortlessly from the bone, causing him to squint in delight. Andy, you must try a piece too. Su Qingran tastes a piece and then serves a portion of stir-fried chicken to Nanqing. He enjoys the meal but is cautious not to overindulge, fearing it may run out soon. Once the rice is steamed, Su Qingran serves a bowl of chicken soup and a large platter of chicken meat. She keeps half of the soup in a smaller pot, intending to use it for noodles later in the evening. Unable to contain his admiration, Su Nanqing exclaims, "Uncle Xia must have given us the biggest chicken. Look at all this meat." Su Qingran nods with a smile. "What can I say? You are quite the little glutton. Now eat up." The enticing aroma wafts over to the youth commune, stirring the appetites of the other young people. These past few days, the boys have been gathering wood together, famished to the point they could eat a whole cow. Yet returning to the commune means facing the same old coarse cornmeal buns and sorghum porridge, devoid of any oil. Ever since that one meat meal during the grain delivery to town, they have not laid eyes on any meat since. How can they possibly endure this tantalizing aroma? Su Jiao is the first to abandon her cornmeal bun, pouting in frustration, declaring, "This life is unbearable." She too longs for chicken. In the early days of her rural life, it was tolerable. But now she finds herself salivating at the sight of others raising hens. Sun Hao glances at her, a swirl of emotions churning within, and silently sets down his chopsticks, beginning to plot in his mind. After dark, Sun Hao finds an excuse to sneak out. When he returns, everyone in the youth commune has already turned in for the night. He quietly approaches the girls' quarters and calls out to Su Jiao, who is nearest to the window, drowsy and confused. She is pulled outside by him. Once they reach the foot of the mountain, Sun Hao magically produces a roasted chicken. Su Jiao gasps in surprise. "Is that really chicken? Where did you get it?" With a proud grin, he replies, "You said you wanted chicken, didn't you? I secretly bought it from someone, but don't tell anyone." Su Jiao nods in appreciation. The two share the delicious meal together. The next day was originally supposed to be a significant day for mobilizing discussions about road construction. Early in the morning, before the brigade leader could blow his whistle, the village erupts with sharp cries and curses. "Which heartless thief stole my chicken?" Eating it without fear of a rotten gut, the brigade leader furrows his brow, casting a suspicious glance at Gu Xia. Gu Xia, bewildered, asks, "Why are you looking at me? When have I ever stolen chickens? You ate a wild chicken yesterday. Those Gu Xihai and the others. There's no way it could have been them." Even Aunt Gu seldom stands on Gu Xia's side, acknowledging that while the four of them may be a bit odd, they have never engaged in such behavior in the village. "Thank you, my dear mother." The brigade leader, in a huff, glances at his wife, instructing her to go and inquire about the situation, urging her to calm things down since there are important matters to attend to today. Reluctantly, Aunt Gu steps out. As she approaches, a crowd has gathered, bowls in hand, clamoring with questions. "Aunt Chu, has your chicken gone missing?" Upon seeing the brigade leader's wife, Aunt Chu begins to lament. "Just yesterday morning, I was feeding them, and now they've vanished without a trace. They just started laying eggs a few days ago. Tell me, is the person who stole my chicken not wicked at heart? Could it have flown away? That's impossible. My fence is too high for it to escape. It must have been stolen by a person." The 3 chickens in Aunt Chu's home are renowned treasures. Seeing her in such distress elicits sympathy from the crowd, who join in cursing the thief. A few young people arrive late but quickly grasp the situation. Su Jiao recalls the enticing aroma wafting from Su Qing's home the day before and without a second thought steps forward. "I know who it is." Upon hearing her, Sun Hao, who had been feeling guilty and hiding in the back, breaks into a cold sweat and urgently pulls her back. That's Su Jiao. Don't stir up trouble. Su Jiao blurts out. Su Jiqing was stewing chicken at home yesterday. The smell carried quite a distance. All of us youth heard it. Why don't you go ask her? Sun Hao lets out a silent sigh of relief. Feeling as if his heart was about to leap out of his chest, the crowd erupts into a clamor. I seem to have caught a whiff of something. Could it be possible? Su Jiqing is not that kind of person. Several children, filled with indignation, rallied to defend her, proclaiming that Su Jiqing could never steal a chicken. You are slandering an innocent person. Aunt Gu, in a state of anxiety and cold sweat, wished to speak in Su Qingran's defense. Yet she was uncertain whether the chicken meat indeed came from Gu Xiao. She hastily ran home to inquire about the matter. After Aunt Gu departed, Su Jiao urged Aunt Chu to confront Su Jiqing. With us backing you, Aunt Chu, you need not fear her. If she truly stole, we shall stand up for you. Aunt Chu also harbored doubts about Su Jiqing's guilt. However, given the gravity of the situation and her rising impatience, she followed towards Su Qingran's home. Observing this, the crowd followed suit, marching towards the destination. Su Qingran and Su Nanxing were having breakfast when they heard the commotion outside and stepped out. As soon as they emerged, Su Jiao pointed at her and began her accusations. Su Jiqing, Aunt Chu lost a chicken. Did you steal it? Su Qingran scoffed. Did you witness me committing theft? You ate chicken yesterday. We all caught the scent. Will you confess? I did indeed consume chicken yesterday, but what does that have to do with Aunt Chu's missing chicken? Upon her admission of having eaten chicken, Su Jiao's resolve intensified, eager to brand her a thief publicly. Su Qingran glanced at Sun Hao behind Su Jiao, vaguely recalling the disturbances from the previous night at the youth station, and understood the situation. She smiled at Su Jiao. You insist I stole Aunt Chu's chicken. Do you possess any evidence? If I am wronged, what do you intend to do? Su Jiao, noticing a flicker of uncertainty in Su Qingran's eyes, became even more convinced of her guilt. Are you brave enough to let us search your place? It is not a matter of courage. You are merely attempting to cast aspersions upon me. Even if you find something, how will you prove it belongs to Aunt Chu? Aunt Chu treasures her chickens so dearly that merely examining the feathers would suffice. I see you are feeling guilty. Fine, let us do this. If I have wronged you, I will kneel and apologize before everyone. Surely now you cannot prevent us from entering? Su Qingran, filled with indignation, retorted, what good is kneeling? You have tarnished my reputation before so many. You must compensate me with another chicken to rectify your harm. Su Jiao, unable to contain her impatience, agreed. Very well, we shall proceed as you say. She then led Aunt Chu to the kitchen. Unfortunately, after searching high and low, they found not even a single feather. Su Qingran, where have you hidden the feathers? Su Qingran looked at her as if she were foolish. Who would keep feathers in their home? Aunt Chu mentioned the chicken entrails were robust. I buried them in the vegetable garden. With that, she guided the crowd toward the garden, seeing her calm demeanor. Su Jiao suddenly realized she had been provoked intentionally. However, at this point, as long as Su Qingran admitted to consuming chicken, there would be no way to argue otherwise. After all, it was merely chicken feathers. How much difference could it make? As long as Aunt Chu claimed them as hers, they would have to belong to her. With this thought, Su Jiao hastened to follow. Upon arriving, she saw Aunt Chu shaking her head. Su Jiao's heart tightened, and she rushed over. Aunt Chu, please look again. It must be yours. As soon as she spoke, the onlookers erupted into laughter. Su Jiao looked down, wishing for a hole to swallow her. The open feathers were, in fact, from a wild chicken. Su Qingran smirked. Su Jiqing, can you see well from that distance? Would you like to come closer for a better look? Not only had she cleaned up the feathers, but even the bones were meticulously disposed of. There was no way to incriminate her. Su Jiao was left utterly dumbfounded. How is this possible? Where did you procure a wild chicken? Just then, Aunt Gu, who had been observing from outside, stepped in. The wild chicken was caught by my son on the mountain. I had it sent over. My appetite has been poor lately, and I have taken a liking to Su Jiqing's pickled vegetables. I eat them daily yet feel embarrassed. Everyone knew of Gu Zhao's prowess in catching wild chickens. However, the crowd was now more curious about what kind of pickled vegetables Su Jiqing made that were so delectable that Aunt Gu would barter chicken for them. They had never heard of it before. Su Jiqing's pickled radishes were said to be crisp and tangy. Just as Aunt Gu realized she had been led astray, she quickly cleared her throat. Let us discuss the pickled vegetables later. The focus now is on Su Jiao's unfounded accusations. The crowd nodded in agreement. Indeed, Su Jiao, you are harboring a grudge from earlier, and thus you seek to frame Su Jiqing. Exactly. Fortunately, Su Jiqing consumed a wild chicken. Had it been a domesticated one or something untraceable, would you not have pinned this label on her? Su Jiao attempted to argue, but turned to see Sun Hao's pale face. Suddenly, everything clicked into place. She had always trusted Sun Hao implicitly, so when he claimed he had bought the chicken from someone else, she believed him without question, even sneaking out at night to eat. She assumed he simply wanted to avoid being scolded by the other youths. She had never considered him a suspect. Now, seeing his anxious demeanor, combined with his furtive behavior the previous night, the pieces fell into place. Su Jiao suppressed her rising panic and hurriedly approached Su Qingran, bowing deeply. Su Jiqing, I apologize. I misunderstood you. Please forgive my transgression. This once then Su Qingran regarded her coolly. I believe your misunderstanding is more akin to a thief calling out to catch a thief. Su Jiao's face drained of color. What do you mean? Su Qingran glanced up the mountain. Last night, I woke in the middle of the night and saw you and Sun Jiqing heading towards the foot of the mountain. As soon as she spoke, Su Jiao's legs weakened, and Sun Hao staggered back several paces, seeing that they refused to confess. Gu Xiao, who had been watching from the crowd, casually remarked, if you do not admit it, let us go to the mountain and check if a fire was lit. There will be traces, but by then, it will be quite embarrassing. Sun Hao, who had been on edge all morning, finally cracked under pressure. I stole the chicken. It has nothing to do with Su Jiqing that I invited her to eat. I was momentarily blinded by greed. Aunt Chu, upon hearing this, was furious and lunged at Sun Hao. After reprimanding him, she turned to grab Su Jiao by the hair. You both stole my chicken and then tried to frame others. How despicable. The crowd shared her outrage. Stealing was bad enough, but to slander others was even more contemptible. Su Jiao, on the verge of tears, tried to explain, yet no one would believe her. She had hoped to summon Shenhuigua for support, but he avoided her. After all, they had once been the tightest of friends. Yet now they had betrayed him in secret. Anyone would be furious in such a situation. The team leader was equally incensed, never expecting these two new youths to engage in such behavior. For the first time, he publicly reprimanded the youths, giving them a severe dressing down. After the criticism, he instructed the team accountant to record their transgressions. Let us see who is willing to step up and offer 2 chickens to compensate Aunt Chu and Su Jiqing. When it comes time to distribute the year-end pork and fish, we will deduct their shares as restitution. This year, everyone had high hopes for the year-end pig, given the side projects they had undertaken. Many expressed willingness to contribute a chicken for compensation. Aunt Chu decided against receiving a chicken, opting instead for an extra portion of pork and fish at your -n. Su Qingran, who was keen on raising chickens for eggs, seized the opportunity to request a hen. With the chicken theft incident resolved, the team leader promptly moved on to mobilizing road construction. While everyone is gathered, let us discuss the arrangements for road repairs and the division of other tasks. Currently, winter wheat had been sown, and sweet potatoes were being harvested on a large scale. Additionally, the second batch of furniture processing orders needed urgent attention. The team leader had never felt so busy. Yet his heart raced with excitement. After assigning individuals for the sweet potato harvest and confirming the number of carpenters, he reminded Su Qingran to oversee and inspect the work. Then, he waved his hand. Aside from these individuals, the rest of you, young and old alike, come with me to repair the road. However, before we set off, we must establish some guidelines for how the road will be constructed. Upon the team leader's inquiry, the crowd began to discuss animatedly. Some suggested starting the road from the village entrance, widening it along the original path to the forest farm. Others proposed digging ditches on both sides to raise the road surface and prevent summer flooding. Some suggested that the younger individuals handle the ditch digging while the older folks and children cleared away weeds, roots, and stones. After listening to everyone's input, the team leader added, "We have been saving our eggs at home. We might need to borrow a road roller from the forest farm when it comes time to compact the surface." After speaking, he turned to Gu Xiao, who had remained silent. Do you have any objections? Gu Xiao, who had been leaning against the wall with his eyes squinted in the sun, suddenly straightened up upon being called upon. In this valley, the terrain is low-lying. Even if the road surface is raised, it will still be prone to flooding in summer. Moreover, when it rains, the dirt road becomes unmanageable. How will we handle our deliveries then? The team leader's eyelids twitched. You want to emulate the forest farm and pave an asphalt road? Gu Xiao slightly parted her lips, realizing that it was futile to ponder the matter. While an asphalt road was beyond reach, surely a gravel path was still feasible, was it not? As her words fell, the crowd erupted once more. A gravel road? But how much would that cost? Indeed, the mountains of stones and sand wouldn't just appear without expenditure. We can't possibly gather them ourselves without incurring expenses. Gu Xiao continued, I inquired yesterday, and if we purchase alongside the timber yard, there will be a discount. The gravel is approximately 3 yuan per ton, while river sand is 2 yuan per ton. If we decide to construct a gravel road, 1,000 yuan should suffice. 1,000 yuan. The captain grew somewhat anxious. Where would we procure 1,000 yuan? Even if I were sold, it wouldn't amount to that sum. Gu Xiaoxiao cleared her throat lightly, stating that the second piece of furniture could indeed fetch 1,000 yuan. The captain felt a pang in his heart. The 1,000 yuan wasn't even in hand yet, and he was already contemplating its expenditure. Besides, the timber yard still had an outstanding debt. The crowd expressed their dismay. 1,000 yuan was no trivial sum. It could buy a considerable amount of rice and flour. In my opinion, securing a dirt road would be an accomplishment in itself. If it rains, we can always transport goods to the city using carts. Yes, we can't be in debt by year's end. The more we struggle, the poorer we become. Gu Xiaoxiao lowered her gaze, seemingly having anticipated such an outcome. Initially, she had harbored some hesitation, but since the road had to be built, she thought it prudent to do it right the first time, sparing future troubles. With a gravel road, regardless of wind or rain, transporting timber and delivering furniture would remain unimpeded. After his initial sorrow, the captain began to contemplate. After a moment's thought, he quickly raised his head to search for Su Qingran among the crowd. Su Jiqing, we owe you our gratitude for your suggestion regarding the road construction. Please share your thoughts. Under the gaze of the crowd, Su Qingran spoke. Captain, money can be earned again, but opportunities once missed are hard to find. From what I gather from Comrade Gu just now, if we align with the timber yard for road construction, we can jointly procure gravel and sand at a reduced price and borrow their roller in the process. We would be benefiting from their resources at a minimal cost. If we opt for a dirt road now and wish to build a gravel road in a couple of years, we would face exorbitant material costs and have to hire a roller, which would be far more expensive. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell into deep contemplation. Indeed, Su Jiqing was correct. This was a golden opportunity that we could not afford to overlook. The issue now was not merely about spending money, but rather whether we would seize this advantageous moment. Who would be foolish enough to let such a bargain slip by? The captain's expression softened, yet the furrowed lines on his brow remained. However, we still owe money for the timber from the yard. If they discover we have funds to construct a gravel road without repaying our debt, would they not resent us? Su Qingran paused for a moment. Captain, the timber yard is a substantial enterprise. I believe they would be more concerned about us dragging mud onto their asphalt road than about the delayed repayment. Furthermore, when we deliver the furniture, we can discuss the matter with the supply and marketing cooperative. Their order volume is increasing, and our financial pressure is mounting. Asking for a deposit is entirely reasonable. Yes, Su Qingran spoke. Gu Xiaoxiao leaned against the wall, silently observing. Her eyes sparkled with growing excitement. After holding her joy in check for a while, she finally turned to her father. Father, I concur wholeheartedly with Su Jiqing. She raised both hands in agreement. Gu Sihai, Zhang Bing, and Zhao Jun immediately chimed in. Captain, to not seize an opportunity is the true loss. Since we have resolved to build the road, let us proceed with the gravel road. With a gravel road, we would no longer have to worry about being unable to venture out in bad weather. We could enter the city without rising at dawn, leaving after breakfast and returning in time for dinner. What a wonderful prospect. Having been confined to the mountain roads for the better part of our lives, the mere thought of a direct road to the city was exhilarating. The prospect of a gravel road seemed almost too good to be true. Yet, after hearing the fervent encouragement from others, a surge of enthusiasm coursed through them. If the Xiangyang mountain team could establish a gravel road directly into the city, surely other teams would look upon them with admiration. Let us build it, Captain. After all, we are already impoverished. How much worse could it possibly get? Indeed, even if we had to sell everything we owned, we must pave this road. The captain's eyes glistened with emotion as he turned to the team accountant. Comrade Luo, shall we proceed with the gravel road? Accountant Luo nodded with a lump in his throat. All right. With a firm stamp of his foot, the captain declared, then it's settled. We shall construct the gravel road. He then turned his gaze to Su Qingran and the carpenters. The funds for the gravel and sand will rely on your furniture orders. You must work diligently. Su Qingran and the carpenters nodded resolutely, assuring him, rest assured, Captain, we will complete the task with quality and efficiency. After imparting his final instructions, the captain led the group, armed with shovels and sickles, toward the village entrance to commence road construction. As the main group busily began their work, the furniture processing point was equally fervent in crafting the necessary items. Everyone understood the significance of this batch of goods. working tirelessly from dawn until dusk, without complaint. Thankfully, this batch followed the same design as before, and everyone had grown accustomed to Su Qingran's high standards, becoming increasingly adept at their tasks. During their break, Su Qingran continued knitting her sweater. Besides those for her mother and sister-in-law, she still had her own and Nanxing sweaters to complete. Unfortunately, the yarn she had previously saved was no longer sufficient. Beyond the yarn, there were many other items she wished to procure. While she could make her family's cotton coats, she had no skill in crafting cotton shoes, which would be too time-consuming. She would have to buy them ready-made. Along with cotton shoes, there were other necessities to acquire. Otherwise, the winter in the thatched hut would be even more arduous. The thought of that drafty hut, which could not be extensively repaired, filled Su Qingran with dread. However, there was no use in fretting. She could only tackle one issue at a time. The priority was to find a way to venture into the city. Chapter 66. Delivering goods to the city, Su Qingran waited patiently until the second batch of furniture was completed. This time, the quantity was double that of the last, and the captain placed great importance on it. The night before, he convened everyone to discuss the plan for entering the city the following day. Tomorrow morning, I and Accountant Luo will ride to the commune to borrow a tractor for transporting the furniture. The logistics will be overseen by Gu Xiaoxiao. You all decide who will accompany. As soon as he finished speaking, a flurry of voices erupted among the crowd. Such a rare opportunity to leave the mountain. Even if one could not enter the city, a trip to the town was still worthwhile. And many expressed their desire to join. Several young intellectuals wished to accompany them, but Gu Xiaoxiao promptly refused. No. Last time you nearly toppled someone down the mountain with the cart. This time, we cannot afford any mishaps. The captain, initially feeling a twinge of sympathy, hardened his resolve upon hearing Gu Xiaoxiao's words. You all should stay and continue repairing the road. If you have anything you'd like to bring, we can carry it back for you. Su Jiao opened her mouth, intending to remind them of the previous meat-buying incident. However, before she could speak, Lu Qin and Hu Huiying silenced her. The last incident with the stolen chicken was still fresh in everyone's minds. Allowing them to carry meat again would tarnish the reputation of the young intellectuals. After waiting for a while, and seeing that the captain had not assigned her a role, Su Qingran took the initiative to speak. Captain, I would like to accompany you for the delivery. She had prepared several reasons to persuade the captain, but before she could articulate any, he readily agreed. I almost overlooked your contribution, Su Jiqing, that we need to discuss the deposit as well. And having you along gives me peace of mind. With that, the captain stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes. It's settled then. Everyone get a good night's rest. We'll set off before dawn tomorrow. In preparation for the next day's trip to the city, Su Qingran and Nanxing retired early after dinner. The following day, before dawn had even broken, Su Qingran quietly got out of bed, dressed, and retrieved the dough she had prepared the day before. She divided it into 10 small portions and rolled them into flat discs. After brushing them with oil and sprinkling them with chopped green onions, she reformed the dough into round cakes in a greased iron pan. She cooked them over low heat until both sides turned golden brown. In the adjacent room, Su Nanxing caught the enticing aroma and quickly rolled out of bed, eagerly dressing himself. Auntie, what delicious food are we having for breakfast? Seeing him with disheveled hair and still half asleep, Su Qingran couldn't help but chuckle. Oil pancakes that I'll take you to Grandma Gu's to eat them. She added, and he needs to return before dark tomorrow. You'll be staying at Grandma Gu's tonight, so be good and don't wander off. When I come back, I'll bring you something tasty. Understanding, Su Nanxing nodded. Okay, Auntie, be safe. Once all 10 pancakes were cooked, Su Qingran gathered a dozen eggs into a basket, locked the door, and set off with Nanxing toward the Gu family. Upon arrival, the captain had already departed on his bicycle to borrow the tractor from the commune. Jiu Xiaoxiao was busy at the furniture processing point, helping to load the goods that Su Qingran laid out the eggs and oil pancakes. Intending to keep 4 pancakes for the 2 of them as breakfast, Aunt Gu insisted on only leaving 2 for Nanxing, saying, how about this? I didn't manage to prepare anything for the 2 of them this morning. You take the remaining pancakes, and you can all share them on the way. Leave Nanxing with me. I'll take good care of him, she assured. Nodding in agreement, Su Qingran reminded Nanxing a few more times before she turned and headed toward the processing point. Soon, the cart brigade from Xianyang Mountain was lined up like a long dragon along the mountainside. As the group journeyed on, the sky brightened significantly, and a thin sheen of perspiration appeared on everyone's foreheads. Glistening under the SU end at last, The procession came to a gentle halt on a spacious hillside. Before dawn broke, the men had hurriedly set about loading furniture, taking only a meager supply of dry rations and water. Seizing the opportunity for a respite, they all retrieved their provisions, preparing to take a few bites before summoning the energy to descend the mountain. Observing this, Su Qingran also decided to commence her breakfast. She unwrapped her cloth bundle and untied the oiled paper, revealing the still warm flaky pastry, which emitted a subtle aroma of scallion oil. She handed 3 pieces directly to Gu Xiao. And asked me to give these to you. Without a second thought, Gu Xiao accepted them and stuffed one into his mouth, savoring the savory flavor that filled his palate. A smile quickly spread across his face. Did you make these? Su Qingran nodded. Yet before she could elaborate, Guo Hai and his companions, drawn by the enticing scent, rushed over, inquiring, "What kind of pastry smells so delightful?" Gu Xiao shot them an exasperated glance. "There's none for you." Zhang Bing scoffed. "Wow, Gu is quite protective of his food. Back in the day, we'd share anything good, and now he can't even spare a pastry." Su Qingran chuckled awkwardly, realizing that the remaining pastries were meant for the team leader and could not be shared any further. She continued to focus on her own pastry. After finishing their breakfast, the group, invigorated, descended the mountain and awaited the team leader by the roadside. They gazed longingly, their hearts quietly anxious about whether the leader would successfully borrow the tractor or if unforeseen circumstances might divert it to another team. How wonderful it would be if, one day, the Xianyang mountain team could possess a tractor of their own. Lost in these daydreams, a sudden throaty rumble echoed from the end of the road. The team leader had arrived. He was coming in a vehicle. Su Qingran lifted her gaze to see the team leader and accountant Luo standing proudly in the truck bed, energetically waving towards them. Their demeanor was somewhat amusing yet tinged with a hint of poignancy. Seizing the moment while others busied themselves with unloading, Su Qingran managed to discreetly pass the 3 pastries to the team leader. Having toiled all morning without so much as a sip of water, he was already feeling famished. Upon opening the oiled paper and discovering the still warm pastries, he did not need to guess. They were undoubtedly crafted by Su Ziking. As his wife lacked such culinary skills, he quickly handed a piece to accountant Luo before devouring one himself, given the volume of furniture to be transported. 2 trips would be required to complete the task, apart from Gu Xiao and the 3 others who were to assist with unloading. The team leader and accountant Luo, accompanied by Su Qingran, were to collect payment, while the remainder returned to the village. This was Su Qingran's first experience accompanying the group to the supply and marketing cooperative to conduct transactions. The destination was not a typical retail outlet, but rather a specialized procurement station. The liaison for their dealings was a middle-aged man in his 40s, referred to as Director Yao by the team leader and accountant Luo. Director Yao personally oversaw the verification of quantities before handing the payment to the team leader, along with a purchase order detailing the next requested quantities and timelines. Team leader Gu, with the year-end approaching and the positive response to your furniture, make sure to uphold quality and timeliness in your deliveries. The team leader and accountant Luo exchanged glances, their words momentarily caught in their throats. Typically, the highest-ranking official they encountered all year was Director Gu from the town commune. Now, standing before Director Yao, who wielded significant influence over their team's fate, they felt a surge of trepidation. Yet, recalling the road construction and the substantial debt owed to the lumber mill, they steeled themselves to speak. Director Yao, there's something we would like to discuss with you. Chapter 67. Successfully securing the deposit. The team leader stammered as he broached the subject of the deposit. Once he finished, he nervously rubbed his hands, anxiously awaiting a response. Jiu Xiao, returning from unloading, noticed the palpable tension and broke the awkward silence. Director Yao, I hadn't yet mentioned that our team is currently engaged in road construction. Once the road is complete, not only can we provide the necessary tables and chairs, but even large wardrobes. As you know, with the current order volume, relying solely on our own lumber would be insufficient, so we must purchase ready-made wood from the lumber mill. You've seen the quality of this batch. It is undoubtedly superior to the last, as the lumber from the mill is indisputable in quality. Director Yao's expression softened slightly. I understand your intentions, but we haven't set any precedents for this. Moreover, once the road to the lumber mill is repaired and surrounding furniture factories resume supply, it remains uncertain how well your furniture will sell. I hope you can understand and overcome this challenge before reconsidering. Upon hearing this, the faces of the team leader and accountant Luo fell. Director Yao, rest assured, regardless of how other furniture factories fare in the future, We can guarantee that neither quality nor price will be inferior. After saying this, they looked at Su Qingran as if seeking rescue. The three had strategized beforehand. If their initial attempts failed, they would signal Su Qingran for assistance. Su Qingran had not anticipated her turn would come so swiftly. However, recognizing that Director Yao was attempting to leverage competition against them, she knew they had to respond in kind. Team leader, I believe Director Yao's point is valid. We should consider alternative avenues for the deposit. Just a few days ago, the procurement department from the department store reached out for a face-to-face discussion. Perhaps we should visit them today? She then turned to Director Yao with a smile. Director Yao, we've heard that the supply and marketing cooperative and the department store operate as two separate systems. Our team leader has been concerned about potential conflicts, which is why he hesitated to commit directly. Today, we sought your advice. Upon hearing this, Director Yao's expression immediately shifted to one of tension, though he quickly regained his composure. And who might this young comrade be? The team leader wiped the sweat from his brow. This is Su Ziking from our youth team. All the furniture we produce has been redesigned by her. Director Yao nodded approvingly. Su Ziking, though young, possesses considerable talent. Indeed, our supply and marketing cooperative and the department store are competitors. But we all ultimately answer to the same higher authorities, working towards improving the lives of the people. So fundamentally, there is no real competition. Su Qingran smiled and nodded. Director Yao, you truly grasp the essence of the matter. With your assurance, we feel at ease. Rest assured, we are in the process of designing new furniture, and even if we collaborate with the department store in the future, we will not offer the same products. Seeing her confidence, Director Yao hesitated, wondering if they had already made significant progress. Su Ziking, do you know what they are looking to purchase from you? Prepared, Su Qingran replied, I've heard that young couples nowadays no longer desire the traditional 36-legged furniture. Those with 72 legs are all the rage, especially for seemingly inconspicuous items like coffee tables and nightstands. They have become quite scarce. As she spoke, she pulled out 2 design sketches from her bag. Director Yao, we trust your expertise, so we would appreciate your insights. Upon examining the sketches, Director Yao's expression shifted dramatically. He had expected to see nothing more than ordinary coffee tables and nightstands, but what he encountered was entirely different. The small Shenyang Mountain team had managed to design such elegantly simple, yet exquisite pieces. This is merely our initial draft. Our team leader has indicated that we cannot compete with larger furniture factories in terms of production volume. So we will focus on quality and innovative design. Our furniture aims not only to elevate the standard of living, but also to enhance the happiness of the people and strengthen their belief in pursuing a better life. Just as our team insists on funding road repairs despite being in debt, we are all striving towards a brighter future. After speaking, Su Qingran reached out to reclaim her designs. Director Yao hesitated for a moment, but ultimately held on to them. Xiao Su, I believe Team Leader Gu is right. Since we are collaborating, any exceptional products should be prioritized for our supply and marketing cooperative. Wouldn't you agree? Su Qingran nodded, acknowledging the logic, but questioned. However, our cooperative has never sold these 2 items before. Can we proceed? Why not try? You won't know unless you test it out. But what about the payment? Director Yao lightly cleared his throat. Please wait a moment. With that, he turned and headed to the office upstairs. Before long, he returned, brimming with enthusiasm, holding a new agreement. Our director has agreed to advance 30% of the payment to you. But you must prioritize these 2 new furniture items for us. If that is acceptable, we can sign this new agreement, and you can issue me a receipt. The team leader and accountant Luo exchanged glances, quickly reviewing the new agreement. With trembling hands, they prepared the receipt. With nearly 1,000 yuan in goods and 450 yuan as an advance, the team leader was uncertain how he managed to exit the procurement station. Thankfully, Accountant Luo and Gu Xiao were there to support him. Forget about eating. We need to hurry back to AT that moment. He perceived everyone as a potential threat, fearful that someone might snatch the bag from him. Su Qingran, having left her business unaddressed, was reluctant to depart. Team leader, why don't you head back first? I'd like to visit my uncle's place. He has recently acquired a new nightstand and coffee table that I would like to study. Tomorrow, I'll visit the department store to gather insights. Otherwise, if I create something that turns out poorly, it could lead to trouble for you all. The team leader, unable to contemplate further, quickly agreed. Then here's the plan. It's not safe for you to stay alone. Let Gu Xiao accompany you. I'll leave my bicycle with you, and you can return tomorrow. Gu Xiao was more than eager to stay, saying, Understood, Dad. I'll ensure Su Ziking gets back safely. Gui Sihai and the other two wished to stay behind. But the captain, just as they were about to speak, was immediately silenced by Gu Xiaoxiao. You three must diligently protect the captain and accountant Luo, remaining steadfastly by their side, ensuring the safe return of the funds. The captain tightened his grip on the bag in his arms, affirming, "Indeed, the three of you will accompany me back, providing vigilant protection." Chapter 68. If I deceive you, I shall sleep on the streets tonight. After bidding farewell to the departing individuals, Su Qingran had already devised her escape plan. "Comrade Gu, I shall head to my Uncle S house first. Shall we meet for the return journey tomorrow at noon?" Gu Xiaoxiao cast a silent glance her way, inquiring, "But how will you spend the night? Your Uncle S place may not be convenient." Su Qingran nonchalantly deflected, "We can discuss it tonight, if it comes to it. I shall squeeze in with Gu Xiaowei." Noticing her intention to leave, Gu Xiaoxiao quickly interjected, "If the Gu family learns of your visit, it will undoubtedly lead to unnecessary commotion. It would be best not to disturb them this time. Instead, why not stay at the small courtyard tonight? I can prepare a room for you that if you feel uneasy, I can have Xiaolei come over to keep you company. That area is close to the black market. Should you wish to purchase anything, I can accompany you." Jiu Xiaoxiao hurriedly laid out his previously considered reasons, fearing she might refuse, and even more so, he dreaded the thought of her wandering alone outside, potentially encountering that persistent man from before. Su Qingran was indeed swayed by his proposition. She had been worried about not being able to procure enough items during this outing and feared her ration tickets would fall short. Originally, she intended to visit the black market but hesitated due to safety concerns about going alone, but if she could accompany Gu Xiaoxiao, her worries would dissipate. After a brief moment of hesitation, she finally nodded. "All right, I shall come to the small courtyard in the evening." Jiu Xiaoxiao secretly breathed a sigh of relief, though his face remained composed. "Yes, try to come early." With that, he mounted his bicycle and departed. Once they parted ways, Su Qingran quickly sought a secluded spot to enter her space, retrieving a pre-prepared set of old clothing and accessories to disguise herself. She then made her way towards the textile factory compound, heading directly to the home of the elder lady she had visited previously. Upon knocking, the elder lady was initially taken aback, but quickly welcomed her inside with palpable excitement. "You have finally come." Last time, in a moment of impulse, she had purchased an entire basket of goods from Su Qingran, and after she left, the elder lady had felt a twinge of regret, concerned her husband and son-in-law might scold her for frivolous spending. To her surprise, the items garnered nothing but praise from her family, who relished the food. The hens and eggs she sent for her daughter's confinement also received accolades from her son-in-law, making her feel proud in front of her in-laws. Even the radishes she had purchased were significantly tastier than those sold in the local grocery stores. Now, with her return, she was determined to ensure not a single leaf would be taken from her. "My dear girl, look at how much you have. I will take it all." The basket had limited capacity, containing 2 old hens and 2 to 3 dozen eggs, while the rest comprised the usual potatoes. Sweet potatoes, radishes, and cabbages. As she rummaged, Su Qingran felt a pang of regret and mustered the courage to extract half a bag of yellow beans from the bottom of the basket. Fortunately, the elder lady remained oblivious to the unusual addition. Still in high spirits, "Are these yellow beans?" "Yes, dear lady. These are the finest yellow beans. Your daughter has just given birth. If you could stew them with pig trotters, it would be incredibly nourishing. Furthermore, in winter, sprouting these beans will yield a delightful taste." The elder lady's face lit up with joy. "This is a wonderful item. Please give it all to me." After bidding farewell to the elder lady, Su Qingran retraced her previous route, successfully selling around 10 baskets in total. By the end, she had accumulated nearly 100 yuan. However, it was disheartening to note that her ration tickets had significantly dwindled since her last sale. With industrial tickets being particularly scarce, only 2 remained. In her eagerness to sell her goods, she skipped lunch, settling for 2 buns as a makeshift meal, with plans to head to the black market later. Su Qingran hurriedly changed her attire before making her way to the courtyard rented by Gu Xiaoxiao. Yet, before she could arrive, she encountered Gu Xiaoxiao, who was hastily cycling back. His forehead glistened with sweat, indicating he had rushed back from somewhere. Understanding he had his own matters to attend to, she refrained from probing further. Jiu Xiaoxiao smoothly halted his bicycle in front of her. "You haven't eaten yet, have you? Come, let us go eat first." Having just earned some money, Su Qingran eagerly suggested, "When we arrive, I will treat you, especially since I've troubled you to take me shopping and to stay at your place. By the way, should we invite Xiaolei to join us for dinner? At this, Gu Xiaoxiao abruptly slammed on the brakes. Su Qingran, caught off guard, stumbled forward and collided with his solid back, causing her to wince slightly from the pain. As she regained her composure, she straightened herself, only to see him looking nervously back at her. I just came from Xiaolei's school. She mentioned having an important monthly exam tomorrow and cannot go out for dinner today or stay over tonight. If you don't believe me, I can take you there right now to ask her that I wouldn't lie to you. If I do, I shall sleep on the streets tonight. Seeing the sincerity in his eyes and knowing that boarding schools have strict regulations against overnight stays, Su Qingran chose not to press the matter further. Understood. Let us go eat first. Gu Xiaoxiao glanced at her, and, seeing no signs of displeasure on her face, he relaxed slightly. They continued pedaling towards the state-run restaurant. Upon arrival, they were met with a bustling crowd. Su Qingran deftly handed Gu Xiaoxiao the money and tickets while she sought out a table. With a limited selection for dinner, they ordered a plate of braised fish, a dish of cabbage and tofu stew, and a bowl of fried tofu vermicelli soup. Gu Xiaoxiao, while criticizing the fish for being poorly cooked, ended up devouring every last morsel. As twilight descended, Su Qingran suggested heading directly to the black market without returning to the courtyard. With Gu Xiaoxiao as a familiar face to guide her, the once daunting black market became far more navigable, with acquaintances frequently greeting him and expressing grievances about his absence from business. Gu Xiaoxiao engaged in minimal conversation, merely nodding and promising to return once his workload lightened, before leading her straight to the stalls where they could purchase goods. In the black market, the most sought-after items, aside from grains and meats, were brown sugar and white sugar. Upon hearing that someone was selling, Gu Xiaoxiao promptly took her there. They each bought 2 pounds of brown sugar and 2 pounds of white sugar. Next, Su Qingran sought out wool yarn and cotton shoes. The vendor, recognizing Gu Xiaoxiao, warmly began his sales pitch. These cotton shoes just arrived from the capital. They are currently all the rage in big cities. Since we are old friends, I want to charge you extra. 6 yuan a pair, quite generous, wouldn't you say? Su Qingran glanced at the shoes and deemed them unsuitable. If she bought such high-end shoes, she would have to consider how to conceal them later, making it more trouble than it was worth. She promptly shifted her gaze to a more ordinary pair of cotton shoes. How much for these? The seller hesitated for a moment before cheerfully responding. These are 3 yuan a pair, just cost price. Su Qingran nodded and purchased 10 pairs in one go, though regrettably, they did not have a size for Nanqing. Initially, the seller had underestimated her as a mere girl lacking in discernment, but upon seeing her bulk purchase, he eagerly assisted her in packing them. After acquiring the cotton shoes, Gu Xiaoxiao suggested they buy cotton. You didn't manage to get cotton last time. You still need some, right? Su Qingran nodded sheepishly. Yes, I still need it. After all, one can never have too much cotton. If it was available, it was wise to stock up. Gu Xiaoxiao affirmed, turning to inquire with a nearby vendor. Today we can only gather about 10 pounds of cotton. If that isn't sufficient, I can help you source more from other places. Su Qingran lowered her head even further. That's enough for now. Let us just take this amount, and we can consider more later. Chapter 69. He is superior in every way to you. Having purchased the cotton, Su Qingran intended to buy some pork to bring back. She had nearly exhausted her supply of soybean oil and needed to stock up on fatty meat to render lard. Otherwise, she would be without oil this winter. If possible, she also wished to acquire more meat for storage, as the cold weather would help preserve it. Gu Xiaoxiao hoisted the cotton and declared they should return. The pork will arrive at 4 in the morning. Let us head back for now. Su Qingran nodded and followed him back to the small courtyard. Upon entering, she noticed the small courtyard looked much tidier under the moonlight. Clearly having been tidied up, blankets and sheets were hung out to dry. Gu Xiaoxiao set down the items, washed his hands, and took the bedding down. I have tidied your room, and the sheets and blankets have been aired. It should suffice for the night. Su Qingran gratefully accepted the bedding. This is wonderful, thank you. While she had not felt much earlier, now, with just the two of them, the atmosphere became subtly charged. Su Qingran feigned calmness as she arranged the bed, only to turn and see Gu Xiaoxiao emerging from the adjacent room. Holding a blanket, her heart raced. What are you doing? Gu Xiaoxiao looked anxious and aggrieved. Nothing. Perhaps I should just sleep outside. Su Qingran's eyelids twitched. It was getting colder at night, and he genuinely intended to sleep on the streets. There's no need for that, is there? You have to get up around 3 to go for the pork. Gu Xiaoxiao nodded. All right then. With that, he returned to the other room, Clutching the blanket, Su Qingran called after him. If I haven't woken up by morning, remember to call me. Gu Xiaoxiao replied affirmatively. Rest assured, I'll wake you. I have an alarm clock in this room. Su Qingran was utterly exhausted today. After a brief wash-up, she collapsed onto her bed and fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, she discovered that daylight had already flooded the outside world. Panic gripped her as she hurriedly dressed and rushed out the door. The adjacent room had been tidied, and the courtyard was devoid of any presence. Stunned, Su Qingran was about to splash some water on her face and venture out to search when, suddenly, she noticed the courtyard gate swinging open. Gu Xiao approached, carrying a generous portion of soy milk and fried dough sticks. Awake? I bought breakfast. Quickly wash your hands and eat. A look of guilt washed over Su Qingran. I'm so sorry. I overslept. What about the pork? The pork has already been purchased. Then why didn't you wake me? I did call you, but you were in such a deep sleep, I couldn't rouse you. Seeing her in a daze, Gu Xiao chuckled. I'm just teasing you. When I got up, the wind had picked up, and I thought it best not to disturb you. After all, it was just as easy for me to go alone. With that, Gu Xiao produced a basket from the kitchen. How much do you want? I'll take the rest. Su Qingran peered inside to find ribs, fatty pork, and tender cuts, prime selections that delighted her. After finishing their meal, the two tidied up the room and carefully secured their purchases to the bicycle before locking the door and preparing to set off, passing by the supply and marketing cooperative. Su Qingran stopped to buy some salt, intending to prepare pickled vegetables before winter. She also picked up some snacks for Nanxing. Upon exiting the cooperative, they made their way directly to the bus station, ready to take a bus back to the commune. However, just as they reached the entrance, they spotted Xiao Dong was standing there. Resembling a sentry, Su Qingran was taken aback. What is he doing here? Gu Xiao, who had been cycling, noticed him as well and immediately halted the bicycle from a distance. You wait here. I'll go over first. Su Qingran quickly grasped his arm. You stay here. I'll handle this. This was her affair with Xiao Donghua, and she didn't wish to drag Gu Xiao into it. If anyone witnessed the previous altercation, it could potentially affect him. Upon seeing her approach alone, Xiao Donghua's face lit up with a pleased smile. I saw you at the bus station last time, and I knew you would return. A wave of nausea washed over Su Qingran. I made myself clear last time. What is it? Aren't you worried about how this might affect Shen Yunfang's promotion? Xiao Donghua shot a displeased glance behind her. Oh, you know what he did to me last time. If I report it to the police, he could be detained. Su Qingran clenched her fists, then relaxed them. With her understanding of Xiao Donghua, the fiercer his tone, the more hollow his resolve. Moreover, his facial injuries had healed, making his claims less credible. Then you should go ahead. Xiao Donghua's expression paled. Qingran, I didn't come here for this. I genuinely hope you will reconsider our marriage. Have you truly decided to ignore me for the rest of your life? If you change your mind, I'll immediately have Shen Yunfang and Xiao Jun move out. Su Qingran looked at him in disbelief, enunciating each word. You and I, in this life, the next, and the one after that. It is absolutely impossible. With that, she turned to leave. Having confirmed that Gu Xiao's actions had left no repercussions, there was no need to waste more words with him. Seeing her attempt to walk away, Xiao Donghua called after her. Qingran, my mother has been pressuring me to go on blind dates. I haven't agreed, yet if you keep this up, I might just say yes at that point. There will be no possibility for us. Su Qingran couldn't help but laugh in disbelief at his arrogance. Xiao Donghua, marry whoever you wish. It is of no concern to me. But honestly, I believe Shen Yunfang is a far better match for you. Xiao Donghua was taken aback by her response. That I have nothing to do with Yunfang. Our relationship is entirely innocent. Besides, she is already married with a child. My mother would never approve that this. Su Qingran nearly burst into laughter. How ironic. In her past life, Zhang Guilin and Shen Yunfang had been so close. Yet now, after such a short time, Zhang Guilin had begun to disdain her. Enough, Xiao Donghua. This conversation has lost its purpose. Leave. Xiao Donghua, discontented, had been lurking around the bus station for days, hoping for another chance to see her and plead his case. Yet, she remained as cold as ever, appearing to have secured her escape route. Her confidence and safety net were likely this man. Gu Xiao. Su Qingran, what is it about your new partner that surpasses me? Su Qingran glanced at Gu Xiao. He is taller than you, more handsome, more considerate. Essentially, he excels in every way. Xiao Donghua's face turned a shade of green with anger, rendering him speechless. Suddenly, he pivoted and approached Gu Xiao. Stopping just over a meter away, he asked, "So, you are Su Qingran's new partner? What do you do for a living?" Upon hearing the term partner, Gu Xiao was momentarily taken aback, a smile spreading across his face. "That I'm unemployed." Xiao Dong was scoffed coldly. "Unemployed? What gives you the right?" Chapter 70. Reporting Shun Yunfang. Gu Xiao pondered for a moment, then ran his hand through his coarse hair. "Perhaps it's because I'm good-looking?" Xiao Dongwo was incensed, nearly grinding his teeth in frustration. "Name a price. How much would it take for you to leave Su Qingran? As long as you return her to me. Any compensation is negotiable." Ji Yuxiao considered this seriously before extending a single finger. 10,000. I'll think about it. Xiao Dongwo felt mocked. Unable to contain his vitriol. "Oh, you even know her family situation. Do you think she truly likes you? She is simply trying to use you." Gu Xiao nonchalantly nodded. "Did I know? And I don't care," he continued, narrowing his eyes with a warning tone. "Only a useless man would exploit another's vulnerabilities. You scoundrel. If I catch you using her status against her again, I won't let you off easily. Leave." Xiao Dongwo was taken aback by Gu Xiao's fierce demeanor, the memory of that night's beating flashing through his mind that he hurriedly departed. Dejected, Su Qingran quickly approached. "What was that all about?" Gu Xiao quickly returned to his usual self. "Nothing much. He wanted me to betray your whereabouts and offered compensation." Su Qingran stared at him in surprise. "What compensation?" Gu Xiao grinned. "I asked for 10,000. He didn't dare counteroffer and ran away. The coward." Unable to suppress her laughter, Su Qingran replied, "Let us go. The bus will be leaving soon." Ji Yuxiao hesitated for a moment. "Forget the bus. I'll ride you back on my bicycle. It won't take much longer." Su Qingran nodded in agreement, realizing that she didn't want to risk being spotted by Xiao Donghua, who might still be lurking nearby. As they pedaled along, the weight of the pork and other purchases hung heavily in front. 10 pounds of cotton was strapped to Su Qingran's back. Though Gu Xiao didn't complain, their pace gradually slowed. Noticing this, Su Qingran suggested, "Let me ride for a while." Ji Yuxiao chuckled. "You think you can handle it? Don't underestimate me." "Very well, I'll let you take over soon." Seeing that he was reluctant to stop despite her insistence, Su Qingran grew impatient. "Don't be stubborn. I'll ride for a bit, and you can rest. You woke up so early this morning, and we still have mountain roads ahead." Eventually, Gu Xiao slowed to a stop and turned to smile. Su Jiqing, "You really know how to care for others." Su Qingran scoffed. "As if? I'm just worried you might fall off the mountain road." With that, she dismounted and handed the cotton to him. Ji Yuxiao took the cotton on his back and carried some of their other goods in his hands. "Don't worry. Even if you fall, I'll catch you. What's there to fear?" Su Qingran paused for a moment, then suddenly pedaled vigorously forward. Initially, it was challenging, and the bicycle wobbled uncertainly. Ji Yuxiao watched nervously. "Perhaps I should take over after all?" Su Qingran, drenched in sweat and urgency, bit her lip and focused solely on pedaling. "Just watch me." Before long, the bicycle began to cooperate, and they took turns pedaling until they reached the village, both too exhausted to speak. Upon arriving at the village entrance, Su Qingran struggled to speak. "I'll get off now." Ji Yuxiao didn't stop. "It's all the same. You wouldn't be walking back anyway, so just stay put." Indeed, Su Qingran was too tired to protest, so she surrendered to the moment. Ji Yuxiao carried her straight home. "You rest for a bit. I'll take Nanqing back later." Su Qingran weakly waved him off, suggesting that Nanqing could return by himself. Ji Yuxiao nodded. "Don't forget, you still owe me a meal. I won't forget." Once Gu Xiao left, Su Qingran collapsed into a chair. After drinking some water and resting for a while, she finally regained her composure and began to organize the items they had brought back. Just then, Su Nanqing dashed in with his short legs. "Auntie, you're back." Su Qingran smiled and handed him the snack she had bought. "Have you eaten lunch?" "Yes, I had lunch at Grandma Gu's." "Did you eat, Annie?" Su Qingran shook her head and replied, "Not yet, but my aunt bought some buns. We'll heat them up to eat later, after having lunch." Su Qingran felt her strength gradually returning. Turning around, she took out paper and pen, settling down to write a report letter for the machinery factory. Calculating the time, she recalled that at this hour in her previous life, Shen Yunfang was busy securing her position to facilitate her promotion. Xiao Donghua had gone to great lengths, seeking favors and offering gifts, enduring considerable trouble. Ultimately, he had implored her to intercede with Director Ma on Shen Yunfang's behalf. At that time, she naively believed that once Shen Yunfang was promoted, she would be able to move out of the dormitory. Who would have thought that Xin Yunfang had already made up her mind not to leave? Without her assistance in this life, Xin Yunfang's path to promotion would undoubtedly be far less smooth. Since it wouldn't be easy, she might as well add a bit of trouble for her. It would serve to remind Xiao Donghua not to treat his words so lightly. Xin Yunfang was responsible for simple support tasks in assembly, yet even the simplest mechanical work bore safety risks. Xin Yunfang had focused her energies on playing tricks, skirting responsibilities, and being perfunctory with her work. In her previous life, this had nearly brought significant trouble to the machinery factory. Now, her letter served as both a warning to the workshop and a subtle nudge to Xin Yunfang. Even if she couldn't get her removed, promotion was certainly out of the question. After completing the report letter, Su Qingren felt elated. She rolled up her sleeves and began rendering lard. The pork fat was cut into small pieces. First blanched in cold water to remove impurities, skimming off the froth. The rendered lard from the blanched pork fat emerged with a bright color, devoid of any impurities or unpleasant odors. Su Nanxing was tending the fire, and the cravings in his belly began to stir. "Aunt, may I have a small piece of crackling?" Su Qingren smiled and nodded. "Go ahead, but just a little. There are other delicious dishes for dinner." Su Nanxing agreed verbally but chose the largest piece of crackling to munch on, crunching away like a little mouse. At that moment, Chen Weiguo from the neighboring youth station unexpectedly approached. Since the incident with the stolen chickens, he had been at odds with Su Jiao and Sun Hao. The once inseparable trio had finally lost a member. Su Qingren was not surprised to see him alone, but she was puzzled about why he had come to find her. Standing at the kitchen door, Chen Weiguo appeared somewhat hesitant to enter, merely peering inside awkwardly before speaking. "Su Jijiao, I heard you were going to make a fence. I collected some branches while gathering firewood on the mountain these past few days. I think they would be quite suitable for your fence, so I saved them for you to use if you need." Following his, Su Qingren indeed saw a pile of branches beside the vegetable garden. "Did you collect all of these?" Chen Weiguo scratched his head shyly. "No," Xie Ziyuan and Yi Qingfeng helped. "The three of us went up the mountain together." Su Qingren was somewhat taken aback and hurriedly expressed her gratitude. "Please thank them for me." Chen Weiguo acknowledged her thanks but hesitated as if he wanted to leave. However, as he turned, he couldn't resist glancing at the stove. Noticing his reluctance, Su Qingren proactively asked, "Chen Jijiao, do you have something else on your mind?" "No, nothing at all. Chen Jijiao, if you have something to say, just speak plainly." This vague manner is rather unsettling. She felt apprehensive even about using those branches. Seeing her fixed gaze, Chen Weiguo finally awkwardly admitted, "Su Jijiao, I do have a small request that is unrelated to the branches. It's just that the three of us helped you gather them, because we wanted to express our gratitude for your assistance with the furniture processing and road repairs." Su Qingren's heart began to sink as an ominous premonition arose. The air thickened for a moment before Chen Weiguo finally articulated his delicate request. The aroma of the lard you're rendering is incredibly enticing. Originally, we had planned to bring back some meat when we went out, but given the last chicken incident, we felt too embarrassed to mention it at Su Jijiao. Do you have much meat? Could you spare a bit for me? I'd be willing to pay a high price. Su Qingren let out a quiet sigh of relief, tucking away her earlier fears. Thankfully, it wasn't an outrageous request. Chen Weiguo's proactive friendliness genuinely surprised her. However, upon reflection, it seemed these three had never really crossed any significant lines. Even Chen Weiguo, during the time Su Jiao and Sun Hao had caused trouble, often played the role of the peacemaker. Now that the trio had finally been broken apart, there was no reason for them to reunite. Moreover, the youth station was just next door, and they would inevitably have to interact. There's only 1,000 days of thievery, not 1,000 days of guarding against thieves. With this in mind, Su Qingren replied, "Chen Jijiao, I didn't buy much meat this time. Most of it was rendered into lard. If you don't mind, bring a bowl, and I'll give you some crackling. Don't feel shy. Consider it in exchange for the branches." Chen Weiguo paused for a moment, then grinned widely and rushed out. In no time, he returned with a bowl, looking quite pleased. Su Qingren couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Most of the youth in the station were fresh out of junior high or high school, still quite young. Despite their tall stature, they often resembled big children at heart. How could something as simple as crackling make them so jubilant? She generously filled his bowl to the brim, saying, "Your bowl is too small. If that is not enough, come back for more." Chen Weiguo quickly shook his head. "This is plenty. We're eating separately now. Tonight I'll use these cracklings to stew some cabbage and invite the others to join." Chen Weiguo left in high spirits. Su Nanxing pouted. "Aunt, why are you suddenly being so nice to him? He was one of those who bullied you before Su Qingran couldn't help but laugh. That was in the past. Now Chen Jijiao isn't on good terms with them. Besides, everyone makes mistakes. We should always give people a chance to correct them. Shun Ti Wei, Nanxing, remember what your aunt says, if others bully us. We mustn't be soft-hearted, but if we can avoid holding grudges, we should. After all, she couldn't always be by Nanxing's side. Especially when entering the timber factory at night. It was always better to have a few amicable individuals remain at the youth station. Su Nanxing nodded thoughtfully. Got it, aunt. Well, since you want tea, let me eat much crackling. Giving some away is fine. Su Qingran playfully chided him. Crackling isn't something you should eat too much of anyway. Tonight, your aunt will make sweet and sour ribs for you. Su Nanxing's eyes lit up in excitement. But before he could respond, footsteps were heard at the door. The two quickly looked up. This time, it was Su Jiao and Sun Hao. They hesitantly approached the door, peering inside. Su Jiao, do you have any extra pork? Su Qingran rolled her eyes at the two. No, sometimes she truly admired their audacity. After all the quarrels and punishments, they could simply turn around and forget everything. Wasn't it infuriating? Even if they weren't welcomed, they still lingered. Su Jiao, we saw just now that Chen Weigua took a bowl of crackling from you. Don't worry. We'll pay you. Su Qingran rolled her eyes again. Do you not understand human language? I don't have any extra meat to share with you. If you want some, go buy it in town. The two exchanged glances and forced smiles. If there's no meat, crackling will do. Su Qingran was nearly exasperated to laughter. There had been crackling before she gave it to Chen Weigua, but now it was all gone. And she was still craving more. Su Jiao, are you asking for another beating? Or shall we step outside for a spar? Su Jiao, frightened, ducked behind Sun Hao. Just then, other voices echoed from outside. Is little Su at home? Oh, Su Jiao and Sun Jiao are here too. You're not here to bully little Su, are you? I'm telling you both, if you dare to bully little Su or Nanxing again, we won't let you off lightly. Su Jiao pouted, dragging Sun Hao back a few steps. Su Qingran set down her spatula and stepped outside, only to find a few carpenters. They pushed a cart containing a brand new wooden bathtub. Uncle Lin, what brings you here? Little Su, you've done a great service for our team this time. We all discussed it, and not knowing how to thank you. We thought you, being a girl who values cleanliness, might appreciate a new bathtub. What do you think? Su Qingran's eyes brightened. She had long wanted a bathtub. Otherwise, using a basin for bathing was quite inconvenient. However, she felt hesitant to mention it, thinking the carpenters were too busy with their orders. Su Jiao, who had initially turned to leave, rushed back upon seeing the bathtub, eagerly pulling Sun Hao along. This bathtub is wonderful. Uncle, could the team make one for our youth station too? Just one would suffice. And we could take turns using it. The carpenters exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. Sure, but can you also contribute something for the team first? Exactly. If it weren't for Su Jiao, we wouldn't have been able to recover our deposit. Fix the road, or take on such a large order. Do you really have the nerve to ask? Su Jiao's face flushed crimson. Can't we just pay for it? Paying is fine, but we truly have no time to make it right now. Yes, we're all busy rushing orders, so you'll have to wait. As they spoke, the carpenters had already worked together to lift the bathtub inside. Su Jiao, use it first. If it's not suitable, let us know, and we'll be on our way. Su Qingran took a few steps, urging to walk slowly. I will come by tomorrow to discuss the bedside table and coffee table with everyone. There's no rush. You should rest first, and we can talk tomorrow. After sending off a few people, Su Qingran turned around to find Su Jiao and Sun Hao still standing there. Looking rather foolish. Aren't you leaving? Are you really planning to challenge me? Frustrated at not being able to buy meat or acquire a bathtub, Su Jiao stomped her foot and turned away in a huff. Once she left, Su Qingran and Su Nanxing were captivated by the bathtub, unable to tear their eyes away. Aunt, can we use this bathtub for a soak tonight? Su Qingran nodded with a smile, confirming they could. The carpenters had used dried wood, meticulously polished and tightly bound. Su Qingran scooped some clean water and carefully scrubbed the inside of the bathtub before placing it outside to dry. Planning to indulge in a long, relaxing soak before bed. After cleaning the bathtub, Su Qingran turned her attention to dinner. In preparation for the sweet and sour ribs, she steamed some rice. She also washed a few cabbage leaves, chopping them finely to stir-fry with pork cracklings. The cabbage sizzled in the pork fat, exuding a savory aroma. Once the cabbage was ready, Su Qingran poured the sweet and sour ribs from the pot into a cast-iron pan, turning up the heat to reduce the sauce. Watching as the sauce thickened and turned a glossy red, she quickly picked up a pair of chopsticks and offered a small piece of rib to Nanqing. Here, let your aunt taste it. Nanqing slurped up the piece of sweet and sour rib, devouring it clean, even sucking the bone until it was devoid of any flavor before reluctantly letting it go. Delicious, absolutely delicious. As soon as he finished, Su Qingren swiftly filled a lunchbox with half the ribs, sealing it and wrapping it in cloth. Nanqing, take this lunchbox to Grandma Gu. Can you manage it alone? Su Nanqing nodded confidently, declaring he could. With that, he hugged the lunchbox tightly and dashed off toward the Gu household. Meanwhile, in the Gu kitchen, Aunt Gu was busy stewing meat. She was taken aback when Nanqing arrived with the ribs, exclaiming, "Oh my, why so many? You two should keep some for yourselves." Su Nanqing raised his chin proudly. "We have more at home. My aunt sent me with these. Gu Shao, hearing the commotion, entered the kitchen and casually picked up a piece of rib to taste. Sweet and sour, delicious. But then he suddenly realized something was amiss. Wait, these sweet and sour ribs aren't the ones you promised to treat us with, are they? This woman is too cunning." With that thought, Gu Shao hurriedly grabbed the lunchbox and transferred the ribs onto a plate. He then picked up a spatula to scoop the stew from the pot into the lunchbox. Aunt Gu's eyelids twitched at the sight. "You rascal, we can't let Nanqing return with an empty lunchbox. What's wrong with that? The meat isn't tender yet. Just wait a moment. It will be ready soon." Before long, Nanqing returned, cradling a lunchbox filled to the brim with stewed radish and meat. Su Qingren initially thought Aunt Gu had refused to take it but was surprised to find it was the Gu family's dinner. "Did Grandma Gu pack this for you?" "Sort of. Uncle Gu insisted on giving it to me, but I didn't want it, so he sent me back with it." Su Qingren shook her head with a wry smile, realizing her plan to take it easy had been thwarted. After a satisfying meal, the two took a brief rest before preparing water for their bath. "Nanqing, you wash first. After you're done, go to bed. And then I'll wash." Su Nanqing eagerly agreed but was careful not to soak for too long. When he emerged, his little face was flushed. Su Qingren helped him dry his hair, and before long, he burrowed under the covers, fast asleep. Once he was settled, Su Qingren boiled another pot of water. She checked the kitchen door and windows once more, still feeling a bit uneasy, deciding to bring the bathtub into the space directly. She finally felt at ease as she could now enjoy a leisurely soak. Adding some spring water to the bath, she soon felt all her fatigue melt away. After bathing, her long hair would take a while to dry, so she opted to remain in the windless, temperate space while she set about making cotton clothing for her family. Sewing was not a daunting task for her. The last garment she made fit perfectly, so this time she planned to add a little extra allowance. The challenge was the lack of a sewing machine, forcing her to rely on hand stitching. Fortunately, the current situation did not demand exquisite craftsmanship. Comfort and warmth were the priorities. For the lining of the cotton clothing, she chose soft, light gray cotton fabric. The outer layer would be made of durable labor cloth, combining deep gray and navy blue. She planned to patch the knees, elbows, and pockets with different colors, ensuring that even if someone saw it, it wouldn't appear to be brand new. Moreover, the cotton clothing would be layered with an outer garment. Speaking of which, she intended to make that even more worn. Looking to Su Qingren had previously gathered some clothes that she and Nanqing no longer wore, especially those of Nanqing, which had become quite tattered from his recent adventures gathering firewood with friends. She cleaned these faded garments and cut them into various sizes to sew onto the outer garment. Just cutting the fabric kept her busy until deep into the night, and her hair had dried thoroughly. Remembering the important matters awaiting her the next day, she hurriedly crawled into bed. The next morning, the aunt and niece were having breakfast when Aunt Gu arrived alone. Su Qingren quickly welcomed her in. "Auntie, why are you here so early? Have you eaten?" Aunt Gu smiled and nodded. "I've eaten already. I was afraid I would be late and miss you." She continued, "By the way, I heard from Gu Shao that you bought yarn and cotton yesterday to make winter clothes for you and Nanqing. Right? He and his father were worried you wouldn't know how to do it, so they asked me to come and check." Su Qingren smiled and nodded. "Auntie, I can manage. I'll start once I finish up these few days." She planned to make the family's clothing first since they still had old clothes that would suffice for a while. Aunt Gu promptly suggested, "Perfect. Just give me the materials, and I'll find a couple of skilled aunties to help you finish quickly." Winter is just around the corner. Su Qingren hadn't expected her visit was for this purpose and hurriedly waved her hands. "Auntie, really no need. I can do it myself." Aunt Gu grew anxious. "The temperature is about to drop, and you think you can take your time? Besides, you have important matters to attend to at the furniture shop. Your uncle said there can't be any mistakes." so you should focus on that. She insisted. We can handle this little task for you while we're at it. Ching and wanted to refuse further, but Aunt Gu was already scanning for the yarn and cotton she had purchased. Reluctantly, she got up to retrieve the materials. Once Aunt Gu had the yarn and cotton, she quickly began measuring sizes with her hands. After noting the dimensions, Aunt Gu prepared to take the items back, but paused. Looking down with disdain. You, my dear, are so handsome. Why do you wear such drab fabrics? Su Qingran felt a bit embarrassed at Aunt Gu's remark. As for the cotton jacket, the color doesn't matter. As long as it's warm. Aunt Gu disagreed vehemently. That won't do. When I was your age, I loved wearing bright red and floral patterns. What kind of young girl doesn't like wearing colorful cotton jackets? The colors you picked are more suited for men. Su Qingran's lips twitched slightly. Auntie, I don't have floral fabric. Let us just go with this for now that I'll remember for next time. Aunt Gu suddenly brightened with an idea. Just so happens I have a piece of floral fabric. I originally intended to make a cotton jacket and pants for Xiaolei, but the pants don't have to be floral. How about this? I'll give you half of the floral fabric in exchange for yours, so you can have a floral cotton jacket for the new year. Su Qingran suddenly felt a pang of regret, wishing she had expressed her dislike for floral cotton jackets sooner. Auntie, do as you see fit, but my fabric is inexpensive. I'll bring you an extra piece. After Aunt Gu took the materials, she hurriedly left. Watching her rushed figure, Su Qingran found herself at a loss for words. Making winter garments for her family of 4 was indeed a significant undertaking, but with the clothes for her and Nanqing taken care of, it saved her a lot of time. Without further ado, she decided to head to the furniture shop promptly to turn her designs into reality, ensuring she didn't let down those who had been considerate of her and Nanqing's needs. In the following 2 days, Su Qingran busied herself from dawn till dusk at the furniture shop, working alongside several carpenters to hurry the production of samples while also discussing improvements. Once the final version of the sample was completed, Aunt Gu and her companions had also finished making the winter sweaters and coats for Su Qingran and Nanqing. Feeling the soft, dark red floral cotton jacket, Su Qingran was pleasantly surprised. She hadn't anticipated the Annie's stitching to be so impeccable, and the cotton was evenly spread. It was far more detailed than what she had made for her family. Thankfully, her efforts in producing the samples had also met with unanimous approval. The team leader promptly arranged for Gu Xiao and the others to head into town the following morning to deliver the samples, while also bringing back winter clothes for Xiaolei. Before they left, Gu Xiao specifically came to ask if she needed him to bring anything. Su Qingran thought for a moment and shook her head. I don't need anything at the moment. Suddenly, she recalled something. Oh, a few educated youth next door asked if you could help them bring back some meat from town. Yu Xiao felt a twinge of irritation. Clicking his tongue, would they ask if they could bring it back themselves? Upon arriving, he had noticed that a fence had been erected around the property, with Su Qingran so preoccupied these past few days. It was evident that those male educated youths had lent a hand, and oh, good deed goes unpunished, he thought. Helping them bring back meat might lead to them expecting a meal next time. Su Qingran was unsure of the source of his anger. However, after speaking, she also felt a pang of regret. When she returned home from work yesterday, she had stumbled upon Chun Weiguo, Xie Yuan, and He Qingfeng assisting with the fence. She had been quite taken aback and quickly offered them some eggs as a token of gratitude. They had adamantly refused, merely suggesting that if it was convenient, they would appreciate some meat in return. She had no choice but to agree to ask around. Now, reflecting on it, she wished she had insisted on delivering the eggs instead. I merely inquired, and I also informed them that it might not be possible to meet up. Just pretend I never mentioned it. Yu Xiao cast her a mournful glance, muttering a sullen humph before turning on his heel and storming off. Su Nanqing rubbed her eyes, wondering why Uncle Xiao seemed upset. Su Qingran let out a soft sigh, saying nothing as she turned and returned indoors. Today, the captain had granted her a half-day leave. She had visited the furniture shop in the morning and, upon returning early in the afternoon, closed the door and began making cotton-padded clothes at home. Time slipped away unnoticed, and when she lifted her gaze, the sky outside had already darkened. Su Qingran stood up, stretched her neck, and prepared to head out to find Nanqing. She opened the door. Nanqing, like a little monkey, came rushing towards her. Aunt, Uncle Xiao and the others have returned from the city. Do you want to go see them? Su Qingran forced a smile and shook her head, declining. I can't. Aunt still needs to cook a tea this hour. She feared he might think she was going to ask for meat on someone else's behalf. Seeing her reluctance, Su Nanqing decided to stay and help with the fire and cooking. Seizing the rare opportunity, Su Qingran planned to make spring pancakes for dinner. She mixed half hot water and half cold water into the flour, resulting in a soft dough that would yield pancakes with a tender yet chewy texture. Once the dough had rested, she rolled it out into extremely thin wrappers. With the stove on high heat, she placed each rolled wrapper into the steamer, ensuring they were slightly staggered in timing to allow for easy separation after steaming. While she was busy, a tall figure suddenly brushed past the window. Su Qingran looked up and instinctively recognized that it was Gu Xiao, that he seemed to be carrying something, and walked straight towards the neighboring youth point. At that moment, several young people were also cooking at the youth point. That Ji Xiao approached the kitchen door, not entering, but merely waving to those inside. There's only this spot left. Do you want it? If so, it will cost you 2 yuan. Chen Weigua quickly stepped forward to accept, exclaiming, yes. As he reached for the money, Ji Xiao silently shifted his gaze to Xie Ziyuan and He Qingfeng beside him, saying, from now on, if you need anything, just come to me directly. No need to go around in circles. Chun, being new, might not know, but you two have been here long enough to understand that. Don't make it seem like I'm hard to talk to. Xie Ziyuan and He Qingfeng exchanged glances, nodding silently to indicate they understood and expressed their gratitude. Su Jiao and the remaining youths quickly chimed in, Comrade Gu, could you bring us some meat next time you go out? I can't bring any. Ji Xiao pocketed the money and started to leave, as if the youth point were a source of bad luck. After taking a few steps, he suddenly veered towards the fence between the youth point and the neighboring area, glancing at it disdainfully before effortlessly stepping over. Upon entering, he pulled out 2 bags of milk candy from his pocket and handed them to Su Nanxing. These are for you. Su Nanxing jumped up in delight, exclaiming, thank you, Uncle Xiao. Ji Xiao nodded, glancing nervously at the stove. Noticing she was busy, he cleared his throat and remarked, the fence outside is too low, especially on the side facing the youth point. It offers no protection. Once I finish my work in a couple of days, I'll come help you fix it. Su Qingran continued her tasks, unable to spare a glance. No need. I only need to guard against gentlemen, not scoundrels. Ji Xiao paused for a moment, then naturally walked to the stove, lifting Nanxing before taking her place by the fire. Well, I came to discuss the sample delivery today. At the mention of business, Su Qingran immediately halted her work, her expression tense as she looked at him. Is there a problem with the samples? No issues. Director Yao is very satisfied. He hopes we can deliver part of it soon to maximize sales before the new year. Su Qingran breathed a sigh of relief, responding, got it. Tomorrow, I will inform Uncle Lin and the others to prioritize these 2 items. Ji Xiao smirked, saying, no need. I've already spoken to them. Su Qingran looked at him, puzzled. Then what are you here for? Chapter 74. Are you two really in a relationship? Gu Xiao chuckled in exasperation. I came to collect a debt. Have you forgotten that you owe me a meal? Su Qingran paused for a moment, replying, fine. Invite the captain and Aunt to join us for dinner tonight. Ji Xiao was taken aback by her swift acceptance. No need. They were already cooking when I left. At least you should have informed them. It's fine. They wouldn't save me any food anyway. Su Qingran glanced at him, quickly realizing he had come prepared, clearly not intending to leave on an empty stomach. Fortunately, she had made plenty of pancake wrappers today. Originally, she intended to save some for breakfast tomorrow, but it would be enough. In addition to the spring pancakes, there was a small pot of mixed grain porridge on the stove. Su Qingran contemplated for a moment before starting to stir-fry the dishes. The ingredients for the spring pancakes were simple: spicy and sour shredded potatoes, scrambled eggs, and yellow bean sprouts. Noticing the lack of meat, she quickly prepared a plate of shredded pork in Beijing sauce. By the time the shredded pork was ready, Gu Xiao had already helped set the dining table, bringing over bowls, chopsticks, and other utensils. Nanxing, stop eating candy and go wash your hands. Su Qingran's eyelids twitched. For a moment, she couldn't tell which household they were in. As soon as they sat down, Gu Xiao began to make small talk. Aren't these spring pancakes? Su Qingran replied. Yes, feel free to eat. There's no need to adhere to the seasons. Ji Xiao raised an eyebrow, silently observing her. Still upset? Su Qingran blinked, asking, upset? Why would I be? Gu Xiao cleared his throat. I was in the best mood this morning, but that was directed at you. His directness made Su Qingran feel a bit shy. After pondering, she recounted the incident where several youths helped her with the fence and asked him to relay the message. Gu Xiao didn't verbally respond, but inwardly he felt relieved, which also improved his appetite. In the end, both Su Qingran and Nanxing only consumed 2 wrappers each, leaving the rest for him. Just before leaving, Gu Xiao brought up the matter of delivering the cotton-padded clothes to the forest farm. When you're ready, let me know. I'll accompany you. Fearing she might refuse, he added, "You're currently the darling of our team. I have a duty to ensure your safety. Don't be misled by the calmness of the mountains during the day. It can be dangerous at night. What if you encounter a wild boar?" Su Qingren nodded. "All right, I'll let you know when the time comes. You should head back now." As soon as he left, Su Nanqing gazed at her with his big, twinkling eyes, round and curious. Su Qingren, baffled by his stare, asked, "What's wrong? Aunt, are you and Uncle Xiao dating?" The question nearly made Su Qingren drop the bowl she was holding. "How could that be? Did you hear some nonsense from others?" Su Nanqing blinked. "Many aunties and grandmas in the village have asked me, and even my little friends are questioning if it's true." Su Qingren, taken aback, quickly denied, "That's absolutely not the case. You re with me every day. If it were true, how could you not know?" A hint of confusion flickered in Su Nanqing's eyes. "But Uncle Xiao is indeed very kind to me. He always brings me treats when he returns from outside, unlike other kids. And you even let him accompany you to the forest farm." Su Qingren felt her words falter. The story about the forest farm was lengthy. So she instructed, "If anyone asks you again, make sure to tell them there's absolutely nothing going on. Understood?" A fleeting moment of disappointment crossed Su Nanqing's eyes. "Okay." Meanwhile, Gu Xiao hummed a little tune as he leisurely returned home. Upon entering, he found two people sitting rigidly, their expressions serious as they looked at him. "Did you go to eat at Su's place again?" Gu Xiao, feeling guilty, rubbed his nose and replied, "I just went to deliver some pork to the youth point and happened to bring Nanqing some candy. I coincidentally found them having dinner, so I stayed for a bit." After speaking, he glanced at the two. Noticing they were both scrutinizing him with the same appraising gaze, he felt a bit bewildered. "Why are you both looking at me like that?" The captain rapped the table with his hand, saying, "The village is saying that you and Su are in a relationship. Is it true or not?" Gu Xiao was momentarily taken aback. "Who said that?" The captain huffed. "Don't ask so much. Just say yes or no." And Gu became anxious. "Why are you being so fierce? If little Su is as outstanding as she is, it would be a great thing for your family if you two ended up together. Why are you so angry?" The captain, half laughing, replied, "What do you mean by family fortune? You know he has been a handful since he was a child. Right. If he really gets into a relationship, it won't last long. What if he bullies her or scares her away? We rely on Su for road repairs and furniture. If she leaves, where will I find someone else?" Gu Xiao felt speechless. "Dad, how am I that bad? He simply ran to the city a bit more often. Besides, he was doing it to earn money, not goofing around. How did it turn into such a grave matter?" Seeing him rebut, the captain's expression shifted momentarily. "From what you're saying, are you really seeing her?" Gu Xiao pressed his lips together, huffing out two words in annoyance. "No. Really not? Really not. Then why are there rumors circulating with such detail? They even say they saw you riding a bike with her, hugging and cuddling." Gu Xiao forced a bitter smile and said, "What embrace are you talking about? It was merely the last time I rode my bike to bring her back. Remember, at that time, you were the one who insisted I stay and wait for her. She was carrying such a large bundle of cotton. How could she possibly hold me? Moreover, you were well aware of the absurdity of the gossip from those village women. Can anything they say be taken seriously? That year, when I had just bought my bicycle, they spread rumors that it was stolen. Then, after I was away in the city for 2 days, they claimed I had been imprisoned. When I returned, they said I had escaped from jail. Just listen to that." The village chief's expression gradually softened. Indeed, the words of those women should not be taken to heart. However, Aunt Gu still seemed unconvinced. "Do you truly have no feelings for Xiao Su?" Gu Xiao swallowed hard and shook his head emphatically. No, if there were any feelings, his father would surely break his legs today. His mother would likely start discreetly seeking a match for him. And that would only frighten the girl away. Seeing that he was adamant, the two had no choice but to relent. Yet Aunt Gu remained preoccupied with the matchmaking matter. "Since you don't fancy Xiao Su, why do you refuse to go on blind dates?" Gu Xiao looked at her helplessly. "I had no intention of going on blind dates even before Su arrived. What does that have to do with her? Besides, didn't I mention before? I wish to earn more money right now and am not considering settling down. Let's talk about it once our brigade is financially stable." The village chief nodded appreciatively. "That's good. As long as you don't wander aimlessly into the city every day, it's fine if you don't go on blind dates. But you must keep your distance from Su. She is a delicate girl. Unlike you." Chapter 75. The whole village is gossiping about them. Initially, Su Qingren did not take Nanqing's words to heart. Although she had not ventured out much in recent days, if there were any rumors, it was impossible for them not to reach her. Moreover, when Gu Xiao came earlier, He appeared quite calm, showing no signs of anything unusual. Perhaps it was merely those gossipy ants playing tricks on Nanxing. The next morning, as usual, Su Qingran finished her meal and prepared to head to the furniture workshop. Just as she stepped outside, she encountered several young intellectuals preparing to go repair the road. Chun Weiguo approached her quickly. Su, thank you for yesterday. You had Comrade Gu bring us so much meat that Su Qingran was slightly taken aback. It seemed Gu Xiao did indeed deliver meat to the intellectuals last night. No need to be polite. I just mentioned it in passing. If you want to thank someone, thank Comrade Gu. Chun Weiguo nodded. By the way, I heard you were dating Comrade Gu. As soon as he spoke, the others turned to look at her, seemingly waiting for her response. Su Qingran was astonished and quickly waved her hand. That's not true. The other young intellectuals exchanged glances. Could it be? Last night, Gu Xiao had stormed into their place, angrily saying all those things, and they thought he was merely jealous. However, it was common for girls to initially deny such feelings due to shyness. Thus, they refrained from pressing further, feeling a tinge of disappointment that one of their own, the most attractive girl among them, was being courted by a village boy. The expressions of the other young women were not particularly cheerful either. They likely felt that Su Qingran had chosen the best one in the entire village. Particularly Lu Qin, who had looked down on the village boys 100 times when she first arrived, believing she would eventually return to the city. Yet as time passed, despair began to set in. Recently, she had started to seriously consider finding a decent partner in the village. With each passing day, uncertainty loomed over her potential return to the city, and she feared becoming an old maid. Before she could even make her choice, Su Qingran had already taken the best one. It was hard for her to feel pleased about that. Su Qingran paid no heed to their expressions and, after denying the relationship, turned to head to the furniture workshop with Su Nanxing. Upon entering and greeting everyone, she noticed Uncle Lin and several carpenters wearing knowing smiles. Little Su, did Gu Xiao talk to you about that sample yesterday? Su Qingran twitched her lips. Yes, he did. Uncle, let's start with the bedside tables and coffee tables. Once they're ready, we can send some to the supply and marketing cooperative. The carpenters laughed even more. All right, as long as you two have come to an agreement. We will just focus on getting the work done. Fortunately, the carpenters' curiosity about such matters was limited, and they felt too awkward to ask directly. After a while, they returned to their work. As evening approached, they brought up the topic again. Didn't that fellow Gu Xiao say he would come by today to check on things? Why has he shown up yet? Perhaps he was delayed with the road repairs. He should be here soon. Upon hearing this, Su Qingran suddenly stood up. Uncle Lin, I just remembered. I hung out the comforters to dry today, and if I don't take them in soon, they'll be damp. I need to head back now. Uncle Lin looked surprised. You're leaving now? Aren't you waiting for Gu Xiao? As he spoke, Su Qingran had already hurried to the door. No, I don't need to see him. With that, she dashed back to her own home. The next day, Su Qingran continued to avoid the timing when the road repair crew was coming and going. Even if she occasionally ran into some of the ants who were on leave, she would quickly exchange pleasantries and leave. In recent days, the rumors about her and Gu Xiao were rampant. No matter what she said, others would not believe her. The more she tried to clarify, the more elaborate the rumors became. If she could not confront them, it was better to keep her distance. Once the storm had passed, she could explain later. Given enough time, the rumors might dissipate on their own. Fortunately, Gu Xiao had also been remarkably discreet and had not sought her out in the past few days. However, that morning, when Su Qingran opened the door, she was taken aback to find that the fence surrounding her yard had grown considerably taller, especially on the side facing the intellectuals' quarters. Upon reflection, the increase in height of the fence did not seem sudden. She had sensed something unusual a few days ago but had dismissed it as her imagination. Could it be that Gu Xiao had secretly done this all by himself? Had she and Nanxing been sleeping so soundly at night? A few days later, the turmoil in the village gradually subsided, and Su Qingran's cotton clothes were finally completed. On the day she planned to deliver the cotton garments, she returned early to begin packing. In addition to the sweaters for her mother and sister-in-law, she prepared a set of cotton clothes and a coat for each, along with a pair of cotton shoes. She planned to hold on to one pair until the new year to avoid raising suspicions among her family. Furthermore, she retrieved a new thermos from her supplies, intending to bring along the old one she had replaced. In the cold winter, having an extra thermos would make it more convenient for them to use hot water. She also included the clam oil and snowflower cream she had purchased earlier but had not yet delivered. As for food, she planned to use the leftover oil residue combined with shredded cabbage and radish to make 2 types of buns. Otherwise, if she kept bringing only meat buns or dumplings, her family would worry about her and Nanxing's living conditions, and they would feel unsettled. Moreover, both the cabbage and radish had been nourished by the spring water from her space, so consuming them would be beneficial for their health. Additionally, she stir-fried a basket of peanuts and soybeans. Both stir-fried peanuts and soybeans could be eaten directly and stored for a long time. After preparing these, Su Qingran thoroughly cleaned the iron pot and began to roast flour over a low flame. Roasting flour was a meticulous job. It required gentle heat and constant stirring until the color turned a delicate golden brown and the aroma of wheat grew stronger, indicating it was nearly done. Roasted flour could also be stored for a long time. When it was time to eat, one could simply scoop a couple of spoonfuls into a bowl, add boiling water, and stir it into a paste. If a little sugar was added, the flavor would be even sweeter. Su Qingran specifically took a bag of brown sugar and a bag of white sugar, along with over 10 eggs. She had been busy preparing these items since her return and had even skipped dinner. However, while working, she tasted a little here and nibbled a bit there, so she was somewhat full. Su Nanxing, tending the fire, looked somewhat worried. "Aunt, aren't you really planning to invite Uncle Xiao to join us tonight?" Previously, he had been unaware of the dangers in the mountains, but ever since Uncle Xiao had mentioned it last time, he had become fearful. What would happen if Aunt went into the mountains alone and encountered a wild boar? Su Qingran hesitated for a moment before resolutely shaking her head. "No, I can go by myself." After all, she would eventually have to go alone. She couldn't always rely on others. Moreover, the rumors about her and Gu Xiao had only just begun to settle down. Meeting him now would be quite awkward. Chapter 76. You are just stingy. Seeing that his aunt was determined to go into the mountains alone, Su Nanxing ceased to persuade her further. However, after a while, he suddenly stood up, clutching his stomach. "Aunt, my stomach hurts. I need to use the restroom." Su Qingran nodded. "Go quickly. I told you not to eat so many stir-fried soybeans." After saying that, she resumed her packing. Su Nanxing rushed out, then quietly tiptoed back to peek inside. Seeing that his aunt was not suspicious, he dashed off toward Gu's house. Before long, Su Nanxing returned, his face flushed. Su Qingran thought he was unwell. "Did you have an upset stomach?" Su Nanxing hurriedly shook his head. "No, I just have a bit of gas." Su Qingran couldn't help but chuckle as she poured him a cup of warm water. "Drink slowly. You should go to bed first. Tonight I'll lock the door from the outside as usual." Su Nanxing nodded, glancing outside the door, and silently sighed in relief. After a bit more time, the lights at the neighboring intellectuals' quarters finally went out. Noticing it was getting late, Su Qingran finished packing everything and prepared to leave. Just as she was about to push the door open, she heard a familiar cough from outside the window. "Are you ready?" Su Qingran paused as she opened the door. How did you get here?" Gu Xiao bent down to lift the basket from the ground, hanging 2 large bundles over his arms. "Let's go." Su Qingran, feeling somewhat embarrassed, shrank her head back like a startled quail and quietly locked the door. Just as she reached out to take the bundles, she turned around only to find him already a few steps away. Silently retracting her hand, she hurriedly followed him. Fortunately, it was quite dark outside, obscuring her awkwardness. The two of them walked up the mountain, one ahead of the other. Su Qingran felt compelled to say something, so she made small talk. "Did Nanxing ask you to come?" Earlier, she had been too busy to notice. Otherwise, she would have guessed that Nanxing's little face was not merely pain from a stomachache, but rather that he had run over to the Gu family. Gu Xiaohaft. How can you even say that? You're a grown-up, yet you let a 6-year-old worry about you. He heard you were going up the mountain alone and was terrified. He came to me, offering all his snacks just so I would accompany you. He genuinely cares about you. A warm feeling surged within Su Qingran. Indeed, Nanxing was very concerned for her. She had thought that bringing a child to the countryside would be exceedingly difficult. In reality, Nanxing not only caused her no trouble but had also been quite helpful. She couldn't help but imagine how lonely it would have been without Nanxing by her side in this rural setting. The two continued in silence for a while. The night in the mountains was eerily quiet, and any sound from the woods only heightened the fear. Noticing her pulling her coat tighter around herself, Gu Xiao took the initiative to ask, "Are you cold?" Su Qingran shook her head. "Not really." Afterward, she remembered to reciprocate politely. "Are you cold?" "Not at all." Gu Xiao sighed silently, determined not to let that oath fall to the ground. "About what happened last time, please don't take it to heart. I've clarified things. The reason for the gossip was that someone saw me riding you back, and somehow it turned into a rumor. That's just how it is up in the mountains. Life is too dull, and without a television or radio, there's no way to read books or newspapers. With so few people and events, any bit of fresh news spreads like wildfire." From the elderly to toddlers, I've already taken the opportunity to clear things up with them, and my father has scolded them as well. That don't worry, no one will dare to gossip about us anymore. Su Qingran was somewhat surprised. The captain scolded them. Gu Shao chuckled softly. It wasn't exactly a scolding, just a few words to remind them not to bring it up again, saying it might scare you off and cause trouble later. Everyone wants you to stay. They all promise not to joke about us anymore. Su Qingran sighed in relief. No wonder the gossip has suddenly ceased. By the way, did you fix the fence outside? Gu Shao responded with a light hum. I thought you would never notice. It was due for repair a while ago, but I've been too busy. However, as you said, that fence can only keep out gentlemen, not scoundrels. You still need to double-check that the door is locked at night. Su Qingran nodded. Got it. Gu Shao looked at her in surprise, glancing back again, feeling a bit uneasy under his gaze. Su Qingran asked, what are you staring at? What's wrong with you today? You're not yourself. How so? In the past, whenever I helped you, you would rush to return the favor, fearing you owed me something. Su Qingran smiled shyly. What do you want then? Anything would do. That certainly won't work. Gu Shao pondered for a moment. How about treating me to a meal another day? Su Qingran immediately declined. Let's skip that, or if you want something specific, I can make it and have Nanqing bring it to you. Gu Shao, giving up, suggested. How about this? After you finish delivering the winter clothes, you could knit me a sweater or a scarf. I wouldn't mind. Su Qingran replied. You have quite the imagination. It's not that I'm stingy. I'm just worried about being seen and causing more gossip. You are stingy. Forget it. I don't want anything. Su Qingran helplessly rubbed her hands together, making up her mind. All right, I'll knit you a pair of gloves. They would be handy for when you ride. But if anyone asks, you must not say I made them. Gu Shao paused. Gloves. Yet you say you're not stingy. So, do you want them or not? I do. After the negotiations, Su Qingran inquired about the road repairs. Soon, they arrived at the foot of the mountain. Su Qingran took the items from him one by one. You should head back now. There's no need to wait here. My brother will definitely come to pick me up soon. I plan to have him take me a bit further today and point out the location of the new house, just in case he needs to find me in an emergency. Gu Shao nodded. All right, then let him take you further. Besides, there's likely no one around at this hour. Understood? You should hurry back. It's fine. I'll wait until you go inside before I leave. If someone happens to find you, I can help you out in the chaos. Su Qingran had initially planned to sneak away and hide her things, but now she could only carry them all, puffing as she made her way to the thatched hut. Just as she reached the door, she suddenly heard a faint sobbing sound from within, resembling her sister-in-law's voice. Su Qingran's heart tightened, calculating the days. It was about the same time her sister-in-law had faced trouble in her past life. This time, she had brought Nanqing along and was striving to improve her family's circumstances. Her sister-in-law couldn't possibly be in despair again. Could it be that something else had happened? With that thought, Su Qingran hurriedly lifted the grass curtain and stepped inside. Chapter 77. The truth behind her sister-in-law's misfortune in the past life. As soon as Su Qingran entered, she was met with the sight of her sister-in-law's eyes swollen like walnuts. Her mother, sitting closely beside her, was also wiping her tears. Her older brother and father wore expressions of anger and defeat. Upon seeing her, they quickly shifted their demeanor, standing up to help take the bundles. Why did you bring so much stuff? Su Qingran stared at her sister-in-law. What happened? Her sister-in-law quickly lowered her head, wiping her eyes with her sleeve. It's nothing. I just missed Nanqing. Su Qingran turned to her mother. Mom, what on earth is going on? If you don't tell me, I'll go to the forest farm tomorrow to find out for myself. Her mother hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking. Your sister-in-law today, while washing clothes by the river, she was nearly bullied. Out of fear, she grabbed a stick and hit that person a few times. We don't know if it'll cause any trouble. Hearing this, her sister-in-law trembled and started sobbing again. It's all my fault for being too impulsive. Given our family situation right now, I've caused such a huge mess. If something else goes wrong, I'll drag all of you down with me. What will you and Nanqing do then? Her older brother stood up indignantly. Even if he hadn't come looking for us, I would have sought him out. Broad daylight, and he thinks he can get away with it. I refuse to believe there's no place to seek justice. Su Qingran sighed inwardly. Calm down, brother, as long as sister-in-law is fine. That's what matters. That person deserved to be hit. Surely he knows he was in the wrong and will be too ashamed to bother us for a while if he was going to come. He would have done so by now. Her father nodded. That makes sense. The one who is truly afraid of making a scene is him. For the time being, both of you should avoid going to the river to wash clothes. If you must wash, let Jinhua fetch the water, and he should stick close by when you go out. Her older brother silently nodded. Her sister-in-law remained somewhat shaken. Even if he doesn't come after us right away. He will surely find ways to make our lives difficult later. Life is already so hard. What will we do if he comes looking for trouble? Su Qingren gently patted her sister-in-law's shoulder. There's no point in worrying about that now. You shouldn't blame yourself. They brought this upon themselves. If they bully us right in front of us, we can't just sit back and take it. Besides, we have so many of us here, and you are all quite clever. If we discuss it thoroughly, we can definitely find a way to resolve it. You all haven't eaten yet, have you? Let us have something to eat first, and then think things over. With that, Su Qingren opened the basket and began to pull out items one by one. Everyone had been so focused on her sister-in-law's situation that they had overlooked the things Su Qingren had brought. Now, seeing her suddenly produce so many winter clothes, they were astonished. Did you make all of these? Su Qingren smiled and nodded. Yes, I made them all by hand. Impressive, right? Her mother, in disbelief, took a cotton jacket and noticed the neat stitches. Her eyes instantly reddening. Where did you get so much cotton? As Su Qingren handed out the clothes for everyone to try on, she explained, they're SA Cotton Collective. I had someone help me exchange for it. It was too expensive. The fabric isn't of the best quality. Look, many of them are made from old clothes stitched together. Her father nodded in appreciation. This is very good. Wearing patched clothes is safe. Next, Su Qingren handed clam oil and snowflake ointment to her mother and sister-in-law. Remember to apply this. If it runs out, I'll bring more. Don't hesitate to use it. I also brought a thermos and a saltwater bottle. Soak your feet in warm water before bed and put some hot water in your blankets to keep warm. The group was so touched they could hardly speak, the gloom in their hearts gradually dissipating with the warmth of her kindness. Especially upon seeing the food Su Qingren had brought, all carefully calculated, they felt a deep sense of comfort. The few individuals engaged in hushed whispers, urging the elder brother to escort her home. As they ventured into the mountains, Su Qingren felt a sense of relief and began to inquire, Elder brother, could you tell me the name of the person who bullied my sister-in-law? What is his occupation? Su Jinhua glanced at her warily and asked, why do you want to know this? Su Qingren casually replied, oh, it's nothing. I was just wondering if that person might be responsible for allocating timber to us. Fearing that she might cause trouble, Su Jinhua hurriedly clarified, no, the timber for your brigade is directly allocated by the foreman. This individual is the deputy foreman, primarily responsible for organizing people to fell trees. It has nothing to do with your brigade, so do not inquire further. Su Qingren nodded, acknowledging, understood. Since it is unrelated to us, I have nowhere to ask about it. However, to deal with this person, I must learn more. Knowing oneself and one's adversary ensures victory in every battle. The elder brother nodded. I understand. I will find a way to discreetly gather information in the next couple of days. You need not involve yourself. I won't interfere, but do take care to avoid being discovered, she cautioned. Rest assured, I am aware of the circumstances, he replied. Su Qingren sighed in relief, but the notion of not getting involved was impossible for her. Although nothing happened to her sister-in-law today, the timing and circumstances aligned too closely. She suspected that her sister-in-law did not jump into the river out of despair in her previous life. Perhaps a similar incident had occurred, leaving her sister-in-law already on the brink of hopelessness. Faced with such a situation, she may have chosen to end her life to spare her family from trouble. If that were the case, then this man was the direct instigator of the tragedies befalling her elder brother, sister-in-law, and mother. The grievances of the past must not go unavenged. Moreover, having such a threat lingering near her family was unsettling. However, at present, she had no immediate course of action and could only wait for her elder brother to gather some information. Elder brother, the night after tomorrow, bring my sister-in-law over to see Nanqing. Su Jinhua was taken aback by his sister's sudden invitation. How can that be? What if someone sees us? Su Qingren sighed. My sister-in-law has never had a confrontation in her life, let alone a fight. I worry she might not handle such a shock well. Bottling it up will eventually lead to problems. Su Jinhua shared her concern. Are you afraid your sister-in-law might do something rash? I will keep a close watch on her. Su Qingren shook her head. Just watching is not enough. You should bring her to see Nanqing. It will ease her heart. Besides, Nanqing has been wanting to meet you both. My place is rather secluded. Apart from a youth commune nearby, there are no other households. You can wait until the lights at the commune go out before quietly coming over. As she spoke, Su Qingren hurriedly took a few steps down, pointing out a house in the dim moonlight. Look, that is where Nanqing and I reside. 2 small rooms enclosed by a fence. Su Jinhua longed to see his son, yet was also worried that his wife might truly lose hope. Persuaded by his sister, he relented. "All right, the night after tomorrow, I will find a way to bring your sister-in-law over." After returning from the forest farm, Su Qingran anxiously awaited the arrival of her elder brother and sister-in-law. On one hand, she worried about potential mishaps at the forest farm and whether her brother had managed to gather any information. On the other hand, she feared that their parents might prevent them from coming or that they might change their minds about visiting. She even contemplated going over herself if they did not arrive the next day. The appointed evening arrived, and after dinner, Su Qingran urged Nanqing to go to bed early to conserve his energy. Uncertain of any changes, she chose not to inform him of the impending visit to avoid disappointment. Su Nanqing obediently washed his feet and climbed into bed. "Aunt, aren't you going to sleep?" he asked. Su Qingran smiled and shook her head. "Aunt is not tired. I will be busy for a little longer." Su Nanqing nodded and burrowed under the covers. Earlier, he had spent the day with friends at the foot of the mountain hunting for bird eggs, only to come away empty-handed and with bird droppings on his face. Later, they attempted to collect wild duck eggs but were chased by a village dog for half the village. This day had thoroughly exhausted him, and he quickly fell into a deep sleep. Once he was asleep, Su Qingran returned to her space to tend to some agricultural tasks. After a while, with no further activity, she prepared to take out some yarn to knit gloves. Just as she began, she heard faint footsteps outside. Quickly standing up, she peered through the window, and, upon confirming it was her elder brother and sister-in-law, excitedly opened the door. Su Jinhua, pulling his wife along, glanced around cautiously before swiftly entering the house. Nanqing must be asleep by now. Su Qingran, aware of their eagerness to see their child, guided them to the outer room where she slept. "Nanqing is asleep. Please wait a moment while I wake him up. He is unaware of your visit." Su Jinhua and Jiang Ailing nodded eagerly. "It's fine. Take your time. Just don't startle him." Su Qingran softly agreed and tiptoed to Nanqing's bedside, gently calling, "Nanqing, wake up." Su Nanqing was in the middle of a delightful dream, about to reach for a bird egg when his aunt's voice jolted him back to reality. "Aunt, don't rush me. I'm getting the bird eggs for you." Su Qingran chuckled helplessly and gently nudged him. "Young man, the bird eggs are cooked. Hurry up and get up to eat." Finally, Su Nanqing opened his eyes wide, rubbing them vigorously. "Aunt, is it dawn already?" Su Qingran laughed and shook her head. "Nanqing, didn't you say you wanted to see your father and mother?" Upon hearing father and mother, he sprang up excitedly. "Right now." Su Qingran quickly hushed him. "Don't shout. Get dressed first. You don't want to catch a chill." As she spoke, Su Jinhua and Jiang Ailing entered, arm in arm. Upon seeing Nanqing, Jiang Ailing's tears flowed freely. To avoid making noise, she bit down hard on her fist. Su Jinhua's eyes also brimmed with tears. The three of them embraced tightly, a long-awaited reunion that felt like a lifetime in the making. Unable to restrain herself, Su Qingran turned away to wipe her tears. After a moment, she headed to the kitchen and served 2 bowls of chicken soup that she had secretly prepared during the day while the youth commune members were away, keeping it warm in her space. Once the 3 of them had cried enough, Su Qingran brought the soup over. "It's chilly tonight. Drink this to warm yourselves." Su Jinhua and Jiang Ailing's eyes were fixed on Nanqing, oblivious to everything else, as they took the bowls and began drinking heartily. Only after finishing did they realize that little sister had prepared chicken soup for them. Afterward, Su Qingran pulled her elder brother aside, suggesting, "Sister-in-law can keep Nanqing company while they share whispers. Let us step into the kitchen. I have something to discuss with you." Su Jinhua nodded. Scanning the surroundings, Su Qingran ladled another bowl of chicken soup and handed it to him. "Does my place look decent?" Su Jinhua's eyes sparkled with surprise. "It looks very nice. I have a newfound respect for you, little sister." Su Qingran smiled softly, quickly steering the conversation toward the deputy foreman of the forest farm. Su Jinhua assumed she was merely curious and began recounting what he had learned. It turned out that this deputy foreman had been rumored to have misconduct issues before. Yet, each time, he had narrowly escaped being caught, buoyed by a powerful backer, allowing him to retain his position. Su Qingran clenched her fists in anger upon hearing this, questioning how such a scoundrel could live so freely. She even began to suspect that her elder brother's death in a previous life was not purely accidental. Considering that the deputy foreman was in charge of the logging operations, it was not beyond belief that he might have intentionally orchestrated a fatal incident. As these thoughts surged, a wave of resentment washed over her. Noticing her distress, Su Jinhua swiftly took her hand. "Little sister, are you cold? Why are your hands trembling?" Taking a deep breath, Su Qingran grasped her elder brother's hand, gradually calming herself. Elder brother, does this person have a good relationship with the foreman? Is the foreman shielding him? No, the foreman and he are not aligned at all. The foreman is upright, but often finds himself powerless. Su Qingran nodded, recognizing that since the relationship with the foreman was poor, it would be easier to handle matters. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. At the very least, if this escalates, it won't affect our family and their timber allocation. Elder brother, I have an idea. What idea? First, compile the rumors you just mentioned and write several anonymous reports in different handwriting. Regardless of their truth, write them all down in detail. Su Jinhua sighed slightly. I had the same thought when I came here. But since the rumors have circulated so widely without bringing him down, do you think a few anonymous reports will suffice? Su Qingran blinked. Those who often walk by the river will inevitably get their shoes wet. There will always be an opportunity. What we must do is wait for the right moment to add fuel to the fire. Su Jinhua's brow twitched. His sister had just said to wait for an opportunity, not to create one, right? Qingran, are you hiding something from me? How could that be? We've lived together for 20 years. Is there anything I could possibly hide from you? Right, brother? As she spoke, she picked up a stack of paper and a pen from the nearby table. Come, I'll help you write it. Writing a report was familiar to her. It was an experience she had gained. Su Qingran swiftly filled a page with her elegant handwriting, yet she still felt a sense of incompleteness, as if she had not fully expressed herself. Regrettably, time was running late, and her sister-in-law reluctantly emerged from the adjacent room. Nanxing is asleep. We should also take our leave. It would be troublesome if someone discovers us. Su Qingran rose to place the chicken into a small pot, adding a bit of chicken broth, securely binding it with a string. Take this back with you. You may keep the pot as well. I have another small pot here. Jiang Ailing, momentarily choked with emotion, found herself at a loss for words. Just moments ago, Nanxing had shared numerous whispered confidences with her, recounting how his grandmother's family treated him, and detailing how his aunt had single-handedly rescued him from a den of wolves. He had shared many other tales from their time in the countryside, but in truth, even if he had said nothing, she could perceive the changes in him. Nanxing had been well cared for. Though he had darkened a bit, he had grown sturdier and far more sensible. Noticing her sister-in-law shedding tears once more, Su Qingran promptly comforted her. Sister-in-law, do not dwell on it. Even if the sky were to fall, we shall bear it together as a family. For no other reason, consider that Nanxing is still so young. You must muster the courage to persevere. Chapter 79. Su Jiao, are you feeling mischievous again? After an exhausting night, the most immediate consequence was her inability to rise in the morning. It was not until the enticing aroma of rice porridge wafted from the kitchen that Su Qingran hazily opened her eyes. Nanxing, have you prepared breakfast? Nanxing was perched atop a stool, stirring the pot of porridge with a spoon. Hearing his aunt awaken, he cheerfully responded, Aunt, it's time to eat. I've made sweet potato porridge. Stretching lazily, Su Qingran donned her clothes and descended from her bed. Wow. It's cooked splendidly. Pleased by the compliment, Su Nanxing puffed out his chest. Aunt, please sit. I will serve the rice. With a smile, Su Qingran took the spoon from him. Be careful not to burn yourself. Allow me to do it. Just as she spoke, a commotion erupted outside. First came Su Jiao, followed by the other educated youth, and soon after, the team leader and other villagers. Su Nanxing's face turned pale with fright. Aunt, do you think someone discovered what happened last night? Su Qingran steadied her nerves and looked at him. Remember, no matter how they question you, you were fast asleep last night and know nothing. Su Nanxing, visibly tense, nodded in agreement. Su Qingran set down her bowl and opened the door. Upon seeing a multitude of people gathered outside, she was taken aback. What is going on? Upon witnessing her standing unharmed in the doorway, Gu Xiao and Aunt Gu hurriedly relaxed. Are you all right? Su Qingran calmly shook her head. I'm fine, just a bit sluggish due to the cold. But what has happened? The team leader turned angrily to Su Jiao. Didn't you say you saw a thief enter Su Zhijing's room? With an air of confidence, Su Jiao asserted, I indeed saw with my own eyes. A shadow entered Su Zhijing's room last night. If I am lying, may lightning strike me. The crowd, hearing her certainty, was momentarily bewildered. Su Qingran scoffed. Su Zhijing, your concern is touching. You rallied so many people this early to catch a thief. But if you saw it last night, why didn't you call for help at that moment? If there truly was a thief, wouldn't you then be an accomplice for failing to act? Su Jiao was momentarily speechless. I was simply too frightened. And besides that, it was just a guess. It might not have been a thief. Su Qingran shot her a disdainful glance. You are the one who claimed it was a thief, yet now you say it might not be. Do you have any evidence? If not, Refrain from babbling nonsense at my doorstep. I need to eat and go to work. The crowd echoed her sentiments, preparing to return for their meals. Su Jiao, sensing the tide turning, quickly exclaimed, "Wait, there are footprints. It rained a bit last evening, and the thief's footprints should still be there." Su Qingren's heart sank. Amidst all her calculations, she had overlooked the matter of the footprints. How had this girl suddenly become so clever? If she was not mistaken, there should be 2 lines of footprints at the far west of the yard before she could devise a response. Gu Xiao had already stepped onto the footprints. "Hey, aren't these my shoe prints?" The crowd looked down and indeed saw identical imprints of his sneakers, instantly recalling the rumors surrounding the 2 of them. The team leader forbade further speculation. "Look, even Gu Xiao admits it's his print. What were you doing here last night?" Gu Xiao scratched his head. "What do you mean last night? I was still awake then. I came to deliver eggs to Su Zhijing. She wanted to gather some eggs for Nanqing to help him regain his strength, so I enlisted a few ants to help me exchange some." Su Zhijing must have been half asleep, mistaking last night for evening, making me not think of it at all. A few ants who had just helped Gu Xiao exchange eggs nodded in agreement. During the day, everyone is busy. And exchanging eggs is not something one does openly. Coming at night is quite reasonable, especially considering they are courting. It's entirely normal for him to come at night. The ants exchanged glances. Their curiosity rekindled, their laughter lightening the mood. Su Jiao furrowed her brow, suddenly enlightened. "Wait, I remember there were 2 people. It seemed like there was a woman as well. Look, there's a smaller shoe print too." The crowd looked down again, and indeed, there was a smaller print. "What is going on?" Gu Xiao remained unfazed. "This is all your fault. You kept making jokes about me and Su Zhijing. I was merely trying to avoid suspicion. So I brought my mother along to deliver the eggs." The onlookers, tense with anticipation, glanced between the 2 Aunt Gu interjected, "Did she come too?" "Ah, yes. Last night I was just about to sleep, but this kid insisted on dragging me along to deliver eggs, which left me quite tired. When Su Zhijing mentioned last night, I didn't even think of myself. Can you believe the misunderstanding?" The team leader quietly observed his wife and son, remaining silent. Once the truth was revealed, the crowd quickly dispersed, returning to their own affairs. Su Qingran's gaze shifted to Su Jiao. "Su Jiao, are you feeling mischievous again?" Su Jiao, with a sheepish grin, retreated towards the exit, seizing the opportunity to flee. "Su Jiao, stop right there," Su Jiao replied. "Only a fool wouldn't run." Thud. A shoe accurately struck her on the back of her head. "Nanqing, go fetch your aunt's shoe and wash your hands for dinner." On the way back, Aunt Gu had been holding back her thoughts. Several times she hesitated, glancing at her son, until they reached home. Then she swiftly pulled him into the kitchen. "You need to tell me the truth. What were you doing visiting little Su last night?" Gu Xiao sighed. "I was delivering eggs." Aunt Gu promptly punched him on the back. "Who was that woman with you? Why bring a woman when delivering eggs?" "Just you wait. You just admitted it. It was you. Stop making excuses. I was worried little Su might misunderstand." Seeing her son unyielding, Aunt Gu escalated her approach. "Your father will be home soon. He will definitely ask me about this. Unless you tell me the truth right now, I won't be able to help you later. You're on your own." Gu Xiao picked up a fire stick and began drawing a circle on the ground. He realized that sooner or later, he would have to confront the issue regarding Su Qingran. Rather than allowing it to explode later when he could no longer hide it, he decided to give his mother a hint now. With time, she would gradually piece it together, sparing her the shock of sudden revelation. His mother's temperament ensured that even if she knew, she wouldn't blabber about it. Resolving this in his mind, Gu Xiao calmly lifted his head. "Mother, I will only tell you this. The person who came last night was me. It was likely Nanqing's parents visiting him. I only know they have a special status. And Su Zhijing doesn't want others to know. So let us not pry too much. If you tell father, with his temperament, he will surely ask questions, and he might scare Su Zhijing and Nanqing away." Aunt Gu nearly dropped the bowl in shock. Nanqing's parents? Yes, Nanqing does have parents. She had previously probed them, but both had been reluctant to share, so she had ceased her inquiries. If they had come under the cover of night, it certainly indicated they wished to keep their visit a secret. But why? Chapter 80. Before she could ponder further, her husband stormed in, his hands behind his back, clearly agitated. Aunt Gu hurriedly prepared the meal. "Yuri back? Quickly wash your hands and eat breakfast." The team leader scrutinized both their faces. "Did you 2 really go deliver eggs to little Su last night? Why wasn't I informed?" Aunt Gu shot him an exasperated glance. "And you dare ask? You fell asleep right after dinner. How was I supposed to inform you?" Besides, if you found out about the egg exchange, you'd have surely started scolding us. The team leader huffed. The eggs were for little Sue and Nanqing. Why would I scold you? It's only right to care for them a bit more given their circumstances. Seeing him so readily accept the explanation, Aunt Gu breathed a sigh of relief, though a twinge of guilt lingered. After decades of marriage, it was the first time she had kept something from him. However, considering the implications for little Sue and Nanqing, her guilt dissipated. Understood. Next time something like this arises, I will definitely inform you in advance. Now, let us eat. The team leader nodded and turned his attention to Gu Xiao. Since you say there's nothing between you two, in the future, be open about it. There's no need to sneak around at night that if someone sees you, it'll only lead to confusion. Ji Yuxiao stood up. You're right. Father, I'll take some pastries over now. I noticed they only made porridge for breakfast. Su Qingren anticipated that Gu Xiao would come to inquire about the situation, though she hadn't expected him to arrive so promptly. Upon realizing that he had guessed the truth, he directly admitted it. Indeed, it was my brother and sister-in-law who had come. They had waited at the foot of the mountain for quite some time before arriving, and unexpectedly, they were spotted by Su Jiao. A flicker of doubt crossed Gu Xiao's eyes. Did you not just visit them? How could they arrive so swiftly? Is there something amiss at home? Su Qingren shook her head. Nothing is wrong. They merely missed Nanqing and came to check in. After saying this, she turned to open a wooden box and retrieved a ruler. Upon reflection, gifting you gloves seems rather stingy. I shall knit you a sweater instead. Gu Xiao raised an eyebrow. Have you had a sudden change of heart? Fear not. My mother will keep this under wraps. Su Qingren chuckled and shook her head. It's not solely about that. There's another matter I wish to entrust to you. I knew it. All right, what is it? Su Qingren paused momentarily, weighing her words carefully. I would like to consult you on something. When you were involved in fights, if you encountered someone stronger, did you have any tactical maneuvers? Gu Xiao was taken aback. His mouth agape, but quickly closed it. I've never faced such a situation. I am usually the stronger one. Surely you encountered that in your youth. Not at all. I have always been quite formidable. Su Qingren silently set down the ruler in her hand. Very well. Consider my inquiry non-existent. Ji Yuxiao promptly took the ruler back and handed it to her. No. Wait. Let me think. After a moment, he gazed at her with curiosity. By the way, whom do you intend to confront? Who has wronged you? Su Qingren shook her head. No one has wronged me. I simply wish to learn that if you must say it's for someone, let it be for that surname Xiao fellow. I worry I may encounter him frequently in the city. After all, knowledge is power. It's prudent to learn. Her previous fighting skills were already sufficient to handle someone of Xin Yunfang's stature, and she could easily manage someone as petite as Su Jiao. However, if her opponent were a man, her repertoire of delicate moves would fall short, given the disparity in strength and size that on this trip to the logging site. If she could not personally confront that man, she would not find peace. Moreover, she genuinely wished to enhance her combat skills, so that when she next crossed paths with Xiao Donghua, she would be prepared. Thus, asserting it was for Xiao Donghua was not entirely untrue. Upon hearing her intention to confront someone of the Xiao surname, Gu Xiao readily agreed. Certainly. Let me ponder. During the lunch break, come to the back mountain, and I shall teach you. Su Qingren, seeing his agreement, quickly resumed measuring his size with the ruler. After finishing, she sighed softly. She and Nanqing together would not utilize so much yarn. It seems my yarn in a single color is insufficient. Would you prefer a patterned one instead? Gu Xiao smiled and nodded. Whatever you create, I shall appreciate. Su Qingren replied. Then I shall knit you a bear. Ji Yuxiao. Su Qingren diligently studied under Gu Xiao for 2 afternoons and practiced quietly for several days. Suddenly, she grasped the nuances of fighting. Before, she could only slap and tug hair. Now, she had mastered elbow strikes, hooks, and kicks, and had learned about the most vulnerable points on a person. One day, the team was preparing to head to the logging site to retrieve a batch of timber. Without hesitation, Su Qingren approached the team leader, wishing to accompany them for a visit. The team leader assumed her curiosity was the motive and readily agreed, as he now accommodated any reasonable request from Su Jiqing. Upon learning of her intention to join, Gu Xiao immediately grew suspicious. What do you intend to do at the logging site? There's nothing entertaining there. Su Qingren responded with conviction. I need to design furniture and ensure quality control. I cannot even identify all the commonly used timber. Is that appropriate? I simply wish to learn and broaden my horizons. Ji Yuxiao remained skeptical. Aren't you afraid that someone might recognize you if you go? Su Qingren, appearing unfazed, replied, I resemble my father, who is over 50, Who would associate a 20-year-old girl with an elderly man? Left without a retort, Gu Shao nodded in acquiescence. You may go, but do not wander off. Stay close to me. The logging site is vast and chaotic. If you get lost, it will be difficult to find you. Now, the dirt road to the logging site had been repaired and compacted, awaiting the arrival of gravel and river sand for paving. Thus, the team leader was eager to seize the opportunity to transport timber while they had the chance. The compacted dirt road was wide and smooth, making travel effortless for both carts and pedestrians, significantly speeding up the journey to the logging site. Noticing her curious glances along the way, Gu Shao formed a new suspicion. You aren't trying to memorize the route, are you? This road leads directly to the front gate of the logging site. It's not convenient to access. We should stick to the mountain paths for quicker travel. Su Qingran smiled and deflected. Understood. I'm just taking a look. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the logging site. Upon entering, they were greeted by a straight gravel road flanked by 2 rows of poplar trees, each as thick as a man's embrace. As Su Qingran followed the group, preparing to continue forward, she suddenly heard someone shout from behind. What are you doing here? Chapter 81. Plans disrupted. Su Qingran turned to see 2 individuals stealthily trailing at the end of the line. It was none other than the 2 troublemakers from their youth group, Su Jiao and Sun Hao. The team leader immediately sought to send them back. What nonsense is this? We are here to haul timber, not for leisure. You 2 must return. Sun Hao quickly positioned himself beside the cart of the other 3 male youths. Team leader, there are only 4 of us male youths. Since they are all here, I want to help too. Rest assured, I will not cause any trouble. Su Jiao chimed in. We genuinely came to assist. If Su Jiqing can come, I want to join and see for myself. Team leader, please allow us to accompany you. The team leader furrowed his brow, about to speak when the logging site's personnel arrived to greet them. Given the circumstances, it would be unwise to embarrass themselves in front of the other party. You 2 behave yourselves. We will discuss this later. After a brief interlude, the group resumed their journey. Following the road, they soon reached a staging area where timber was being transferred from the mountainside. Many workers were busy moving the logs. Su Qingran scanned the crowd and unexpectedly spotted her father and older brother. Both were clad in the cotton clothing she had made, and the patches on their outer garments were sewn by her own hand. There was no mistaking it. In the biting wind, the 2 were collaboratively lifting a log, their backs hunched forward. Their hands had once held not only pens, but also various laboratory instruments. This was the first time Su Qingran had seen them toil in such a manner, and her eyes instantly welled with tears. Yet, she could only silently avert her gaze and continue walking. After a while, they finally reached the warehouse where they were to collect the timber. Su Qingran looked around and realized that this place was quite close to the office of the logging site. Not far away stood a 2-story building, adjacent to which was the cafeteria. Arriving at the logging site for the first time through the front gate felt like entering an entirely different world compared to the straw hut in the back mountain. Gu Shao offered her a few reminders before leading the group to load the timber. The team leader called upon Accountant Luo, intending to visit the office to speak with the site manager. They hoped to plead for additional timber, as it would be scarce once the asphalt road was completed after the new year. Su Qingran followed closely. Team leader, may I accompany you to observe? Although the Su family had been assigned to the logging site, their daily labor and living conditions were managed by designated personnel. The site manager was not directly responsible for them, so Su Qingran was not concerned about being recognized. The team leader readily agreed. Of course, last time I mentioned you to the site manager, he expressed a desire to meet you. It's perfect that you are coming with us. With that, the 3 of them made their way toward the office building of the logging site. However, just as they reached the bottom of the stairs, Su Jiao hurriedly followed after them. Team leader, where are you headed? Take me along. The team leader shot her an exasperated glare. What nonsense. We have serious business to attend to. You need to return. I promise not to cause any trouble. I'll stick with Su Jiqing. Wherever she goes, I go. Su Qingran found herself at a loss for words, but was also wary of delaying the team leader's important matters. How about this? Team leader and Accountant Luo, you 2 go ahead and discuss business with the site manager. I will stay here to keep an eye on her, to prevent any mischief. The team leader nodded. That works. Just don't wander off. We'll be back shortly. Once they left, Su Qingran swiftly grasped Su Jiao by the neck from behind, much like one would handle a chick. Take it easy. That hurts, Su Jiao retorted. Are you intentionally trying to provoke me today? It's one thing to act out in the team, but do you not recognize where we are? Hurry up and get back. Su Qingran. Just because you can come doesn't mean I can't. Don't think I'm oblivious. You're just here to curry favor with the leaders. Last time, when the commune leaders visited the team, she was bustling around helping with meals, all to make an impression for credit, wasn't it? Su Qingran was utterly speechless as she pulled her back. Come on, we're going back. Hey, slow down. Stop. Someone's coming. Greetings to the leaders. Su Qingran initially thought it was a ploy, but upon turning her head, she indeed saw someone approaching. The man appeared to be in his 40s or 50s. Sporting a sleek side part and donning a pair of tinted glasses, yet his murky, greasy gaze betrayed him. Su Qingran felt a strong premonition that this man might indeed be the person she was searching for. Without hesitation, she released Su Jiao and whispered urgently, "You need to leave at once." After finally encountering a leader, Su Jiao was unwilling to depart. Instead, she beamed and nodded at the man. "Greetings, leader." His gaze lingered momentarily on their faces before settling on Su Qingran. "From where do these two young comrades hail? Why are you standing here?" With Su Jiao's interruption, Su Qingran had abandoned all hope. Now faced with someone who raised her suspicions, she thought it prudent to clarify the situation. Deeming it better than having come in vain, she replied willingly, "We are educated youth from Xiangyang Mountain Brigade." Before she could finish, Su Jiao eagerly seized the conversation. "Indeed, we are both educated youth. Accompanying our brigade leader and accountant to meet the manager. They have already gone upstairs, leaving us to wait below. Given your demeanor, you must be the manager they are seeking, correct?" The enthusiasm of the young woman seemed to please him. "Oh, not at all. I am merely the deputy manager." Su Jiao feigned astonishment. "Ah, the deputy manager. That makes you the second in command here. A significant leader indeed. What an honor it is to meet you." Su Qingran maintained her composure, her fingers tightening into a fist. It truly was him. The recollection of her sister-in-law's terror and tears that night filled her with revulsion at his smile, noticing her silence. The deputy manager extended an invitation. "With the weather being so cold, you two should not linger in the wind. My office is on the first floor, where a heater awaits. Come inside, warm yourselves, drink some hot water, and wait comfortably. The manager's office is on the second floor. You will soon see him." Su Jiao's face lit up with joy. "Oh, I wouldn't want to impose. I hope it doesn't disrupt your work." The deputy manager waved his hand dismissively. "Not at all. That it is only right to take care of the young comrades who have come to support the countryside." He then turned his attention back to Su Qingran. "Comrade, you should join us as well." Su Qingran nodded. "All right." Before she could take a step, her arm was suddenly seized from behind. "Come back with me." Before Su Qingran could respond, Gu Xiaofei swiftly pulled her away. "What is happening?" Gu Xiaofei's expression was as cold as ice, and his grip tightened. "What is going on? Do you realize what you're doing? I just told you not to run off, and yet you turned and dashed here. You don't even know this person, yet you dare to follow a stranger?" Meanwhile, Su Jiao watched helplessly as Su Qingran was dragged away, secretly delighted. Finally, there was no one to compete with her for credit. Chapter 82. Help. Su Jiao wants to hang herself. The thought of soon earning accolades for the brigade, receiving praise from the brigade leader and everyone else, filled Su Jiao with excitement as she rubbed her small hands together. "Deputy Manager, I happen to have numerous questions about the forest farm that I would like to discuss with you. Shall we head to your office for a chat?" The deputy manager glanced at the two quarreling individuals not far away. "Is that young comrade in any trouble? Perhaps we should check on them." Su Jiao's heart raced with alarm. "No need for that. That person is my boyfriend. They are likely just having a minor disagreement. Let's not linger. It's quite cold outside." Upon hearing that it was a romantic relationship, the deputy manager's expression dimmed considerably. "Very well. Come, let us sit in my office and enjoy some hot tea." With that, he turned and walked towards his office. Su Jiao skipped along happily, secretly reveling in her good fortune. Her opportunity had finally arrived. If she could cultivate a good relationship with the deputy manager, securing more timber for the brigade would be merely a matter of her word. Perhaps even the debts and prices could be negotiated further. In that case, the brigade leader would no longer have to grovel to others. Having proven herself, those who once looked down on her would regard her with newfound respect. She would demonstrate that she was no less capable than Su Qingran. It was merely a matter of opportunity. On the other side, Su Qingran was attempting to explain herself to the now frosty Gu Xiaofei. "I intended to go upstairs with the brigade leader to find the manager, but Su Jiao followed me. I was worried she might cause trouble, so I stayed to keep an eye on her. Then the deputy manager saw us shivering outside and kindly invited us in for some tea." Gu Xiaofei scoffed. "Do you believe that? Su Qingran bit her lip, feeling guilty. I thought, as a leader here, he wouldn't behave inappropriately. It's just Gu Xiaofei scrutinized her with a piercing gaze. That I'm not referring to the T. I mean your reasoning. Do you believe it? You're not acting like yourself. Ever since you asked me to teach you how to fight, something has been off. And today, too. This isn't like you. You must be hiding something. Su Qingran forced a smile, attempting to feign ignorance. I don't understand what you're talking about. Just then, a thought struck her, and she turned sharply, realizing Su Jiao and the man were nowhere to be found. Oh no, where is Su Jiao? At that moment, a scream echoed from the first floor. Su Qingran. The two exchanged glances and hurriedly ran towards the source of the voice. Su Qingran, fearing that Gu Xiaofei might get involved. Pull them along. No matter what happens once we get inside, you must not act recklessly. Gu Xiaofei cautioned in return. You too? The one being reckless is you. As they arrived at the door, it was shut tight, and they could only hear objects crashing to the floor within. Su Qingran quickly urged Gu Xiaofei, something might be wrong. Go outside and call for our people. All right, you wait out here. Just as he left, Su Jiao burst through the door, escaping from within. Upon seeing Su Qingran, she clung to her like a lifeline, weeping uncontrollably. Su Qingran peered inside. What happened? Su Jiao gasped for breath between sobs. He was being lewd. The deputy manager, already feeling guilty, immediately grew agitated upon hearing her accusation. You mustn't say such things. I merely offered her tea and accidentally brushed against her hand, and she just started shouting. Su Qingran, who had been searching for an opportunity to expose him, seized the moment and lunged forward, delivering a fierce kick to his vulnerable spot. Caught off guard, the deputy manager let out a yelp of pain and hunched over, clutching his leg. Peering through the gap in the window, Su Qingran noticed people beginning to converge outside. With resolve, she retrieved a length of rope from her bag, aimed it at the rafters, and deftly tied a knot. Fetching a chair, she pushed Su Jiao towards it. Get up there. While Su Jiao wept, she was hoisted onto the chair, only to realize something was amiss. What do you want me up here for? Su Qingran smacked her rear. If you don't make a fuss, who will stand up for you later? Quickly, stick your head in. Su Jiao, encountering such a situation for the first time, lost her usual assertiveness. Seeing Su Qingran helping her, she obediently craned her neck forward. Just then, Gu Xiaofei and his people arrived. The brigade leader and accountant Luo followed closely behind the manager, rushing over. What is happening? Su Qingran pinched Su Jiao's leg sharply, synchronizing with her wail as she shouted, Brigade leader, come quickly. Su Jiao wants to hang herself. The brigade leader was taken aback and rushed forward. Su Jiao, get down at once. What on earth is going on? Upon seeing the brigade leader, Su Jiao burst into tears as if encountering a long-lost relative. Despite their lack of closeness in the past, Brigade leader, I don't want to live anymore. Someone was being lewd with me. The moment those words escaped her lips, the crowd outside fell silent. A scandal of such magnitude in broad daylight within an office was no trivial matter. The deputy manager's complexion turned increasingly ashen, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Whether from pain or fear was unclear. He leaned against the desk, struggling to stand upright. A misunderstanding. It was all a misunderstanding. I saw her shivering outside and, out of kindness, brought her in to warm up and have some hot water. It was merely an accidental brush of hands. Su Jiao, one hand gripping the noose, pointed an accusing finger at the deputy manager. That was no accident. You deliberately touched my hand, taking advantage of the situation. With that, both hands tightened around the noose as she leaned in further. The manager, standing amidst the crowd, scanned the room with a somber expression. Is it just the two of you in here? Did anyone else witness this? Su Qingran steadied Su Jiao's leg with one hand, raising the other. Report, leader, I can testify for Su Jiao. She then recounted the chain of events leading up to Su Jiao's entrance. After finishing, she added, I was outside when I heard her cries and rushed in. The door was firmly shut, and I heard things crashing inside. If it were truly a misunderstanding, why was the door closed during the day? The deputy manager trembled, waving his finger. It was too cold. I was afraid the warmth would escape. Besides, she willingly came in to sit. Not that I forced her. Su Qingran scoffed. Willingly? Su Jiao is in the prime of her youth. What could she possibly want from an old man like you? If it weren't for your coaxing, would she have come in? I believe you saw her youth and naivety as an opportunity to test her reactions while serving tea, only to find that Su Jiao was not so easily deceived. Su Jiao felt deeply touched, glancing at Su Qingran with gratitude. Upon catching a glare from her, he quickly turned his head away and reached into the noose once more. Chapter 83. I admit I like you. Su Qingran was engaged in a verbal duel below, while Su Jiao was above, crying and causing a scene, threatening to hang herself. Director, if you do not take charge today, I shall hang myself here at the logging site. After saying this, she shot a furious glare at the deputy director. Even in death, I shall not spare you. Su Qingran silently observed the director. Noting that his expression was not particularly grim, he seemed to be waiting for the opportune moment. She then added fuel to the fire. Director, both Su Jiqing and I have heeded the call of our nation, willingly sacrificing our youth to support rural development. Though we may be young, we are not easily trifled with. If the logging site remains indifferent, we shall have no choice but to seek justice from the commune. If the commune disregards our plight, we will escalate our appeal to the youth office in the city. Should that office also turn a blind eye, we shall resort to legal action in the capital. I firmly believe that someone will provide us with an explanation. Upon hearing this, the captain finally grasped the situation. He had been genuinely startled upon entering, but now, as he regained his composure, he began to understand. Su Jiqing was not one to cause trouble frivolously, and her relationship with Su Jiqing was far from amicable. Her actions were solely to protect their brigade's reputation. If this matter were to be brushed aside lightly, he would find himself unable to hold his head high at future meetings with the commune, particularly in front of other brigades. Even if Su Jiqing chose not to pursue the matter, they could not afford to lose face. It was imperative to reclaim their dignity today. Director, I apologize for the inconvenience this incident has caused your logging site, but these two young people are not the types to cause a ruckus without reason. They must have endured great grievances to react this way. Their parents sent such young children to our rural area for training, and if one of them were to take drastic measures, we would bear the consequences. Just 2 years ago, a youth from our commune was driven to jump into a river due to bullying, leading to a protest that escalated to the provincial level. Surely, you remember this incident? The stage had been set, and the director finally spoke. Captain Gu is correct. The well-being of young people is no trivial matter, and we shall handle it with utmost care. Rest assured, we will conduct a thorough investigation into this matter and look into Deputy Lu's actions that we will certainly provide a satisfactory resolution to the Zhaoyang Brigade. The captain nodded with a pained expression. Thank you for your attention to this matter. By the way, this incident will not affect our timber hauling, will it? The director waved his hand dismissively. What are you saying, old Gu? Of course not. Did you not just mention wanting to haul back more timber? I'll approve it for you now. Let us go. To my office. The captain suppressed his overwhelming joy and gestured for everyone to disperse. Everyone, please return to your duties. He called out. Su Jiao, you too. Come down. The director has promised to address your concerns. The captain and accountant Luo hurriedly followed the director upstairs, while the onlookers gradually dispersed. Sun Hao and several male youths finally squeezed in to assist Su Jiao down. Still shaken, Su Jiao directly clung to Su Qingran's arm, refusing to let go. Where were you all? If it weren't for Su Jiqing protecting me, you would have been carrying my cold body back. The group felt a wave of guilt wash over them, turning to unleash their frustration upon the deputy director. After observing the commotion for a while, Su Qingran finally intervened. All right, enough. Stop it. After all the commotion, they had failed to land a decisive blow, leaving them with injuries that would complicate matters further. Exiting the building, they coincidentally encountered Gu Shao leaning against the wall. Su Qingran felt a pang of guilt as she glanced at him. But before she could speak, he angrily turned and walked away. Outside the office building, Su Jiao continued to cling tightly to Su Qingran's arm. Su Qingran attempted to pull away several times but was unable to break free. So she resigned herself to it. Upon looking up, she spotted her older brother rushing toward her. Su Qingran offered a slight nod of acknowledgement. Seeing his sister unharmed, Su Jinhua breathed a long sigh of relief. Moments earlier, while working at the lumberyard with their father, he had heard that something had happened at the office building. A female youth from a neighboring brigade had nearly been bullied by the deputy director. His mind had gone blank, immediately recalling the report his sister had asked him to prepare a few days prior. Fearing the worst, he rushed over. From afar, he had seen his sister emerge from the office building, which had sent him into a panic, only to discover she was unharmed, while another youth was sobbing, her eyes swollen like walnuts. Relieved, he nodded at her in acknowledgement. After leaving the logging site, Su Qingran led Su Jiao back toward the village with the main group. Throughout the journey, Gu Xiao maintained a silent demeanor that was somewhat intimidating. That it was evident he was genuinely upset, yet he refrained from expressing his feelings in front of everyone. Su Qingran understood the reason for his anger. But she had no regrets. That Deputy Director Liu resembled a slippery serpent, lurking in the shadows, fixated on her family. Beyond her family, many nameless victims existed. Even minor harassment or verbal taunts could leave a lifetime of scars on a young girl's heart. If she could rid the world of such scum, she would willingly sacrifice a piece of herself. However, she had not anticipated Su Jiao's sudden appearance, which completely disrupted her plans and intentions. Su Qingran had assumed that Gu Xiao would wait until evening to seek her out. To her surprise, he arrived during the lunch break. Upon entering, he bluntly stated, "Come with me to the back mountain. I need to talk to you." Then he turned and walked away. Knowing she could not evade him, Su Qingran did not attempt to. After giving Nanjing a few instructions, she headed out toward the back mountain. Upon entering the woods, they arrived at a secluded area. Ji Yuxiao then halted, turning to face her. "When did you start planning this matter regarding the logging site? When you asked me to teach you to fight? Was it aimed at him? Did he bully your family?" Su Qingran looked up at him with a calm demeanor. "You are correct in your assumptions. If I do not bring him down today, he will drag my entire family into hell tomorrow. I have no choice. The request for you to teach me to fight was indeed a deception. I did not reveal my true intentions. However, today's events are entirely unrelated to you. Even if the captain were to pursue the matter, it would not involve you." Ji Yuxiao was on the verge of exploding with anger. "Do you think I called you here to distance myself from this situation? Such a significant issue, you alone at least inform me beforehand." Su Qingran softened her tone. "I understand you are looking out for me, but you have already helped me so much. I do not wish to involve you further." Gu Zhao's expression visibly relaxed, yet a lingering frustration remained in his heart. "Su Qingran, I admit I like you, but I have never pressured you to become my girlfriend, have I? Are you afraid that my assistance in this matter will lead to complications? Or are you worried I might become a burden?" Chapter 84. When the walls fall, everyone pushes. Hearing those words from him for the first time, and in such a direct manner, left Su Qingran momentarily stunned. Shrinking her head in silence, she desperately sought an appropriate response, but her mind was blank, and she could not utter a single word. Ji Yuxiao quietly observed her reaction, his initial frustration transforming into anticipation, only to fade into disappointment. Though he had anticipated this outcome and held no high hopes, it still stung. "If you are searching for excuses to reject me, there is no need. I have already informed my parents that I am not considering settling down for the time being. Even if you agree, I might not accept it. My frustration lies in your lack of self-consideration. You are usually a normal girl, yet when it comes to family matters, you seem like a different person. I see that you are not inherently bold or truly fierce, but when it comes to your family, you dare to traverse dark and treacherous paths, and now you are being forced to fight and even contemplate hanging yourself." As he spoke, Gu Xiao found himself at a loss for words. After a moment, he sighed helplessly. "Forget it. I'll consider my words wasted. You still do not trust me." Su Qingran lowered her head, her eyes slightly moist. In her previous life, she had only considered herself, neglecting her family entirely, only to face dire consequences. It was not that she did not trust him. It was the painful experiences of her past that taught her not to rely on anyone, especially men. Yet, she could not articulate these feelings to him. Instead, she offered a different explanation. "It's not that I haven't considered myself. I initially intended to assess the situation first, but unexpectedly, Su Jiao intervened. Additionally, I had inquired beforehand and learned that the director and deputy director of the logging site have a poor private relationship, so even if the situation escalated, it would not implicate the brigade side businesses. Hence, I felt compelled to act decisively." Ji Yuxiao's heart was a whirlwind of emotions, unsure whether to be frustrated that she was still considering others at such a moment or to commend her for her courage and meticulousness. Seeing her head lowered with reddened eyes, he could not bring himself to continue. Moreover, he understood that he had no right to criticize her. She was merely being patient and explaining herself out of their acquaintance over the past few days. If pushed too hard, she might very well walk away. With this thought in mind, Gu Zhao's resentment dissipated entirely. "All right, let us not discuss this anymore. Earlier, while at the logging site, I gathered information. This Deputy Liu is not a good person. But do you know why he is so audacious, luring young girls into his office during daylight?" Su Qingran pursed her lips. "He probably has some backing. The logging site is remote, and it is not easy for news to spread. Having tasted the sweetness of his power, he naturally grew bolder. Jiu Shao continued to inquire. Do you know who his backing is? Su Qingran looked up in confusion and replied, I don't know. Jiu Shao smirked. It's his father-in-law. His wife and child are in the city, residing at their father's house. With what he did before, if it reached his father-in-law's ears, how could his support remain steadfast, even if those matters lack solid evidence? Today's uproar is sufficient to bring him down. Su Qingran's eyes sparkled with realization. If the backing turns a blind eye, then more will come forth to take advantage of him. Gu Shao let out a soft hum. I told you, consulting someone when faced with difficulties is indeed beneficial. Isn't it? Su Qingran nodded in agreement. You are right. Jiu Shao maintained a composed exterior while his heart bloomed with joy. Do not concern yourself further with this matter. I will enlist others to spread the word, ensuring that we remain undetected. All right. Meanwhile, the Lin family of four was also filled with excitement. Su Jingshan and Su Jinhua discussed plans to anonymously submit complaints to the director's office starting tomorrow. This time, they were determined to compel the director to decisively address the actions of Deputy Director Liu. Unbeknownst to them, apart from the Su family, numerous others at the logging site also began drafting complaint letters. Everyone was fervently brainstorming ways to contribute. They could not let such a valuable opportunity slip away. In the evening, upon returning home from work, Su Qingran entered the courtyard and immediately heard the sound of Su Jiao sobbing next door. After inquiring with Nanxing, she learned that the girl had been hiding in her room since her return, refusing to eat or drink, and intermittently crying while lying in bed. Su Nanxing spoke with urgency. Aunt, she came looking for you at noon, but you had just left. Is she here to cause you trouble again? Su Qingran shook her head. Don't worry, that's not it. Su Nanxing sighed in relief. Then will you go see her? Su Qingran pondered for a moment and decided against it. Although Su Jiao had inadvertently helped her resolve a significant issue today, this woman was far too troublesome. Who knew what other complications might arise from a visit? She would wait until Su Jiao had cried enough. Once inside, Su Qingran tidied up briefly before preparing dinner. Nanxing expressed a desire for egg pancakes, so she started cooking porridge and gradually began mixing batter for the pancakes. While she was busy, a disheveled woman suddenly appeared at the door. Su Qingran was startled and upon closer inspection, realized it was Su Jiao. What are you doing? Su Jiao sniffled. I came to thank you. When I came at noon, you weren't here. Today's events were all thanks to you. Otherwise, I shudder to think. She continued, after our prior disagreements, I never imagined that in my moment of need, the only person to stand up for me would be you. Saying this, Su Jiao bowed deeply. Su Qingran felt a twinge of guilt and quickly waved her hand. That's enough. I didn't do it for you. I simply cannot abide such scum. Su Jiao angrily shook her fist. You are right. He is indeed a scoundrel. You have no idea. After I returned today, several aunties teased me, saying I tend to blow things out of proportion, suggesting I may have misunderstood him. Su Qingran paused. Understanding why Su Jiao had returned crying despite appearing fine on the way home. It was indeed due to this. She set down her bowl and looked at her earnestly. Su Jiao, the reason people speculate in such a manner is based on your previous conduct, which indeed resembles something you would do. To be honest, I don't particularly like you. However, to be fair, you handled today's matter correctly. If you require assistance, I can testify on your behalf. In her previous life, she had witnessed too many similar situations. Young women in their 20s, just entering society, often encountered those with an aura of power, navigating the delicate balance of testing boundaries and exploitation. It was challenging to bravely say no. Many chose to endure in silence, convincing themselves not to overthink. Even when resisting, they hesitated to confront directly. Yet Su Jiao, faced with such a situation today, had no such reservations. She called out immediately and even smashed something. In terms of merit, this was indeed commendable. Su Jiao had not anticipated such a response, and her lips trembled in a pout of grievance. Su Qingran, you were the first person to express such sentiments to me. You are a good person. Su Qingran quickly raised her hand. Stop. If you're going to cry, go cry somewhere else. Don't do it at my doorstep. Otherwise, others will think I've wronged you. Chapter 85. Removing the thorn in one's eye. Su Jiao's eyes glistened with unshed tears, ready to spill, but upon hearing Su Qingran's words, she immediately stifled them. However, her stomach betrayed her with a loud growl. The atmosphere in the room became awkward. What are you cooking? It smells delicious. Su Qingran forced a smile. Can't you see? Su Jiao sniffled, Can I have a piece of egg pancake? I didn't eat anything at noon. Su Qingran sighed in exasperation, realizing she had underestimated her. All right then. She proceeded to plate 2 pieces and handed them over. Once you've finished the pancake, you are not allowed to linger here crying. Su Jiao nodded and took a bite of the pancake as she savored it. Her satisfaction was palpable. Her eyes began to well up again, but this time it was not for any other reason. The egg pancake was simply too delicious. She seriously questioned her previous mindset, wondering why she had opposed Su Qing, and upon arriving in the countryside, after several encounters, she had gained nothing, instead becoming the village's public enemy. At the critical moment, not only did those people not help her, but they also stood by, watching the spectacle and mocking her. This was probably what it meant for harm to befall oneself. Just a few days later, good news arrived from the logging site. The director personally brought people to offer condolences, announcing that Deputy Director Liu had been taken away in recent days. The logging site had received an overwhelming number of complaint letters, particularly concerning the youth workers, and had ordered a thorough investigation into Deputy Director Liu's conduct. Given the circumstances, it seemed he would not escape charges of misconduct. Such charges were severe, and barring any unforeseen events, he was almost certainly facing dire consequences. Even if he avoided the worst, it was likely he would suffer greatly for the rest of his life. Regardless of the outcome, Su Qingran felt content. The thorn in her eye had been removed, and it could be seen as avenging her family. The director's personal visit signified his stance and granted considerable face to the Xianjiangshan brigade. The brigade leader was especially pleased, particularly since they would continue collaborating with the logging site for furniture processing and would still need to borrow their road roller for repairs, with the director visiting in person. It was only fitting to provide a warm reception. After exiting the youth workers' point, the brigade leader directly summoned Su Qingran to accompany the director in touring the furniture processing site. The site had been remodeled from the original brigade warehouse, and although small, it was organized into distinct areas for cutting, material preparation, sanding, assembly, and quality inspection, which was quite commendable. The director, overseeing such a large logging site with countless subordinates, was impressed. The brigade leader was exhilarated and discreetly pulled Su Qingran aside. Little Su, I would like to ask you for a favor. Su Qingran was puzzled. Brigade leader, what is it? The brigade leader smiled and nodded. Later, I want to invite the director to dine at home. I am worried that our simple meal might not be sufficient for such a leader. Do you think you could assist your aunt in the kitchen? Su Qingran readily agreed. Of course. I'll head over now. You stay here and entertain the director for a bit longer. Wonderful. I'll discuss the material orders for the upcoming year with him during dinner. The brigade leader, initially feeling uncertain, now felt a surge of confidence with Su Qingran's skills backing him. When Su Qingran and Nanqing arrived at the Gu residence, and Gu was frantically slaughtering chickens, vegetables freshly gathered from the cellar and garden were haphazardly piled on the ground. Awaiting attention, Su Qingran rolled up her sleeves and approached. Aunt, I brought Nanqing to help you. Seeing her arrival was akin to a lifeline for Aunt Gu. I was so worried. Your uncle had a sudden idea and asked someone to inform me to prepare lunch. But we have nothing at home, she lamented, noting that in all her years as the brigade leader's wife, she had never hosted a leader. This would be the second time in just a few months. Su Qingran smiled as she relayed the situation at the processing site. After sharing, she glanced around the yard. Is it just you here? Gu Xiao went up the mountain to catch rabbits. I'm not sure if he'll succeed. If he does, we'll have a hearty dish. Just as they spoke, Gu Xiao appeared at the door carrying 2 rabbits. Su Qingran looked at him. Are you aware of the director's visit? Gu Xiao nodded. Yes, I heard. I'm fully informed. In front of Aunt Gu. Su Qingran refrained from expressing gratitude, merely nodding appreciatively. Without his assistance, bringing down Deputy Director Liu would not have been so effortless. After Gu Xiao returned, the logistics team grew from 3 members to 4. Gu Xiao took charge of cleaning the rabbits, chopping wood, and fetching water, while Aunt Gu handled the vegetable preparation. Nanqing was responsible for tending the fire, and Su Qingran naturally became the chef. Before long, the 4 of them had prepared a feast. The brigade leader returned with impeccable timing. Once the dishes were laid out, he beckoned Su Qingran to join them for dinner. Before she could refuse, Aunt Gu interjected, Let Gu Xiao accompany you. You 2 are enough. Nanqing and I will eat separately in the kitchen. The brigade leader shot a puzzled glance at his wife. What are you saying? In our household, there is certainly no habit of excluding women from the table. You all may join us. Su Qingran hastily interjected. Captain, you should go. There are many people today. so we will refrain from joining." Seeing that neither of them was willing to go, the captain reluctantly acquiesced, saying, "Then do prepare some delicious dishes. Don't be stingy." Once the men departed, Aunt Gu immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Ever since the incident the other day, she had been pondering the true state of the Su family. After much contemplation, she had indeed deduced some insights, since Nanxing's parents had arrived at night. It implied that they did not live far away. Otherwise, it would be impossible for unfamiliar individuals to navigate their way to this village in the dark. The only place nearby was a forest farm. Furthermore, considering that Su Jiqing had come to the countryside alone with her nephew and had consistently avoided discussing family matters, while also being reluctant to disclose that her brother and sister-in-law had visited her at night, it further indicated that something must have transpired within their family. Perhaps they had been assigned to the forest farm. With this realization, everything began to align. When she had heard that Su Jiqing had gone to the forest farm, she had been terrified, fearing that her cover would be blown. Later, upon hearing that someone had encountered trouble at the forest farm, she was even more frightened. Fortunately, upon returning, she discovered that the person who had encountered trouble was not her. Today, with the director of the forest farm dining at their home, if Su Jiqing were to join the table, it would inevitably lead to many questions. If she inadvertently let something slip, it would spell significant trouble. Thus, she had insisted that Su Qingren not join the table. While serving the dishes earlier, she had already set aside a portion of each dish. The three of them would have ample food. After they had finished their meal, she urged Su Qingren to rest. They had no idea how long they would be dining, so she insisted, "You take Nanxing back to rest. I will tidy up on my own." Chapter 86. Shen Yunfang is dismissed. Su Qingren did not think much of it and stood up to take Nanxing home. However, she had barely taken a few steps when the director of the forest farm rushed out after her. "Comrade Su, please hold on." Su Qingren turned in surprise, directorly. "Is there something else?" The director nodded. "Comrade Su, are you satisfied with how this matter has been handled?" Su Qingren smiled and nodded. "Directorly, your decisive and fair handling is greatly admired by us young intellectuals." The director sighed with relief. "Well then, I have one more favor to ask of you. Please persuade Su Jiqing to not lose heart, since you were so protective of her at the forest farm. I assume your relationship is quite good." Su Qingren forced a smile and replied, "Yes, we are particularly close. The last incident at the forest farm was a moment of impulse. Now that you have intervened on our behalf, rest assured, we will not seek further trouble." Seeing Su Qingren's assurance, the director felt completely at ease. After leaving the Gu household, Su Qingren led Nanxing home. Just as they reached the door, Su Jiao hurried over. Carrying a bundle, "Sister Ran, where have you been? I've been waiting for you for ages." Su Qingren chuckled. "The captain invited directorly for a meal. I went to curry favor with the leadership and help prepare the meal." Su Jiao's eyelids twitched. "Sister Ran, I was just joking last time. Why do you hold a grudge?" Su Qingren replied, "It seems you are older than I am." Su Jiao remained unfazed. "I'm referring to my mental age. That Shen Weiguo also calls you Sister Ran at the intellectual station, so I followed suit." With that, she quickly handed over the items she was holding. "I almost forgot the main point. These are the snacks sent by the forest farm as a gesture of appreciation. They are for you. Thanks to your help in the previous matter." Su Qingren immediately waved her hands. "I don't want them. Please take them back." Although Su Jiao had temporarily changed her demeanor, no one could predict how things would unfold in the future. It would be less convenient to confront her or have a dispute later if she accepted something from her now. Su Jiao was determined to give them, shoving the items into Su Qingren's arms before sprinting away. "Come back and take them. Rest assured, I won't poison them." After resolving the issues at the forest farm, Su Qingren felt a tremendous sense of relief. The winter clothing for her family had been sent, and now preparations for winter vegetables were to commence. Although her small plot of land had been planted later than others, the growth was remarkably good. Ultimately, it surpassed even the gardens of the most skilled vegetable growers in the village. It was 100 times better than the sparse vegetable gardens at the intellectual station, but in addition to the flourishing vegetable garden, the 3 hens she raised were also thriving, each plump and with glossy brown feathers. Whenever the village women saw them, they would compliment her and inquire about her secrets to raising them. When she failed to provide a satisfactory explanation, they assumed she was simply gifted with a natural talent. Taking advantage of the recent good weather, Su Qingren and Nanxing worked together to harvest all the cabbages from their plot. They also pulled up all the green radishes and carrots, following Aunt Gu's advice. They dug a deep, narrow pit beside the garden, placing some of the cabbages and radishes inside. They covered the top with straw for insulation. They also cleaned and sliced some green radishes into strips, stringing them together to dry at the front door, preparing to make radish preserves. Besides the radish preserves, she planned to pickle some snow cabbage and cut mustard greens into thin strips for salted vegetables. In truth, she and Nanqing could not possibly consume all of this, especially since they still had fresh vegetables that would not spoil. However, appearances needed to be maintained. Later, she could send some pickled vegetables to the forest farm, which would be a welcome accompaniment to their meals of steamed buns and porridge. Several young intellectuals, noticing that she had been busy storing winter vegetables and pickling, gradually grew restless and began to mimic her efforts. When their vegetable garden fell short, they sought ways to trade with the villagers for more. Ever since returning from the forest farm, Su Jiao had become completely docile and had not sought trouble with her. However, Su Jiao herself was somewhat troublesome, occasionally coming around to ingratiate herself as for Sun Hao. He was originally Su Jiao's shadow, and now called her sister Ran as well. The remaining Lu Qin and Hu Huiying had not had any direct conflicts with her and thus, for the time being, coexisted peacefully. Consequently, the atmosphere at the intellectual station had become much more harmonious. After finishing the winter vegetable preparations, Su Qingren received a letter from Gu Xiaowei. The letter stated that Shen Yufang had been dismissed. During this time, she had repeatedly made small mistakes at work. Originally, the workshop director had refrained from taking severe measures, considering Xiao Donghua's influence, merely reprimanding her a couple of times. However, she not only failed to amend her ways, but took advantage of Xiao Donghua's status as a skilled worker to slack off in the workshop, nearly causing a major mishap. Fortunately, the workshop director discovered this in time, thus averting disaster. Upon reading this, Su Qingran immediately understood that the workshop director had not disclosed the matter of the report to the public. This was for the best, as all she desired was the outcome. Shen Yunfang's dismissal was far better than what she had anticipated. Ji Yuxiaowei further mentioned that not long ago, Xiao Donghua had been applying to the factory office, hoping to secure a single room for Shen Yunfang. This would allow her to live with her son, Xiao Jun. However, now that Shen Yunfang had been dismissed, securing a room was out of the question. Both mother and son would have to continue residing with the Xiao family, depending on Xiao Donghua for survival. Finally, Gu Xiaowei mentioned that Xiao Donghua had been set up on a blind date. The girl was someone Zhang Guilan had desperately sought to introduce. Initially, Xiao Donghua was adamant about not meeting her, but Zhang Guilan repeatedly caused a scene at the factory until he reluctantly agreed. Who would have thought that on the day of the meeting, just as they sat down, Shen Yunfang rushed in with Xiao Jun. Upon seeing Xiao Donghua, Xiao Jun called out "Daddy." The girl was so startled by the scene that she fled immediately. Xiao Donghua had never wanted to go on this blind date, so he did not react much. However, Zhang Guilan was not easily deterred and had heard that the Xiao family had been causing quite a stir lately. Closing the letter, Su Qingran couldn't help but smile. She remembered clearly how, in her previous life, she had exerted considerable effort to secure a single room for Shen Yunfang. But what had Xiao Donghua said? He had claimed that it was inconvenient for Shen Yunfang to live alone with Xiao Jun without anyone to look after them. He had also argued that a boy needed a father figure for his development. Who could have imagined that in this lifetime, he would take the initiative to secure a single room for Shen Yunfang? Yet, he likely remained unaware of Shen Yunfang's true intentions. She had never intended to leave the Xiao family after moving in. Now, without a job and income, she was even less likely to depart. In this life, she would undoubtedly remain dependent on the Xiao family. However, losing her job and income while simultaneously ruining Xiao Donghua's blind date. Could Zhang Guilan possibly let her off the hook? Chapter 87. A new side business. A few days later, the gravel road leading from the village to the forest farm was finally completed. Though not long, this road had been excavated by the collective effort of the villagers, filling their hearts with pride. The only regret was that the asphalt road connecting the forest farm to the city had yet to be finished and would not be open until after spring. Before the new year, the village still had 2 batches of goods to deliver. Point 1 was a partial shipment of tea tables and bedside cabinets, and the other was the remaining goods, which simply needed to be delivered before the new year. Taking advantage of the relatively free time before the deliveries, Gu Xiaoxiao planned to take Guo Hai and 2 others for another outing under some pretext. The night before their departure, he made a special visit to Su Qingran to inform her. He also wanted to check on the progress of the sweater he had requested. He hoped she hadn't forgotten. Upon seeing him, Su Qingran hurriedly brought out the freshly knitted sweater. "Tell me if it fits." Gu Xiaoxiao joyfully accepted the sweater, looking down to examine it. It was not a bare design, but a lovely piece in dark blue and maroon stripes, with a narrow white stripe woven between the two colors. "It is beautiful. I didn't expect a sweater to look so good." As she spoke, she directly slipped the sweater over her shoulders. Su Qingren hurriedly stopped her, exclaiming, "With so many layers underneath, how can you try it on like that? Take it back and try it on later." Yu Xiao grinned slightly. All right. He had initially intended to try it on at Nanqing's place to show her the effect, but fearing it might cause her some trouble, he decided against it. Seeing that he liked it, Su Qingren turned around and fetched a pair of gloves. The gloves had been knitted quite some time ago, intended to be given alongside the sweater. But she had decided to finish them regardless, as it wouldn't hurt to use a little more yarn. "You should take these gloves as well. You'll need them when riding your bike. By the way, be cautious when you bring them back. If anyone asks, just say you bought them in the city." Yu Zhao's lips couldn't help but curl into a smile. "But don't worry, I would never betray you. Oh, by the way, I need to go into the city early tomorrow with Gu Sihai and the others. Is there anything you want me to bring?" Su Qingren pondered for a moment. "Just bring me some meat." After saying that, she handed him some money. Yu Xiao glanced at her curiously. "It's not time for deliveries yet. Aren't you going to ask what I'm going into the city for?" Su Qingren smiled and replied, "Rest assured, if anyone asks, I won't betray any of you either." By the way, I've heard that inspections are stricter before the new year, so be careful." Yu Xiao was somewhat surprised. "I thought you also believed that doing business in the black market was wrong." Su Qingren paused for a moment before responding. "Last time, I heard Gu Sihai and the others mention that the things you're selling are partially obtained from hunting in the mountains and partially quietly sold for the villagers. Never touching grain. You all have your own principles, and you're helping people in need, so there's nothing wrong with that." When she first encountered them in the black market, she indeed held some prejudice. It was only after she truly experienced life in the countryside that she understood the significance of what Gu Xiao and his companions were doing. Many people here are still extremely impoverished, unable to afford enough food throughout the year. What meaning does stubbornly adhering to so-called rules have? Moreover, the aunts and mothers who entrusted Gu Xiao and the others to sell their goods mostly had chickens they raised themselves, cotton grown in their own plots, and dried vegetables and mushrooms foraged from the mountains. Although the four of them profited from it, they had also given a lot in return. After all, transporting these items out of the mountains was no simple feat. Compared to the wild boar and other meats they brought down from the mountains, these items are but a drop in the ocean. Perhaps it was not solely for profit, but rather a matter of camaraderie. After Gu Xiao went into the city, Su Qingren found herself entirely at leisure at a tea present. The road in the brigade had been repaired, and the winter agricultural tasks were diminishing. Only a furniture processing point remained bustling. But woodworking is a skilled trade, limiting the number of participants. The rest of the villagers soon fell back into their previous idleness, especially the aunts and mothers in the village, once they had leisure time. The trivial disputes in the village noticeably increased. The brigade leader's temper had also begun to flare up these past few days. Su Qingren recalled the last time Aunt Gu had sought help in hastily making winter clothes. The sewing skills truly exceeded her expectations. That time, Aunt Gu appeared quite accustomed to it, indicating there were indeed many skilled hands in the village. However, currently, fabric was supplied only with coupons, and if their brigade wanted to take on some sewing work, they could only resort to dealing with scrap cloth that did not require coupons, such as hair accessories. With this thought, Su Qingren opened a wooden box and took out the scraps of fabric she had brought back from Gu Xiaohui's house last time. She had specifically picked out several bright and beautiful pieces, unwilling to use them for curtains. Now, they were perfect for making hair accessories. She selected a palm-sized piece of pink fabric to create 2 small bows, sewing them onto elastic bands, which felt particularly suitable for adorning little girls' pigtails that if styled as twin tails, placing them at the ends would also look delightful. Subsequently, she chose a red checkered fabric to fashion a larger double-layer bow, along with sewing a red velvet hibiscus flower. Nowadays, some young ladies in the city had begun to let down their ponytails, pursuing the elegance of flowing hair. Such hair accessories were especially fitting for half-up, half-down hairstyles. Having sewn 4 in one go, Su Qingren still felt a lingering excitement. Initially, her idea of making hair accessories had been a fleeting whim, but as she progressed, the concept became clearer and more resolute. Once all the hair accessories were completed and laid out on the table, she admired them while contemplating how to market this venture. As she was deep in thought, a head suddenly poked through the window. "Ranjia, what are you doing?" Su Qingren was startled and looked up to see that it was the mischievous Su Jiao. "Nothing much." As soon as she spoke, Su Jiao's keen eyes had already spotted the hair accessories on the table. Ranjia, when did you buy these? Where did you find such beautiful hair accessories? Don't touch them. I'm not touching. I'm just looking at. Su Jiao gazed longingly at the hair accessories on the table, her eyes filled with desire. Ranjia, these hair accessories must be quite expensive, right? How much did you pay for them? Su Qingren blinked and replied, take a guess. Su Jiao pondered seriously. The small ones must be 30 cents. The large one should be at least 50 cents. No, I think this rose one is the prettiest. I've seen this flower in movies. It must be 60 cents, right? Su Qingren chuckled softly. This is a hibiscus flower. Let me ask you, if I sold it to you for 60 cents, would you be willing to buy it? 60 cents could buy a pound of pork. Su Jiao hesitated for a moment, but then decisively nodded. I would. Pork is delicious, but once it's eaten, it's gone. These hair accessories can be worn for a long time. Chapter 88. Selling hair accessories in the city. With Su Jiao's words, Su Qingren felt a surge of confidence. She stood up, clutching the hair accessories, and headed for the door. Su Jiao called after her several times. You still haven't told me where you bought them. Su Qingren waved her hand dismissively. I didn't buy them. I made them myself. If you want to buy some, we can talk later. As she spoke, Su Qingren hurried toward the Gu household. At that moment, the brigade leader had just returned from dealing with a dispute in the village. His mood somewhat low. Upon seeing Su Qingren, he quickly greeted her with a smile and welcomed her inside. As soon as Su Qingren entered, she laid the hair accessories on the table. Brigade leader, I came to show you something. What do you think of these hair accessories? The brigade leader was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. However, Aunt Gu, with her discerning eye, picked one up to inspect closely. They're truly beautiful. When I married your Uncle Gu, he specifically bought me a pair of red hair ties to wear on my wedding day. Later, when Xiaolei grew up, he began to buy her hair accessories. I've never seen such beautiful hair accessories before. Recalling the events of several decades ago, the brigade leader felt a bit embarrassed. While I may not understand, these colors and styles certainly look appealing. As long as the youth like them, that's what matters. But these hair accessories must cost quite a bit, right? Su Qingren smiled. I didn't spend any money. I made them myself. Brigade leader, I have an idea. Since we can engage in furniture processing, why not find a way to secure some orders for hair accessories? Many women in our brigade are quite skilled, and with fewer winter tasks, it would be a good opportunity for them. Hearing this, Aunt Gu's eyes suddenly lit up. Exactly. Previously, furniture orders mainly involved the men, but our brigade has many capable women. It's high time we found some work for them to do and prevent them from squabbling all day. The brigade leader hesitated for a moment. While they had previously engaged in woodworking, no one had ever attempted making hair accessories before, aside from Xiao Su. Moreover, the fabric used for hair accessories was not easy to procure, as everything was rationed by coupons. Even under the brigade's name, they couldn't buy any. Su Qingren calmly explained, Brigade leader, these hair accessories are made from scrap fabric. The scraps are actually employee benefits from the textile factory that Xiao Wei's brother works at. I've heard they periodically clear out a batch of scraps. Additionally, the supply and marketing cooperative also sells ready-made scraps for just 10 cents, no coupons required. The brigade leader nodded thoughtfully. He had rarely visited the supply and marketing cooperative and was not well acquainted with the market for scrap fabric. After Su Qingren's explanation, he recalled that such a practice existed. Furthermore, the textile factory, from dyeing to finished product shipment, would inevitably leave behind fabric remnants during the cutting and inspection processes. Sometimes, even flawed fabric would be released. And these indeed did not require coupons. Aside from the fabric, will we need anything else? Su Qingren pulled a yellow elastic band from her pocket, noting that this type of band would be essential. Usually, they sell for 20 cents for 10 pieces at the supply and marketing cooperative, but buying in bulk should be cheaper. That we can check with Director Yao about that later. Additionally, if we really get this started, we might need hair clips or similar items, but I'm not sure about those prices yet. The brigade leader picked up one of the hair accessories from the table, examining it closely while simultaneously calculating in his mind. According to what you said, the cost of making one of these hair accessories is around 5 cents. How much can we sell them for at the supply and marketing cooperative? Su Qingren nodded with a smile. The cost is about that. The simpler ones could sell for 20 cents, while the more intricate ones might go for 50 to 60 cents. How much? The brigade leader jumped up from his chair. Astonished, Xiao Su, can you repeat that? How much? Su Qingren smiled faintly. Captain, this price is the retail price from the supply and marketing cooperative. If we sell to them, we should certainly offer a discount. However, I believe that as long as the designs are sufficiently novel, the price can be negotiated. The captain, taken aback, opened his mouth in surprise. Goodness, one could buy a pound of pork for just 60 cents. Who would spend money on this? It can't even be eaten. Su Qingren exchanged glances with Aunt Gu, and both of them couldn't help but chuckle. Captain, while this headpiece may not be edible, there are indeed many who are willing to pay a handsome sum for it. Your uncle's thinking is outdated. He simply does not understand the whims of young ladies. That a few years back, we had a lovely educated youth here who, in her quest to make 2 new outfits, exchanged all her rations and ended up fainting from hunger while working in the fields. You haven't forgotten that, have you? The captain nodded, somewhat understanding yet still perplexed. Nevertheless, since Su Qingren had said so, he chose to believe her. Little Su, how do you propose we conduct this business? Su Qingren pondered for a moment. Let us head straight to the supply and marketing cooperative in the city. First examining the styles and prices of the hairpieces there, then checking the cost of scrap fabric, and finally consulting Director Yao at the procurement station. The captain slapped his thigh. All right, let's call Accountant Luo first thing tomorrow. The 3 of us will head into the city together. He now understood that some matters could not be resolved by mere contemplation. One must venture forth to truly grasp their feasibility. The path is forged through experience. The next day, the trio set off energetically at dawn. They began with an ox cart, then switched to a bus once they reached the town, and finally took a public bus all the way to the supply and marketing cooperative. To complement the promotion of the headpieces, Su Qingren had styled her hair in a half-up, half-down manner, adorned with a red checkered double-layered bow. Just before entering the cooperative, she made sure to tidy herself up a bit. Upon entering, the 3 headed straight to the counter selling hairpieces. In one corner, they discovered numerous red hair ties and hairpins. Naturally, there were also hairpieces from larger cities, with the most expensive ones fetching over a yuan. However, none appeared as exquisite as the one Su Qingren wore. The captain and Accountant Luo grew increasingly confident as they examined the offerings. Yet, the sales clerk nearby seemed displeased, thinking that these 2 old men hardly looked like customers in search of hairpieces. She was incessantly bombarded with inquiries, which annoyed her greatly. They then proceeded to inquire about the prices of yellow rubber bands and scrap fabric. The price of the rubber bands indeed matched Su Qingren's words. But the clerk could not provide a price for a full package, as it was beyond her authority. The scrap fabric at the cooperative was mostly selected, with patterns and sizes relatively uniform, though each piece bore a different price. As for the bulk scrap fabric sold by weight, these were remnants unsuitable for retail, only fit for stuffing or mops. After a thorough exploration, the trio had a rough estimate and decided to head directly to the procurement station to find Director Yao. Meanwhile, Gu Xiao and his companions were preparing to return to the village, making a special stop at the cooperative to purchase some items before leaving. However, before they could reach the cooperative, the leading figure, Guasihai, abruptly halted. Xiao Gu, look, that lady at the entrance of the cooperative resembles Ran Jia. Gu Xiao scoffed. She's in the village. How could it possibly be her? Yet, he found himself involuntarily glancing in the direction pointed out by Guasihai. Upon raising his head towards the cooperative, Gu Xiao indeed spotted a young lady who bore a striking resemblance to Su Qingren emerging from within. However, the girl had her hair styled in half-down fashion, with a red checkered bow on her head. Such a bold display, it could not possibly be her. Yet, it was uncanny how similar they looked. How could there be 2 people in the world who resembled each other so closely? Lost in thought, the girl suddenly turned her face towards them. Their eyes met, and both were momentarily stunned. Regaining her composure, Su Qingren quickly gestured to him, mouthing, "Run." After signaling, she swiftly turned back to the captain. "Captain, should we ask about the price of needles and thread once more?" Just as she spoke, the captain spotted the 4 individuals not far off. "You 4, stop right there." The 4 boys, having just turned their bicycles around, obediently returned. "Dad, what are you doing here?" After speaking, Gu Xiao discreetly sized up Su Qingren for a moment. It was the first time he had seen her with such a hairstyle, and he had to admit, it looked quite charming, striking yet understated. It was as if she were born to wear her hair this way and sport such a hairpiece. Yet, before he could admire her further, his father's piercing gaze intimidated him back. "Why did you 4 run upon seeing me? Don't think I don't know what you came to the city for. You can't escape from me." He then pointed at their bicycles. "We need to borrow your bikes for a while." Guasihai, Zhang Bing, and Zhao Jun had an inherent fear of the captain. Upon hearing that their bicycles were needed, they quickly pushed them forward. "Captain, where are you headed? We can ride you there." The captain pondered for a moment. "Old Luo, little Su, Let us take their bicycles to the procurement station. We can't afford to waste time. He then turned to the four youths. Once we finish our business, you can come back with us. Don't wander off. The four nodded in agreement, but none wished to carry the captain, fearing reprimand along the way. However, it was evident that Su Qingran's group would also be unsuitable for such a task. Thus, Accountant Luo suddenly became the center of attention. Accountant Luo, you ride with me. No, ride with me. The captain snorted and took a seat behind the most enthusiastic Zhang Bing. On the way, Gu Xiao deliberately slowed down. Seizing the opportunity to inquire, why the sudden trip to the procurement station? Is there an issue with the furniture order? Su Qingran smiled and shook her head. No problem at all. We're just looking to discuss something else with Director Yao. ULLC when we arrived. Gu Xiao responded with an O and asked, did you just buy that hairpiece at the cooperative? It looks lovely. Yes, a yuan each. Is it too expensive? Not at all, if it looks good. It's worth it. The procurement station was quite close to the supply and marketing cooperative, and soon the group arrived at the courtyard on their bicycles. Upon dismounting, the captain pointed at the four youths. You all stay here. It feels like you're coming to hunt wolves. Just wait for us and don't wander off. Gu Xiao felt uneasy, convinced that the three newcomers had ulterior motives. Dad, I want to go up with you. I can help with the discussion. The captain paused his steps. Fine, you can come along, but don't interrupt unless it's your turn to speak. When Director Yao saw the four, he was overjoyed. Captain Gu, are you here to deliver early? That's wonderful. We've been waiting anxiously. The captain chuckled awkwardly. Director Yao, we didn't come to deliver furniture today. It won't arrive for at least another week. We'll definitely send a batch next week. Upon hearing this, Director Yao's smile vanished. Oh, I see. Then what brings you here today, Captain Gu? We have already paid the advance for this order. The captain nervously rubbed his hands together, contemplating how best to broach the subject. Suddenly, the phone in Director Yao's office rang. Hello? What did you say? A hairpiece, a red checkered bow. Su Qingran and the others exchanged glances, silently turning away. Director Yao, puzzled, listened for a moment. And upon looking up, he happened to catch sight of the red checkered bow on Su Qingran's head. All right, I understand now. Let us leave it at that. After hanging up, Director Yao's smile returned. Su, educated youth, you look quite different today. I almost didn't recognize you when you walked in. Haha. Su Qingran shyly smiled. It's rare to visit the city, so I tidied up a bit. Sensing the conversation had shifted, Director Yao naturally turned the topic to the hairpiece on her head. Where did you buy that lovely piece, Su, educated youth? I haven't seen such a style in Ningxing before. Su Qingran succinctly replied, I made this hairpiece myself. Though Director Yao did not show it, he began to silently calculate in his mind that if he could acquire this hairpiece, he could have the previous factory that produced hairpieces replicate this style, ensuring it would sell remarkably well. Once he formulated his plan, Director Yao took the initiative. Su, educated youth, did you stop by the cooperative before coming here? Many customers noticed your hairpiece and rushed to our counter to inquire. Our sales clerk informed them that we don't sell it, but they insisted that we must be hiding our best goods for ourselves. Can you believe that? Su Qingran nodded with a smile. Indeed, we went in to browse a bit and checked out the hairpieces you have for sale. Director Yao, what do you think about us selling hairpieces like mine at your cooperative? Director Yao was elated. You young people are quite sharp. I was just planning to find someone to produce a batch of such hairpieces. If I could borrow your design for reference, that would be perfect. But we want to take it for free. The captain, caught up in the excitement, blurted out, no need to trouble anyone else. Our team can handle the production. Director Yao's mouth opened as he suddenly realized it. So, their visit was specifically for this matter. Unfortunately, the timing of that phone call was rather inconvenient. He began to shower them with compliments, and the dynamics of the situation shifted awkwardly. For now, he could only seek to salvage some ground. The headpieces you have created are indeed visually appealing. However, it must be acknowledged that there has been a lack of extensive production experience in the past, and our supply and marketing cooperative has traditionally sourced goods from distant locations. The quality and variety of headpieces from those suppliers are commendable, just as the thought crossed my mind. Before I could articulate my concerns, Su Qingran swiftly extracted a handful of headpieces from her bag and placed them on the table. Director Yao, these are a few samples we fabricated on short notice. You may compare our quality and styles. Chapter 90. Forcing orders upon them, Director Yao glanced down, and his eyes immediately sparkled with intrigue. The styles of these headpieces were unlike anything he had encountered before. The delicate little bows would undoubtedly look exquisite on his beloved daughter, and the hair ties would be perfect for his daughter-in-law. Upon closer inspection, he noted that the stitching was concealed, leaving no visible threads, and the craftsmanship was remarkably robust, with the elastic bands meticulously wrapped in fabric. The quality surpassed that of the previous supplier from afar. Su Qingran chimed in, "Director Yao, each of these designs is uniquely conceived by us, and you won't find identical ones elsewhere. Furthermore, we plan to regularly introduce new styles and varied colors to captivate our customers. As for the quality, you are already familiar with our previous collaborations on furniture. The individuals from Xianjiangshan Brigade are all quite earnest and would never resort to subterfuge." The brigade leader concurred. "What Su has stated is accurate. Every single item we produce undergoes stringent inspection, and any that does not meet our standards will not reach your hands." Director Yao was thoroughly captivated, momentarily disregarding any notions of passivity. "However, regarding the price, we have limited funds to offer." Exchanging glances, Su Qingran and the brigade leader shared a silent understanding that we have faith in Director Yao. Let the pricing reflect your previous acquisition costs, and you may finalize the decision. The immediate priority was to secure the initial order. Future price adjustments could be addressed later, and a prompt agreement would facilitate discussions regarding the procurement of raw materials. Ultimately, Director Yao established the purchase price for these headpieces, based on their size and complexity, ranging from 0.15 to 0.40 yuan. Once the pricing was settled, the brigade leader broached the subject of acquiring yellow elastic bands and fabric remnants. Director Yao, caught up in his excitement, had overlooked this detail. After all their efforts, they would need to source raw materials from the cooperative, essentially contributing labor to Xianjiangshan Brigade. Nevertheless, selling goods would ultimately benefit their cooperative. So he personally escorted them to meet the sales manager, successfully negotiating the price of the yellow elastic bands down to 0.16 yuan each, and securing the fabric remnants at 0.15 yuan per jean. Instructing the warehouse to prioritize vibrant and large fabric pieces. After selecting the fabric and completing the weighing process, the brigade leader shot a knowing glance at Gu Xia. "You must have a considerable sum on you, right? Bring it forth. Consider it a loan from the brigade." Gu Xia's eyelids twitched. "You come to negotiate business and yet do not bring any funds." The brigade leader shot him a stern look. "Does the brigade have any surplus funds? The last advance payment was entirely consumed on timber, and what if I hadn't come? We initially intended to purchase on credit." Gu Xia let out a resigned sigh, begrudgingly producing the money that had yet to warm in his hands. Had he known, he would not have accompanied them. Upon exiting the cooperative's warehouse, the brigade leader was eager to return to the Victory Commune. They had yet to report today's business dealings to the leadership, and given that they had taken orders independently, there was uncertainty about whether reprimands awaited them at the commune. Gu Xia dismissed these concerns. "Since you borrowed our money, you must at least provide us lunch." Accountant Luo looked up at the sun. "It's noon. Let's have our meal first. If we rush over now, the leadership will surely be resting." Understanding the brigade leader's worries, Su Qingran interjected, "Director, we were uncertain whether we could secure this headpiece order before arriving today. Notifying in advance would have been futile. It just so happens that the cooperative insisted on placing an order with us to generate revenue." The brigade leader's eyes brightened. "Indeed, that is a valid point. We shall eat first, and then return to the commune. To save time." The brigade leader purchased each person a bowl of noodles. Gu Xia and the others refrained from complaining, finishing their meal before accompanying him hastily to the commune. Upon entering the commune courtyard, they spotted a truck parked within, laden with fertilizer. The brigade leader and his companions were transfixed by the sight of the fertilizer bags. After waiting for so long, they had not anticipated that the commune had finally received the shipment, albeit delayed. Reluctantly, the brigade leader shifted his gaze away from the fertilizer bags. "Stop looking. It surely won't be our turn again this time." Gu Xia retorted, "Not necessarily. It just so happens that we arrived at the right moment." Just then, Director Gua emerged from the office. "Oh, old Gu, what brings you here?" Upon noticing the group's intense focus on the fertilizer, Director Gua was immediately flustered. "Good heavens, 7 people have arrived at once. Are they here to seize the fertilizer? How could they possibly know it was arriving today, before any rash actions could be taken?" Director Gua hurriedly ushered them into the office. "Old Gu, did you come here today for something specific?" The brigade leader regained his composure and redirected the conversation to the headpiece order. He eagerly recounted how they had secured the order from the cooperative. Presenting the order agreement to Director Gua, "Initially, we ventured into the city to procure some items, but fortuitously, Director Yao immediately took a liking to the headpieces crafted by Su, insisting that we rush to produce a batch for supply. Customers were clamoring to see Sue's headpiece. They demanded that the sales staff make it available, claiming it was being hidden, and you wouldn't believe it. Their calls even reached Director Yo's office. Director Guo, astonished, accepted the order form and glanced at Su Qing and S headpiece once more. It is indeed beautiful, but is it really that extraordinary? And are they truly forcing orders upon you? Noticing Director Guo's silence, the brigade leader became anxious. You aren't upset with us for taking the initiative, are you? Frankly, we did this to generate revenue for the commune. While the order may not be substantial, it will still contribute significantly by year's end. Director Guo's eyelids twitched. Generating revenue for the commune? But isn't this primarily benefiting your brigade? Nonetheless, although the process did not adhere strictly to regulations, seizing the opportunity to engage in handicrafts during the agricultural off-season was not inherently problematic, especially given the relatively modest financial implications. All right, I understand. Since you've taken on this task, do it well, and do not tarnish the reputation of our victory commune, by the way, with both furniture and headpieces on your plate. You must ensure that grain production is not compromised. Your brigade's grain yield has already been among the lowest in the commune. Should next year prove even worse, it would be quite the embarrassment. Upon hearing him mention grain production, the brigade leader felt invigorated. Director Guo, your words hit the nail on the head regarding our predicament. To be candid, we have been quite troubled by this matter. If only we could be allocated some fertilizer this time, it would greatly benefit Zhangjiangshan Brigade. Chapter 91. Successfully securing the fertilizer. Director Guo wished he could slap himself publicly for bringing up such a topic as grain production. Earlier, upon seeing the group arrive for the headpiece order, he had tucked his concerns away. Moreover, since Zhangjiangshan Brigade had embarked on their side ventures, they had not returned to stake out fertilizer supplies. He had assumed that chapter had closed. To his surprise, they were still keeping a watchful eye on it. Old Gu, I mentioned before that I support your side ventures, but the fertilizer truly is insufficient. Besides, now that you have these two supplementary businesses, you should be doing quite well. The need for fertilizer is not critical. Jiu Xia cleared his throat. Director Guo, while your statement holds merit, our need for fertilizer extends beyond our own interests. We also wish to avoid tarnishing your reputation. Previously, we guaranteed that our side ventures would not impede grain production, but the reality remains that agricultural yields depend on the whims of nature. Should adverse weather conditions lead to reduced harvests, we fear others may accuse us of negligence due to our side activities. As soon as he finished speaking, Director Guo's expression shifted subtly. Jiu Xia's reasoning was not without merit. Without engaging in side ventures, a slight dip in Zhangjiangshan Brigade's grain production could be remedied with relief supplies. However, now that they had embraced supplementary work, if grain production were to falter, envious parties within the commune or brigade could easily cast blame upon them. At that point, even the most eloquent defense would be futile, and he, as the one who endorsed their side ventures, would bear the brunt of the scrutiny. Realizing this, Director Guo turned a serious gaze upon the brigade leader. Old Gu, be frank with me. Does your brigade have confidence in next year's grain production? The brigade leader coughed lightly. With fertilizer, we will have confidence. When our grain yield increases and we successfully manage our side ventures, the county may even commend us. Of course, this will all be attributed to your excellent leadership, Director Guo. Director Guo's eyelids fluttered, his emotions a tumultuous mix of regret, fear, and a hint of excitement. If the previously lackluster Zhangjiangshan Brigade truly managed to thrive through their side ventures without neglecting grain production, they might indeed become a model for Ningxing. At that point, the victory commune would surely bask in the glory. Furthermore, his previous reluctance to allocate fertilizer to Zhangjiangshan Brigade was not solely due to a lack of quotas. He had primarily doubted their ability to fund such purchases, especially given their history of relying on relief grain during lean years. Now that there is a side job, such issues should no longer exist. After contemplating, Director Gu made an immediate decision, stating, "All right, this time I'll allocate 20 bags of fertilizer to you, but do not let me down." The captain and accountant Luo excitedly grasped Director Gu's hand, shaking it vigorously. "Director Gu, you truly are a blessing for our Zhangjiangshan Brigade. This assistance has been immensely helpful. Indeed, could the payment for the fertilizer be postponed for a few days? We will settle the amount as soon as we complete our furniture deliveries next week." Director Gu replied, "This is quite the request for credit. Very well, next week it shall be in a moment. You all can accompany me to handle the paperwork. Thank you so much. After I finish delivering the furniture next week, I will definitely bring the payment when I come to borrow the commune's tractor, Director Gu remarked. So, you're saying you'll be borrowing the tractor again next week? Despite the banter, once the paperwork was completed, Director Gu, upon seeing the 4 bicycles ridden by the group, felt a pang of compassion and arranged for someone to drive the tractor, transporting both the individuals and the fertilizer to the foot of the mountain. At this moment, the captain was truly overwhelmed with gratitude. With tears brimming in his eyes, he held Director Gu's hand and said, I won't overstate my thanks. How about this? When our brigade slaughters pigs before the new year, I'll invite you to enjoy the pig feast and take a look at our newly constructed road. Although Director Gu was not particularly interested in that short stretch of gravel road, he felt a flicker of desire upon recalling Su Qingran, the young lady who had cooked for him last time. Isn't this the same young comrade who helped cook at your place last time? Her culinary skills are quite impressive to Su Qingran smiled softly, recalling that Director Gu had been so engrossed in his work during his last visit that he hadn't had a moment to savor his meal. Everyone in the group eagerly anticipated Director Gu's return, and she promised to prepare marinated pig head meat, with the captain accompanying Director Gu for a drink. Director Gu nodded cheerfully in agreement. Very well, I will certainly come. That by the way, Lao Gu, last time you mentioned bringing that youth who proposed buying wood to process furniture to meet me. Why haven't you brought him yet? The captain felt a twinge of guilt and subtly pointed towards Su Qingran. Isn't she here now? Our brigade's furniture processing and this order for headbands rely entirely on Comrade Su's efforts. Upon hearing this, Director Gu paused for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter as if he had deciphered the captain's thoughts. Very well, Comrade Su is indeed commendable. Work diligently, and I will certainly come to see you next time. After leaving the commune, the 7 of them boarded the tractor, which was loaded with 20 bags of fertilizer and the raw materials for headbands from the supply and marketing cooperative. The winter wind was biting and frigid, yet the captain seemed unfazed by the cold, standing at the front of the tractor alongside Director Luo, no matter how much Su Qingran and Gu Xiao urged him to sit down. He remained resolute at that moment. Another tractor approached them from the opposite direction. Even from a distance, the captain began waving his arms to greet the oncoming vehicle. Captain Hu, are you here to fetch fertilizer as well? Su Qingran and Gu Xiao exchanged glances, their lips twitching in amusement. It was no wonder the old man insisted on standing. It was for this. After traveling a short distance, they encountered 2 more tractors, all arriving from other brigades to collect fertilizer. The captain tirelessly waved his arms, greeting the others. Encouraged by his enthusiasm, Accountant Luo also became more outgoing, smiling broadly and greeting others that in the past, whenever he encountered accountants from other brigades at the commune, he would keep his head down, as if the brigade's deficit was a reflection of his poor accounting skills. Now, he could finally stand tall and meet the eyes of the accountants from other brigades. The leaders of those brigades, surprised by the captain's greetings, wondered what he meant by fetching fertilizer together. When they glanced into the opposite truck bed, they were astonished to see that they indeed had fertilizer. How could a brigade that lived on government relief grain afford fertilizer? Was Director Gu out of his mind? Wasn't he the sheer waste? Before anyone could ponder further, the commune's tractor swiftly delivered the group and the fertilizer to the foot of the mountain. Upon disembarking, the captain seemed somewhat reluctant to leave, feeling that the tractor had sped by too quickly. If only it had gone a bit slower, they might have encountered 1 or 2 more brigades. At the foot of the mountain, Uncle Nyo from the village was already waiting for them with his ox cart. Earlier that morning, the captain had instructed him to come back in the afternoon to pick up the 3 of them. Why had the number suddenly increased to 7? And what was that pile of goods on the ground? Chapter 92. The members meeting at the captain's command for young men began transferring fertilizer onto the ox cart. Once they were organized, he eagerly greeted Uncle Nyo. Old brother, can you guess what these wonderful items are? Uncle Nyo squinted at the cargo. I can't read. Just tell me. The captain straightened his back and patted Uncle Nyo on the shoulder. The crops thrive thanks to fertilizer. This is fertilizer. Would you not say it is a great thing? What? Fertilizer? You really brought it back. Uncle Nyo exclaimed. Didn't you go into the city this morning? The captain smiled meaningfully. It's a long story. I will explain when we return. Now, make sure to drive carefully with the ox cart. We cannot afford to lose even a single bag of fertilizer. Rest assured, not a bag will go missing. Once the fertilizer was loaded, the remaining 3 individuals continued to sit on their bicycles. One bicycle remained empty at the back, carrying remnants of fabric and yellow rubber bands for making headbands. As the group moved, Gu Xiao quickly retrieved the pair of gloves Su Qingran had knitted for him from his pocket and handed them to her. It's cold. Put these on. Su Qingran pushed back. I have a scarf. That's sufficient. If you're riding, you should wear them. Noticing how she had bundled herself up tightly with her scarf, with her hands tucked into her pockets, he nodded. Then I shall wear them. As they spoke, the two had fallen to the back of the group. However, shortly after, they quickly caught up. By the time the group reached the village entrance, the sky had darkened in the bitter cold. No one was loitering outside. Every household was busy with dinner. The captain was eager to summon everyone immediately, but he restrained himself. Let us not discuss today's events until tomorrow morning. That I will gather everyone for a meeting then. You all must be tired after a long day. Hurry home to rest and eat. Everyone agreed and began heading home. Su Qingran also called for Nanxing, declining the captainess and Aunt Gu's invitations. Planning to return home to prepare a simple meal. As they reached the doorstep, Gu Xiao hurriedly approached and handed her a bag. Take this home first. We'll settle it later. Su Qingran recognized it contained the meat he had brought for her and worried that the captain might bring up past matters and hold them accountable. She quickly grabbed the bag and hurriedly pulled Nanxing along to leave. Once home and opening the bag, she found it filled with pork, fatty, lean, streaky, and with bones. Su Qingran had been fretting over the lack of pork for the new year, and finding this was even more delightful than discovering cash. Nanxing bounced with joy. Auntie, did Uncle Xiao bring all this for you? Su Qingran smiled and nodded. With the new year approaching, we should stock up. We can give some to your parents and grandparents to ensure they have a good celebration as well. You stay outside and keep watch. Let me hide the meat first. Nanxing nodded eagerly and dashed outside to keep watch. Once she left, Su Qingran quickly emptied the pork onto the counter, storing some in her space. She set aside the amount needed for the next couple of days in the kitchen, cutting a small piece of lean meat to prepare for dinner. Just as she finished, she heard Su Jiao's voice outside. Nanxing, is your aunt back? I came to ask her about the headbands. Aunt, Su Qingran responded indifferently while continuing to chop the meat. Upon entering, Su Jiao caught sight of the pork on the counter, wanting to say something but holding back. She then asked, Sister Ran, did you buy meat? Su Qingran replied, yes, I bought some. Are you here to ask about the headbands or about the meat? Su Jiao quickly waved her hands. No, I'm not here for the meat. I came to ask about the headbands. Did you really make them yourself? Su Qingran glanced at her. Of course they are real. I'm busy preparing dinner now. I'll explain everything in detail tomorrow. Su Jiao, feeling curious but unable to grasp the situation, realized it was best not to linger and decided to leave. Once she was gone, Su Qingran retrieved a small bundle of snow cabbage from the pickling jar, washed it, and squeezed out the excess water, finally chopping it. After stir-frying the shredded meat until fragrant, she added it all in and continued to stir-fry. After plating the dish, she poured boiling water into the pot to cook noodles. To ensure it was nutritious enough, she cracked 4 eggs into the pot and tossed in a handful of greens. The noodles had been prepared ahead of time, stored in her space, so she wouldn't have to rush to make them when it was time to eat. However, she had to be cautious when retrieving them. So she planned to buy some dried noodles next time she went into the city. She would send some back home for her family, making it convenient for them to cook when they were hungry. Lost in thought, 2 bowls of snow cabbage and shredded meat noodles were already ready. Nanxing, wash your hands. We'll have simple noodles for dinner tonight. Tomorrow, when we have time, we'll enjoy braised pork. At the mention of braised pork, Nanxing's mouth watered. She had initially thought they would only have plain noodles for dinner, but to her surprise, the noodles in the bowl were anything but ordinary. They were far more sumptuous than the meat noodle dishes sold in state-run restaurants. The next morning, just after the villagers had finished breakfast, the captain's work whistle rang out once more. The familiar sound, deeply ingrained in their bones, left the villagers momentarily dazed. The gravel path leading to the forest farm has been completed, and with the onset of winter, there is little work to be done in the fields. The women cannot partake in any furniture-related tasks either. What could possibly warrant the blowing of a whistle so early in the morning? I heard that the team leader took accountant Luo and youth Su into the city yesterday. Could it be that there is a problem with the furniture orders? If that is indeed the case, everything would be ruined. The timber we had stockpiled would then be worthless, and I wonder how much debt the team currently owes? Before anyone could ponder these matters, Gu Xiao had already mounted his bicycle, weaving through the village while calling everyone to gather at his home for a meeting. Upon hearing the whistle, Su Qingran realized that the team leader could no longer wait. After a brief tidying up, she took the sample she had brought back and, accompanied by Nanxing, made her way to the team leader's house. A few other youths emerged, looking bewildered. Su youth, has the team leader summoned us for a meeting? Ranj, yeah. Ever since you returned yesterday, you've been so mysterious. Is something amiss? Noticing the tension on everyone's faces, Su Qiren smiled and reassured them, it's nothing but good news. You'll find out when we arrive. The team leader had finally captured a moment of brilliance in life, and she couldn't possibly spoil it by revealing too much in advance. As they walked, more villagers joined, discussing and heading towards the team leader's home. Once they hurried inside, they were immediately taken aback by a pile of white bags in the center of the yard. Many of the elders in the village could not read, yet the younger folk had seen fertilizer bags in the city and recognized the word urea printed on them. Team leader, is this fertilizer? Did you really manage to get it? What? Fertilizer? Good heavens! We, the Xiangyang Mountain team, finally have fertilizer. The team leader surveyed the crowd, patiently waiting for their expressions of astonishment to subside before he spoke leisurely. It has just 20 bags of fertilizer. Not only did we acquire it, but the commune leaders also extended us credit. Moreover, they even sent a vehicle to take us to the foot of the mountain. Chapter 93. Subverting perceptions. Upon hearing that the fertilizer was obtained on credit, the entire village was incredulous. After all, when the team leader previously went to request fertilizer with money in hand, he always returned empty-handed. Now, without paying a single cent, they had instead acquired fertilizer on credit, and the leaders had personally arranged for a vehicle to deliver it to them. However, with the fertilizer right before them, it could not possibly be a fabrication. The team leader sighed deeply, expressing, I now understand that the more we strive, the better life becomes. The more we toil, the more prosperous we grow. Look, ever since our team began processing furniture and repaired the road, even the commune leaders have started to regard us with newfound respect. I know many of you find this hard to believe, but our Xiangyang Mountain team has indeed made progress, and our future will only continue to improve. With those words, the previously silent crowd erupted in excitement. The team leader is right. For so many years, we have quietly stayed in this valley. When have the commune leaders ever visited us? Indeed. Now not only have the commune leaders come, but they also treat us with such consideration. Every time we deliver furniture, they voluntarily lend us vehicles, and we have waited years for fertilizer, yet now they have proactively provided it. The team leader raised an eyebrow. It was quite so proactive. Life is still hard. We can't let our guard down. Clearing his throat, he attempted to temper the atmosphere of enthusiasm. This fertilizer was not given for free. It was purchased with our team's own funds, and we must promptly repay it after the next delivery of furniture. Additionally, I assured the commune leaders that once we have the fertilizer, we must ensure that we meet our grain quotas next year. We cannot allow other teams to look down on us. If we fall behind again, it would not only bring shame upon our team, but also sully the reputation of the commune leaders. The crowd's expressions gradually grew serious. Team leader, rest assured, with the fertilizer, our grain production for next year is guaranteed. The team leader nodded in satisfaction. The fertilizer they received was limited, and it must be used wisely at the most critical times. In the meantime, they must continue to compost organic fertilizer to complement it. They should not assume that having fertilizer means everything will be smooth sailing. The team leader carefully shared the fertilization techniques he learned at the commune with the few responsible individuals in the team. Gradually, the villagers calmed down from their excitement over the fertilizer and began to discuss the furniture processing matters. Previously, while busy with road repairs, everyone had been getting along peacefully. After all, regardless of the workload, everyone earned work points daily. Who wouldn't want to make a living? However, with the road now fixed and little work left in the fields, the absence of work points made the furniture workshop increasingly desirable. Team leader, I heard the city is urging us to deliver our orders sooner. Perhaps you could select a few more people to help at the furniture workshop. Yes, although our skills may not be exceptional, we could assist in some capacity. We don't need many work points. The village aunties expressed envy. However, there wasn't much the women could do at the furniture workshop. They could only hope that their husbands would lend a hand and continue to earn some work points. The team leader scanned the room, noting that those speaking were primarily from families facing difficulties. Frankly, their eagerness to work is a good sign. Everyone is tired of being poor, and when opportunities arise, they will seize them. After all, who doesn't aspire for a better life? The team leader cleared his throat and continued. You all should have heard that yesterday I took Accountant Luo and Youth Su out. But do you know what our purpose was? The crowd exchanged curious glances. Weren't you going to the commune to request fertilizer? The team leader laughed heartily. Requesting fertilizer was merely a secondary task. The three of us went into the city to explore new side businesses. Explore new side businesses? What new side business? Seeing their eager expressions, the team leader leisurely pulled out a piece of paper from his pocket. Behold, this is the new side business that Su Youth has devised for us. It's a hairpin order. Hairpin? What is a hairpin? A hairpin is a decorative hair accessory. The city girls are all fond of them. Su Jiao, feeling competitive, crossed her arms and pouted. A hairpin is not just a simple accessory. Su Youth's hairpins are exceptionally beautiful. She showed me. You all haven't seen them yet, have you? Stop embellishing your own image. Su Youth doesn't show them to anyone else. She only shows them to you. Ha! You didn't sneak over to see them, did you? Just as a few girls seemed on the verge of arguing. Su Qingran quickly produced the hairpin sample she had brought. The crowd, intrigued, eagerly passed them around as if they were treasures. The team leader interjected, "Be careful not to tear them. These samples have been sealed by the Supply and Marketing Cooperative." What's the term again? Su Qingran assisted in explaining, "They are pre-production samples, marked for quality standards. We must adhere to this standard for future deliveries, only perfect, never subpar." Although the crowd did not fully comprehend, they understood that these items were precious. As they pertained to the team's side business orders, they hastily returned the samples to Su Qingran. The team leader, brimming with pride, held up a hairpin. "Can you guess how much the Supply and Marketing Cooperative will sell this hairpin for?" Yesterday, Su Youth took us two old men on a tour of the cooperative, and we were genuinely shocked. It truly subverted our perceptions. Some villagers guessed a few cents, some a dime, but none dared to venture higher. Only the three young women were bold enough to speculate, having come from the city and possessing some knowledge of the hairpin market. However, Lu Qin and Hu Huiying had come early and were now out of touch with urban life. Their guesses hovered around 20 to 30 cents. That Su Jiao hesitated, but finally blurted out, "At least 50 or 60 cents. If the back is changed to a hair clip, it could sell for even more." "How much? 50 or 60 cents? Su Youth is boasting again. You're the one boasting. Your entire family is boasting. I'm speaking the truth. If you don't believe me, just ask Su Youth." Su Qingran smiled and nodded, confirming that Su Youth's price was indeed accurate. Without exaggeration, the team leader chuckled. "Exactly. This time, Su Youth is not lying. It truly costs that much, and it might even be pricier than Su Youth's creations." Chapter 94. Worried they won't repay? The team leader then elaborated on how Su Youth had considered the needs of the women in the team, which led to this idea. He recounted how she had taken him, an accountant Luo, to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative to investigate the hairpin market, as well as how she negotiated with Director Yao. You wouldn't believe it. Su Youth merely wore one of the hairpins to the cooperative, and the customers went wild. The salespeople were so overwhelmed with inquiries that they called Director Yao, demanding that the goods be delivered immediately. Director Yao was already frazzled, and when she turned to look, guess what? The hairpin they were after was right on Su Youth's head, and it left her utterly exhilarated. The team leader spoke animatedly, his enthusiasm palpable. Ji Yushao and Su Qingran exchanged silent glances, unable to suppress their amusement. While the essence of the story was true, the dramatization seemed exaggerated. Even the usually reserved accountant Luo appeared somewhat buoyed by the team leader's exuberance. The team leader was indeed conveying the truth. "Indeed, we have procured the raw materials for this batch of head flower orders." Subsequently, Accountant Luo briefly informed everyone about the expenses incurred for purchasing the materials, along with the selling price and quantity of the orders. As for the funds used to acquire the materials, he refrained from mentioning that they were borrowed from Gu Xiao, instead stating that they were initially extended on credit by the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, to be deducted from the costs upon delivery. After hearing this, the crowd had already recovered from their initial astonishment, and several adept ants began to rub their hands in eager anticipation. However, they had never seen or made hefflowers before. Was this something that could be easily learned? Su Qingran suggested that Aunt Gu select a few skilled individuals, so she could personally guide them through the sewing process. Aunt Gu had already contemplated her candidates since yesterday when a few individuals had entered the city. Now that she was finally asked, she promptly named her selections in front of everyone, thereby preventing any potential disputes later on. The individuals she chose were the best seamstresses in the village, and no one dared to voice any objections. Moreover, she made an effort to select those from families facing hardships, whose husbands could not work at the furniture factory, thereby showing her consideration for them. Indeed, after Aunt Gu had appointed her team, the others in the village did not raise any further comments. However, the three female educated youths were eager to join the head flower making team. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Qingran declined their request, explaining that this first batch of Heflower orders was a trial order from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, and it was of utmost importance. The outcome would determine whether they could secure more Heflower orders in the future. And thus, there could be no room for error. If anyone wished to join, they should take this time to practice their basic sewing skills at home, mastering the craft so that more individuals could be included in future orders. The team leader and Aunt Gu nodded in agreement, acknowledging the sound reasoning behind her words. As for the person in charge, there was no contest. It had to be Su Qingran. Currently, the work at the furniture processing point was gradually becoming routine and did not require her constant presence. As long as she could spare some time each day to check in and meticulously inspect the goods upon delivery, that would suffice, the team leader proposed. In front of everyone, to grant Su Qingran 20 work points daily, allowing her to manage both the Heflower and furniture ventures simultaneously. Prior to this, the young male laborers in the brigade could only earn a maximum of 10 work points per day, which was already the full quota. The team leader, as an official, received additional work points calculated at 2% of the total work points for the entire brigade, but even combined, it fell short of 20 points. The astonishment among the crowd was palpable when they realized that Su Qingran was to receive such a significant allocation. However, it did not take long for them to comprehend the situation. These side businesses were all initiated by Su Qingran. Without her, none of this would have materialized. Those who had previously considered stepping in as quality inspectors after Su Qingran's departure from the furniture point quickly reconsidered. Realizing that while inspecting goods could be learned, designing and sketching were not skills one could easily acquire. Disrupting the brigade side businesses would surely incur the team leader's wrath. Thus, 20 work points it would be. Seeing that there were no objections, the team leader promptly made the decision, instructing the record keeper and accountant Luo to take note. The standards for work points were an internal matter for the brigade and did not require reporting upwards. As long as all members had discussed and agreed upon them in a meeting, once these matters were settled, the team leader tirelessly began organizing and arranging production. As for the location, he had already decided. Right after the meeting, he would take a few male laborers to tidy up and transform the agricultural tool warehouse. The agricultural tool warehouse was conveniently located next to the furniture processing point, which had been converted from the grain warehouse. This way, Su Qingran could easily shuttle between the two locations. While the team leader was busy organizing the cleanup, Su Qingran remained in Aunt Gu's courtyard, teaching everyone how to make headflowers. Su Qingran demonstrated the process and sewed one of each type as samples. Each sample was labeled with a unique code composed of flower patterns, characters, and numbers, sewn onto the headflower to prevent confusion with future designs, thus ensuring accuracy in fulfilling orders. Sewing headflowers was a meticulous task, but for the ants who were accustomed to needlework, it was not overly challenging. Under Su Qingran's guidance, they quickly began their work. Within a single day, the headflower processing point in Xiangyang Mountain Brigade was bustling with activity. A week later, it was time to deliver a portion of the furniture as previously agreed. The headflower orders brought back from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative had also been successfully completed. Su Qingran adhered strictly to the quality standards established beforehand, discarding any defective items to be remade before inclusion. On the day of delivery, the team of carts delivering the goods had grown considerably. Naturally, Su Qingran accompanied them. Firstly, this was the first delivery of headflowers, and there were numerous details to discuss face-to-face with Director Yao. Secondly, she hoped to secure some new orders while she was there, taking advantage of the quieter pre-New Year period to produce another batch gradually. Additionally, she wished to seize the opportunity to stock up on New Year's goods for herself. In the event of snowfall later on, venturing out to shop would become increasingly difficult. Moreover, the townsfolk were beginning to prepare for the new year, making it an opportune time for her to sell some of the peanuts and sunflower seeds she had stored in her space. This time, everyone set off even earlier than before. Director Gu from the commune was also very proactive, arranging for a tractor to wait at the foot of the mountain early in the morning. As the team leader led the delivery team over the mountain, they spotted the commune's tractor from a distance. The team leader felt a warmth in his heart and excitedly approached to shake hands with the driver. The driver, being straightforward, immediately revealed the tasks assigned by Director Gu upon their meeting. Director Gu had instructed him to safely transport them to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative in the city today and to return the outstanding fertilizer payment, thereby fulfilling his mission. The team leader's eyelids twitched. Was there a concern that they might not repay the money? Or perhaps a fear that they would spend it all in the city? Were they really that kind of people? Chapter 95. Shortage of scraps. The team leader felt a momentary pang of distress, but quickly regained his composure. Regardless of their intentions, The tractor and driver had indeed been provided, saving them considerable time on this delivery. When Director Yao from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative saw them arrive so early with the goods, he was greatly moved. They had been eagerly awaiting this batch of coffee tables and bedside cabinets. And if they delayed any longer, they would truly miss the best sales season before the new year, without waiting for the goods to be fully unloaded. Director Yao had already arranged for people and vehicles to prepare for immediate delivery to several supply and marketing cooperative storefronts. While Gu Xiao was taking the second load of furniture, Su Qingren and the team leader followed Director Yao to their conference room with the hefflowers. This time, there were only 2 large bags of hefflowers. Director Yao opened them and spread the contents across the large table, calling over several female colleagues from the procurement station to assist. The hefflower business was still in its infancy, and the female colleagues were more experienced in this regard. Their input would be invaluable. The female staff members had heard about the chaotic scene at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative the previous week, but unfortunately, they were not present to witness the commotion caused by the headflowers. Now, seeing the table adorned with beautiful headflowers, the impact was undeniably significant. These headflowers were indeed exquisite, with vibrant and festive colors, perfectly poised for sale before the new year. They looked wonderful, yet the ordered quantity was far too small. Only a few supply and marketing cooperatives could be stocked. Director Yao, why don't we order a larger quantity this time? These headflowers will sell easily. Director Yao nodded in agreement, having personally checked the quality of each type. They were not inferior to the samples previously sealed. The Xiangyang Mountain Brigade was indeed reliable when it came to getting things done. Thus, in front of Su Qingren and the others, he began discussing the number of orders for the next batch. After finalizing a quantity for each design, he suddenly remembered to ask, "Comrade Su, do you have any new designs to share this time? If so, please bring them out for everyone to see." As the headflower business was just beginning, Su Qingren had been too busy to design any new styles. Director Yao, we have plenty of new designs, but we still plan to focus on selling these classic designs first to gauge customer feedback. We can periodically introduce new ones later to continually stimulate customer interest. Director Yao considered this as well. Unveiling all new designs at once could easily diminish customer excitement. When he first met Su Qingren, he thought she was striking but still too young, with a somewhat naive demeanor. However, after several interactions, he realized that despite her youth, she was remarkably mature and composed in her dealings, considering every aspect thoroughly. Whatever task was assigned to her would undoubtedly be executed flawlessly. He promptly handed over the new orders for furniture and headflowers, settling all payments for the day's deliveries without hesitation. When the team leader reviewed the new orders, he was astonished to find that the total quantity of hefflowers amounted to 1,500. Although the profit margins on hefflowers were not as substantial as those for furniture, the costs were low, and they were significantly easier to produce. Judging by their reactions, the headflower venture seemed to be on solid ground. The team leader, filled with excitement, carefully stowed the orders and payments in his bag before remembering to ask, "By the way, we are running low on scraps and yellow rubber bands. We plan to procure more this time." Upon mentioning this, a hint of embarrassment crossed Director Yao's face. "I've already made arrangements for the yellow rubber bands. But as for the scraps, I'm afraid we won't be able to gather much in the short term." Upon hearing that there was a shortage of scraps, the team leader panicked. Without scraps, how could they fulfill the headflower orders? Director Yao's lips twitched slightly. "You should inquire at the textile factory. They likely have far more scraps than we do here at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative." The team leader felt a chill in his heart. Why hadn't this been mentioned when signing the orders? Now, it felt as though he was being left to figure it out on his own. Although somewhat irritated, he understood that procuring raw materials and selling hairpieces were two entirely different matters. Director Ye was solely responsible for purchasing. He had no authority over the sale of scrap fabric and could not prohibit anyone from selling even a single piece of it. They could only proceed to the textile factory to explore their options. Upon exiting, the team leader promptly handed over the fertilizer payment owed to the commune to the comrade operating the tractor, requesting a written note in return. "Please inform Director Gua that we have matters to attend to in the city and will not be coming over just yet." Unaware of the situation, Gu Xiao and his companions had just finished unloading their goods when they saw the tractor drive away, leaving them somewhat bewildered. "Father, are you and Accountant Luo not leaving today?" The team leader sighed helplessly, explaining that while the Supply and Marketing Cooperative placed orders, they had not provided any scrap fabric, and they could only try their luck at the textile factory. However, they were completely unfamiliar with the factory, and it was uncertain how they would proceed. Ji Yuxiao chuckled. "Father, who says we don't know anyone at the textile factory? Have you forgotten about our relatives? Su Qingren couldn't help but add, yes, isn't Xiao Hui's brother working at the textile factory? Last time, Enkwa sent me a lot of scrap fabric. The team leader slapped his forehead, realizing he had overlooked this detail in his anxiety. Recalling the hairpieces made from the scrap fabric Su Qingren had brought back last time, the team leader felt reassured. Well then, since the orders for hairpieces are coming in, we will inevitably have to take this step sooner or later. Better to take it sooner. Gu Xiao nodded in agreement, saying, I will accompany you. Gu Sihai and the others have matters to attend to and will not be joining us, before heading to the textile factory. The four of them made a stop at the Gu residence. Ji Yuxiao's mother had worked at the textile factory for half her life, but a few years ago, she passed the formal position to her son, Gu Jiangwo, and retired. Although she was no longer at the factory, her extensive experience meant she was well acquainted with many intricate matters within. After discussing their plan, the four of them rode their bicycles out. Passing by the supply and marketing cooperative, Gu Xiao suggested they buy some snacks to take along. After all, they were seeking assistance and should not arrive empty-handed. However, once they entered, they found the hairpiece counter packed with customers. It turned out that Director Yao had sent someone to deliver the hairpieces to the store while discussing the new orders. As soon as the hairpieces were displayed, the customers shopping for New Year goods rushed forward. Most of them were young women and girls, but men also squeezed in, hoping to buy for their daughters and wives. The team leader watched, exhilarated, and urged Xiao, don't just buy snacks, grab some canned goods as well. We must secure that scrap fabric from the textile factory today. Gu Xiao's eyelids twitched at the thought of the expenses. Will the gift money come from the public account? Of course, I'll reimburse you from the public account later. It's just inconvenient for me to pay right now. Ji Yuxiao glanced at the shabby bag tightly clutched by his father and sighed in resignation. Well, I suppose I'll just have to cover it for now. After all, we collected quite a bit of money today, and even buying scrap fabric shouldn't deplete it all. What's left should be enough to cover the money I lent last time. Chapter 96. Seeking a solution at the textile factory, Gu Xiao called Su Qingren over to select some snacks from the counter. Packing 2 bags, and also purchasing 2 cans of yellow peach. After they finished shopping and turned around, they found that his father and accountant Luo had disappeared. Upon closer inspection, the two were struggling to get a good look at the hairpiece counter. Gu Xiao shook his head helplessly. At least they weren't worried about losing money at this point. Su Qingren laughed and quickly approached, saying, Team leader, we've got the items. Shall we go? Seeing the two arrive, the team leader waved them over excitedly. Xiao Su, come see. Guess how much our hairpieces are selling for? Some are 4 dimes, 5 dimes, and the largest one has even sold for 7 dimes. Heavens, such expensive hairpieces, and so many people are clamoring to buy them. As if they were free. Previously, he thought the price he sold to the supply and marketing cooperative was fair, but now, in comparison, he suddenly felt a bit shortchanged. Ji Yuxiao pulled him back, saying, all right, what others sell for doesn't concern us anymore. We should hurry to Uncle's house. Mentioning the matter at hand, the team leader quickly regained focus, affirming that with the increasing orders for hairpieces, they must resolve the scrap fabric issue today. At the Gu residence, the entire family was at work, leaving only Aunt Gu at home. When the 4 knocked on the door, Aunt Gu was taken aback. Doe, I didn't expect you all to come today. Come in. Why have you brought so much stuff? The team leader seldom visited, primarily to avoid disturbing them, only occasionally sending Gu Xiao with mountain goods that he asked for this sister-in-law. He was even less familiar. However, for the sake of the hairpiece orders, he gathered his courage to express his request. Aunt Gu noticed his embarrassment and cheerfully agreed that we're relatives after all, and you helped us out so much last time. There's no need to be polite. That I'll take you to the textile factory right now. The textile factory was not far from the Gu residence. When they arrived at the entrance, it was still before lunchtime. Aunt Gu settled them in the yard and went straight up to the sales department on the 2nd floor. However, it wasn't long before she returned downstairs, looking disappointed. I'm so sorry. You all came at an unfortunate time. The factory recently cleared out all the scrap fabric for employee benefits, and there's hardly anything left. Upon hearing that the textile factory had no scrap fabric, the team leader's heart sank. Su Qingren, unwilling to give up, asked, Aunt Gu, do you happen to know if there are any defective fabrics available? If there are suitable ones, we would consider those as well. Aunt Gu nodded. There are defective fabrics, but the price is significantly higher than scrap fabric. Su Qingren's eyes lit up. That's all right. If there are suitable ones, we would like to buy some as a temporary solution. Aunt Gu, realizing they were also open to defective fabric, happily led them upstairs. That I don't know what kind you need. So let's go up and take a look. The sales department's chief Xing is also there, and you can discuss prices with him directly. In the past 2 months, the team leader and accountant Luo had gained some experience. They no longer felt intimidated when dealing with leadership and confidently followed her upstairs. Upon entering the sales department, Aunt Gu explained their purpose, and Chief Xing retrieved a sample book from the shelf. Take a look. This contains samples of the defective fabrics. As he spoke, Chief Xing handed the sample book to the team leader, who, surprisingly, passed it directly to the youngest girl among them. Xiao Su, you choose that. Su Qingran carefully flipped through the sample book, page after page, but found that the colors were too dark or the materials unsuitable. The group's spirits began to plummet. Could it be that the hard-won hairpiece orders were going to fall through? Just then, Su Qingran's hand stopped flipping pages. Chief Xing, may I ask if this red fabric is still available? Chief Xing glanced over and nodded. Yes, but the defect is a bit severe. There are 2 marks left from the machine weaving in the middle of the fabric, which were only discovered after dyeing. Su Qingran nodded. Could we have a sample of the entire fabric to examine? Chief Xing agreed and had someone bring a half-meter sample. Upon receiving it, Su Qingran saw that the fabric was a vibrant red satin, perfect for making hairpieces. Although the 2 defect marks were quite obvious, they would not significantly affect the making of hairpieces, and the loss would not be considerable. Su Qingran fought to contain her excitement, fearful of revealing how satisfied she was with the fabric. Chief Xing, this fabric is quite good, but the positioning of these 2 defects is unfortunate. It would be impossible to avoid them if made into clothing. What a pity. Chief Xing nodded in agreement. To be honest, this batch of defective fabric totals 1,000 meters, and not a single meter has been sold yet, simply because it's too wasteful to sell as scrap fabric. However, this is quality material. If it weren't for our acquaintances, we wouldn't dare to offer it. Though the marks are quite noticeable, they're more than adequate for lining fabric. Aunt Gu chimed in. Such good material would be a waste to use as lining. Who would be willing to use red for that? Chief Xing, we've worked together for so many years, and these are our genuine relatives. Could you offer a discounted price for them? After a moment's thought, Chief Xing quoted a price. Originally, this fabric could sell for 3 dimes a meter, but now he would sell it for a minimum of 7 dimes per meter, saying that he couldn't lower it further for just 1 or 2 meters. Su Qingran nodded in understanding. Indeed, if we were to take the entire 1,000 meters, we could probably negotiate a better deal, right? Chief Xing, confident that they wouldn't take it all, replied readily. Exactly. If you take it all at once, the price would drop to 6 dimes per meter. Su Qingran's heart skipped a beat. Please hold on. We need to discuss this. With that, the 4 of them stepped out into the corridor. The team leader and accountant Luo had been anxiously watching Su Qingran, worried she might request the entire 1,000 meters. After all, this girl was quite determined. Once outside, the team leader nervously reminded, Xiao Su, our team can only gather a maximum of 500 yuan right now. 7 dimes is a bit steep. Let's just buy 1 meter for the time being. Su Qingran excitedly rubbed her hands together. Team leader, this is a rare opportunity. This fabric is of much better quality than the scrap fabric from the supply and marketing cooperative. Moreover, by cutting the fabric in large pieces, we can arrange the layout in advance, significantly reducing waste compared to using smaller scraps. I will meticulously calculate the details when I return. After all, the cost ultimately falls upon us, and we can find a way to recuperate the excess expenses from the supply and marketing cooperative. The team leader hesitated for a moment before resolutely nodding his head. All right, I'll defer to you on this. Let us purchase this for 500 yuan. Accountant Luo displayed a look of concern, questioning whether purchasing only 500 yuan would prevent them from maintaining the price of 6 jiao. Su Qingran and Gu Xiaofang were momentarily taken aback, almost simultaneously exclaiming, No, 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 we should buy 1,000 meters. Indeed, our objective is to secure this 1,000 meters with 500 yuan. Chapter 97, A Shot. Regardless of whether there are dates or not, the team leader and accountant Luo exchanged incredulous glances. Just moments ago, the lowest price quoted was 6 jiao. Could it truly be reduced to 5 jiao? Su Qingran did not dwell on such thoughts. She believed in making an effort first and seeing the outcome later. Upon entering the room, she began to lament their financial constraints. Director Xing, we genuinely wish to procure this entire 1,000 meters. But alas, the team's side business has just commenced, and our resources are limited. Would it be possible for us to sign an agreement at the price of 6 jiao per meter, and then take as much as we need later, paying on the spot each time, ensuring that we will take everything within a year? Director Xing, who originally held little regard for such a small order, found the prospect of multiple pickups to be exceedingly tedious. Why was this team so impoverished? Cough. Comrade Su, the price of 6 jiao is only applicable for a one-time purchase. It cannot be divided into batches. If it truly cannot be done, perhaps I could offer a slight discount. Su Qingren glanced at Gu Xiaofeng, feeling troubled. Indeed, such piecemeal acquisitions would be excessively cumbersome. Wouldn't you agree? Gu Xiaofeng's face also reflected his unease. However, the team could only muster a maximum of 500 yuan at present, and they had other intended uses for these funds. How about this? If the price can be adjusted to 5 jiao per meter, we will take everything, and we will devise other means for our other expenses. Director Xing's lips twitched. The two seemed to be putting him in a dilemma that he could either earn an additional 100 yuan, but risk being inundated with their visits throughout the year, complicating the paperwork, or he could proceed with the 500 yuan, exchanging cash for goods in one go. Although 1,000 meters was not a substantial order, having such a defective inventory hanging over him was undesirable, making meetings awkward. If he could dispose of this troublesome stock all at once, it would simplify matters for the factory by year's end. The additional 100 yuan would not benefit him. Resolving this in his mind, Director Xing stated, "Please wait a moment. I will consult with the factory director upstairs." Once he left, the team leader silently gave Su Qingren and Gu Xiaofeng a thumbs up. He had been too kind-hearted, not realizing how shrewd city dwellers could be in business. Just moments ago, they claimed 6 jiao was the lowest price, but it turned out there were hidden depths. Shortly thereafter, Director Xing returned, beaming, "Our factory director has agreed. The price will be 5 jiao per meter, and you can take the goods whenever you wish." The team leader, overwhelmed with excitement, grasped his hand. "Thank you. I am immensely grateful. By the way, does our textile factory have a truck? We all rode bicycles, and transporting 1,000 meters of fabric would be quite challenging. That I must return to the mountains to find a bullock cart. I can only come back tomorrow to collect it. It would be wonderful if a truck could deliver it to the foot of the mountain, and we will certainly cover the transportation fee." As he spoke, the team leader began rummaging through his bag for money. The largest bill was 10 yuan, while the smallest was a single fun. However, after counting, he barely managed to gather 500 yuan, not a single fun more. Director Xing's eyelids twitched at the sight. After hearing Aunt Gu's explanation, he understood that their journey from Xiangyang Mountain was truly inconvenient. "You have it tough, so here's what we will do. Tomorrow at noon, I will arrange for a truck to deliver the fabric to the location you specified. As for the fee, consider it waived, as a gesture of support for your side business." At this, the team leader felt genuinely moved, his eyes welling with gratitude. "Thank you so much. If there are any bright defected fabrics or scraps in the future, I would be grateful if you could set them aside for us." Defected fabrics and scraps were already slated for disposal, and Director Xing readily agreed. "All right, leave me your contact number, and I will call you when we have some." "Our team does not yet have a phone," Aunt Gu interjected. "How about this? If there are any, just let our Jangwo know, and I will find a way to pass the message along." Deal. This team was truly remarkable. With such poor foundational conditions, they still worked tirelessly on their side business, spending their entire savings on defective fabric. What if the products made from it failed to sell? Wouldn't that leave them in a predicament? Realizing this, Director Xing suddenly felt a pang of guilt. Had he known better, he would not have pressured them into such a large purchase on the other side. The team leader felt a bit uneasy as well. He had saved the team 100 yuan. Would they suspect they had been taken advantage of upon reflection? Perhaps next time they ventured into the city, he could bring some dried mushrooms or would ear mushrooms from the mountains as a token of goodwill. As they stepped outside, they realized it was already noon. Aunt Gu insisted on inviting them home for a meal, but the team leader declined, insisting on treating everyone to a bowl of noodles at a nearby state-run restaurant. As for the bill, it was, of course, covered by Gu Xiaofeng, as he and accountant Luo collectively had insufficient funds for even a single bowl. "Sister-in-law, I apologize. You have been such a tremendous help today, and we should treat you to something nice. However, our team has been a bit tight on money lately. The profits from our furniture and hairpin sales have been entirely spent. Next time we have the opportunity, we will certainly treat you properly." Aunt Gu smiled brightly. "This is already quite good. Just now, I heard Qiren mention that your side business has just begun, but you've already spent money to repair roads, purchased fertilizers, and stockpiled so much wood and fabric. That is quite impressive." The team leader, flattered by the praise, felt a bit bashful. They had indeed achieved some results, but thus far, their accounts were still at zero. Gu Xiaofeng felt a twinge in his heart. wanting to remind him that their accounts should actually be negative, considering they still owed him a sum for the hairpin materials, a gift of snacks. And now this meal. However, in front of outsiders, he dared not expose his father's shortcomings. He merely resolved silently to insist on having him write an IOU when they returned. Otherwise, as time passed, he might truly deny it. After finishing their meal, the team leader hurriedly arranged matters for the following day. Xiao Su, tomorrow Gu Xiaofeng will go to pick up Xiaolei for winter break, and will also head to the textile factory with the truck. Would you like to come back with us? Without a moment's hesitation, Su Qingran replied, Team leader, I will return tomorrow as well. Before loading the truck, I plan to speak with Director Yao. We have spent a considerable amount on such quality materials, and I intend to express our financial constraints at a shot, regardless of whether there are dates or not. The team leader nodded excitedly, handing her the order agreement. Rest assured, Nanjing, your aunt will take good care of things. With that, he called for Zhang Bing and Zhao Jun, requesting them to take him and accountant Luo back to the village first. Upon hearing that Su Qingran would not be leaving, Aunt Gu extended a warm invitation. Come stay at our house tonight. If Xiaowei knew you were coming, she would be overjoyed. That girl often mentions you at home. Su Qingran happily agreed. It had been a long time since she last saw Gu Xiaowei, and it would be delightful to chat together in the evening. Chapter 98. Selling peanuts and sunflower seeds. After Zhang Bing and Zhao Jun took the team leader and accountant Luo back to the village, Gu Xiaofeng and Gu Sihai found an excuse to attend to their own affairs. Aunt Gu took Su Qingran by the hand. Why don't you come home with me for a while? Su Qingran smiled and declined. No, Aunt, I still have things to do. I will come by later this evening if that's fine, but do come early. I will prepare a delicious meal for you. After seeing Aunt Gu off, Su Qingran swiftly sought out a secluded corner to slip into her space, where she began to disguise herself. This outing had left her with just an afternoon to manage her sales, and time was of the essence. Thus, she planned to revisit her previous old clients to save on unnecessary explanations. Additionally, she decided to streamline her offerings. Besides peanuts and sunflower seeds, she would also sell eggs and hens. During the new year, everyone was willing to indulge in good food, and hens and eggs were always in high demand. As for peanuts and sunflower seeds, they were essential items for the festivities. Earlier that morning, while purchasing goods at the supply and marketing cooperative, she casually inquired about prices, discovering that roasted peanuts and sunflower seeds were nearing meat prices. Purchases required a ration book, and each individual was limited to half a gene of peanuts and 3 taels of sunflower seeds. If friends and relatives came to visit, that would hardly suffice. While the sunflower seeds and peanuts in her space were raw and heavier, they were plump and of excellent quality. Furthermore, there was no need to queue or adhere to purchasing limits. Therefore, she intended to sell them for 3 to 4 jiao per gene. Initially, several aunties found the price steep. However, after Su Qingran offered them a taste, they eagerly made their purchases. These peanuts could be used for congee, braised dishes, fried snacks, roasted delicacies, or even deep-fried peanut kernels. Sunflower seeds could easily be roasted at home. The key was that during the new year, one could generously present them to guests, making entertaining feel quite dignified. In a single breath, Su Qingran visited 4 or 5 courtyards, earning a solid 200 yuan and collecting quite a few tickets in hand. She couldn't help but marvel at how much easier it was to earn money before the new year. Yet, rushing about had left her quite fatigued. Noticing that it was still not mealtime, Su Qingran pressed on, heading toward a grain and oil station near the Gu home. This time, she aimed to buy some rice and flour, as well as some noodles. In these times, dried noodles are more precious than meat, virtually unobtainable under normal circumstances. Only postpartum women, with a hospital-issued certificate, are entitled to purchase them. As for the ordinary populace, they are only permitted to buy 2 pounds each, limited by their ration cards. Just before the new year, her grain ration has already been transferred to the collective, and her ration card has been confiscated, leaving her without the eligibility to buy. However, Su Nanxing's grain ration remains within the city, and she has yet to exhaust her share from these past months. Her visit to the grain and oil station was specifically to address this matter. To her dismay, upon inquiring, she learned that due to her young age, her quota for dried noodles was merely 1 pound. The staff rolled their eyes with disdain, asking if she even wanted it. 1 pound? We're in a hurry to close. Su Qingran, bending down for the sake of that 1 pound, replied, yes, something is better than nothing. After leaving the grain and oil station, she hurriedly made her way to the supply and marketing cooperative across the street. Just before closing time, She frantically stocked up on various supplies to alleviate her frustration over not acquiring enough dried noodles. Exiting the cooperative, Su Qingran, laden with bags, entered a narrow alley. Shortly after, she emerged carrying a bamboo basket filled with about 20 eggs. Covered with dry straw, worried that her family might be anxiously waiting, she quickened her pace towards the Gu family's residence. However, just as she reached the alley's mouth, she spotted Gu Xiaowei, tiptoeing and looking around. Su Qingran joyfully took 2 steps forward, exclaiming, "Xiaowei." Gu Xiaowei immediately noticed her, saying, "My mom called this afternoon and left a message for me not to wander outside after work, mentioning that relatives have come. I guessed it must be you. How long has it been since you visited?" Su Qingran smiled sheepishly. "The brigade has been so busy lately. It's rare for me to get out, and I always rush back after finishing my tasks." The two linked arms, cheerfully chatting as they walked home, completely oblivious to Xiao Donghua, who stood across the street. Ever since Shen Yunfang was reported, he had not returned to the Gu family or loitered at the bus station. Yet, he could not help but observe Gu Xiaowei's every move. Especially when she received a call or letter, he would feel an extra tightness in his chest. He constantly sought any trace of Su Qingran, as if it had become an instinct etched into his bones. Unfortunately, Gu Xiaowei remained ever vigilant, guarding herself against him. Finally, he had a chance when he inadvertently saw an envelope and confirmed it bore Su Qingran's handwriting. Regrettably, she had not included a return address. Before he could discern the postmark, Gu Xiaowei arrived and scolded him fiercely in front of her colleagues. Today was particularly fortuitous, as Gu Xiaowei was at the workshop. Absent from the office, her mother had called, urging her to return home early, citing the arrival of relatives that moment. He felt a premonition that it might be Su Qingran, and after work, he followed her almost instinctively. Indeed, he found Gu Xiaowei anxiously waiting at the alley's entrance. It was only when that familiar figure appeared that Xiao Donghua felt the cold blood within him boil anew. However, having learned from past experiences, he dared not act impulsively. He suppressed the urge to chase after her and continued to wait silently in place as darkness enveloped the surroundings. His legs grew numb from standing, and his body stiffened with cold. He finally spent a dime to enlist a nearby child to go find a girl named Sue at the Gu family. Just tell her that her partner is waiting for her outside and ask her to come out. The child eagerly pocketed the dime, asking, "Uncle, are you her partner? What if she asks for your name? Just say he is a tall man with a buzz cut." The child glanced at Xiao Donghua's hat and then measured his height. Thinking adults were quite self-absorbed, yet agreeing to run off to the Gu family, the Gu family home. Everyone had just finished dinner and were busy cleaning up and slicing fruit when suddenly a child burst in, saying that Su Qingran's partner was at the alley's entrance, leaving them all puzzled. After hearing the child's description, they all immediately thought of Gu Xiaoxiao. What a silly child. Why didn't he come in to sit? Probably too shy. Jiangua, go invite him in. Su Qingran was momentarily stunned. This sneaky behavior could not possibly be Gu Xiaoxiao. Could it be that Auntie Gu had called the factory today and let Xiao Donghua over here? Jiangua, don't go. I'll step out to take a look. It should be Comrade Gu delivering something for me. We're not in a romantic relationship. It's likely just a misunderstanding on the child's part. I'll be right back. With that, Su Qingran strode out of the Gu home. Under the cover of night, she stealthily retrieved a handy stick from her space, preparing for any unforeseen circumstances. She silently reviewed the fighting techniques Gu Xiaoxiao had taught her. Chapter 99. A violent confrontation with Xiao Donghua. Stepping outside, she had barely walked a few steps when Xiao Donghua's figure indeed appeared in a remote corner not far away. Su Qingran clenched her fists tightly and marched towards him. Seeing her approach, Xiao Donghua assumed that the calmness of recent days had led her to reconsider, and he joyfully strode forward. "Qingran, long time no see. How have you been?" Su Qingran swiftly lunged forward, swinging her arm to deliver a resounding slap to his left cheek. Smack! Xiao Donghua was caught completely off guard, stunned by the blow. "Qingran, what is wrong with you? I haven't mentioned your report on Shen Yunfang to anyone." Smack! Su Qingran retaliated with another slap to his right cheek. Xiao Donghua was utterly bewildered. "What has happened to you? You've never struck me before." After delivering 2 slaps, Su Qingran still felt something was amiss. She turned to glance at a nearby stone bench and promptly climbed onto it. Xiao Donghua followed suit, stating, "If being hit will earn your forgiveness, then go ahead. I'm willing to endure as many slaps as you want." Suddenly, Su Qingran turned, forcefully swinging her arm to deliver another slap to his left cheek. Smack. And the right side. It must be said that taking the elevated position greatly amplified the impact of her slaps. Xiao Donghua felt a burning pain on both sides of his face, which rapidly began to swell. The flicker of hope that had briefly existed in his heart vanished, replaced by indignation. Qingran, Xin Yunfang has lost her job as you wished. What more are you dissatisfied with? Don't you realize that if you hadn't reported her, she could have moved out by now, and we could. As he spoke, he moved closer to her. Su Qingran kicked him hard in the chest. Get away from me. Don't come too close. Xiao Dong was staggered back a few steps, nearly losing his balance. He couldn't comprehend how Su Qingran had suddenly gained such strength. Where had she learned to fight? He had come this time with utmost sincerity, hoping to win her forgiveness. Even if it meant being scolded mercilessly, he was fine with that. Yet, she had approached him without uttering a word and had already struck him 4 times and kicked him once. The unprecedented humiliation he felt was more painful than the sting of his cheeks. Nevertheless, none of this mattered as long as she could return to him. During this time, under his mother's insistence, he had met several girls, yet none had stirred his heart as Su Qingran did. With this thought, Xiao Donghua cast aside his pride and knelt down. Qingran, as long as you can change your mind, I will grant any request you have. From now on, I will do everything you say. You know, I once thought I was marrying you to repay Professor Su for his kindness, but since you left, I realized I truly like you and want to marry you. I was wrong about what happened at home. I didn't take your feelings into account, and I made you suffer. I promise you will never be wronged again. Su Qingran smirked derisively. Go ahead, show me. I've never seen it before. It would be a good lesson. Xiao Donghua's emotions were in turmoil, tears pooling in his eyes. He believed Su Qingran was soft-hearted, and that as long as she had a shred of compassion, there was still hope for them. To his dismay, such a heartfelt confession failed to move her. How could her heart be so hardened? Could it be that after one mistake, she wouldn't grant him even a chance to amend? Su Qingran, you can't treat me this way. It's so unfair. I've been hit and I'm kneeling. Even if you have a heart of stone, it should soften by now, right? Su Qingran, since she had been out for a while, and if she didn't return soon, the Gu family would come looking for her. Eager to end this swiftly, she drew the stick she had prepared from behind her waist. Xiao Donghua, I'll say it once more. Don't bother me again. Otherwise, every time I see you, I'll hit you. Su Qingran, as long as you're willing to see me, I'll endure as many hits as you want. Just then, a shadow darted behind Xiao Donghua, swiftly delivering a chop to his neck. Following that, he pulled out a large sack and stuffed the unconscious Xiao Donghua inside. This all happened so quickly, Su Qingran looked up to see Gu Xiaoxiao had appeared from the shadows. He placed a finger over his lips, signaling her to be quiet, and dragged the sack out of the alley. Su Qingran hurriedly followed. Once they reached another deserted dead end, Gu Xiaoxiao tied the sack to the wall with a rope. After finishing, he pulled Su Qingran out of the dead end. Such a person needs to be shown a lesson. Otherwise, he wouldn't learn. Su Qingran felt a twinge of concern, wondering if this might lead to a fatal incident. It would not be worth bearing the burden of a life for someone like him. Gu Xiaoxiao shook his head with a smile. No, I won't last long. I'll be frozen awake in half an hour at most. I'll come back to let you out then. For now, I shall escort you home. Su Qingran nodded in agreement, then inquired, by the way, what brings you here so suddenly? Gu Xiaoxiao cleared his throat lightly. I came to ask you what time we should meet tomorrow morning. Upon hearing this, Su Qingran thought nothing of it, considering it merely a coincidence that I plan to visit Uncle Ma's house tomorrow morning. Shall we meet at 9 o'clock downstairs at Director Yao's place? All right. Is there anything you need from your side? I will be heading to the black market shortly and can bring it for you. Su Qingran's immediate thought was of the noodles. Can we find noodles at the black market? Gu Xiaoxiao nodded. Yes, they are available, though they are a bit pricey. Many people took their 2-pound noodle allocation from the grain and oil station before the new year, but were reluctant to consume them. So they resold them to those who specifically collect noodles. These individuals then concentrate them in the black market for resale. Naturally, the price has soared. Su Qingran was mentally prepared for this. She promptly retrieved a small stack of cash from her pocket and handed it to him. A little expensive is fine. If it's convenient, I would like to buy 10 pounds. All right, there will be some pork arriving shortly. Do you want any? Yes, please buy me some. I need to send a bit to the forestry station before the new year. Understood. As they conversed, the two had already reached the lane where the Gu family resided. Concerned about not having enough money, Su Qingran took out a few more bills to give to him. Gu Xiaoxiao refused, saying, "If it's insufficient, I'll cover it for now. We can settle it later." Su Qingran insisted, "Just take it for now. Didn't your money get borrowed by the brigade?" Amid their gentle pushing, Gu Xiaowei appeared with a flashlight. "Ahem, I must say you two are quite inseparable, out in this freezing cold at night. Aren't you afraid of catching a chill?" Su Qingran understood that she had misunderstood the situation but found it difficult to explain what had just transpired. So she could only smile awkwardly and say, "We were discussing our plans for tomorrow's fabric haul and ended up chatting for a bit longer." After glancing at Gu Xiaoxiao, she added, "Well, we shall take our leave now."